He awoke with a start, finding himself thrown back in time, 1 month before the apocalypse began. A decade of surviving the hellish future had hardened him, leaving behind only searing memories and bottomless regret. This time, he swore he would never again be a lamb for the slaughter. Armed with the hard-earned knowledge of a life already lived and an unexpected boon, a mysterious system he came to call his golden finger, he moved with ruthless efficiency from the very start. He liquidated all his assets, leveraged every insider advantage, all with a single, obsessive goal: to amass a fortune in supplies. From food and medicine to energy and military hardware, from daily necessities to cutting-edge technology, he would forge a mobile fortress capable of withstanding the end of the world. When that fateful day arrived a month later, as the dead rose, order crumbled, and despair gripped the globe, Lu Ming stood ready. In his hands lay the resources to sustain an empire. In this new life, he would not only ensure the survival of himself and those he cared for, he would carve out a powerful dominion from the ashes of the old world and reign supreme from the pinnacle of the wasteland. The first light of dawn tinged the horizon, a silent promise before the storm. Inside a massive logistics park, a relentless convoy of trucks disgorged their cargo, unloaded by thousands of workers moving with practiced efficiency. Amidst the controlled chaos, a young man emerged from a luxury car. Tall and impeccably dressed in a designer's suit, his sharp features and perfectly styled hair screamed old money and privilege. "Mr. Su, this is the final shipment for your order," the logistics manager announced, his face a mask of obsequious delight. He'd made a considerable profit from this particular client. 2,000 head of cattle, 5,000 pigs, 6,000 sheep, and 5,000 each of chickens, ducks, and geese. Warehouses 3 through 5 hold the last of the vegetables and grains, while 6 and 7 are packed with the final batch of daily consumables. Suke glanced over the manifest, then tapped his phone screen a few times. "The payment has been transferred. Excellent doing business with you, Mr. Su. We look forward to our next collaboration," the manager said, bowing slightly before leading his team away. Once alone, Suke entered a vast refrigerated warehouse, stacked high with frozen meat, the last piece of his grand puzzle. He approached the pallets, and, with a casual wave of his hand, the mountains of food vanished into thin air. They weren't gone, of course. They were now stored within the Eternal Hourglass. The Eternal Hourglass, an artifact he'd plundered from the ancestral grounds of the Bronze Dragon tribe in his previous life. His system, back then, had been unable to decipher it, labeling it a mere trinket. Resigned, he had carried it in his pack, never guessing it held the key to his rebirth. Upon waking up 2 years ago in his past body, his consciousness had fused with the hourglass. He learned that the sands of rebirth within had rewound time, and its uses were manifold, with spatial storage being just one of them. Its interior was a metropolis-sized void where time stood completely still, preserving anything within in a perfect state. Since that awakening, Suke had liquidated everything: his father's shares, antique collections, even the mansions and sports cars, trading it all for the abandoned Western Mountain prison, all to prepare for the coming hell. To others, he was the ultimate prodigal son, a laughingstock squandering a fortune. But Suke knew the truth. He was a revenant from a decade deep into the apocalypse, a man who had lived through the nightmares soon to engulf the world. The memories flashed before his eyes, streets overrun by the shambling dead, mutated monstrosities hunting in the ruins, and humanity reduced to its most vicious core, where a crust of bread could turn brother against brother. In that former life, he had been cautious, compromising, even debasing himself to survive and gain power. He had sold his charms to earn the favor of a vain and cunning entity, the matron Sharillas, becoming her earthly boon. He had believed serving a god was the path to survival, only to learn he was merely a pawn, a sacrifice when the time was ripe. All that talk of divine contracts was a lie, a trap for the desperate. I could have been so much more, he thought, the bitterness of familiar poison. The planetary spirit of Blue Star had chosen him, offered him a path to deification, to guard humanity. But fear and desperation had led him into the clutches of the matron, twisting him into a demonic creature, horns, scales, and all. A monster who fed on flesh but craved the powers of evolved humans, absorbing their abilities to fuel his own ascent, a forbidden path that drew the ire of the very gods he sought to serve. The matron's contract had severed that path, stunting his growth, turning him into a puppet who led his own followers to slaughter in a nightmarish trial. His final memory was of her face, sinuous, cunning, and utterly merciless, as she ended him. But the hourglass had given him a second chance. A chance to refuse the honeyed lies of gods. A chance to seize his own destiny. If given the opportunity, Suke whispered, a journeying smile twisting his lips, I will crush the so-called gods beneath my feet, especially Matron Charillus. She will know what it means to be a plaything. And all those who wronged me, they will repay their debts in blood. By afternoon, the last of the supplies were secure within the Eternal Hourglass. Looking inward at the staggering stockpile, enough to sustain an empire, Suke felt a flicker of grim satisfaction. All that was left was to wait. He returned to the Western Mountain prison. The derelict complex was gone, transformed into a formidable fortress with towering walls and reinforced steel gates. Young master, all the equipment has been assembled to your specifications. The trial runs were flawless. Old Ming, the family steward, reported, handing over the manuals and blueprints. Thank you, Ming. Take this, Suke said, offering a bank card. Consider it your retirement fund. Old Ming's face fell for a moment, understanding the finality in the gesture. He simply nodded, accepted the card, and departed with the remaining workers. Watching them go, Suke's smile returned. Let them think me a fool. By tonight, most who knew me will be dead. By 7 p.m., he had stored the reactor and other critical machinery. Standing in the empty prison yard, he took in the serene night sky one last time before descending into the underground bunker. The cataclysm was at hand. Suke was prepared to shed his humanity. He ate one last morsel of food fit for a human, savoring the normalcy, then leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. Everything was ready. The countdown to the end had begun. The long night deepened, a full moon hanging high. As the clock struck midnight, a change began. A faint, crimson veil seemed to drape itself over the lunar surface, deepening, spreading, until the moon burned with the ominous, bloody hue of a dying sun. The blood moon had risen. Chapter 2. The cataclysm approaches though it was the dead of night. Few among the populace retired early, for the nocturnal revelries brought the greatest joys. Passers-by on the streets gazed skyward at the eerie moon. What? Why has the moon turned so red? I don't know. The news hasn't mentioned any astronomical phenomena. What are we waiting for? Let us capture this moment for social media. I want a close-up with the blood moon. I shall be the first to possess such an image. As conversations about the strange occurrence filled the air, many suddenly collapsed, darkness enveloping their vision. Crash. Just as bystanders rushed to aid the fallen, a series of speeding vehicles collided with one another, some careening directly into buildings. Whoosh. Enormous aircraft plummeted towards the ground like missiles, the subsequent explosions rousing many from their slumber. Bang! Glass shattered instantly from buildings, as if some force had violently burst upon them. It was then that the gravity of the situation dawned upon the onlookers. Their faces reflected panic, terror, and urgency. No other expressions could be discerned. Darling, please, don't scare me. Wake up. As a man shook his wife awake, inhuman roars echoed in the background. Ah! A woman screamed, but her voice was cut short as several convulsing men lunged at her, bringing her crashing to the ground. Blood quickly stained her garments. Her eyes widened in horror as the men feasted upon her flesh. In an instant, similar scenes unfolded across every city. Zombies. They were zombies. A cacophony of whimpers and wails filled the air, a lamentation of countless souls, for among the victims were children. All around, chaos reigned supreme. Lying unconscious in bed, Suke also succumbed to darkness, his body twitching unnaturally, as black hair sprouted from him like maggots. His teeth sharpened to vicious points, and a small horn began to emerge from his forehead. Ah! Suke opened his blood-red eyes, emitting a primal growl. He had lost the ability to articulate, even to think, for he had transformed into a low-tier evil demon, also known as a malevolent sprite. The appearance of this low-tier evil sprite was terrifying, devoid of intellect, and its movements were lethargic. Only upon consuming fresh blood would it regain its lost memories. In his previous life, Suke had been fortunate, residing in a villa stocked with ample fresh beef. Had he been outdoors, he would have likely succumbed to death at the hands of others. Suke moved at a snail's pace, slower even than an ordinary person. With bared fangs, he savored the delectable scents wafting through the air. Though his speed was not impressive, he sensed the delicacies nearby. He craved fresh blood and flesh, seizing a hanging duck and devouring it ravenously. As the succulent duck meat was chewed and swallowed, a wave of comfort surged through him. He yearned for this exquisite sustenance. Suke feasted with remarkable speed, and as he consumed his fifth chicken, his consciousness began to flicker back to life. Without pausing, he continued to tear into the chicken, for he felt the strength it provided him. Half an hour, then an hour, and 2 hours passed as Suke relentlessly consumed more. By the time he devoured his 10th goose, his awareness had fully returned. His insatiable hunger drove him to consume more, for he sought to grow stronger. Now agile and swift, Suke's movements contrasted sharply with his earlier sluggishness. He had achieved the speed of an adult. Curiously, no matter how much he ate, his belly remained unchanged, a testament to his superior nature compared to the zombies. In his quest for power, Suke was unrefined in his consumption. There was no need for decorum, as no one was there to witness him. With a chicken in one hand and a duck in the other, he devoured them at a pace far exceeding that of the zombies outside. The rate at which he absorbed energy satisfied Suke, for it would all convert into his strength. With a mere exertion of force, he could crush the duck's head. As time flowed on, the streets of the cities grew quieter. The cries of the people gradually faded. Instead, the sounds of more wandering zombies filled the void. Those with awakened intellect patrolling their surroundings in search of prey. The higher-functioning zombies darted toward the local fresh markets, only to find them stripped bare. The urban landscape lay in ruins, shadows of zombies haunting every street. The undead had thoroughly claimed Blue Star, leaving only a scant few survivors clinging to life in the shadows. Suke, indifferent to the chaos outside, began to drink blood, while fresh meat granted him strength. It was the blood that nourished his spirit and intellect. Suke belched contentedly, feeling invigorated. He had barely grazed the threshold of an E-rank demon. With only a special breakthrough remaining, gazing at the scattered bones of chickens, ducks, and geese, he waved his hand, and the remnants vanished in an instant. Emerging from the underground storage room, Suke looked up at the blood moon hanging in the western sky. His eyes mirrored its crimson hue, strikingly bright. Entering the reactor warehouse, he waved his right hand, and a massive nuclear reactor materialized. He did not hasten to retrieve the other equipment, but first connected the fuel lines before methodically bringing out the remaining apparatus. Though transformed into a monster, electricity remained paramount. For the next phase involved the crucial task of nurturing humanity. Click! The crisp sound of a button being activated echoed through the chamber. The generator whirred to life, blue arcs of electricity swirling around the fusion chamber. Observing the pre-programmed sequence automatically introducing catalysts into the machinery, Suke watched as it began to operate swiftly. After 11 processes, the display illuminated with the synthesis of starch. A smile crept onto Suke's lips. His monstrous grin appeared unsettling, even grotesque. In contrast to carbon dioxide's transformation into starch, Suke was thoroughly pleased, confident that the humans he nurtured would not devolve into monsters. In this apocalyptic world, many humans, driven by desperation, resorted to consuming mutated plants and animals for sustenance. Initially, it posed no issues, but over time, they would undergo mutations, even becoming hosts to parasitic mutated flora. Click! Suke activated the high-efficiency switch, preserving only the electrical systems necessary for daily life. After all, he had yet to begin nurturing humans. If he continued to waste resources, he would exhaust his compressed fuel within 2 decades. Suke did not return directly to the underground storage room. Instead, he ventured to warehouse number 1, where he stored plasma and essential supplies. Approaching the refrigeration unit, Suke retrieved 10 bags of 500 cubic centimeters special plasma, having procured a total of 500 bags. Gazing at the tantalizing blood, Suke succumbed to madness. For this was the finest sustenance. Aware of its terrifying nature, he could not resist the temptation. Before he even tore open the packaging, his mouth was already sinking into it. So fragrant, so sweet. Gulp, gulp. One bag after another was punctured, the energy surging within him breaking through all boundaries. Chapter 3. The Evolutionary Path of Demon Suke. Suke emitted a heart-wrenching roar as immense energy erupted from within him. His once thick black fur slowly flattened, resembling a layer of soft armor adhering to his form, while the horn on his right forehead continued to grow. Upon feeling the limits of his own prowess being transcended, Suke immediately suppressed the surge of impulse within him. After placing the remaining 2 bags of plasma into the refrigerator, he dashed out without a backward glance. Upon his return to the underground storage room, he deliberately took out a piece of jerky and an apple to chew on. Alas, Suke spat out the jerky, which should have been savory, instead tasting akin to gnawing on tree bark. Gazing at the enticingly red apple, he took a gentle bite, only to find the once sweet and crisp sensation replaced by a nauseating sourness. Disgusted, he expelled the chewed fruit and seized a piece of pork hanging nearby, indulging in it voraciously. Relishing the exquisite richness of the fresh pork's blood, he accelerated his eating pace significantly. This time, his consumption was more than double that of before, as his newly evolved strength and speed had also doubled. However, the amount of meat he consumed was also twice as much, and Suke pondered as he ate. Given his current limited capacity to digest meat, he calculated that after consuming 2 cows and 2 cans of fresh blood, he would likely evolve into a D-level demon, thereby unlocking his lowest special abilities. Once he reached D-level, the consumption would likely increase further. At this moment, Suke had already devoured a pig, and although he felt a sense of saturation, he understood it to be merely a temporary plateau. He knew that surpassing this threshold would allow him to evolve into a D-level demon ahead of schedule. Licking the blood from the corner of his mouth, he seized a jar filled with blood and began to drink it fervently. His power was now nearing D-level, but compared to the formidable human professionals outside, he realized he could only flee, for he was acutely aware that D-level evolvers had already emerged. Suke's intuition proved correct. Although the apocalypse had only begun a day prior, a D-level evolver had already been born in the neighboring city, currently engaged in slaughtering zombies. In contrast to zombies and mutated animals, the evolution of humans and mutated plants was akin to a cheat. If humans could muster the courage to hunt sufficient low-level zombies and consume the soft tissue in their brains, they could ascend to E-level. As for plants, their advantages were immense. Anything decomposed by them would transform into energy and nutrients. Even more terrifying was the fact that these plants could collaborate to hunt zombies and other creatures, with the most famous of them being the Changbai dragon flame grass. Its territory spanned not only a mountain, but also encompassed the surrounding cities. In the Spring City Botanical Garden, there was a peculiar mutated plant that, while not as formidable as the Changbai dragon flame grass, had dominated Spring City for over a year. Suke's consumption continued unabated, while chaos reigned outside. During this early stage of the apocalypse, the internet and communication systems had not yet completely collapsed. Basic radio stations and signal towers were still operational. On one television station, the news anchor's eyes were red, tears streaming down his face, yet he remained at his post. Opposite him sat 2 junior employees. Although the camera was inoperative, the microphone still functioned. An urgent announcement was made. Today, the zombie virus erupted unexpectedly, and humanity faced an unprecedented crisis. Survivors were urged to protect themselves and could seek refuge in emergency shelters within the city. Remember the distress signal, 3 long and 3 short. Meanwhile, on another station, a slender female anchor leaned against the broadcast desk, her makeup having run from tears, yet she continued to report with a microphone in hand. Breaking news. Not only zombies but even pets and plants have mutated. Please avoid crowded urban areas. Various tragedies unfolded mercilessly across different cities. At this moment, Suke could not afford to dwell on anything else. The only path before him was to ravenously consume the flesh and blood available. As he compelled himself to devour more blood and flesh, his second evolution approached swiftly. It was noteworthy that aside from humans and mutated plants, zombies and mutated animals rarely completed 2 evolutions in a single day, yet Suke had achieved it. Now, he had not only shattered his previous constraints, but also exhibited signs of super evolution. When he arrived at warehouse number 1 and grasped the plasma once more, the previous allure had notably diminished, yet he could not entirely resist it, for the earlier evolutions had all demanded this special plasma. One bag after another, Suke bit through the plasma bags, consuming large amounts rapidly, and this time, the required quantity was evidently several times greater than before. As he downed the 49th bag of plasma, a sensation of swelling began to envelop his muscles, and his hair transformed from a flat texture to a soft, thin, yellow, shell-like appearance. The horn on his right forehead showed no reaction, but a 5mm horn appeared on the left. Suke emitted a contented groan as the invisible chains within him snapped, and he had succeeded, transitioning from E-level to D-level. feeling a relentless surge of power within him. He lightly gestured, and a dark magic materialized at his fingertips. The enslavement curse. A cross-shaped magic circle appeared beneath his feet, rotating from left to right. Any D-level creature in proximity would surely fall victim to this spell. As the magical feedback dissipated, satisfaction graced his features. Suke retrieved the weapon he had prepared from the Eternal Hourglass, and as the over 500-pound battle blade struck the ground, it left a significant mark. This weapon had been meticulously crafted following his rebirth, and he had forged 3 sets of battle blades of varying weights. He held great affection for these 3 sets. Until he acquired superior weaponry, they would remain his most formidable instruments of attack. Gripping 2 battle blades weighing over 500 pounds each, he effortlessly lifted them into his hands. It was worth noting that the combined weight of these weapons totaled 540 pounds. A burden impossible for an ordinary person to bear. However, Suke was far from ordinary, and even if someone could wield such weapons, they would struggle to utilize them effectively. The design of the battle blades was unique, curving outward from the central grip, with crescent-shaped edges and protective plates for defense. Although these 6 battle blades did not match the ease of use of Suke's previous life, they sufficed for the challenges ahead in the current environment. Suke swung the battle blades wildly, catching a glimpse of a distant, abandoned iron frame. With a single hand, he flipped and launched himself like an arrow. Bang! The sturdy iron frame shattered into pieces, leaving a shallow pit in the ground. Observing the wreckage with satisfaction, Suke understood that for the foreseeable future, this weapon would accompany him through the trials ahead. He returned the battle blades to the Eternal Hourglass, donned a fresh set of clothing, and made his way to the shower. In contrast to the chaotic cataclysm outside, his habits remained unchanged. After cleansing the grime from his body, Suke stood before the mirror, gazing at his handsome reflection with a peculiar smile. As time progressed, a day swiftly passed, indifferent to the outside world. Suke devoted himself to consuming and honing his unique abilities. At times, he envied zombies for their lack of need for rest. While he required a small amount of sleep, unless he could leap directly to B-level or beyond. Otherwise, he would be ensnared in a cycle of sleep each day. Though Suke had successfully ascended to D-level, evolving into C-level would not be an endeavor completed in mere days. Updates will be slow and steady. Do not rush. Chapter 4. Journey to the city center. Beep beep. At this moment, Suke's phone, placed beside the monitor, rang. Upon checking, he saw that the sender of the message was none other than Su Qian. Su Qian, the campus belle of Spring City University, possesses an innocent and charming demeanor. Embodying a gentle and amiable type, many suitors pursue her, and she is often hailed as a beauty of 3,000 years. Through Zhao He's connections, Su Qian met Suke and was elated to discover he is a wealthy heir. Not only is Suke handsome, but he is also exceedingly affluent, prompting Su Qian to set her sights on him as her new target. In this lifetime, since Suke awakened, he has disregarded her advances. Regardless of how Su Qian tries to entice him, he remains unresponsive, for in his previous life, Suke nearly perished at her hands. The former Suke could be described as foolish. Upon receiving a distress message from Su Qian, he learned she and others were at Zhao He's villa, without a trace of doubt in his mind. Assuming the guise of a monster, Suke dragged his sluggish body through countless terrifying hordes of corpses. As he entered the villa, he was greeted by soft moans. Initially thinking there were other women inside, he was taken aback to find only Su Qian there, leaving him momentarily stunned. Just as he contemplated leaving, Zhao He's lackey, Fan Shu, spotted Suke and the supplies he carried. With courage bolstered, Zhao He and Fan Shu brandished baseball bats and pursued him. Before Suke could explain, he was struck down. Had it not been for the nearby horde of corpses, he might have met his demise. Reflecting on his past life, Suke cautiously opened the message board. Suke, I am sorry for my previous actions. Are you well? The world is filled with zombies, and I am terrified. I worry about you. Are you still alive? Upon reading this, a cold, sinister smile crept onto Suke's lips, his expression enigmatic. Unexpectedly, while the words changed, the underlying scheme remained the same. With a self-deprecating smirk, he promptly responded, I am still alive. On the other side, Su Qian, upon receiving Suke's reply, hurriedly showed it to Zhao He and Fan Shu. Quick, find a way for this wastrel to bring us food. Or to rescue us. Zhao He urged. Do not worry. I believe he will miss me dearly. Su Qian feigned delicacy, yet her fingers danced over the keyboard. That would be splendid. Suke, if you can rescue me from Zhao He's villa, I will immediately agree to marry you. I shall heed your every word henceforth. Suke's smile grew even more peculiar upon reading her message, bordering on terrifying. To him, Su Qian and her companions represented a vital resource for survival. Even if they did not invite him, he would still make his way there, as such living resources were exceedingly rare in the post-apocalyptic world. Zhao He's villa? Are they still alive? Suke inquired, feigning ignorance. They are all dead, transformed into zombies. The ones upstairs are scratching at the door. Su Qian replied. Suke's eyes gleamed with malice, for this scene was all too familiar. Hold on, I will devise a way to rescue you, he typed, his expression menacing. Unbeknownst to Su Qian, who lay in Zhao He's embrace, she was conversing with a monster. Darling, you must come to my rescue. I will be waiting for you. All pristine and lovely, I adore you. After glancing at the message, Suke tossed his phone aside. For him, the outside world was no longer overly perilous. He simply awaited the right moment. Watching the surveillance monitor, he noted the appearance of wandering zombies nearby before stepping out of the underground storage room. Suke assessed the prison's defenses as mediocre. Any zombie of B grade or higher could breach it. However, he would not allow such a situation to arise, as he was a formidable monster himself. Much like a lion safeguarding its territory, Suke leaped over the 8-meter-high wall instead of using the main entrance. When he encountered two wandering zombies, they eagerly sniffed the air, recognizing him as one of their kind, and continued their aimless wandering. Observing their indifference, Suke transmitted a signal to one of the zombies, akin to a form of telepathic communication. In the chaos, early-stage monsters communicated primarily through brainwaves, much like a corpse king commanding its minions to incite a zombie tide. Receiving only a signal of hunger in response, Suke discerned no other useful information. Drawing two heavy blades, he executed a swift cyclone slash, severing the heads of the two zombies. The black, viscous liquid erupted forth as their heads soared into the air. Suke collected the heads, striking them together until the skulls shattered. Carefully extracting two black, soft masses from within, he placed them into a container. Though he had no use for them, they were of great necessity to humanity. Ordinary zombies possess these black masses, while only those of E grade or higher contain crystallized nuclei. As the zombies' levels increased, so too did the quality of their nuclei, explaining why human evolvers sought to hunt them. Conversely, high-level human evolvers became prime targets for zombies. Their flesh and blood capable of elevating a zombie's level and bestowing unexpected abilities. After wandering the vicinity and finding no other zombies, Suke grew disinterested. He had anticipated encountering a few E-grade zombies, but was instead met with two aimless wanderers. For Suke, his desire was merely to capture two E-grade zombies for guarding purposes. The notion of establishing a zombie kingdom, as seen in the future, was beyond his scope. Zombies offered no assistance and consumed too much flesh. While it may appear that zombies are dull-witted, those who have undergone their first evolution are far more cunning than humans. They not only established a kingdom, but also extended their lineage, referred to as the Forgotten. Returning to the underground storage room, Suke indulged in a feast, still unsatisfied despite earlier consumption. In the apocalypse, daytime is always shorter than night. Seated in a prepped cargo truck surrounded by steel bars and constructed of 7-centimeter thick steel plates, Suke activated the engine with a roar. Pressing the remote control, he watched as the prison gates slowly opened and accelerated the truck forward. The vehicle's maximum speed barely reached 70 miles per hour, not due to unsuccessful modifications, but because of its substantial weight. Once he exited the prison gates, he pressed the remote again, ensuring the gate sealed securely before confidently heading toward the city. Suke was not merely on a mission to rescue Su Qian and her companions. He drove this massive vehicle to save more human survivors. For his plan to cultivate humanity was about to commence. On the road, abandoned vehicles littered the surroundings as Suke maneuvered the truck to clear the path ahead. Were it not for the truck's large plow, he might not have reached the city. The noise generated by the truck attracted nearby zombies. Yet Suke paid them no mind, his focus solely on clearing the route. Chapter 5. The Ruthless Suke. Upon finally reaching the city, the truck was overrun by zombies. Their incessant scratching and pounding coupled with the engine's roar became a source of frustration, even hindering his speed. Damn it, he muttered. Bored and aimless, one would think that with the abundance of fresh supermarkets, they would seek sustenance rather than chase after a mere sound. What a collection of lunatics. Suke flung open the car door and dashed out, initially wishing to remain inconspicuous. Yet this mindless horde of zombies compelled him otherwise. With a furious roar directed at the encroaching zombies, his formidable presence and mental disturbance caused them to freeze momentarily. Within seconds, they began to disperse. Even the zombies clinging to the truck leapt down as if cast from a pot. The few zombies regaining some awareness prostrated themselves on the ground, akin to subjects bowing before their sovereign. The anguished howls emitted by these creatures represented a unique form of brainwave communication among monsters, a display of mental dominance from the superior to the inferior. Although many of the zombies lacked consciousness, the overwhelming pressure instilled fear within them. Suke spat in disdain, started the truck, and drove off. Shortly thereafter, two well-groomed zombies appeared at the street's edge, acknowledging his strength and instinctively deciding to follow him. Aware that such a powerful predator was likely to yield bountiful rewards, Suke had shouted countless times along his route, and at every intersection, a throng of zombies would gather, reminiscent of traffic lights in a post-apocalyptic world. Damn it, if I had known it would be like this, I would have waited longer to leave, he lamented, realizing that had he been aware of the city's current state, he would have never ventured out. But now that he was in, he could only press onward, hoping that his efforts that night would not be in vain. After a brief moment of complaint, he donned a hat he had prepared earlier, ensuring everything was in order before leaping from the vehicle. The truck had come to a halt in a residential area, and as the zombies began to converge on it, Suke decisively drew his blade. The silver glimmer of his weapon under the blood moon resembled shooting stars, and not a single zombie that fell beneath its edge survived. Suke felt a sense of resignation towards these mindless creatures. After all, they obstructed his plans. After more than 20 minutes, the gathered zombies lay slain, their heads piled high. Observing a few stragglers still wandering in the vicinity, Suke emitted another roar, shattering the glass of the first and second floors of the opposite building as if struck by an unseen force. The zombies, hearing his bellow, tilted their heads in confusion before making a collective decision to vacate the premises. Unbeknownst to Suke, the distant zombies regaining their senses turned toward the source of the sound. Though they feared the powerful being that produced it, they understood that following him would likely lead to fleshly rewards. As they emerged from the corridors, Suke readied a loudspeaker. To all human survivors listening, if you wish to survive this apocalypse, descend quickly. Should there be zombies in the corridor, signal for help from your balcony. Those who deceive me will find themselves as fodder for the undead. Having recorded his message, he affixed the loudspeaker to the truck. In one of the rooms, a cautious, rotund man poked his head out the window. Upon spotting the massive truck parked below, he fixed his gaze on Suke beside it. Meanwhile, the other survivors had no time for observation. Upon hearing of potential rescue, they rushed out of their homes, desperate to escape their grim fate. Suke guided the cautious survivors as they emerged from the building. Quickly, one after another, he urged beside the container. Outside, over 20 level zombies had gathered, drawn in by his earlier roar. Should we enter or remain outside? A female zombie inquired, surveying her companions. Let us go in, at least we might snatch some leftovers. Another zombie wielding a fire axe suggested. Hesitation rippled among the group, not due to a lack of desire to enter, but from fear of being dispatched by whatever lay within. To think we've become zombies and still act so cowardly, scoffed the axe-wielding zombie, leading the charge into the complex. As Suke continued to direct the survivors, he caught sight of several uninvited guests slowly approaching from outside the community. Hurry inside. Zombies are coming, he shouted at the humans still tentatively approaching the truck. Instead of hastening, they fled back to the corridors in panic. Damn it, Suke cursed, disregarding the humans and closing the container, intent on dealing with the incoming zombies. The lead zombie, clutching the fire axe, emitted a low growl to alert the strong presence within. No need to roar. I've already heard you. Suke stepped forth, observing the 8 zombies approaching him, his blade shimmering ominously under the blood moon. Esteemed one, might you spare us some scraps? The axe-bearing zombie inquired. Absolutely not, Suke curtly replied. It is ill-advised to hoard food. You have 5 seconds to vanish from my sight. He cast a disdainful glance at the zombies. With so many evolved zombies in our midst, do you think we fear you? If you are wise, you will share. Before the axe-wielding zombie could finish, a flash of red light interrupted. The sound of gushing black liquid accompanied the severed head that soared into the air. The surrounding 7 zombies stood dumbfounded, realizing the formidable strength of their adversary, yet never anticipating it to be this overwhelming. Suke's blade gleamed brilliantly, seemingly forged for the hunt. Is there anyone else who wishes to try? Suke's icy gaze swept over the E-level zombies, as if surveying mere insects. Esteemed one, please leave us some leftovers. We are willing to serve as your underlings, one of the zombies, wearing a hat, pleaded, though his stance suggested readiness to flee. Suke offered no response, instead grinning menacingly. These creatures were brazen to ask him for humans. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, human survivors were Suke's most valuable resource, as their strength grew. So would his own, potentially allowing him to reopen the forbidden gates to obtain untold power. As Suke prepared to strike, the hat-wearing zombie retreated a couple of steps, suggesting, let us take him down, the humans inside will be ours. Despite their fear of Suke, their desire for sustenance outweighed it. Before these zombies could fully contemplate their options, they were struck by a wave of mental suppression, rendering their minds as if they had crashed. In an instant, the heads of the 7 zombies rolled away, akin to caramel-coated blood gourds. Suke seized one of the severed heads, easily twisting it apart. Thick, black blood splattered to the ground, reeking of decay. How small! It's even smaller than a mutant beast's core. Suke lamented as he held up a crystal no larger than a peanut. Should any outside zombies witness this scene, they would undoubtedly flee in terror. For Suke not only slain their kin, but was also extracting their cores. Do not mistake the protagonist for a saint. I have never portrayed characters in a post-apocalyptic narrative as such. Chapter 6. The unfortunate fat man. Suke's movements were swift and efficient. Having collected the cores from the zombies, he returned to the front of the truck. Though there had been minor interruptions, they did not hinder his mission to rescue the survivors. As Suke returned to the front of the truck, a stout figure leaned out of a window, shouting, "Don't believe him. This guy is in cahoots with those zombies." The moment these words were uttered, the survivors who had just stepped out of the hallway froze in their tracks. Suke squinted, acknowledging that he was indeed a monster. But he could never be allied with the undead. Just as he was about to defend himself, a mother and daughter duo hurriedly approached the container at the entrance of the community. He is not with the zombies. If it weren't for him, those creatures would have gotten in, the woman explained urgently. Suke glanced at her, nodded slightly, and opened the container to let them inside. Hurry. If you want to leave this place, get in quickly. Those who choose to stay will become zombie fodder. Suke shouted. Upon hearing this, the previously hesitant survivors rushed down the stairs towards the container truck. What fools. Just wait to be zombie chow. The stout man bellowed from above. Shut your mouth. If you keep talking, I might just suggest you become their meal. Suke retorted angrily. He had come to save the survivors. Yet here he was being accused of being one of the undead. You're just a monster. Others may not see it, but you can't deceive my eyes. The stout man shouted defiantly. Suke stared blankly at the stout man above. The very reason he had chosen to save the survivors at night was to avoid detection by those who could see through him. To his surprise, the stout man's gaze was remarkably perceptive. Are you a gifted E-level evolutionist? Suke asked playfully, while already extending his mental power. Although his mental coverage was only about 20 meters, it could stretch to 50 meters in a straight line. Absolutely. I possess keen insight. You are indeed one of them. The stout man replied proudly. Just as he finished speaking, his expression abruptly froze, as if his brain had been struck by a hammer. Seeing the stout man incapacitated, Suke climbed the railing like a monkey, swiftly ascending to the 5th floor. His speed in climbing surpassed that of rock climbers. Before the stout man could recover from the mental shock, Suke was already before him. You, the stout man gasped in shock. But the words he intended to shout were swallowed back down. Suke's eyes widened, crimson like a blood moon, as a dark cross-shaped curse materialized behind him. You are my servant. You have forgotten your past and are willing to pledge your loyalty to me. The sinister words echoed around the stout man, who now appeared utterly bewildered, even forgetting his own name. I am your servant. Please, master, give me your orders, the stout man stammered. Now, go downstairs and help me organize the survivors. After confirming the stout man's vacant gaze, Suke stepped back onto the railing and returned to the front of the truck. 15 minutes later, the survivors in the community were mostly seated inside the container. Suke surveyed the number and felt somewhat dissatisfied. In such a large community, there were only 36 survivors. Get in the truck, Suke called out to the dazed stout man. Once the stout man climbed aboard, Suke decisively started the truck and drove towards other nearby communities. As Suke's truck appeared at the community entrance, over a dozen E-level zombies froze in astonishment. It was their first time seeing one of their kind operating such a large vehicle. For these E-level zombies, although they had regained some intelligence and memories, their overall reflexes were still far inferior to normal humans. Before the E-level zombies could react, Suke charged straight at them, indifferent to the ordinary zombies. But E-level zombies were different. Each of their crystal cores could forge a human evolutionist. Roar! 4 E-level zombies howled in anger, narrowly evading the impact as they sprinted towards the container, drawn by the unmistakable scent of living humans. Screeching to a halt, Suke glanced at the sluggish stout man and snapped his fingers. Pop! The moment the sound resonated, the stout man's bewildered expression sharpened into clarity. If you don't want to die, stay in the truck, Suke commanded, leaping out of the vehicle. Huh. The stout man was bewildered, but as he surveyed his surroundings, he was left dumbfounded. Hadn't he been hiding upstairs? The moment he tried to recall, he found himself in a stupor, as that memory remained blank. Suke had no time to attend to the stout man in the truck. He now had to deal with the E-level zombies. Roar! 2 E-level zombies clawed at the steel plating, but fortunately, the container was specially designed. Had it been made of ordinary metal, those creatures would have torn it apart in no time. Hey, over here! Suke called out, and 2 gleaming blades appeared in his hands. The 2 E-level zombies obediently turned to Suke, only to have their heads severed in an instant. Witnessing their kin being easily dispatched, the few zombies positioned to the left of the container erupted in furious roars. Kill me? With just you? Suke discerned their thoughts and smirked disdainfully, charging towards the 4 zombies. With a swift slice, Suke's blades cut through the air like a hot knife through butter, cleaving the last 2 zombies in half. The 4 zombies that had been clawing at the container ceased their futile attempts and leapt to the other side. The 3 zombies on the opposite side, unaware of the situation, heard one of their kind land and emit a low growl. Run? Is it that easy? Suke's smile turned ferocious as he circled to the opposite side of the truck. Seeing 7 zombies desperately flee, Suke pursued relentlessly. He knew this was the last opportunity to hunt E-level zombies. If he waited another year, it would be rare to find even D-level ones. Roar! 1 zombie, while running, howled back in confusion, completely oblivious to Suke's intentions. Why must they fight amongst themselves? Hearing the howl mixed with brainwave signals, Suke quickened his pace. Sensing the approaching presence behind him, 1 zombie hastily shoved 2 of its companions aside in a desperate bid for survival. Unbeknownst to this zombie, this act would seal its fate. The heavy blade, resembling a crescent moon, soared through the air toward the fleeing zombie. Swish! The silver-red blade cleaved through the zombie's body, and before it could comprehend, its upper half was splattered with black blood. Thud! The blade landed heavily. As Suke passed 2 down zombies, he swiftly severed one's head with his left-hand blade before rushing towards the fallen weapon. This fluid sequence of movements surpassed the comprehension of the zombies. Thump! As Suke caught up with the 4 E-level zombies, 2 of them knelt on the ground, letting out desperate growls of submission. You 2 are wise. I will not kill you, Suke declared, then soared above the 2 zombies' heads like a great bird. Swish! 2 silver arcs pierced through the bodies of the fleeing zombies. Suke panted heavily. Although the pursuit lasted less than 2 minutes, it was the most exhausting one he had experienced. Swish! Suke crushed the heads of the 2 zombies, extracting their crystal cores. You 2, go fetch the 3 heads over there, Suke instructed the kneeling zombies. Though perplexed, the 2 zombies dared not ask questions and complied obediently. Chapter 7. Cruelty and the continuation of rescue. When Suke returned to the truck with the 2 zombies, the stout man inside was trembling in fear, fully aware that Suke was no longer human. Climb onto the container, both of you, should you dare to damage it. I will claim your brains, Suke declared, before leaping into the truck. The 2 zombies exchanged a glance, filled with reluctance, but they complied, for they had no desire to face death a second time. Through the rearview mirror, Suke observed the 2 zombies gripping the steel railing as he revved the truck's engine. Which nearby community has the most people? He inquired, turning to the plump companion. What do you intend to do? The plump one asked, summoning courage. Rescue them, Suke replied, exasperated, thinking the plump one rather dim. If he intended to feast on humans, he would have acted long ago without wasting time. You are not human, your words, before the plump one could finish. Suke abruptly slammed the brakes, fixing his gaze on him. The plump one was taken aback, suddenly recalling how he had forgotten. Just as he began to ponder his lost memories, his expression turned hazy once more. Where is the community with the most people? Suke asked again, starting the truck. Jinghua Garden, the plump one responded, his eyes still clouded. Suke opened the navigation system, magnifying the map to see Jinghua Garden on the left, and he promptly turned the vehicle around to head there. Upon arrival, the number of zombies far exceeded those in the previous community. Suke exited the truck and let out a furious roar at the ordinary zombies. As most zombies began moving towards the exit of the community, Suke gestured to the two zombies on the container. You two, guard the entrance. If you dare to flee, he threatened, swinging his weapon horizontally. Bang! The nearby elderly exercise equipment split in two. We promise not to escape. One zombie in a gray checkered shirt declared. Yes, we won't run away. The other in casual attire echoed. Suke nodded in satisfaction, casually producing two fresh pig legs. Here, each of you take one and ensure the entrance is well guarded. The sight of the fresh pig legs was irresistible, and upon hearing Suke's command, the two E-grade zombies immediately seized the legs and began to devour them. Observing them squat down to feast, Suke felt he had made a grave mistake. Go eat by the entrance. He kicked the two zombies. They finally reacted, clutching the pig legs and scurrying towards the community's entrance. Suke opened the truck door and addressed the dazed plump one. You are responsible for guiding the survivors. Yes, master, the plump one nodded, woodenly stepping out of the vehicle. Suke produced a loudspeaker and began broadcasting. To all human survivors. If you wish to survive in this apocalypse, come down quickly. If there are zombies in the stairwell, please call for help from your balcony. Anyone who deceives me. I do not recommend feeding the zombies. As Suke roared, some survivors noticed him, and moments later, heads began to poke out of windows. Hey, are you government personnel? A middle-aged man on the second floor inquired. Suke ignored him. It wasn't that he didn't want to respond, but rather that the question itself was a death sentence. From his previous life, he recalled that the government had indeed organized rescue efforts, but unfortunately, their grand plans met a swift demise. Overwhelmed by a horde of zombies in less than 6 days, the so-called government shelters were even more ludicrous. Before many survivors could gather, they were surrounded by zombies, with only a handful of evolved humans escaping. Hey, young man, are you deaf? I'm asking you. The middle-aged man pressed, growing impatient. This is a personal endeavor. If you wish to wait for the government, then continue to stay inside. Suke replied curtly. When will the government come to rescue us? Do you know? The middle-aged man persisted. Ugh, are you annoying or what? Suke snapped, agitated by such incessant questioning. Hey, I'm just asking. No need to get angry, you jerk. The middle-aged man retorted. Suke narrowed his eyes, a cruel expression crossing his face. While he needed the strength of evolved humans, he had no use for someone like this. He surmised that even if he transformed this man into an evolved being, he would never contribute his strength and might even incite others against him. Suke's thoughts were shaped by experiences from his previous life, where he encountered several individuals of this ilk in his camp. After scanning the surrounding survivors emerging from the stairwell and ensuring the entrance was secure, he charged into the middle-aged man's building. Upon reaching the second floor, he brandished his weapon and began to dismantle the man's security door. Bang, bang. In mere moments, the door was obliterated. Are you trying to get yourself killed? The middle-aged man shouted, wielding a kitchen knife at Quebec. Suke remained silent, advancing with a menacing aura. Seeing Suke's lack of response, the middle-aged man swung the knife at him. Bang, bang. Before the knife could land, Suke landed 2 punches, one to the man's abdomen and another to his head. The middle-aged man staggered, utterly bewildered, unable to fathom the young man's strength. Curse you. The middle-aged man spat. Yes, keep cursing. Don't stop. Suke grinned wickedly, picking up a sheet from the sofa and advancing towards him. What are you doing? The middle-aged man struggled as Suke pinned him down. Ignoring him, Suke stepped on the man's back, tearing the sheet to bind him. Let me go? You little brat. The man screamed, furious. Suke surveyed his handiwork with satisfaction. The middle-aged man was now tightly bound, cursing Suke incessantly, though internally he was panicking. Keep cursing. Soon, when we leave, the zombies will return, and without windows or doors, how long do you think you can survive? Suke taunted, turning to pick up the kitchen knife and heading outside. Hearing Suke's words, the middle-aged man quickly pleaded, I'm sorry. I apologize. Please let me go. Suke had no intention of indulging him. He bore no responsibility to coddle such individuals, having learned valuable lessons from his past life. Master. A total of 128 people, the plump one reported respectfully. Suke nodded in satisfaction, yet his gaze drifted to other floors, realizing many survivors still remained upstairs. Forget it, let us get in the vehicle, he said, patting the plump one's shoulder before shutting the container door. Suke understood the survivors' mindset. First, their distrust of his rescue attempt. Second, their hope for government intervention. As the truck began to move, he leaned out of the window at the community entrance, calling, "Get in, we're heading to the next community." The two zombies obediently climbed the protective netting of the container, ascending to its top. Though Suke felt a modicum of satisfaction at having rescued over 200 survivors, it was still insufficient, as the custom container could accommodate at least 300. Which other community has a large population? Suke inquired of the plump one. Master, Tianhong Building. The plump one answered. Suke paused, his expression peculiar. He did not doubt the plump one's words, but rather that this place was not a community at all. It was an office building. Chapter 8. Degrade bone iron zombies and brain zombies. As Suke drove the truck onto the street, a massive horde of zombies filled the Linha Avenue. Suke furrowed his brow. He had no doubt about the gathering of zombies, but it was only the second day of the apocalypse, making such a congregation highly improbable unless someone was orchestrating these low-intelligence creatures from behind the scenes. Suke stepped down from the vehicle, gazing at the ever-growing horde of zombies ahead. He promptly closed his eyes, releasing his mental perception. Although this ability was inferior to the zombie's sensory perception, it was less taxing and allowed for directional control. His presence did not attract the attention of the zombies, as their scents were nearly indistinguishable, with differentiation only occurring at the B level. As Suke expanded his perception around the zombie horde, a D-level zombie on a nearby mall rooftop sensed him too. In an instant, the mental forces of the two entities collided, leaving Suke astounded, as he had not expected to encounter a D-level zombie at this early stage. How could this be possible? Suke was shocked. In his previous life, D-level zombies only emerged on the 10th day of the apocalypse in Spring City. How could one appear on the second day? Not only Suke was taken aback, the D-level zombie atop the mall was equally surprised. He had gained his D-level status due to a fortuitous encounter with an injured human evolutionist while hiding in a meat processing plant, and now, upon entering the city to gather a horde, he found himself facing an equal. Roar. The D-level zombie on the mall let out a fierce cry, sending out waves of energy. How about we dominate Spring City together? Upon sensing this invitation, a smile crept across Suke's face. He had intended to approach this creature, yet it had extended an invitation instead. Roar. Suke echoed with a roar, unleashing a wave of energy that rivaled the previous one. I have delectable food here. Let us sit down and converse. The mention of delicious food piqued the interest of the D-level zombie, who had been pondering how to procure sustenance. To his surprise, this fellow zombie had delivered it right to him. In less than 10 minutes, a robust D-level zombie stood before Quebec. After sniffing Suke's scent, a sinister grin spread across his face, for he could sense that Suke was indeed one of his kind. Brother, where's the delicacy? The muscular zombie inquired. Human evolutionist. Suke pointed towards the truck behind him. Upon hearing this, the muscular zombie salivated profusely, fully aware of how delectable evolutionists were. His ascension to D-level had indeed been a stroke of luck. Brother, you are truly my right-hand man. Stick with me, and I promise you 9 meals a day. The muscular zombie boasted, already moving towards the truck. Suke remained silent, following closely behind the muscular zombie. Although they were of the same rank, he possessed a weapon. Just as the muscular zombie approached the truck, he suddenly halted, astonished. Why are there so many human scents? The container was teeming with human survivors. As Suke spoke, he already gripped his twin blades in hand. Little brother, you are remarkable. I never expected you to capture so many living beings. The muscular zombie wore a satisfied smile, but as he turned to compliment Suke further, a flash of red and silver light surged through the air. Thud. With a powerful strike, Suke's blade sliced open the muscular zombie's body. Realizing that he had not cleaved through entirely, Suke swung his left blade while pressing down with his right, executing a swift maneuver. Thud. Another strike fell, yet it still did not sever the muscular zombie's body, leaving Suke quite startled. You little brat, are you seeking death? The muscular zombie quickly understood the situation after being ambushed by Quebec. Determined not to grant the zombie any opportunity to retaliate, Suke spun his blades and aimed for the muscular zombie's head. Clang. As the blades met the muscular zombie's skull, A resonating sound echoed, leaving the zombie dazed. However, he did not relinquish his cleaver and lunged towards Suke with a stab. Thud. Thick, black blood began to seep from Suke's abdomen. You shall perish, the muscular zombie declared as he attempted a horizontal slash. Suke, caught off guard, had not anticipated facing a bone-steel zombie in his first battle. Suke quickly retreated, denying the muscular zombie the chance to strike. As the cleaver pulled away, Suke swung his blade directly at the muscular zombie's thigh. Thud. The blade sliced through as if cutting through tofu, severing both of the zombie's legs. You little beast. The muscular zombie collapsed to the ground, unable to support himself. You brought this upon yourself, Suke proclaimed, delivering a downward strike aimed at the muscular zombie's arms. Thud. In an instant, the muscular zombie's limbs were severed. But this was not the end. For a bone-steel zombie, the head and ribcage were undoubtedly the most resilient areas, and Suke's 200-pound blade could not penetrate its bones. We are of the same kind. You should not kill me, the muscular zombie shouted in anger. Suke disregarded these pleas, sheathing his twin blades and drawing forth a heavier weapon. This blade was entirely black, a clear indication that it was forged from extraordinary materials. Weighing twice as much as his previous blades, Suke took a deep breath, gripping the weapon tightly as he aimed for the muscular zombie's head. No, I am willing to submit to you. You can be the elder brother, please. Thud. Before the muscular zombie could finish his plea, his head was severed from his body. Suke exhaled, picking up the severed head as he made his way toward the gathering horde of zombies. Observing nearly 2,000 zombies, he took a deep breath. Roar. Suke unleashed a furious roar, a wave of mental energy sweeping through the zombies. The overwhelming pressure and roar caused the zombies to scatter, those who had intended to join the horde quickly retracing their steps. As Suke prepared to return to the vehicle and head toward the Tianhong building, his peripheral vision caught sight of 2 zombies in the distance. More precisely, these 2 zombies had been observing him intently. Will you approach, or shall I come to you? Suke called out loudly. You rescue humans with the intent to farm them? The lanky zombie disregarded Suke's question, instead voicing its inner curiosity. Suke narrowed his eyes, and as he slowly approached the 2 zombies, they instantly understood the gravity of the situation. Run, the lanky zombie exclaimed, turning to flee into the dark alley. The smaller zombie beside him moved even faster, retreating as Suke advanced. By the time Suke reached the alley, the 2 zombies had vanished without a trace, leaving no scent behind. Quite impressive, 2 brain zombies. Suke glanced at the alley before turning back toward the truck. For he was not primarily there to hunt zombies that night. As Suke started the truck, the 2 fleeing zombies reappeared at another alley entrance. They were not foolish. Looks like the tactic of drawing the tiger away from the mountain didn't work. Indeed, what a pity about all that food. Never mind. There are plenty of resources at the Jinghua Garden community. The 2 zombies exchanged glances, revealing bloodthirsty smiles. Chapter 9 Mercy. Upon arriving at the Tianhong building, Suke remained unaware of the intentions of the 2 brain zombies. Even if he did know, he could not return to rescue the human survivors, as the brain zombies were far too cunning. If he attempted to rescue them one by one, he would likely doom all those in the truck. There are indeed various types of zombies. Once they reach a level, they evolve into different forms. Bone steel and agile zombies are the most common, while psychic and brain zombies are relatively rare, with the most elusive being the spirit zombies. The existence of spiritual corpses undoubtedly heralds a catastrophe. Should these entities grow to an A-class level or beyond, it would signify the emergence of a realm dominated by the undead. Within such a realm, one would find hundreds of corpse kings, thousands of mutated zombies and brain corpses, with the total number of lesser zombies reaching into the millions. The most infamous battle against a horde of zombies in the previous lifetime was the Battle of Waga Fortress, where tens of thousands of human professional evolvers were mercilessly engulfed by a tide of over 1 million corpses, erasing any semblance of civilization in a single night. Nevertheless, humanity has established numerous formidable doomsday fortresses, capable not only of withstanding the onslaught of 1 million zombies, but also compelling them to sign peace treaties. Standing at the foot of the Tianhong building, Suke gazed up at the towering 60-story structure, a wry smile creeping across his face. Although he was aware that many survivors might be inside, the prospect of a rescue seemed utterly futile unless he could find a few reliable companions. Suke certainly did not trust the 2 E-class zombies sprawled on the vehicle. As he pondered how to utilize a loudspeaker, An ingenious idea struck him. Since he could not enter, he would send these two E-class zombies inside to clear out the zombies on the upper floors. You two, come down. Suke gestured to the two E-class zombies. Upon hearing his command, the zombies eagerly leaped from the container, believing that guarding the entrance was an ideal task for them. Ascend to the top floor and drive out every zombie you encounter, Suke instructed, pointing at the Tianhong building. Huh. The two zombies looked bewildered, completely unaware of Suke's intentions. If you do well, I will reward you with live chickens, Suke added. At the mention of live chickens, the two zombies' dull eyes widened. Although they did not comprehend Suke's plan, the promise of food rendered everything agreeable. Do you understand? Suke inquired. Understood. The two zombies nodded vigorously. Even if they did not fully grasp the situation, the allure of food was overwhelmingly enticing. Observing their eager state, Suke felt a twinge of skepticism, suspecting that this plan might be unreliable, yet he had no other options, as he was currently without any allies. All right, you two, go ahead. Drive out every zombie, he reiterated. As he watched the two zombies enter the Tianhong building, Suke let out a shout. Though the range of his voice only reached about 20 floors, it would at least save some time. As moments passed, zombies began to emerge from the building, but the two E-class zombies remained absent. Suke grew increasingly perplexed. Logically, those two should have reappeared by now. Yet an hour ticked by without any sign of them. Just as Suke's patience began to wane, three indistinct figures gradually emerged from the Tianhong building, led by a female mutant. Mutants exist in a state between human and corpse, fortunate souls amidst the calamity, as they can survive among zombies yet remain undetected by humans. What is happening? Suke felt bewildered, unable to comprehend the unfolding scene. I'm listening to you, please don't eat me, the female mutant implored. What is your name? Suke urgently asked. It is worth noting that in the previous lifetime, mutants were considered formidable beings, for once they matured, they could become warriors of unparalleled might. My name is Xie Xinshin, please do not consume me, she replied. Suke furrowed his brow, having never heard this name before, not even among the listed surnames. Rest assured, no one will harm you. From now on, follow me, and I will ensure your survival in this apocalypse, Suke assured her with an enigmatic smile. Huh. Xie Xinshin appeared utterly perplexed, unable to grasp the current situation. Suke, disinterested in explanations, picked up the loudspeaker and began broadcasting instructions. You two, guard the side door, he directed, pointing at the entrance. Understood. The two zombies nodded and proceeded towards the door. Xie Xinshin, listening to the loudspeaker and glancing at the obedient zombies, felt that the entire scenario seemed surreal. Suke paid no heed to Xie Xinshin's dazed expression, while he was pleased with her presence. His priority remained the rescue of human survivors. Hey, fatty, it's time to get to work. Suke rapped on the vehicle door. Xie Xinshin turned to the massive container truck, suddenly realizing the gravity of the situation and hurriedly moved to assist the fatty. When Fatty opened the container doors, Xie Xinshin was left speechless, for there were already numerous humans inside. Did you save all these people? She curiously asked Suquebec. Indeed. Suke nodded and leaped onto the container, feeling that the night had been unexpectedly smooth, as not a single mutated beast had appeared, nor had he encountered mutated plants. Unbeknownst to Suke, however, mutated animals and plants were currently wreaking havoc in the southern district, particularly in the botanical and zoological gardens. Truly a hellish battleground. Inside the container, every individual huddled closely together, their spirits taut with tension, uncertain of what Suke had planned for them. After half an hour, survivors from the Tianhong building began to trickle out. Seeing over 200 survivors emerge, Suke was left dumbfounded. He had anticipated far fewer than this. Do not crowd. Enter one at a time, Xie Xinshin called out urgently. Just as her words fell, a man exclaimed, Xie Xinshin, you Haven T turned into a zombie. At his words, chaos erupted among the crowd, and even those near Xie Xinshin instinctively stepped back. I don't know what happened, Xie Xinshin stammered, lowering her head in fear of revealing her anomaly. Time is of the essence. This container can hold a maximum of 300 people. Suke shouted downwards. Hearing this, some individuals hurriedly squeezed into the container, while many others curiously gazed up at Suquebec. Who are you? The man who had spoken earlier demanded. I am the one here to rescue you, Suke replied, jumping down from the container and approaching the man. As Suke advanced, the man grew fearful, slowly retreating. What do you want? He asked warily. You are not welcome here. Leave. Suke stated coolly. Why should I? You claim to be here to save us. Yet you want to drive me away? Was my suspicion earlier unfounded? The man argued irrationally. Suke disregarded the man, drawing his blade and letting it slip from his grip. Boom. The marble floor shattered instantly, causing the man to retreat in terror. 2 minutes remaining. We will evacuate in 2 minutes. Suke gripped his weapon tightly and turned to the crowd. Upon hearing there were only 2 minutes left, people surged forward frantically, fearing they would be left behind. Do not crowd. There is no space inside. Ah, my foot. The cries of the overcrowded individuals echoed, but Suke paid no mind. Instead, approaching Xieshinshin. You will sit at the front, he instructed, decisively pushing open the container doors. Chapter 10. Suke's persuasion, truly compassionate. Suke's actions left the dozens of individuals outside dumbfounded, as they had yet to enter. Brother, please, let me in, pleaded a man in a suit, clutching Suke's arm. Yes, we haven't made it inside yet. Another young woman chimed in. Approaching Su Quebec, ignoring their pleas, Suke remained indifferent. The time he allotted was theirs to manage, and whether they could enter was of no concern to him. In fact, he feared for the lives of those already inside, as the container had become tightly packed with over 350 individuals. If any danger were to arise, his efforts would be in vain. With a resounding clang, the container door was firmly shut. If you wish to survive, seek out a functioning vehicle. If that proves impossible, return to the building and take cover, Suke advised, gesturing for the portly man and Xieshinshin to enter the vehicle. Brother, will you return? Inquired the man in the suit. If time permits, I shall return. Though I urge you not to harbor excessive hope, Suke replied candidly. Upon hearing his words, those nearby swiftly comprehended the gravity of the situation and dashed towards the surrounding cars. Suke shook his head, convinced that hiding within the building was the safest option, for the streets were swarming with zombies. If they followed him, the likelihood of survival would be exceedingly slim. Moreover, considering the current weight of the vehicle, achieving a speed of 40 miles per hour would be a considerable feat. As Suke ignited the engine of the truck, plumes of black smoke billowed from the exhaust. Ah, as expected, he muttered, glancing at the dashboard, feeling exasperated. At this rate, it would be well past 2 in the morning before they returned to Shishan prison. With the truck slowly rumbling to life, several ordinary vehicles trailed behind, one of which was driven by the man Suke had previously dismissed. Just as Suke's truck exited the gate, 2 zombies lunged onto the vehicle, startling the survivors who had just begun their journey. Should we follow or not? A young man in a white SUV asked his companion. Follow. The companion gritted his teeth in response. These individuals were driven by a sense of desperation. Uncertain of what lay ahead, compelled to follow Suke's vehicle out of sheer necessity. On Riverside Avenue, the previously amassed horde of zombies had vanished, leaving only a few stragglers wandering aimlessly. Upon hearing the truck's thunderous roar, the remaining zombies curiously lifted their heads, yet none dared to approach, as if they were apprehensive of something. Xieshinshin, witnessing this scene, felt a wave of astonishment. Given her understanding of zombie behavior, they should have charged forward. What was occurring? Through the rearview mirror, Suke glanced at the vehicles following behind and let out a roar, though not particularly loud. The sound waves accurately resonated above the container. Xieshinshin widened her eyes, regarding Suke with incredulity, as if to question whether he was, in fact, a zombie. Upon receiving the command, the 2 zombies atop the container began to howl, seemingly conveying a signal. Unable to suppress her curiosity, Xieshinshin boldly queried Suke. Are you half human, half zombie? I am not a zombie, but I share similarities with you, Suke replied, keeping his gaze fixed on the road ahead. Before Xieshinshin could continue her inquiries, Suke removed his hat and snapped his fingers. At that moment, the portly man's dazed expression regained clarity. When he noticed the presence of an unusual woman beside him, his face contorted in shock. You are all monsters, he exclaimed, leaning back in exaggerated fear, genuinely concerned for his safety. What has happened to him? Xieshinshin asked Suke, her curiosity piqued. I have enslaved him, Suke explained nonchalantly, then turned his attention to a nearby approaching zombie. The portly man and Xieshinshin exchanged bewildered glances, slowly grasping the absurdity of their situation. After all, the apocalypse had indeed arrived, and the existence of peculiar entities was entirely plausible. Suke was somewhat surprised. He had anticipated the need for further explanation, yet it appeared unnecessary. Do you eat humans? The portly man cautiously inquired. I do not, Suke replied succinctly. What exactly are you? The portly man pressed on. God, Suke declared, accelerating past the gathered zombies. Listening to the sound of crunching bones, Xiaxinshin and the portly man felt a chill run down their spines. Though the creatures before them were no longer human, the brutality of the act was still jarring. You are a god. Can you change all of this? Xiaxinshin redirected her inquiry towards Su Quebec. I cannot, for I have yet to fully mature. Su Ke responded directly, then opened the truck door and unleashed another roar. At the sound of Su Ke's bellow, the portly man trembled. While ordinary individuals may not sense the power behind it, he certainly did. Where are you taking these survivors? Xiaxinshin asked with concern. To the doomsday fortress I constructed in advance. Su Ke answered as he closed the truck door. You knew the apocalypse was coming? The portly man exclaimed, astonished. Although he had no idea what the doomsday fortress entailed, he could discern that Su Ke was an immensely powerful being, perhaps even more terrifying than the zombies themselves. I am a god. I can foresee all, and while I may not alter much, I can ensure humanity's survival amidst the calamity. Su Ke's words, though casually spoken, left Xiaxinshin and the portly man in a state of shock, their perceptions entirely upended, rendering them at a loss for words. From now on, the two of you will be responsible for the survivors. Should any issues arise, inform me immediately, Su Ke continued. We are responsible for them. Xiaxinshin and the portly man exchanged confused glances, utterly perplexed by Su Ke's intentions. We lack resources, and surviving ourselves is already a challenge. Xiaxinshin admitted, her head bowed in embarrassment. Do not fret about food or supplies. I have long since prepared for such necessities. You need only manage them. Su Ke explained. However, just as the portly man was about to voice another question, a red Kian sped towards them, two zombies clinging to its exterior. The driver of the Kian frantically honked the horn, signaling Su Ke for assistance. Su Ke, however, ignored the plea as if it had not registered, accelerating and sharply turning the steering wheel to the left. As the truck closed in on the Kian, the driver was struck with horror. It was evident that Su Ke intended to collide with him. Shit! The man cursed, pressing the gas pedal furiously, but just as he attempted to evade the impending crash, a horde of zombies appeared before him, causing him to panic. With a deafening crash, the Kian collided with a nearby store. The outcome was grim, and no one could foresee the aftermath. Are you not a god? Why did you not save him? The portly man implored. With so many zombies surrounding us, if I were to stop and assist him, the entire convoy would come to a halt. Tell me, what would you choose? Su Ke countered. Weren't the zombies on the container continuously howling to warn those nearby? How can? Before the portly man could finish his thought, his question was rendered moot as 3 E-level zombies clambered onto the front of their vehicle. Which of you can drive? Su Ke quickly inquired. Both the portly man and Xiaxinshin shook their heads in unison, replying, we cannot. Su Ke sighed in exasperation. He should have sought out a survivor capable of driving a truck. Portly man, simply press the gas pedal and hold the steering wheel. Do not concern yourself with the zombies ahead. Just plow through them. Su Ke instructed, pulling the portly man beside him. What? The portly man gasped in astonishment, realizing he had no knowledge of driving. Yet just as he contemplated pleading for mercy or relinquishing the task, he sensed something was amiss. Chapter 11. Cuckoo occupies the magpie's nest. Chinchong Su Ke's gaze was like an abyss, a strange red glimmer infused with a dark magic, instantly flooding the portly man's mind. Press the gas, adjust the steering wheel, and crush these zombies. Su Ke commanded, gently easing off the accelerator. As the pressure on the pedal was released, the portly man's left foot instinctively pressed down, seamlessly transitioning without affecting the speed, even accelerating slightly. Under the influence of enslavement, the portly man awkwardly grasped the steering wheel, but before he could steady himself, Su Ke flung open the door and leaped out, grabbing onto the protective net. Su Ke's set of movements momentarily left Xiaxinshin in a daze. If it were not for the apocalyptic catastrophe, she might have thought Su Ke was a stunt performer. At that moment, 4 E-level zombies had already climbed onto the container. 2 of them were roaring at the 2 zombies Su Ke had captured, while the other 2 were clawing at the steel plate. With a fierce roar, Su Ke executed a side kick. The 2 zombies, drawn by the sound, looked up just in time to be kicked off the container by Su Quebec. Just roaring is useless. I expect you 2 to protect the convoy, Su Ke declared, seizing the heads of the 2 E-level zombies and forcefully twisting them. Crack! The 2E-level zombies collapsed limply onto the container. We warned them, yet they still charged forward. Next time, if zombies come at us again, push them off. Otherwise, you will perish. After saying this, Suke crushed the heads of the 2 zombies with his hands. Upon witnessing Suke's methods once more, the 2 zombies eagerly nodded in understanding. Seeing this, Suke chose not to dwell on their unreliability. At least they posed a threat to ordinary zombies. Returning to the driver's seat, Suke grasped the steering wheel and accelerated. Though this would diminish the truck's lifespan, it was insignificant compared to the lives of the survivors. Once the convoy finally left the city, Suke let out a long sigh of relief. As the road ahead promised to be much easier and devoid of danger, the convoy steadily traveled along the West Mountain Road, originally comprising over 10 vehicles. But now only 5 remained. When the truck finally arrived at West Mountain Prison, Xiaxinshin and the fatty were astonished by the sight before them. Having lived in Spring City for so many years, it was their first time realizing that West Mountain housed such a fortress in this apocalypse. Suddenly, the fatty seemed to have an epiphany, looking at Suke in shock and asking, "Are you young Master Su?" You know me?" Suke turned to inquire. "No, I've heard of you. I never expected you to buy the abandoned prison as an apocalyptic fortress," the fatty quickly explained. Suke nodded, choosing not to elaborate on how others perceived him. After all, ruminating on those matters served little purpose. Pressing a button on the remote, the prison's gates slowly opened. Just as Suke was about to enter, 2 indistinct figures emerged from the prison. Suke's brows furrowed slightly. He never anticipated that during the 6 hours he spent rescuing survivors, his home had been occupied. Bang! A small-time thug wielding a fire axe struck the front of the truck. "Stop, stop!" Hearing the arrogant tone, Suke gradually halted the truck and stepped down. The fatty and Xiaxinshin, unsure of the situation, followed suit and jumped out of the vehicle. "Oh look, it's 3 young folks. This is already our boss Chen's territory. If you want to stay here, bang." Before the thug could finish his sentence, Suke's fist landed squarely on him. "How dare you hit us?" Another thug exclaimed, astonished. Pointing at Su Quebec, "Get lost before I lose my temper." Suke retorted, ignoring the 2 thugs and gesturing to the 2 zombies atop the container. The sudden appearance of the 2 zombies startled both the fatty and the thugs, as well as the survivors who had just driven in. "You 2, guard the entrance of the prison," Suke commanded, pulling out 2 live chickens. This scene left everyone around them dumbfounded, as they were clueless about how Suke had produced them. Only the fatty, who possessed a backpack space, remained unfazed. Whether it was that the 2 zombies had become smarter or were simply tamed by Suke, they accepted the live chickens and proceeded toward the prison entrance. "Are you an evolved being?" one thug asked in astonishment. Ignoring the thug's question, Suke approached the container and opened its doors. "Come out. This will be your home from now on," he addressed the survivors inside. Upon hearing Suke's words, the survivors rushed out, overwhelmed with joy. "Slow down. One at a time," Suke barked, waving to the fatty and Xiaxinshin. Understanding the urgency, the 2 hurried toward the container, knowing that with so many people, a stampede could result in numerous casualties. Watching the survivors emerge one after another, the 2 thugs sensed something was amiss and, abandoning their weapons, fled toward the southern cell block. Suke paid no mind to the 2 thugs and instead made his way to the prison entrance, convinced it was time to employ some zombies as security. At the prison entrance, the 2 zombies were feasting on the live chickens. "This is your compensation," Suke said, producing 2 live geese. "Follow me, and you'll receive 3 live chickens daily." "All right," the 2 zombies readily agreed without hesitation. Their quick response left Suke momentarily perplexed. But he soon understood. After all, with zombies roaming the streets, having a steady supply of flesh was already quite favorable. "Good. You will be responsible for opening the gates from now on." Suke closed the prison gate and walked directly toward the survivors, disregarding the so-called boss Chun. Just as Suke was assigning quarters to the survivors, a bald man accompanied by 8 thugs approached. "Who the hell dares to encroach on my territory?" The bald man bellowed fiercely. "Your territory? Are you certain?" Suke turned to regard him coolly. "Young Master Su." The bald man was taken aback, staring at Su Quebec. He had presumed Suke had perished and hurried to West Mountain Prison, only to find out he was still alive and apparently on a rescue mission. "I thought it was someone important. Turns out it's you, Chen Gongtu. You claim this place as yours," Suke said mockingly. Chen Gongtu, originally named Chen Chong, was among the first workers to renovate the prison and had participated in most of the prison's reconstruction projects. "And no, It belongs to you, young Master Su. Chong quickly corrected himself. Unexpectedly, there are survivors among your lot. Quite impressive. Su-Kei nodded, glancing at Chong before continuing his allocation of quarters. Hearing the dialogue between Chong and Su-Kei, the surrounding survivors quickly grasped the situation. Young Master Su, before Chong could finish. Su-Kei interjected without turning back. If you wish to live, you may stay. If you intend to stir trouble, I won't hesitate to throw you out. Rest assured, young Master Su, if anyone dares to cause trouble in your presence, I, Chong, will break their neck. Chong quickly assured. Very well, I appreciate obedient individuals. Shortly, I will arrange accommodations for you. As more human survivors arrive, you can also assist in their management, Su-Kei replied nonchalantly. Thank you, young Master Su. I promise to handle everything for you. Chong bowed deeply. Su-Kei paid little attention to Chong. He had no desire to speculate on the thoughts of such individuals. Upon first seeing Chong, he had already discerned the type of person he was. Chapter 12, Servants of God, Rescue Team. Though Chong was currently obsequious, a smile crept onto his face. Before fully comprehending the situation, he decided to exercise restraint. Considering the numerous survivors present, if a conflict were to erupt, who knew who among them could be Su-Kei's allies? Unbeknownst to Chong, Su-Kei had already seen through his little schemes and was too disinterested to care. Half an hour later, the prison quarters were finally allocated. South 1 was designated for female survivors, South 2 for male survivors, and couples or those with children were all assigned to South 3. Shortly, you few will accompany me to East 1 to move supplies, Su-Kei instructed, glancing at Chong and his companions. Yes, young Master Su. Chong nodded eagerly. Please take a moment to clean the living quarters and ensure hygiene, Su-Kei instructed the chubby man and Xie. Understood, Su Xiao. The chubby man, no longer gripped by fear, had begun to idolize Su-Kei after getting to know him. Su Xiao, Xie started to speak, but Su-Kei interjected, rest assured. As long as you consider yourself human, that is sufficient. Any disparaging remarks from others stem from jealousy. Once you finish your tasks, I will guide you on what to do next. Thank you, Su Xiao, Xie replied, bowing in gratitude. As they moved towards the southern quarters, Su-Kei's gaze shifted to Chong and his group of 9. Suddenly, 2 massive battle blades struck the ground with a resounding crash. I don't care what thoughts you harbor. If you wish to survive here, extinguish those thoughts immediately. Should I discover anyone scheming behind my back, I will show no mercy, Su-Kei declared as he removed his hat. In that instant, Chong and his companions were rendered speechless. Su-Kei no longer resembled a mere human. One of the thugs, paralyzed by fear, found himself trembling uncontrollably. What kind of monster are you? Chong thought it absurd, though he was indeed an evolver. He felt utterly incomparable to the being before him. I am a god, Su-Kei corrected him. Upon hearing Su-Kei's proclamation, the expressions of the thugs shifted. Their earlier terror evaporated. Chong, have you not contemplated the events since the prison's restoration to this apocalyptic calamity? Su-Kei inquired, observing Chong's trepidation. Realization dawned on Chong. Did you foresee all of this? He asked incredulously. Including your little schemes. Su-Kei clarified. Thud. Chong's act of kneeling startled the other thugs, who quickly followed suit, dropping to the ground. At that moment, Chong felt rather foolish. He had previously harbored ambitions. But upon grasping Su-Kei's capabilities, all such thoughts vanished, replaced by a sense of reverence. Rise and assist me in transporting supplies, Su-Kei instructed, turning to head towards the eastern warehouse. Yes, of course. Chong quickly complied, rallying the other thugs to follow Su-Quebec. The distribution of supplies was swift. Even the bedding was pristine and new. In addition to daily necessities, Su-Kei selected several survivors skilled in cooking. As the arrangements concluded, dawn began to break. Watching the sun rise in the east, Su-Kei turned to Chong and the others. Share these among yourselves, 1 per day? He handed a zombie brain core to the chubby man. So many crystal cores? The chubby man exclaimed, astonished. Having just asked Chong how to evolve into an E-level evolver, only to be presented with this bounty. Chong and the other thugs were equally surprised, not expecting to receive anything. Remember, no more than 1 each day. Overindulgence will leave me unable to save you. Su-Kei cautioned before taking Xie by the hand and heading towards his quarters. Chong nodded repeatedly, understanding the implications of Su-Kei's words. However, as they watched Xie being led away, They exchanged knowing smiles. Though Xie Xinxin was somewhat reluctant, a blush crept across her cheeks. Yet, upon entering the underground storage room, she was momentarily stunned. Her previous feelings of embarrassment vanished upon seeing the fresh flesh hanging around her. You are a mutant, caught between human and zombie. If you desire power, you must embrace my training. If left unchecked, you will succumb to zombiehood within a month, Suke stated, handing her a raw chicken. Initially resistant, the scent of blood quickly dispelled her reluctance. From now on, you will consume 3 raw chickens, 2 liters of fresh blood, and either 1 zombie brain core or 10 ordinary zombie soft tissues daily, he instructed, placing a small jar of ordinary zombie brain matter on the table. May I ask why you wish to train me? Xie Xinxin raised her hand, eager for clarification. Because you will be my servant. As a servant of a god. You have no choice. Suke's gaze was unwavering. Will I end up like Jiangsheng? Xie Xinxin inquired, concerned. Who is Jiangsheng? Suke replied, bewildered, having never heard the name before. The chubby one. His name is Jiangsheng, Xie Xinxin clarified. Oh, him? Not at all. He was enslaved and cursed under my control. Whereas you will enter into a contract with me, Suke explained. Ah, now I understand, Xie Xinxin responded quickly, fearing she might unwittingly end up like Jiangsheng. Death seemed preferable. Now, take your food and return upstairs to rest. Please do not disturb me unless necessary. Yes, master, Xie Xinxin replied, mimicking Jiangsheng's tone. Watching her leave, Suke tore off his shirt to examine his wounds. Although he was unafraid of ordinary knives, this shallow wound required prompt attention to avoid scarring. It was crucial to remember that among D-level monsters, the bone-iron zombies wielded the greatest strength. Even a kitchen knife in their hands was not to be underestimated, as it could easily lead to death. After tending to his wounds, Suke began to eat the raw pork soaked in blood. Unbeknownst to him, a rescue team had already appeared in Spring City, arriving over a week earlier than in his previous life. In a corner of the Eastern District, a group of over 20 fully armed special soldiers observed the movements of the zombies. This special squad had been hastily assembled, as the number of humans turned zombies was staggering. Apart from 3 seasoned veterans, the remaining members comprised a physical education teacher, a school security guard, players from the school team, martial arts practitioners, and even 2 dance instructors. In this apocalyptic era, those who volunteered to join were already remarkable, especially given their willingness to risk their lives in the city. Songyu, what's the situation on your end? A tall woman whispered, clutching her weapon. Judging by her physique, she would easily score above 80, though her face was painted like a grotesque cat. Just 10 ordinary zombies passed by. I haven't spotted any enhanced ones. Songyu replied quietly. As the observer and one of the best marksmen in the team, her appearance was inconspicuous. Just after Songyu relayed her report, a deep male voice crackled over the radio. Left squad, be advised, 5 wandering zombies are approaching. Left squad acknowledges. We are maneuvering to flank and prepare to engage. Chapter 13. The Falcons fall. Although it was only their first day of coordinated operations, the 6 members had already established a rapport, understanding how to deliver lethal strikes to the zombies. One member raised his left hand, signaling for action. In an instant, 5 chilling combat daggers were thrust forward, piercing the backs of the 5 wandering zombies. With a sickening squelch, thick black blood mixed with white tissue oozed from the wounds. Drag them, extract the cores. Following the lead of the veteran, the 5 members dragged the freshly slain zombies toward a corner already piled high with corpses. Everyone was well aware that killing zombies to extract brain cores for power enhancement was common knowledge, so they worked swiftly and efficiently. Just as the 5 had finished extracting the brain cores, a sudden retreat command crackled through the radio. Retreat. A large number of wandering zombies have appeared in the northwest, including 2 E-level zombies. Upon hearing the retreat order, the group hesitated not for a moment, for once gunfire erupted, it only heralded death. As the team swiftly retreated, a survivor atop a tall building spotted the rescue squad. Hey, we're over here. Come save us. With the survivor's desperate cry for help, a horde of zombies below raised their heads and, within 3 seconds, surged towards the sound. An old soldier, sensing imminent danger, refrained from using the radio and shouted for everyone to run. The urgency of his command alerted the zombies in the northwest, directing their attention towards them. Instantly, countless zombies charged at the rescue team, perceiving them as delectable prey. Meng Fei, take your team to the southern stronghold. I'll handle these creatures. An old soldier shouted through the radio. Zhang He, don't be reckless. Meng Fei responded via the radio. This mission was already perilous. It's up to you now. As Meng Fei's words faded, a gunshot rang out, followed by a barrage of gunfire. The rapid gunfire immediately attracted the surrounding zombies. The horde that had been pursuing Meng Fei abruptly turned to chase after Zhang He, who had opened fire. "You beasts, go to hell!" Zhang He shouted, squeezing the trigger and unleashing a rapid spray of bullets. As the bullets whizzed through the air, more zombies gathered around. With no time to reload, Zhang He drew out his grappling gun. With a swift motion, he fired the grappling gun and began to ascend. He knew the odds of survival were slim. Yet he was determined to buy more time for his comrades to escape. Upon reaching the second floor of a residence, two zombies suddenly burst through the window, grabbing Zhang He and eagerly biting at him. "Get off!" Zhang He kicked furiously at the zombies, but they clung on too tightly, and he felt a searing pain as one bit into his thigh. Blood began to pour from his wound. He gripped the rope with his right hand while drawing his handgun with his left. Bang! Bang! 2 shots rang out, and the zombies finally fell away from him. Time was not on Zhang He's side. He simply wished to delay his transformation into one of the undead. Below, the zombies frantically tugged at the rope, and Zhang He finally made it to the 3rd floor. With a crash, he broke through the window and rolled into an apartment. At that moment, he felt a chilling cold envelop him, as if he had entered a freezing chamber. Watching the dark blood ooze from his wound, he understood the grim reality of his situation. Vulture offline, signal source shut down. As Zhang He spoke, tears flowed from those who received the message from afar. Although their team had only been formed for a day, they had forged a deep bond, embodying the spirit of companionship in this apocalyptic world. "Cut it off," Meng Fei said, wiping away his tears as he addressed Qin Yun. Qin Yun, the beautiful woman who had previously conversed with Song Yu, was merely an ordinary dance instructor. However, with the onset of the apocalypse, she and Song Yu decided to join this adventurous team in order to survive and save others. Tearfully, Qin Yun nodded, gently feeling for a switch on her backpack and pressing it. The 24 signal sources instantly dwindled to 23. With the signal severed, Zhang He, hiding on the 3rd floor, managed a faint smile, albeit one devoid of color. It was over. He retrieved a string of grenades from his waist, slowly releasing the safety on the last one before tossing the belt downwards. Boom! A massive explosion erupted, scattering the zombies below like marionettes with severed strings. A grim smile of satisfaction crossed Zhang He's face, though his right hand was nearly unresponsive. Damn it, not even a chance for a clean end, he thought, pressing his left hand tightly around the handgun. As he squeezed the trigger, a shot echoed through the air. Shishan Prison. Although many survivors had been rescued, everything had to be started anew in this post-apocalyptic world. Suke was not in a hurry, as many matters could not be rushed. After explaining the rules and precautions to Qin Chong and others, Suke's primary objective was to ensure the functioning of this stronghold. In his previous life, although he had his own camp, it was already the 3rd year of the apocalypse, and many understood their roles. Evolutionary professions needed: engineer, medical cleric, agriculturalist. Suke jotted down numerous necessary professions for the apocalypse and methods to operate the stronghold. Knock, knock, knock. While Suke reminisced about the talents that had emerged in Spring City in his previous life, Xie Xinshin knocked on his door. "Come in," Suke said, putting down his notes and turning to face her. "Master, as per your request, Qin Chong found a mechanic among the survivors, but we currently lack medical and engineering personnel," she reported. "All right, tell Qin Chong to prioritize promoting people to E-level evolutionaries. If we encounter a professional monument, I'll take them to confirm their professions," Suke replied contentedly. The professional monument was something no one knew the purpose of at the beginning of the apocalypse. It was only when a D-level evolutionary unwittingly entered that its function was revealed. The professional monument was accessible only to humans and aberrants. Creatures like Suke and zombies could not enter. "A professional monument?" Xie Xinshin asked curiously. "Yes, it's a resource for human evolutionaries to become professionals. Aberrants can also enter. You'll understand when the time comes," Suke explained. "Oh, I'll go inform Qin Chong now." As she left, Suke suddenly realized he needed to hunt E-level zombies swiftly. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to sustain his quest for forbidden power. Just as Suke was about to exit the underground storage room, his phone rang. Seeing that the caller was Su Qian, he hesitated to answer, deliberately letting it ring. Less than 5 seconds after the call ended, a text message arrived. "Honey, how are you? Why didn't you answer my call? If you don't come soon, I might get angry. I'm really worried about you. Please reply. After reading the first message, a flood of texts followed, pouring into his phone. Suke rubbed his forehead, realizing she must be anxious, hence the flurry of messages. He smirked and picked up his phone to respond. I just passed through a horde of zombies and am heading your way. Chapter 14. Deceiving the aberrant Zhang He. As soon as Suke sent the message, Su Qian, lying in the villa, sat up upon reading it. At that moment, aside from a bag of nearly expired bread, she had no other food, and her clean water supply was reduced to a small bottle. Honey, I'm so glad you're alive. Please bring back as much food as you can. We'll be waiting for you at the villa. Love you. Upon receiving Su Qian's message, a cruel smile crept onto Suke's lips. He would not forget the grudges of his previous life. Though he wished to nurture humanity, he would discern who was worthy of it. Leaving the underground storage room, Suke exchanged a few words with Chen Chong before departing the prison in a truck. He felt confident in Chen Chong and the others. After last night's display of strength, they understood just how formidable Suke truly was. Even if Chen Chong dared to betray him, Suke had multiple means prepared for such eventualities. As Suke exited the prison, he longed to explore the botanical garden, but considering his current capabilities, he decisively abandoned that impractical notion. Though he knew there were valuable resources within the garden, one must have the means to retrieve them. As for the zoo, given the current strength, there should be no obstacles in reaching it. After carefully considering the route, Suke pressed the accelerator and headed straight for the zoo. Along the way, zombies drew closer to the truck, but Suke paid them no mind. Only when their numbers became overwhelming did he step out and shout. His journey attracted the attention of countless E-class zombies, among which were 2 E-class brain zombies that he had encountered the previous night. What does this fellow intend to do? One E-class brain zombie inquired about the truck. A creature fond of digging into the brains of its kind. What do you think it wants? Replied another D-class brain zombie from below. Had Suke seen these familiar zombies, he would have been astonished, for one had already evolved into a D-class. Insane. The E-class brain zombie exclaimed before turning back to gnaw on its bloody meal. In truth, Suke did not wish to venture out during the day, but he had reached his food limit and further consumption would be wasteful. Thus, he considered this a leisurely stroll to the zoo, while also seeking to settle past grievances. As Suke's truck approached Liberation Road, he was drawn by a plume of smoke in the distance. Strange, who would dare to light a fire in such perilous circumstances? Suke pondered, yet this did not deter him from investigating. Accelerating with a swift left turn, he sped toward the smoldering neighborhood. Upon arrival, he was taken aback by the sight before him, as the ground was littered with the dismembered remains of zombies. A gas explosion? His first thought was of liquefied gas, as many had resorted to such methods in the past. However, as he approached the explosion site, his brow furrowed. This was not the work of gas, but rather of firearms. Suke glanced at the grappling hook dangling from the building and surveyed the glass on several floors. Although most glass had shattered during the apocalypse, the glass on these floors had evidently not been broken by the cataclysm. Reaching for the grappling hook, he was startled as it suddenly fell. Bang! That nearly hit me, Suke exclaimed, then proceeded directly into the unit's entrance. Though he sensed no living presence, an unsettling feeling lingered, as if something was amiss, an anomaly that should not exist here. Each floor housed merely 2 residents. Upon reaching the second floor, he unsheathed his blade and began striking. Kicking open the shattered security door and observing no abnormalities, he resolutely ascended to the 3rd floor. Upon breaking into one unit, he was shocked to find a twitching corpse clad in tactical gear. A rescue operative? Without much thought, he approached the body and noticed the handgun clutched in its left hand, instantly understanding the situation. Just as he intended to flip the body over for a closer inspection, it emitted a guttural roar akin to that of a zombie. No, this creature has not transformed into a zombie. Suke swiftly turned the body and retrieved a small jar of ordinary zombie brain nuclei from his Eternal Hourglass. As the body twitched for the 3rd time, he decisively poured the brain nuclei into its mouth. Come on, you must pull through. Becoming a mutant is better than becoming a zombie, he urged, immediately offering a bottle of mineral water. As he observed the dark veins on the face gradually receding, a peculiar smile crept across Suke's lips. Oh, have I just acquired a mutant for free? He was elated and hoisted the individual over his shoulder, hastily descending the stairs, for he had many tasks yet to accomplish. Within half an hour, Zhang He slowly opened his eyes, feeling as though he had just awakened from a long dream. though he could not recall its content. "Oh, you're awake," Suke remarked, glancing at Zhang He. "What is this?" Just as Zhang He was about to inquire, he suddenly realized something and hastily looked around. "You need not be so tense. You are quite safe now, and fortune smiles upon you. You have not become a zombie," Suke reassured him while driving the truck. "You saved me?" Zhang He responded, coming to terms with the situation. "Indeed, henceforth, you shall be my servant." Suke beamed with pride, feeling as though he had acquired a mutant without effort. "No, I am truly grateful for your rescue, but I must return to save more people," Zhang He insisted. "Haha, do you not realize your current condition? If you were to return now, you would likely be dead within 5 seconds." Suke adjusted the rearview mirror and gestured for him to consider his own state. Zhang He appeared bewildered, although he was uncertain of the circumstances. He was taken aback when he glanced into the mirror and confirmed the reflection was indeed his own. "What is happening? Why have I become like this?" he asked in shock. "You are now a mutant, half human, half zombie," Suke explained unhurriedly. "Can I return to being human?" Zhang He grasped Suke's arm, imploring for answers. "Can you keep your composure? Do you not see that I am driving?" Suke replied, shaking off Zhang He's hand. Upon hearing Suke's words, Zhang He quickly composed himself, though a multitude of questions swirled in his mind, for he had no idea what to do next. Suke, observing Zhang He's newfound calmness, inquired, "What is your name, and how did you end up there?" Zhang He glanced at Suke and promptly shared his name and mission, recounting how he bought time for his companions to escape. Upon finishing Zhang He's tale, Suke felt a tumult of emotions, as the progress was far swifter than in his previous life, even exhibiting certain fluctuations. Could this be due to my rebirth? Suke speculated, though his expression remained calm. "By the way, what is your name?" Zhang He asked Suquebec. "How rude of you. Is this how you address your master?" Suke retorted, abruptly applying the brakes and turning to face Zhang He, startled by the sudden motion. Zhang He had yet to process it when he felt an icy chill, reminiscent of being poisoned by a zombie. "I have no desire to resort to methods to restrain you, as you are utterly unaware of this world." Suke's cold words exuded a chilling aura, plunging Zhang He into a sense of impending doom. Suke turned away, releasing the brake and accelerating. "My name is Suke, the sole god of this apocalyptic calamity," he declared nonchalantly. Upon hearing the term god, Zhang He wore a perplexed expression, feeling inexplicably bewildered. Yet, reflecting on the damned apocalypse, he found himself at a loss for words. Chapter 15. Saving people. You may find it hard to believe, but all of this truly transpired, did it not? Suke repeated. "Do you know how the apocalypse came to be?" Zhang He asked. "Yes, but I fear you may not comprehend it," Suke replied, his demeanor calm, akin to that of a true deity, which instilled a modicum of faith in Zhang He. "Where are we headed?" Zhang He refrained from pursuing further inquiries, focusing instead on the present situation. "I shall take you to hunt mutated creatures," Suke explained. "Just the two of us?" Zhang He was taken aback, having witnessed the formidable strength of mutated animals. A rodent the size of a cat nearly wiped out their entire squad, and those creatures traveled in packs. "It's just me. You need only follow my lead," Suke clarified. Upon hearing Suke's words, Zhang He's face displayed an expression of bewildered astonishment, as the apocalypse had drastically reshaped his understanding of reality, particularly with the emergence of intelligent zombies and those mutated plants. It was far more terrifying than anything from a nightmare. Suke paid no heed to Zhang He. His focus remained on driving, as they still had over half an hour's journey to the zoo. Just as Suke's truck turned onto Coastal Road, Zhang He's attention was drawn to the Zhao Group building, situated 20 meters away. "Look, someone is calling for help," Zhang He exclaimed urgently. Suke paused, and upon realizing there truly was someone signaling for aid, he promptly drove the vehicle toward them. Bang! The truck crashed through the barrier, barreling toward the base of Zhao's tower. "Get out and slay the zombies," Suke commanded as he flung open the car door and leapt out. Hearing Suke's orders, Zhang He quickly understood. However, as he jumped from the vehicle, he was startled by Suke's booming voice. "Aren't you a god? How can you?" Before Zhang He could finish his question, Suke interrupted. "I am merely a god yet to reach my full potential. You will comprehend once we return to the base." Suke's response left Zhang He more bewildered. Did this god have a base? Yet, upon seeing the approaching zombies, Zhang He cast aside his confusion, drawing his tactical dagger and preparing for battle. What unfolded next shattered his previous understanding. When Suke approached the horde, The zombies not only refrained from attacking him, but also exhibited signs of trepidation. Just as Zhang He was about to inquire about this peculiar phenomenon, Suke's massive blade cleaved through the skulls of two zombies. "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and reap the harvest," Suke shouted back at Zhang He. "They won't attack us?" Zhang He cautiously inquired as he edged closer to the zombies. "You are now half a corpse. To them, you are kin. Quickly finish them off so we can rescue those in need," Suke replied, dispatching 4 more zombies with swift strokes. Skeptical yet intrigued, Zhang He approached the nearest zombie, and upon realizing it posed no threat, he plunged his dagger into its skull. With a squelch, dark, viscous blood oozed from the zombie's head, and Zhang He hastened his movements. Though his actions were less agile than before, the zombie's non-aggression made the task significantly easier. "Later, you will be responsible for collecting the brain cores. Place them in this container," Suke instructed, tossing a plastic jar to Zhang He. "And what about you?" Zhang He asked as he caught the jar. "Of course, I will be saving people," Suke replied, feeling that his persuasive skills were proving more effective than magic, managing to bewilder not only Qin Chong and his group, but even a soldier like Zhang He. As Suke approached the entrance of the building, Zhang He quickened his pace, stabbing at the zombies with renewed vigor. Upon entering the Zhao group, a swarm of zombies began to emerge from the upper floors. Suke paused, activating his mental perception, having a fair understanding of the 30-story building. He was puzzled when his mental insight extended 5 floors up and revealed that the office sending the distress signal was utterly deserted. Could it be that the rescuers had transformed into zombies? Suke deemed this a strong possibility but refused to abandon hope. After all, they had come this far, and saving even a few would make the journey worthwhile. As Suke ascended, his mental perception followed suit. Upon reaching the 10th floor, he suddenly detected 3 human life signs within his range. Identifying that the life signs emanated from the west side of the 14th floor, he headed straight there. Meanwhile, downstairs, Zhang He had just finished extracting a group of zombie brain cores when he was startled by the emergence of yet another wave of zombies, their numbers overwhelming. "Hey!" Zhang He imitated Suke's shout, hoping to lure the zombies toward him. However, to his surprise, the horde ignored him, aimlessly wandering in other directions. Scratching his head in frustration, Zhang He reluctantly abandoned the idea of hunting these zombies, as their primary goal was to save lives. At the same moment, a gathering of E-class zombies, drawn by Zhang He's shout, began to converge on him, numbering no fewer than 20. Upon reaching the west side of the 14th floor, Suke swiftly dispatched 2 ordinary zombies before arriving at a tightly shut door. "Knock, knock, knock. Open up. I've dealt with the zombies," Suke announced, rapping on the door. Hearing his voice, the occupants inside quickly moved furniture aside and opened the door. "Thank you. Are you here to rescue us?" a young woman inquired before even catching a glimpse of Suke's face. "Sort of, but we need to move quickly," Suke replied, turning to leave. The young woman called after him, "Wait. We're so hungry. Do you have any food?" Suke glanced at her and then at the 2 other women behind her, replying, "Eat as we go. There's no time to waste." He pulled out 3 packets of jerky and 3 bottles of mineral water. Thank you," the young woman exclaimed, distributing the food among her companions. Suke ignored their gratitude and proceeded toward the stairwell, feeling somewhat dissatisfied with the time wasted, over half an hour for just a few individuals. As Suke led the 3 women to the stairwell, Zhang He's footsteps grew increasingly audible from below. "Do you have companions?" the young woman asked cautiously. Suke did not respond but instead called down, "Zhang He, these 3 women are in your care. I'll check upstairs." Without hesitation, Zhang He acknowledged, "Received." Watching Suke ascend, the 3 women felt anxious, fearing the appearance of zombies. However, when Zhang He appeared, their apprehension shifted to excitement upon noticing his camouflage attire. Unbeknownst to Suke, he had now reached the 18th floor, his expression one of confusion. It seemed improbable that such a large corporation would only have 3 survivors. Suke moved rapidly through the building, nearing the 28th floor, yet found no signs of life. Just as he prepared to unleash another mental insight, he detected the presence of over a dozen life signs. A smile crept across his face as he never anticipated that these individuals had taken refuge on the rooftop. Upon reaching the top floor, he discovered 3 zombies aimlessly wandering before a security door. No wonder, Suke realized instantly. After eliminating the 3 zombies, he approached the security door. Bang! With a powerful kick, Suke shattered the door leading to the rooftop. As he emerged, The survivors huddled in the corner jumped in surprise. "I'm here to rescue you. Hurry and follow me," as Suke's voice echoed in their ears. The survivors dared to step out and look at him. "It's really our savior. Everyone, quickly come out," a middle-aged man shouted. Seeing 17 individuals emerge from behind the pipes, Suke understood how they had eluded the mutated beasts. "Thank you. Are you sent by the government to rescue us?" the middle-aged man asked as he approached Quebec. However, before he could finish his question, he was taken aback by Suke's appearance. "You are Su Xiao?" "Yes. But there's no time to chat. If you want to live, follow me quickly," Suke replied, turning to descend. The middle-aged man wore a bewildered expression, his mind racing with questions about Suke's identity. Was it really necessary to act so aloof? In truth, Suke was not trying to be pretentious. Standing atop a high building was perilous. While the zombies were terrifying, they were far less daunting than the mutated birds. As Suke reunited with the 17 survivors and Zhang He, commotion erupted at the entrance of Zhao's group. Over 20 E-class zombies were gathered around the truck, sniffing at it and seemingly communicating with one another. "This damned apocalypse. It doesn't regard us as human anymore. We aren't human anymore, are we?" The dialogue between two E-class zombies left the others speechless. Indeed, they were no longer human, resembling beasts far more than people. "How many have you killed?" "5. And they were all my dear friends." Listening to the words of another zombie, the one asking questions nodded. They too wished to suppress their bloodthirsty desires. Yet upon encountering a living being or catching a whiff of blood, the rationality they had just begun to establish would dissipate, leaving them unaware of their actions. Suke remained oblivious to the exchange among the 20 or so E-class zombies. Had he been aware, he would have surely burst into laughter. Compared to the trials of the future, the current situation was but a fleeting cloud, for the true challenges ahead would be far more brutal and sanguinary. Suke had witnessed the tide of corpses, participated in mass slaughters, and observed the rise of the Forgotten Empire, as well as the resurgence of humanity. Inside the building, Zhang He's arrival brought a sense of stability to the group, as Zhao He's attire instilled a glimmer of hope within them. "Are these the people?" Zhang He inquired of Quebec. "Indeed, their survival is a testament to their luck. Had we been a day later, they would likely have become bird feed." Suke replied. "Birds turned into mutated beasts?" Zhang He exclaimed in shock. "Yes, those creatures are far more terrifying than zombies." "In a few days, you will come to understand," Suke remarked. Upon hearing this, Zhang He suddenly realized a grave issue, their previous shelter's location. "What's wrong?" Suke asked. Noticing Zhang He's daze. "You must help me. Find a way to get me back to the shelter," Zhang He implored urgently. "The shelter? How many people are there?" Suke asked, somewhat taken aback. Although he was aware of Zhang He's background, he had not inquired about where he came from. At the old Tiger Mountain in the southern city, over 500 survivors had already gathered when we assembled, Zhang He quickly responded. Upon hearing Old Tiger Mountain and the figure of over 500, Suke was astounded, as he recalled that in his previous life, the appearance of the bald eagle also occurred at Old Tiger Mountain. A month after the apocalyptic calamity, a gigantic B-class raptor mutated beast suddenly emerged from Old Tiger Mountain. Initially, everyone believed it to be a naturally occurring B-class raptor, but those who secretly infiltrated the mountain discovered that the bald eagle had evolved rapidly, having attacked the survivor shelter at the mountain's base. "Is there a radio at your location?" Suke snapped back to reality and inquired. "Yes, but my signal source was disconnected," Zhang He replied. Suke was rendered speechless by Zhang He's response and casually remarked, "Are you foolish? How can a signal source be disconnected? It is the only means of communication in this apocalypse." Zhang He, somewhat embarrassed, explained, "I thought I was doomed. And to conserve our limited resources, I made that decision." Suke sighed, truly baffled by the thought processes of these individuals. A single signal source can last a day on just one 5,000 mAh battery, and yet you chose to sever it to save a measly resource? What a ridiculous choice. Unbeknownst to Suke, Zhang He and his group had merely a handful of batteries, as the abrupt onset of the apocalypse had rendered many resources scarce. Moreover, their decision to venture into the city was driven by the desire to rescue more survivors. As Suke and his companions reached the lobby of the first floor, he suddenly halted, his gaze sharpening. "You stay here and wait for me. Do not venture outside," Suke instructed Zhang He before stepping out of the building alone. As Suke exited, Zhang He cast a glance outside and immediately understood the situation. Over 20 E-class zombies had gathered outside, 3 of which were nearing D-class strength. Observing Suke's solitary emergence from the building, a Mediterranean zombie boldly stepped forward, brandishing a hammer. "Share the prey with us, and you may leave," the Mediterranean zombie declared. "You have 5 seconds to vanish from my sight." Suke retorted with disdain. "Haha, with so many evolved zombies, do you think we fear you?" Before the Mediterranean zombie could finish, he witnessed Suke charging towards him. The Mediterranean zombie thought that even if he couldn't defeat Suke, he wouldn't suffer too badly. Just as he raised his hammer, a flash of silver streaked past his eyes. Thud! The wooden hammer, along with the Mediterranean zombie's head, flew into the air. Suke's battle blade, which had materialized in his hand, gleamed ominously, as if it were born to slay zombies. The surrounding E-class zombies were left dumbfounded, realizing they had been deceived by the earlier roar, mistaking it for that of a feeble predator, only to find themselves facing a formidable beast. Does anyone else wish to try? Suke's icy gaze swept over the E-class zombies as if they were mere ants. "Esteemed one, we merely wish to ally with you. Please do not misunderstand." A female zombie stepped forward to say, "So, if you cannot fight, you seek to ally instead?" Suke mused as he approached the female zombie. "We were drawn here by your roar, not expecting your strength to be so formidable." The female zombie grinned menacingly, extending her hardened hand towards Suke, as if she had been in that line of work in her previous life. Thud! Just as the female zombie's hand grazed Suke, a silver flash swiftly severed her neck, sending her head soaring. The onlooking zombies were stunned. Was this how one sought to ally? Suke had no intention of nurturing a horde of zombies, as there was no return on such an investment, aside from perhaps a few to guard the premises. "And what about you?" Suke raised his battle blade, scrutinizing the E-class zombies. "Give us 5 humans, and you may take the rest." A young E-class zombie with visible claw marks on his face stepped forward, his gaze fixated on the building. Upon noticing the fresh claw marks, Suke's interest was piqued, for they were evidently recent. "Tell me, where did you encounter the mutated cat?" Suke asked, prompting the young zombie to freeze momentarily before realization dawned. "We ate that cat," the young zombie exclaimed proudly. Hearing this, Suke's expression turned sharp, and he raised his battle blade for a decisive strike. The young zombie initially thought Suke was about to relent, but as the blade drew nearer, he finally comprehended the gravity of the situation, yet it was too late. Chapter 17. Entering the zoo. Thud. In an instant, the young zombie's head exploded under Suke's strike. This scene astounded the surrounding zombies. While they had suspected Suke was strong, this was beyond their expectations. "If we eliminate him, the humans inside will be ours," a zombie on the verge of advancing to D-class shouted. Upon hearing this, the other zombies glanced around, and upon realizing that many shared the same sentiment, 2 E-class zombies charged forward, followed closely by over a dozen more. Roar! Suke unleashed a furious roar, sending a mental wave sweeping over the E-class zombies. In an instant, the heads of these lower-tier zombies rang like struck bells, their vision becoming clouded and indistinct. Observing 3 zombies less than a meter away, Suke propelled himself forward, delivering a powerful kick to one of them, while simultaneously raising his battle blades, which gleamed with a chilling light, and executed a brutal strike at the heads of the other 2 zombies. Thud! Suke moved with such swiftness that there was no hesitation. After obliterating the heads of the 2 zombies, he swiftly slashed again with his left-hand blade, while his right-hand blade executed an upward slash, effortlessly unleashing a seamless series of strikes. Thud, thud! A torrent of brain matter erupted, splattering Suke's face, with chunks of flesh flying through the air and even a couple of eyeballs dislodged, rolling across the ground for several revolutions. As Suke gazed at the recently kicked zombie, which was swaying and attempting to rise, he forcefully drove his left-hand blade down, cleaving a gaping wound into its skull. With a cough, he expelled the putrid flesh from his mouth, fixating his gaze on the 3 D-class zombies on the verge of evolution, and charged forward. In that moment, Suke resembled an arrow released from its bow, swiftly arriving before the 3 zombies. He raised his blade with his left hand, aiming it at the chattering zombie while his right hand executed a diagonal strike at another's head. In an instant, the skulls of the 2 zombies shattered under the force of his blows. Before the central zombie could react, Suke's dual blades converged. Witnessing the 3 leading zombies collapse, he turned to flex his shoulders, feeling that although he lacked the agility of his previous life, his current strength was more than sufficient to dominate these E-class zombies. At that moment, the blades were smeared with zombie brain matter and dark blood. As Suke gave a gentle shake, causing droplets of black and white substance to fall to the ground, Zhang He, standing within the building, was left dumbfounded. Although he was aware of Suke's formidable strength, this was beyond comprehension, as if he were a deity. Suke slowly approached the bewildered zombies from behind, bringing his blade down mercilessly, resulting in yet another zombie's demise. After slaying the 18th zombie, the remaining 4 emerged from their stupor. But upon witnessing the scene before them, they began to retreat in fear. Tick-tock, as the dark blood dripped from his blade. The distant howls of the mindless zombies could be vaguely heard. The dominion of the superior over the inferior was not as simple as a mere 2 against 1. "We don't want food anymore. Please spare us." One zombie, clad in a jersey, hastily waved his hands. Yes, we desire nothing. We will leave immediately," echoed another. A middle-aged zombie in a suit. "No, if you dared to act, you must understand the consequences," Suke remarked. A sinister smile creeping across his face as he approached the retreating E-class zombies. Grasping the head of the Mediterranean zombie, he twisted it violently. Crack! The sharp sound of bones fracturing echoed, further instilling dread in the 4 zombies, whose retreating steps became shaky. Thick, dark blood, reeking of a foul odor, splattered onto the ground. Suke picked up a pea-sized crystal core, lamenting, "What a shame, not yet evolved to D-class. Run." The zombie in the jersey suddenly realized the gravity of the situation and bolted towards the road, fully aware of Suke's intentions. The other 3 zombies quickly followed suit, scattering in different directions as the jersey-clad zombie made its escape. Suke sheathed his blades, a wicked grin adorning his face. He refrained from pursuing the 4 zombies, reasoning that their level was too low and the time required for crystal formation was too brief. Moreover, it was unnecessary to waste time on them. He believed that in a few days, it would be more opportune to hunt higher-level zombies, as the E-class zombie group would have grown considerably, and there was a possibility of encountering D-class or even C-class zombies. Suke's thoughts were simple, while he had no need for the crystal cores. The human evolutionists he nurtured did. "Hey, soldiers, come out and clean up," Suke called towards the building. Upon hearing his summons, Zhang He's previous tough demeanor vanished. For the false deity outside was the true embodiment of strength. "Let us go, it's safe outside," Zhang He shouted to the survivors hiding in the corner. Although he admired Suke, he could not afford to lose face among the survivors, for he too was a man of iron will. When they emerged from the building and beheld the scene before them, many began to retch, despite their long fasting, as the nauseating feeling was overwhelming. "Enough. Stop retching and get in the vehicle," Suke commanded, opening the container. After 20 survivors entered the container, Zhang He finished collecting the zombie crystal cores. "That's 52 brain cores and 21 crystal cores," Zhang He announced, retrieving a plastic bottle. "What do you need that for?" "I don't require it," Suke replied. "Starting the truck." "Huh." Zhang He was momentarily puzzled, as it was he who had instructed himself to collect them. "Keep these for yourself. Quickly enhance your strength. And you may assist me later," Suke added, casually tossing 2 pork chops. Upon seeing the 2 pork chops Suke materialized, Zhang He was further bewildered. Yet, as he gazed at the 2 sizable chops, an overwhelming hunger surged within him. "Consume them, then take a crystal core," Suke said, directing his gaze to the road conditions. "Oh, very well," Zhang He replied without hesitation, clutching the pork chops and beginning to devour them. By the time Suke and his companions arrived at the northern entrance of the zoo, Zhang He had succumbed to slumber. Observing Zhang He's condition, Suke felt a surge of delight, for this fellow was on the cusp of evolving into an E-class aberrant. Suke did not rush to exit the vehicle. Rather, he chose to wait for Zhang He to awaken. "Zhang He, that name sounds familiar," Suke mused, stroking his chin in contemplation. Just as a thought began to crystallize in his mind, Zhang He emitted a low growl. "Wow, that was quick," Suke exclaimed in astonishment. Typically, an aberrant requires at least half an hour of slumber to evolve into E-class. Yet Zhang He was achieving it in under 15 minutes. As Suke observed Zhang He closely, the latter's blood-red eyes snapped open. With a roar, Zhang He released a cloud of white mist. Suke was left in disbelief. Although he had witnessed many aberrants evolve, this was the first time he had seen one exhale white mist. Suddenly, Suke's mind flickered with a thought. Yet it remained elusive. "It seems I must evolve into C-class to recall everything," Suke pondered, tapping his head as he continued observing Zhang He. "Why are you so close to me?" Zhang He questioned, pulling up his collar. "Ah, just curious. It's nothing," Suke replied awkwardly, having merely intended to observe closely. "Have we arrived?" Zhang He inquired, scanning the surroundings. "Yes, you stay in the vehicle to protect these survivors. I will go in alone," Suke stated, promptly opening the door and leaping out. As Zhang He began to speak, he noticed Suke had already entered the zoo. Chapter 18. The zoo battle. Upon entering the zoo, the cacophony of roars mingled with birdsong captivated Su Quebec. He was astonished at the liveliness of the place on the third day of the apocalypse. Though he had never been here in his previous life, he had heard numerous accounts. At that moment, 4 fierce tigers in the white tiger enclosure were tearing into the carcass of a mutated elephant. Not far from the white tiger enclosure, a mutated lion lay snoozing in its den, yet strangely, apart from the bloodstains on the ground, no wolves were in sight. As Suke crept closer to a cage along the wall, a chorus of mutated monkeys began to issue warning calls. He quickly lifted his gaze toward the source of the noise, but upon witnessing the scene, he was momentarily taken aback. The 4 mutated monkeys were not regarding him. Rather, they were engaged in tearing apart a mutated peacock and other birds. Was this a case of monkeys attacking a bird enclosure? Suke pondered, considering it quite plausible, especially since the sign read Bird Watching Park. Just as he was engrossed in the spectacle, a massive mutated turkey emerged slowly. Cluck, cluck, cluck. The mutated turkey called out to the monkeys above, seemingly challenging them. The mutated monkeys responded with furious cries, some even making exaggerated gestures, while a couple of larger ones jumped frantically. Amidst the chaos of the mutated monkeys, the turkey suddenly spread its wings and leaped into the air. With sharp claws aimed at one of the leaping monkeys, it lunged forward. Thwack! One claw struck true, delivering a brutal peck to the screeching mutated monkey. Witnessing this scene, Suke was utterly astonished. He believed that the mutated monkeys had at least reached E rank, with some of the turkeys even attaining D rank. Just as a mutated turkey smashed the skull of one of the mutated monkeys, over a dozen more angrily leapt down, charging towards the turkey. Observing the feathers scattered and the blood pooling on the ground, a knowing smile crept onto Suke's lips, as it was clear that he stood to benefit from this chaos. Just as the battle between the chickens and monkeys was about to reach its climax, 2 honeypot mutants, each the size of a cheetah, ambled out from the shade of the trees. Was this a case of the fishermen reaping the rewards? Suke was taken aback. He had yet to make a move, and the honeypot mutants had already emerged to snatch the food. Just as he was preparing to intervene, the large tree behind the honeypot suddenly swayed, and a thorny vine ensnared its branches. The sudden explosions rendered Suke momentarily speechless, for the mutated beasts were engaged in a fierce battle, only to inadvertently benefit this mutated plant. Suke refrained from rushing in. Instead, he was keen to observe what this mutated plant intended to do. The appearance of the honeypots only added to the confusion of the battle, turning the once advantageous monkeys into the underdogs in an instant. The turkeys fared no better. Not only had their bellies been torn open, but their necks were also punctured by the bites of 2 monkeys. Though the honeypots had come to seize the opportunity, the 3 monkeys and the turkey retaliated fiercely, redirecting their attacks towards the honeypots. The chaotic skirmish soon came to an end. Just as one of the honeypots prepared to feast, 3 vibrant green vines began to slither towards it. Suke squinted, his right foot already stepping forward. He was waiting for the moment the vines ensnared the honey pot before he would charge in. The vines swiftly launched their assault, wrapping around the mutated honey pot. The mutated honey pot let out a shocked roar, but before its cry could last 5 seconds, it was completely ensnared by the 3 vines. Poisonous thorn vines. Suke was astonished, yet his body propelled him towards the mutated plant. The poisonous thorn vines, which were originally a type of morning glory before mutation, were now imbued with deadly toxins and released a hallucinogenic substance. Suke paid no heed to the 3 vines that ensnared the honey pot. Instead, he ran towards the deeper reaches from where the vines extended. Fortunately, this mutated plant was E rank. Had it been D rank or higher, Suke would not have dared to act so recklessly. Upon reaching the root and bud of the poisonous thorn vines, he swiftly drew his battle blade and struck at the bud with precision. With a whoosh, as the bud was severed, the vines writhed violently, resembling a headless centipede. Suke showed no intention of halting. After slicing off the bud, he began to sever the writhing vines with blades in both hands. Once several vines were thoroughly cut, Suke immediately began to dig into the soil. He held a particular fondness for the poisonous thorn vines, as their roots would become invaluable treasures in the future. When he finally unearthed a root as thick as his thigh, a surge of joy welled up within him. He knew that when the secret realm and dimensional space appeared, this root would serve as an exceptional tool for exterminating pests. After tossing the root of the poisonous thorn vines into the Eternal Hourglass, Suke hurried back to the battlefield where the mutated animals had fought. Upon witnessing the abundant spoils scattered across the ground, a delighted smile spread across his face. With deftness, he swiftly gathered the bounty. Although humans could not consume the flesh of mutated beasts, he and the zombies could. And the meat of these mutated creatures surpassed that of ordinary livestock. As Suke finished packing and prepared to leave, 3 pitch-black mutated foxes slowly approached from a distance. The foxes licked the still wet blood on the ground and swiftly darted towards Quebec unbeknownst to Suke. He had already caught their attention as he cautiously approached the black bear's territory. Upon reaching the black bear area, he found only bloodstains and no other animal traces. To his surprise, had the mutated black bears been slain? Suke was astonished. He had thought that among mutated animals, bears would be among the mightiest and should not be easily defeated. In truth, Suke had misjudged. In the catastrophe of the apocalypse, animals lacking in strength, much like the evolvers, would be suppressed by those of higher ranks. The so-called food chain was utterly non-existent in the apocalypse. Suke circled around the black bear area, swiftly making his way towards the polar region. When he arrived, he spotted a mutated polar bear, drenched in blood, feasting upon some animal carcass. Suke's eyes sparkled. Without hesitation, he charged forward, for he had long desired a taste of this creature's flesh. The interrupted polar bear let out a furious roar upon seeing the approaching human. Its rage intensified. Just as it raised its right paw, prepared to swat Suke, a silver flash darted before its eyes. With a swift slash, Suke effortlessly dispatched the mutated polar bear. Watching the blood flow, he quickly retrieved a metal basin and a jar the size of a finger. At that moment, Suke resembled a mosquito, diligently collecting the blood of the mutated polar bear while also savoring the warm blood in the basin. Just as he reveled in the heated blood, 3 shadows leapt from the nearby iron fence. A fox let out a cautious yelp, prompting the other 2 to quickly scatter in opposite directions. It seemed like a delivery had arrived. Suke set down the tube, licked the blood from the corner of his mouth, and hoisted the mutated polar bear's carcass towards the Eternal Hourglass. As the massive bear's body vanished, the 3 black foxes stepped back in fright. The central black fox arched its body and howled, while the other 2 foxes lunged towards Quebec. Suke paid no attention to the 2 rushing black foxes, instead focusing on the central one, sensing that it had evolved to D rank. The central black fox, upon seeing the human charging towards it, leapt forward to confront Quebec. In an instant, the 2 collided. A silver flash struck the fox's neck, while a black claw tore at Suke's chest. With a swift thrust, blood trickled from the black fox's neck, while Suke's chest bore only a few white scratch marks, without even breaking the surface scales. The 2 mutated black foxes, witnessing their leader in peril, began to retreat immediately. Suke, however, would not allow them to escape. With a powerful push from his right foot, he dashed up the cement steps in pursuit. Though the mutated black foxes were swift, they were no match for Suke, who employed ruthless tactics. Just as the 2 black foxes attempted to turn and flee, Suke launched his blades from his hands. With a slash and a thud, one black fox was bisected, while the other was left limping. Suke swiftly pursued the limping fox. Before it could escape the enclosure, he seized it by the neck. With a crunch, the sound of bones snapping echoed as he broke the neck of the crippled mutated black fox. Excellent. Today was turning out to be quite the bountiful harvest. Suke sheathed his blades and collected the 2 mutated black foxes. In the zoo, the surviving mutated animals were primarily D rank and above, while only a few E rank animals, deemed as food, remained hidden. Suke's journey had been immensely fruitful, having not only captured a D rank crocodile, but also a plethora of other mutated creatures. As Suke continued his ruthless cleansing, the number of mutated animals in the zoo dwindled, leading to moments of eerie silence. When Suke arrived at the wolf den, a mutated lion the size of a rhinoceros caught his eye. With a kick against the iron cage, he called out, "Hey, wake up. It's time to hit the road." The mutated lion slowly opened its drowsy eyes, glanced at Suke, and then gradually closed them again, as if it held Suke in utter disdain. Suke felt a surge of anger. Was it really trying to provoke him? Enraged, he pried open the iron cage and stepped inside, feeling as though he had been belittled by a mutated lion. As soon as he entered the cage, the mutated lion opened its blood-red eyes and let out a fearsome roar. With that single roar, the glass surrounding the wolf den shattered instantly. Suke was startled by the ferocity of the roar. This creature was on the verge of evolving into a sea grade. Fortunately, he had arrived today. Had he delayed even a day longer, he might have become its meal. Drawing his battle blades, Suke cautiously approached the mutated lion. With a furious roar, the mutated lion lunged directly at Quebec, reacting swiftly. He raised his arms and leaned back. Ripping sound. The fabric of Suke's sleeves was torn apart, revealing two distinct white claw marks. However, the mutated lion that leapt over him, apart from shedding some fur, suffered no harm whatsoever. Intriguingly, it seemed that his weapon was ineffective against it. Suke sheathed his two blades and retrieved a pitch-black one instead. The mutated lion roared again and charged at Suke, considering the creature before it not worthy of a meal. As it lunged once more, Suke quickly retreated, wielding his blade with precision. In an instant, the dark blade struck the lion's head with the ease of slicing through tofu. Huh? Can your head compare to a tungsten steel blade? Suke spat, sheathing the pitch-black blade and preparing to collect the lion's remains. Just as Suke triumphantly began to gather the corpse, a whimpering sound emerged from the wolf den. Turning his head, he was astonished to see a small creature resembling a husky peeking out. A mutated spirit beast? Suke could hardly believe his eyes, yet there it was. With the apocalypse upon them, not only had humans succumbed to zombification, but other animals and plants had undergone drastic mutations, some transforming into spirit beasts and treasures. Suke never imagined that, aside from the demonic vine in the botanical garden, there could be a mutated spirit beast in Spring City. Observing the small wolf cub that bore a striking resemblance to a husky, Suke placed a piece of bloody meat at his feet. "Come here, darling." Despite its hunger, the little wolf hesitated, retreating back into the den. "What? Not interested in meat? Have you not been weaned?" Just as Suke was about to rummage through the Eternal Hourglass for milk, four white tigers strode slowly towards the iron cage. With a thunderous roar, Suke swiftly turned to face the approaching mutated white tigers. "What? I've never heard of such creatures." Shocked, he drew his blades in preparation for battle. Reflecting on his past life, Suke lamented his lack of intelligence in the early stages. He had failed to grasp many crucial details before his rebirth. In truth, Suke was simply venting internally. Had he known he would be reborn, everything would have unfolded differently. The lead mutated white tiger let out another roar, and two of its companions broke through the iron cage, charging in. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Suke brandished his dark blade and rushed forward, knowing that facing four D-grade tigers meant certain death if they surrounded him. As he lunged at one mutated white tiger, another leaped towards him. Sensing imminent danger, Suke halted, raising his blade for a mighty strike. With a swift motion, he severed the paw of the attacking mutated white tiger. Before he could turn around, another lunged at him with jaws agape. Suke didn't care about elegance. He rolled on the ground, dragging his blade forward in a sweeping arc. With a gash, the belly of the mutated white tiger was opened, spilling its innards. Seizing the moment, Suke swiftly delivered a finishing blow, decapitating the creature. Its massive head rolled a few times before coming to a halt. With a roar, the remaining two mutated white tigers became furious, trying to leap into the cage. Suke would not grant these beasts an opportunity. As they simultaneously sprang into the cage, he hurled his blade at one. With a heavy thud, the blade struck the head of a mutated white tiger, sending it tumbling to the ground. Another mutated white tiger roared in anger and lunged at Quebec, anticipating this. Suke quickly produced another black blade as the tiger charged. With a swift strike, the head of the attacking tiger fell away, and a bloodthirsty smile crept across Suke's face. Raising his bloodied blade, he approached the wounded white tiger, and before it could retaliate, a spray of blood splattered across his face. Suke licked the blood from his lips as he walked towards the dazed mutated white tiger. "I have a fondness for blood." As his words fell, the massive blade swiftly descended upon the mutated white tiger. In an instant, the creature's head was split in two, blood gushing forth. Suke took a clean basin and began collecting the blood, swiftly dispatching the remaining three mutated white tigers. Once everything was settled, he exhaled in relief. Had he not prepared in advance, he might have met his demise in the zoo that day. Turning back to the wolf den, he saw the little wolf curiously peering at him. "Come, darling, let us have some milk." Suke shook a bottle of fresh cow's milk. He hadn't prepared much of it, as this commodity had become exceedingly rare in the apocalypse, not because it was unwanted, but because newborns no longer required it. After pouring the milk into a clean bowl, the little wolf still did not approach, as if it were entirely indifferent. Chapter 20. A delayed rescue. More than 2 hours had passed since Suke entered the zoo, and a mountain of zombie corpses had accumulated around the truck. Zhang He, gasping for breath, stared into the distance. Approximately 800 meters away, 2 D-grade brain corpses stood, initially believing that the butcher was inside the truck, only to discover that he was absent, replaced by an unfamiliar breed. Uncertain of the butcher's whereabouts, they saw no reason to delay their revenge. Moreover, besides the unknown breed, they detected the scent of living humans, prompting them to organize a horde of zombies to assault the truck. For brain corpses, engaging in direct combat was not their forte. Their strength lay in manipulating other zombies to besiege their prey and reap the rewards. "This anomaly seems to be faltering," the shorter brain corpse gleefully remarked, chewing on the flesh of an unknown creature. "No rush. This fellow is probably just the madman's underling. Once we've toyed with him sufficiently, we can extract the location of their stronghold," the taller brain corpse declared with a smirk, as the 2 brain corpses orchestrated their third wave of zombies. Zhang He lifted a brain nucleus to consume. Though he had the ability to escape, he knew that if he left, the 20 survivors in the truck would become the zombies' next meal. Thus, he was determined not to retreat, even if it meant perishing here. He would not allow these monsters to breach the container, for that was his duty. With a roar, a horde of zombies unleashed their fury, though their movements were sluggish. The momentum they generated was formidable. "Come on, you beasts." Zhang He slowly rose to his feet, his left hand twirling a tactical dagger horizontally across his chest, while his right hand rested on the ground, gripping a fire axe. Just as the horde of zombies approached within 30 meters, a furious roar erupted from the direction of the zoo, causing the zombies to freeze in their tracks as if a pause button had been pressed. As the sound faded, Suke emerged from the northern gate of the zoo, leading a stubborn little wolf cub behind him. At this moment, a thick rope was tied around the cub's neck, and as it was tugged, the little wolf struggled relentlessly. "Ah, it's quite warm. It seems I returned just in time," Suke remarked with a peculiar smile as he glanced at the 2 nearby brainless corpses. "This lunatic is indeed here. Retreat," exclaimed the taller of the 2, who then slipped into an alley. "Butcher, we shall meet again," shouted the shorter one before following suit. Suke paid no mind to their words and continued toward the truck. Once the 2 brainless corpses moved beyond a certain distance, the zombies they controlled were liberated, akin to a swarm of headless flies wandering aimlessly. "You're not looking too good," Suke observed, casting a glance at the plastic bottle on the ground. "Huh, it's nothing. I can still hold on," Zhang He replied, forcing a bitter smile. "I fear you may soon turn into one of them," Suke commented, shaking his head. "If I had returned any later, I might have had to harvest your crystal core." Zhang He understood Suke was not jesting, but being a soldier. His duty was to protect. "Come, eat as much as you can, but remember, do not fall asleep," Suke declared, placing 2 large geese before Zhang He. As the geese appeared, the surrounding zombies swarmed towards them like flies drawn to blood. "A bunch of suicidal fools," Suke exclaimed, tossing the rope to Zhang He. Upon catching it, Zhang He realized it was tied to a husky pup. Is Suke out of his mind? To use such a thick rope on such a small creature? He pondered, but Suke had already begun to slaughter the zombies. With each swift strike of his blade, headless zombies fell one after another, the black blood splattering into the air like a macabre painting. "Hurry and eat. Your time is running short," Suke urged after dispatching 2 zombies, sweeping his blade with rapidity. Zhang He snapped back to reality and began tearing into the goose, feeling the nourishing energy seep into his system, clearing the fog in his mind. The little wolf, exhausted, lay on the ground whimpering like a bullied child. Hearing its sounds, Zhang He tore off a piece of goose leg and approached the cub. "Eat," he said, loosening the rope around the wolf's neck. The pup licked the goose leg, but whimpered again. "Can't you conjure up some milk, divine being? This little one can't be more than 3 days old." Zhang He called out to Suke, who was busy dispatching zombies. "Just a moment," Suke replied, his blade slicing through another foe. "Come, let me hold you for a while." Soon, you'll have milk to drink. Zhang He cradled the little wolf while continuing to gnaw on the goose. With Su Kei's relentless slaughter, all the zombies nearby were soon eradicated. You have quite the knack. This creature is willing to follow you, Su Kei said, producing a basin of fresh milk before Zhang He. Wait, how did you find this husky? Aren't animals mutated? Zhang He asked in astonishment as he accepted the basin. Oh, I found this cub in a wolf's den. Although it's a mutated beast, it falls under the category of spiritual beasts, Su Kei explained, elaborating on the emergence of spiritual beasts and treasures during the apocalypse. After listening to Su Kei, Zhang He felt increasingly impressed, as if Su Kei possessed boundless knowledge. Watching the little wolf slowly lap up the milk, Zhang He inquired, "Are you truly a deity?" "Absolutely," Su Kei declared, removing his hat. Upon seeing the small horns on Su Kei's forehead, Zhang He was momentarily taken aback, feeling an unsettling dissonance, as if a demon were claiming to be virtuous. "If the government sought to take over your territory, would you comply?" Zhang He voiced his inner uncertainty. "Of course, why wouldn't I? As long as they can sustain the survivors." Su Kei replied dismissively. "But what if it requires you to part with resources? Would you still agree?" Zhang He pressed, peering into Su Kei's eyes. "Huh, do you think I'm a fool?" Su Kei laughed, his gaze fixed on Zhang He. "I see," Zhang He nodded, though he felt a sense of confusion. "You don't understand the true significance of this apocalypse," Su Kei retorted, gesturing toward the truck. "Have you ever seen this before the apocalypse?" He then pointed to the distant zombies. "This is a brutal game of survival, where the weak are culled. Your so-called government is less reliable than these mindless monsters. They are currently brainless creatures, but in time, they will form a formidable barrier of protection, merely surviving by different means. I can only tell you that your so-called rescue is a farce, or perhaps a self-inflicted demise. I once traversed a long path in a dream, witnessing countless truths and the emergence of foreign beings and so-called deities. To them, we are but ants, and they will use every means to crush us. If I were to entrust everything to your so-called hope, all life on this planet would perish." Hearing Su Kei's words, Zhang He was momentarily stunned, his mind swirling with confusion, as he could not see things from the perspective of a soldier. Moreover, the rescue team they had just formed was indeed, as Su Kei stated, a mere joke. One member had perished before even saving a single person. Chapter 21. Fishing. Observing Zhang He deep in thought, Su Kei wore a mysterious smile, contemplating that had it not been for the apocalypse, delivering a speech to enlighten these individuals would have been effortless. "If I follow you, shall I witness the dawn?" Zhang He asked, stroking the little wolf. "Yes, for I am the sole deity of Blue Star," Su Kei proclaimed, his gaze resolutely fixed on the sky. "Very well, from this day forward, my life is entrusted to you," Zhang He stated earnestly, locking eyes with Su Quebec. "Fear not, I shall not disappoint you. As long as I draw breath, I shall prevent humanity's extinction." At that moment, Su Kei's figure appeared immensely grand in Zhang He's eyes, even inducing a sense of illusion. Half an hour later, the grayness in Zhang He's eyes began to regain its color, and the signs of zombie transformation in his mind gradually dissipated. In future battles, you should refrain from consuming brain cores. If absolutely necessary, abandon the idea of escape, for your role must surpass that of these survivors, Su Kei advised from the driver's seat. Zhang He remained silent. Though he acknowledged Su Kei as a deity, he did not concur with his assertions. Su Kei observed Zhang He's reaction and understood his hesitation, yet it was indeed a harsh reality. Survival was paramount. "Where are we headed now?" Zhang He asked, still holding the little wolf. "I shall take you to witness a grand spectacle, but I advise you not to interfere, as it concerns my personal matters," Su Kei replied. Starting the truck, Zhang He turned to Su Kei, utterly perplexed about what kind of spectacle he would be shown, especially one that required him not to intervene. As the truck navigated to Guangxing Road, Zhang He was taken aback. In just 30 more minutes, they would arrive at Jingwan Villa. "Are we headed to Jingwan Villa?" he inquired. "Indeed, you seem quite familiar with the terrain of Spring City," Su Kei remarked, gazing ahead at the road. "It's all right, I just pass through here occasionally," Zhang He explained, reminiscing. Su Kei nodded in understanding, recalling that he had sold villas in this area a year ago. As the truck crashed through the barrier into the villa district, the surrounding zombies began to converge towards the vehicle. "There should be quite a few survivors here," Zhang He remarked, observing the wandering undead. "There could be dozens, or even more," Su Kei replied, reminiscing about scenes from his previous life. As the truck neared Villa No. 25, Suke gradually brought it to a halt. Let us go. I'll show you a grand spectacle, Suke said, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. He stepped out of the vehicle and shouted at the pursuing zombies. Although Zhang He was unsure of what spectacle Suke referred to, he acknowledged the impressive ability to repel the zombies with a mere shout. Once the two quietly scaled the outer wall of Villa number 25, they found themselves at a position beside a window. Just as Zhang He pondered Suke's intentions, faint sounds of GGG emanated from within. Despite the soft noise, both Suke and Zhang He discerned what was happening inside with their keen hearing. You can't be making me listen to this, right? Zhang He asked, bewildered. Shoo, keep quiet and just watch, Suke replied, pulling out his phone and motioning for Zhang He to stay tucked away. At that moment, Su Qian's phone rang unexpectedly, and upon seeing it was Suke, she and Zhao He immediately ceased their activities. Where are you? Su Qian asked breathlessly. I'm at the entrance of your villa. Suke feigned weakness. What is wrong with you? Why do you sound like that? Su Qian asked anxiously as she approached the balcony. I might be turning into a zombie. Suke's acting left Zhang He dumbfounded. Had it not been for Suke's insistence on watching the show, he would never have believed this was the same person who had just repelled zombies. What? Su Qian exclaimed, visibly shaken. As she struggled to find words, Zhao He snatched the phone, having spotted Suke standing outside the villa district. You fool, did you bring food? Zhao He immediately asked. Yes, I did bring food. Can you let Qian come out to see me? Suke asked, maintaining his facade of weakness. Zhao He, dismissing the latter part of Suke's statement, was solely focused on the food. All right, since you like Su Qian so much, just wait, Zhao He said, shoving the phone back to Su Qian and exchanging glances with Fan Shu at the entrance. Zhang He, puzzled by Suke's intentions, suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation when the villa door swung open, revealing two individuals armed with weapons. Suke, you're quite the devoted admirer. Even in this state, you can't forget Su Qian, Zhao He taunted as he approached Suke, wielding a baseball bat. Where's Su Qian? Didn't you say I could see her? Suke demanded menacingly. Be careful, don't let him bite us. Fan Shu warned Zhao He, grabbing his arm. Ignoring Fan Shu, Zhao He continued to survey Suke, who stood just outside the iron gate. Where's the food? Suke feigned disappointment, turning away. Damn it. You want to see Su Qian without food? What are you thinking? Zhao He could no longer contain his frustration, pointing the bat at Su Quebec enough. He go. This guy is about to turn into a zombie. I read online that anyone who consumes a zombie's brain can evolve. Otherwise, Fan Shu mimicked a throat-slitting gesture. Upon hearing Fan Shu's words, Zhao He's expression brightened. Since Suke had failed to deliver the food, it was time to send him to his demise. There are no zombies nearby. Let us open the door and take him out, Zhao He whispered. Zhang He, hidden in the corner, widened his eyes, witnessing such despicable behavior for the first time. Suke continued to walk slowly, seemingly oblivious to the door opening behind him. Zhao He and Fan Shu opened the iron gate, weapons in hand, and stealthily approached Su Quebec. Just as they closed in within 5 meters, Suke suddenly turned around. What the hell? Zhao He and Fan Shu jumped back in fright, fearing they might get bitten. How is this scene? Quite interesting, don't you think? Suke smiled at Zhao He and Fan Shu. What scene? Who are you talking to? Zhao He hurriedly asked, retreating further. Of course, I'm talking to you, Suke replied, as Zhang He emerged from the shadows, his expression somewhat peculiar. Upon seeing Zhang He donning camouflage attire, Zhao He and Fan Shu quickly understood, yet they were baffled by his presence. Before they could react further, Suke approached them directly. Suke, you, Fan Shu began, but was abruptly seized by the throat. All right, matters need resolution. Let us discuss this inside. Suke tightened his grip, lifting both Zhao He and Fan Shu off the ground as if they were mere chicks. Inside the villa, Su Qian was utterly stunned, having witnessed everything from the balcony. She could not fathom how Suke had become so formidable, nor the soldier accompanying him. As she contemplated her next move, Suke dragged the gasping duo into the villa. Bang! Bang! Suke released his grip, causing Zhao He and Fan Shu to fall face first onto the ground. Su Qian, get dressed and come down quickly. We need to have a proper chat, Suke called mockingly. Just as Su Qian had devised a plan to deceive Suke, she halted, realizing the implication of his words was abundantly clear. Darling, I'm not the person you think I am. It was all Zhao He's coercion. Su Qian rushed down the stairs, tears streaming down her face, initially appearing pitiful. Chapter 22. means of revenge upon hearing Su Qian's words. A slight smirk formed on Su K's lips as he casually produced a pack of cigarettes, offering one to Zhang He. I don't smoke, Zhang He declined. Neither do I, but it's part of the scene. We should at least add some flair, Su Ke replied as he lit a cigarette. Zhang He was at a loss for words. One might think they were villains. Had Su Ke known Zhang He's thoughts, he would surely have given him a thumbs up. For they indeed were the villains. Noting Su K's indifference to her plight, Su Qian's acting escalated as she knelt and crawled toward him, saying, "Darling, I was truly coerced. I love you so much. How could I ever betray you? If I didn't comply with Zhao He and the others, they would feed me to the zombies. There are 2 zombies locked upstairs. Su Ke, don't believe this wretched woman. Everything is a script she directed, including the ruse to lure you here with food." Zhao He, rubbing his neck on the ground, protested. "No, darling, it's him who forced me. Look, I've always worn the necklace you gave me. I love you." Su Qian quickly countered. "Indeed, because that necklace is worth 1,200,000. Su Ke replied, casting a pointed look at Su Qian, clearly implying that it was insufficient as evidence. Zhang He, standing nearby, was astonished as he remembered a rumor from Spring City about Su Ke being a prodigal son. "Su Ke, let me tell you the truth. Su Qian is just a deceitful woman. To get close to you, she intentionally set me up to deceive you. Just ask Fan Shu." Zhao He exclaimed. "Zhao He, we'll settle our score later. I have a question for you," Su Ke said. Zhao He's heart sank at Su K's words, sensing that he might know more than he let on. "If I hadn't turned around just now, were you planning to kill me?" Su Ke inquired. "No, you misunderstood. How could I kill you? After all, we're brothers." Zhao He quickly defended himself. Su Ke's lips curled into a peculiar smile as he posed a question to Fan Shu. "Fan Shu, if I were to offer you a chance at survival, how would you choose?" Although merely a subordinate of Zhao He, Fan Shu was not foolish, and he understood the implication behind Su Ke's words. "Brother Ke," Zhao He lied. "He truly intended to kill you just moments ago, and he and Su Qian have conspired on numerous matters. If you wish to hear more, I can tell you everything right now." "There's no need. I am already well aware of their secrets," Su Ke replied nonchalantly, his gaze shifting to the kneeling Su Qian. At that moment, Zhao He and Su Qian resembled wilted eggplants, utterly taken aback that Su Ke had uncovered their clandestine dealings. Su Ke extinguished his cigarette and slowly approached Zhao He, who trembled on the ground, unable to resist Su K's authority. "Zhao He, the enmity between us can only be resolved in one manner," Su Ke stated, crouching down and pressing his hand against Zhao He's neck. "Su Ke, no, Brother Ke. I was wrong. I will do anything you ask. Just spare me." Zhao He pleaded desperately. "Rest assured, I shall not grant you a swift demise. I will torment you first, for I wish you to comprehend the essence of revenge." As Su Ke's words fell, a dark crimson magic circle appeared beneath his feet. The trio, Zhang He and his companions, were taken aback, having never witnessed such a fantastical spectacle. Dark blood pain. As the magic circle spun rapidly, a bloody mark suddenly emerged on Zhao He's neck. Su Ke stood upright and snapped his fingers. Instantly, a veil of blood mist enveloped Zhao He's eyes, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. "Ah, no, don't come near. You monsters, let me go." Seeing Zhao He's frantic flailing, Su Qian and Fan Shu were paralyzed with fear, terrified that Su Ke might unleash this magic upon them as well. "Fan Shu, you may leave now," Su Ke remarked generously. "Huh." Fan Shu was momentarily taken aback, unsure of Su Ke's intentions. "Why not depart?" Su Ke asked with a smile. "And no, I." Before Fan Shu could finish his sentence, Su Ke seized his neck and delivered a powerful kick that sent Fan Shu flying. Bang! The forceful kick caused Fan Shu to spew blood as he hurtled towards the door, subsequently losing consciousness. "Oh dear, I may have overdone it. But at least I spared his life," Su Ke feigned regret. Standing nearby, Zhang He grimaced, suspecting Su Ke had done this on purpose. "Honey." Do not call me honey. We are not familiar." Su Ke interrupted Su Qian. "Su Ke, I beg you to spare me. I will do anything you ask." Su Qian implored earnestly. "Is that so? Your resources are rather valuable. They may prove useful in the future," Su Ke mused, stroking his chin with a mischievous glint in his eye. Seeing Su Ke's demeanor, Su Qian felt she had found an opening and crawled closer to him. "You can tell me how you wish to play. I can even perform special tricks," she hurriedly offered. "Get lost." Su Ke delivered a kick that, though lacking in force, sent Su Qian reeling. "Are you not going to take action?" Zhang He inquired curiously, feeling that Su Ke should not show such mercy. Although I would relish the opportunity to eliminate her, as a deity, I choose to be magnanimous and forgive her. After all, she possesses considerable utility. Su Ke explained with a feigned air of mystery. What utility? Zhang He was puzzled. Given Su Ke's earlier ruthlessness, he did not seem like the indecisive type. You will understand upon your return. Su Ke patted Zhang He's shoulder before striding towards the deranged Zhao He. Crack! With a swift motion, Zhao He's head tilted unnaturally, and he was instantly liberated. After securing Zhao He's lifeless body, Su Ke turned his attention to the unconscious Fan Chu. Well, he has been alive for about 2 minutes. I suppose I have kept my word, Su Ke said, extending his right hand towards Fan Chu's neck. Crack! With a gentle squeeze, Fan Chu's body went limp. Su Qian, if you wish to avoid death, you had better get moving. Otherwise, I shall deal with you shortly, Su Ke declared as he stored away Fan Chu's remains. Upon hearing Su Ke's words, Su Qian, gritting her teeth against abdominal pain, slowly rose and approached him. Su Ke glanced at the staggering Su Qian and said to Zhang He, "Let us go. We must rescue others." "All right, that is precisely what I was waiting for." Zhang He smiled and followed Su Ke out of the villa. Su Ke was quite familiar with the scenic Bay Villa, and the zombies there posed no threat. Zhang He could easily handle them alone. By the way, could you teach me how to attract and repel zombies sometime? Zhang He asked after dispatching a zombie. Do I really need to teach you this? Surely you must know how, Su Ke queried, attaching a megaphone to the side of the truck while casting a questioning glance at Zhang He. I do not know. Is this not something that requires instruction? Zhang He replied, sheathing his dagger as he approached the truck. Use your consciousness, release your spirit, and then shout the words from your heart. Zhang He nodded, closed his eyes, and began to harness his mental power, momentarily grasping something profound. Roar! As Zhang He emitted his shout, a wave of mental energy surged forth. Wow, it actually works, Zhang He exclaimed in astonishment, looking at Su Quebec. Of course it does. You are half a zombie. Su Ke rolled his eyes before activating the megaphone. Su Qian, hiding in the driver's seat, was startled by Su Ke's words. She had always believed that soldier was human, only to discover that he was also a zombie. Chapter 23. The wealthy of the villa district. As the megaphone blared, some survivors hiding in the villa opened their windows to investigate the source of the sound. Realizing that there were indeed no zombies outside, they promptly rushed out of the villa, many carrying boxes of supplies. Noticing a middle-aged man struggling under the weight of various bags approaching the truck, Su Ke immediately intercepted him. Drop the goods and get inside. What? Do you know what this place is? You expect me to just throw everything away? The middle-aged man retorted defiantly. This is your final chance, Su Ke declared, disregarding the man and turning his gaze to other survivors carrying bundles. Hey, are you sent by the government? Bang. Su Ke was not one to coddle, and he delivered a kick to the middle-aged man. With that kick, both the man and his so-called belongings were sent flying. First, I am not affiliated with the government. Second, those carrying items are prohibited from boarding. I will only remain here for 10 minutes. After that, we will depart, Su Ke proclaimed through the megaphone. Just as he lowered the device, a woman hurriedly approached. Little brother, please accept this gold bar. Before she could finish, Su Ke flung the gold bar away. This is useless in the apocalypse. The container lacks space for you to store such items, he stated flatly. Hearing Su Ke's words, the woman's eyes twitched in disbelief. She found his refusal to acknowledge the value of her offering quite ungrateful. Observing the hesitant demeanor of these wealthy individuals, Su Ke grew weary. While he did indeed need humans, he had no interest in this type of humanity. Let us go. These people are not worth saving, Su Ke told Zhang He. But there are still 42 individuals, and many more are on their way here, Zhang He countered, glancing at the survivors in the container. These individuals are merely parasites. Bringing them back would serve no purpose. I seek followers, not a bunch of refuse, Su Ke replied as he opened the truck door. Just as he finished speaking, a portly middle-aged man stepped forward and pressed against the door. Hey, what do you mean by that? What do you mean we are parasites and refuse? Do you know who I am, that you would dare to? Before the overweight man could finish, his voice was abruptly silenced, for he recognized Su Ke. Wastrel, Liao Guanghui. Do you believe there is an issue with my words? Su Ke questioned, narrowing his eyes at the other man. Liao Guanghui, formerly the director of the planning department at the Su Group, had transferred his resources to the Zhao Group following the death of Su Ke's father. You spendthrift. Do not think that just because you possess that truck, we are not numerous enough to overpower you. Liao Guangwei threatened. Upon hearing Liao Guangwei's words, Su Ke chuckled, perceiving a lack of intelligence in certain individuals. We came here to assist you, and this is how you repay our kindness? Zhang He remarked, shutting the container and walking over slowly, feeling that his previous perceptions had been completely overturned, as this day's events could fill its home. Upon noticing Zhang He, clad in camouflage, a woman hastily exclaimed, Soldier, we are the citizens who sustain you. Protecting affluent individuals like us is your primary duty. Oh, my apologies. But I am no longer a soldier, Zhang He replied, tearing off his epaulette and carefully placing it into his pocket. The woman and those around her were left dumbfounded by Zhang He's words and actions, realizing it was a blatant lie. It is this spendthrift who forbade us from boarding. Let us eliminate him and drive ourselves to the authorities. Liao Guanghui incited the crowd. As his words echoed, an unusual silence enveloped the crowd. The anticipated uproar was conspicuously absent. Instead, the affluent gazed at Liao Guanghui with expressions of incredulity, for they were not fools. Their current status was the result of countless commercial trials. Furthermore, judging by the two young men before them, it was evident some misunderstanding existed. Are you done with your performance? Su Ke cast a glance at the woman before turning his attention back to Liao Guanghui. What do you intend to do? I must inform you. I am the vice director of the Zhao Group. Liao Guanghui shouted, his voice tinged with unease. Vice director, splendid, a significant title, but regrettably of little consequence amidst this catastrophe. Su Ke remarked with a mocking expression before declaring loudly, Ladies and gentlemen, once you surrender your possessions to this vice director, you may safely board the vehicle. Allow me to clarify, in the face of this apocalyptic calamity, your so-called antiques and artworks hold no value. They are worth even less than a loaf of bread. The affluent surrounding the truck comprehended this truth, yet they hesitated to part with their treasures, fearing the re-establishment of order in the future. Observing the wavering resolve among the wealthy, Zhang He immediately interjected, Esteemed guests, you may doubt my forthcoming words, yet they are undeniably true. As Zhang He stepped forward, the gazes of the affluent shifted towards him. At that moment, he produced a wet wipe and cleansed his face, revealing his true visage beneath the layers of grease paint. A zombie? Liao Guanghui exclaimed in shock, pointing at Zhang He. Though the surrounding wealthy were astonished, they did not retreat, discerning that Su Ke and Zhang He bore no hostility, unlike the typical zombies. I am a man who has died once. Although I do not believe in deities, what transpired was undeniably real. This divine being saved me, and thus I place my faith in him. Zhang He indicated Su Quebec. Su Ke felt a surge of satisfaction, recognizing Zhang He as his divine ally. As the crowd's attention shifted towards Su Ke, he could not afford to let Zhang He's efforts go to waste, and fixed his gaze upon Liao Guanghui. In an instant, a blood-red magic circle materialized beneath Su Ke's feet, and as the onlookers gasped, a peculiar blue glow emerged from his blood-colored eyes. Binding spell. Liao Guanghui, under Su Ke's scrutiny, felt as though he were ensnared, unable to articulate a single word. Ladies and gentlemen, you may hand your belongings over to Director Liao. I trust he will safeguard them for you. Su Ke spoke meaningfully. Upon hearing his words, the wealthy individuals quickly grasped the situation, casting their possessions at Liao Guanghui's feet before making their way towards the container. Zhang He promptly reopened the container doors. As the crowd queued to enter, a girl in her 20s brushed past Su Ke, curiously asking, Why is he so still? He is guarding your treasures, Su Ke replied with a smile. Upon touching Liao Guanghui, the girl discovered he was as unresponsive as a wooden figure, save for his breathing. Su Ke paid little heed, climbing into the driver's seat. Meanwhile, Su Qian, huddled in a corner, felt profound regret, realizing that her earlier scheming had led to her current predicament. Su Ke, be silent. Speak another word, and I shall feed you to the zombies. Su Ke's words caused Su Qian to tense further, for she held no doubts about his threats. Why are they allowed in? Yet I am not. The earlier woman protested. You may enter if you discard the suitcase, Zhang He insisted, pointing at the large leather case in her possession. Reluctant to part with her sole possession, the woman hesitated. Zhang He, let us go? Su Ke urged. Just as Zhang He prepared to close the door, the woman gritted her teeth, relinquished her suitcase, and dashed into the container. Chapter 24. The Birth of the Zombie King. As the truck returned to Shishan Prison, it encountered minimal resistance, with Zhang He occasionally disembarking to disperse wandering zombies. By the time they arrived at Shishan prison, dusk had descended. Arranging the survivors was a task for Chen Chong and his associates. Under Su Kei's explicit instructions, Chen Chong and the others quickly understood their roles regarding Su Qian's situation. As time passed, Su Kei indulged in copious amounts of meat daily, spending his leisure time either strategizing rescue plans with Zhang He or training Xie Xinxin in combat techniques. As the potency of the aberrants was indisputable, Xie Xinxin made rapid progress, mastering basic combat methods and advancing from an E-level aberrant to a D-level. Zhang He, too, surpassed expectations. Although he had transformed into an aberrant a few days later than Xie Xinxin, his growth and strength far exceeded hers, nearing the threshold of C-level. As for Su Kei, he ascended from D-level to C-level, unlocking numerous special abilities. In terms of consumption, his capacity to devour flesh was formidable, requiring at least 2.5 cattle and 3 jars of fresh blood daily. As his body underwent transformations, Su Kei's physical prowess grew increasingly formidable. The white scales adorning his exterior had shifted to a light gray hue, impervious to ordinary tungsten steel blades, which left no mark upon contact. Conventional human weaponry, including explosives, posed no threat to him whatsoever. While Su Kei contemplated whether to venture out for hunting or continue rescuing survivors, Chen Chong and Jiang Sheng rushed over in a frantic state. "This is not good, master. 2 zombies outside have gone mad, incessantly howling," Jiang Sheng exclaimed. "Mad? Howling?" Su Kei furrowed his brow, rising to investigate. His curiosity piqued despite the unease swelling within him. As he approached the prison gate, the zombies' cries grew louder, as if under some form of mental assault. "You two do not follow," Su Kei instructed, pressing the remote control before stepping outside. Chen Chong and Jiang Sheng could not fathom the source of Su Kei's tension, but dared not question him, for all they possessed was granted by him. Upon Su Kei crossing the prison threshold, a faint brainwave flickered through his mind. If one were not attentive, it might have easily gone unnoticed. The birth of the zombie king. Su Kei gasped, casting his gaze towards the east. Though Shishan prison lay far from the city, the distant brainwave had undeniably traversed the nearby signal tower. The scene of zombies roaring in madness unfolded throughout Spring City, with both E-level and D-level zombies unleashing their frenzied howls. Some feeble ordinary zombies had even collapsed on the ground, struggling in vain. Meanwhile, on the first floor of the Spring City Mall, a young man clad in a blood-stained white garment slowly rose from the ground. The 3 human survivors bound nearby were rendered speechless by the terrifying spectacle before them, as the recent phenomenon had been utterly horrifying. A sinister grin spread across the pallid face of the young man, for he had finally ascended to D-level, and he now reigned as the king of this place. The young man in white gradually opened his gaping maw, revealing a multitude of sharp fangs akin to the mouths of several piranhas stacked together. Crack! A blood-curdling scream erupted as one survivor's arm was bitten off in an instant, his body writhing wildly as he kicked desperately, his cries filled with boundless terror and despair. The young man in white savored the severed arm as though tasting a delicacy. Once he finished, his blood-soaked mouth transformed into a crimson, cracked visage, resembling a zipper. With deliberate steps, he approached the survivor, who was paralyzed by fear, as a slender, rigid tail slowly emerged from the young man's abdomen. With a swift thrust, the tail pierced through the man's heart, and as blood gushed forth, the young man lifted the corpse high, indulging in the flowing blood with glee. "No, please. I don't want to die." One survivor frantically writhed backward, but his struggle only made him the next target. The remaining survivor was doomed to meet a similarly gruesome fate. Su Kei observed the 2 zombies still howling wildly, helplessly turning away, for he could not halt the mental waves of the Corpse King unless he could advance to be level beforehand. As he walked back to the prison square, he glanced up at the blood moon. It was time to contemplate his next move. Su Kei turned toward the western warehouse, intending to venture out in search of survivors. If that failed, he would consult the refuge at Tiger Mountain in the southern city. In truth, Su Kei yearned to bring the survivors from the Tiger Mountain refuge back, but he feared that going there now would not only be futile, but would also lead those individuals to suspect his intentions. "Zhang He," Su Kei called out at the western warehouse entrance. "Coming." Within 10 seconds, Zhang He dashed out from the monitoring chamber. "Let us go. I'll take you hunting," Su Kei said, a mischievous smile creeping onto his lips as he turned toward the eastern warehouse. Zhang He followed without hesitation, making his way alongside Su Quebec. In the past 6 days, Zhang He had undoubtedly been the fastest to enhance his abilities, whether it was due to a solid foundation or something unique. Su Ke, a reborn individual, felt a twinge of jealousy. As Su Ke and Zhang He drove away from the prison in a truck, Qin Sheng and Jiang Sheng exchanged wicked smiles. Just as they hurried toward the southern monitoring chamber, Xie Xinxin swiftly intercepted them. The master did not train you to be mere sours. And that woman clearly isn't a good person. You two should be careful. Don't worry, we know what we're doing, and we can handle her. Jiang Sheng reassured, patting his chest. Hee, the master said that woman is merely a breeding tool, and we're devoid of any sentiment. Qin Sheng chuckled, stroking his chin. TSK, you're just animals thinking with your lower halves. Xie Xinxin spat, disregarding the two as she took on her role as the prison's head administrator, managing not only the survivors' sustenance, but also organizing their records. Watching Xie Xinxin walk away, Qin Sheng and Jiang Sheng grinned even more wickedly as they reflected on how, before the apocalypse, they would have never been able to even glance at a woman like Su Qian. Now, they not only had the chance to engage, but could also sow seeds. Meanwhile, Su Ke, who was en route to the urban area, remained oblivious to Qin Sheng and Jiang Sheng's ulterior motives. Even if he knew, he wouldn't concern himself. For the punishment for Su Qian was merely the beginning. What lay ahead would be the main event. Where are we headed? Zhang He inquired, driving the large truck. To the botanical garden. Su Ke replied. Zhang He nodded, stepping on the gas as they sped toward their destination. As for Su Ke's reason for going there, his primary intent was to assess the growth rate of the demon vine. If it could be eradicated, he would gladly take the lead in slaying this mutated plant that harbored treasures. It was worth noting that in his previous life, it took 2 B-level professional evolvers to defeat the demon vine, and that was already a year into the apocalypse. Secondly, by passing through that area, he could rescue many hidden evolved survivors. Lastly, he wished to investigate what other supernatural entities remained lurking in the urban expanse of Spring City. Half an hour later, Zhang He drove the truck into the desolate city. In the stillness of the night, the engine's roar sounded particularly jarring, and the uneven roads drew many zombies toward the source of the noise. Should we drive them away? Zhang He asked, eyeing the gathering horde of zombies. No need. The more, the merrier. If there aren't enough, I might require some bait. Su Ke replied with an enigmatic smile, gazing at the approaching zombies. Zhang He nodded. Though he was uncertain of Su Ke's intentions, he chose not to inquire further, knowing he would understand everything once they arrived. As more and more zombies congregated, Su Ke instructed Zhang He to slow down, for speeding would cause the bait to vanish. Let us lure the zombies to the western Yuncha Xian, Su Ke directed, observing the encroaching horde. Upon hearing this, Zhang He quickly executed a U-turn, driving against the oncoming lane. Noticing that the number of zombies still hadn't reached his desired count, Su Ke decisively took out a small jar of fresh blood and splattered it across the truck's exterior. The scent of blood instantly drove the horde into a frenzy, igniting the bloodthirst of even those zombies that had only just arrived. As Su Ke attracted the throng of zombies in a nearby 3-story mall, 2 brain corpses revealed their furious gazes. What's this lunatic doing out again? The shorter brain corpse fumed. Hold on, look behind his truck. The taller brain corpse pointed out. This madman is about to slaughter his own kind. We cannot let him escape today. The shorter zombie stormed down the stairs, convinced that Su Ke must not have evolved properly, or else he would not engage in such reckless behavior. Wait a moment, since the corpse king has appeared, why don't we turn this lunatic over to him? The taller zombie suggested with a sinister grin. Good idea, with the corpse king involved. This madman is as good as dead. The shorter zombie replied with a chuckle. As the 2 brain corpses finalized their scheme, they simultaneously emitted a howling signal toward the direction of the mall. At that moment, Su Ke, who was engrossed in luring the horde, paused, sensing the distant howls of brain corpses conveying some message. Did you hear that howl from a brain corpse? Su Ke asked Zhang He. No. With so many zombies howling around us, maybe you misheard, Zhang He responded. Perhaps, Su Ke shrugged, dismissing it as he continued to draw in the surrounding zombies. As Su Ke and Zhang He boldly attracted the horde, many survivors hiding in the shadows cautiously peeked out, curious to know who was so audacious. Just as they passed by the entrance of an abandoned supermarket, a group of survivors, having ventured out at night in search of food, was taken aback by the sight of the passing truck. Is that human? Or a zombie? A girl of about 17 or 18 questioned. Whether it's human or zombie, It has nothing to do with us. Let us finish here and leave quickly, a sturdy man in his 30s replied. As the two turned around to continue their search for sustenance, the remaining members of their small team stealthily entered. We found 2 barrels of clean water. Now we can return and report back, one of the youths exclaimed joyfully. Reporting back is not an issue, but we are still lacking food, a young girl replied, a hint of frustration in her voice. Alas, there's nothing we can do. We're being overrun by a gang of ruffians, the young man lamented. As the number of zombies on the street swelled, nearing 2,000, Suke promptly instructed Zhang he to drive the vehicle into the botanical garden. With a crash, the front loader shattered the garden's railing, and the truck barreled towards the botanical hall. Get out and run with me, Suke commanded, leaping from the truck and spilling blood on the ground as he sprinted toward the stone path to the west. Roar! The horde of zombies surged into the botanical garden through the broken railing, their sensitivity to the scent of blood heightened. As long as they were within 200 meters, they could easily locate the source of the blood. Just as Suke and Zhang he reached the stone path, the zombie mob drew near to the truck. Observing the zombies hunched over, licking the blood, Zhang he was puzzled. He had anticipated that attracting so many zombies meant they were preparing for a massacre. So why were they hiding? Hiss! Just as Suke and Zhang he were about to observe the chaos, the scene unfolded before them. A small emerald-green snake bared its fangs and lunged at lightning speed. Suke had noticed the creature beforehand, but did not intend to deal with it. Unexpectedly, the little snake had rushed in to meet its demise. Suke did not evade, almost as if he were inviting the emerald serpent to bite him. Bang! The snake's venomous fangs punctured Suke's skin, yet he merely smirked disdainfully. With a swift motion, he seized the snake's body and pressed it into his palm. Grasping the triangular head with his right hand, he quickly straightened the snake's body with his left. I can't believe it, a mutated bamboo viper, Suke exclaimed, elated. Although the mutated viper's size remained unchanged, it possessed a terrifying toxicity. Most importantly, wherever such a snake appeared, there would surely be 4 or 5 mutated snake vine plants nearby. With a firm grip, Suke crushed the mutated viper's head. Before Zhang he could inquire about the snake, Suke tossed the head into the horde of zombies. Hiss! Holding the snake's body in his right hand, he began to skin it with his left. Once he reached the gallbladder, he gently squeezed, revealing a small, dark red gallbladder in his hand. Open wide. I have something good for you, Suke said, shoving the gallbladder into Zhang He's mouth. Zhang He was taken aback by Suke's actions. Although he understood the gallbladder was valuable, he wondered if it was safe to consume mutated beast flesh. Before Zhang he could swallow the gallbladder, Suke swiftly sliced the skinned snake in two. Here, try some fresh spicy strips. Suke offered the lower half of the snake meat to Zhang He. Is this even edible? Zhang He asked, astonished. Don't worry, with your constitution, this little bit won't harm you, Suke assured him, taking a bite himself. Seeing Suke devour the meat with such vigor, Zhang He reluctantly swallowed the gallbladder and began to chew on the snake meat as well. Just as they savored their meal, the zombie horde erupted into chaos, with several zombies appearing as if ensnared by something. Suke's lips curled into a smile upon spotting the vines emerging from the greenhouse. The predator had finally begun to hunt. With a whoosh, a sharp vine, moving with the speed of lightning, severed the limbs of a zombie, swiftly dragging it into the greenhouse. As the dismembered limbs tumbled to the ground, Suke gestured to Zhang He, signaling him to follow. As they traversed a grove of lush bamboo, a fuzzy mass of mutated plants came into view. What is that? Zhang He inquired. Snake vine grass. I will attract it, and you need to sever its roots. Before Zhang He could react, Suke advanced to draw the snake vine grass's attention. As the two tendrils of the plant slowly approached Suke, Zhang He unsheathed his dagger and charged forward. The snake vine grass's attack was not lethal. Its primary strategy was to ensnare its foes and digest them using secreted fluids. Observing the snake vine grass quickly wrapping around Suke, Zhang He swiftly struck with his dagger. Crack! The tactical dagger was razor-sharp, yet it only created a small dent in the resilient plant. Put some force into it. This thing is tougher than it looks, Suke remarked. Zhang He understood that Suke intended for him to hone his skills. Whoosh! A shadow flashed, and the tactical dagger swiftly severed the snake vine grass. Just as Zhang He thought everything was under control, Suke urgently called out, dig out its roots, or it will revive in a couple of days. Heeding Suke's words, Zhang He decisively began to dig. As he excavated, a root as thick as an arm soon emerged before them. Well done. We struck gold this time, Suke exclaimed, freeing himself from the entangling vines. What use is this? Zhang He questioned. In a few months, you will understand, Suke replied, stowing the previously aggressive snake vine into his space. Chapter 26. In hand as Suke and Zhang, he dealt with the snake vine. The demon vine was frantically ensnaring the zombies. The low-intelligence zombies were utterly helpless against the plant's assault. In just under 20 minutes, the horde of zombies had been bound into a tight bundle by the demon vine. More terrifyingly, the demon vine did not immediately consume the zombies. Instead, it hung them from the vines, making them appear as if the demon vine was bearing fruit. Are you going to confront that thing? Zhang He asked in shock. Suke offered no explanation, merely nodding before approaching the massive demon vine with his battle blade in hand. For Suke, his current strength was a perfect match for the demon vine. Should it evolve again, he would likely be at a disadvantage. As Suke cautiously approached the demon vine, Zhang He stealthily followed, dagger in hand. Although he was unaware of the demon vine's true power, he trusted Suke's abilities. Having witnessed his strength to the point of believing him to be a god, the mutated plant was highly vigilant of its surroundings. And the moment Suke and Zhang He appeared, it took notice. Suke narrowed his eyes, focusing on a tendril as thick as a thumb, which was slowly advancing toward them. Seeing this, Zhang He prepared to sever the creeping vine, but just as he took a step forward, Suke suddenly pulled him back. There are many ways to die, Suke warned, swiftly launching his battle blade. Bang! As the heavy blade sliced through the vine, Zhang He was elated, only to be stunned the next moment. At the instant the blade cut through the vine, countless smaller tendrils quickly ensnared it, akin to a spider capturing its prey. What in the world? Zhang He thought, shocked. He had assumed the tendrils were merely protruding appendages of the mutated plant, but they were a trap. Suke pulled Zhang He back, indicating for him to observe. After all, capturing that creature was no simple task. Suke brandished his battle blade with his right hand and scooped up some stones with his left. Once the tendrils completely ensnared the blade, Suke swiftly hurled 2 stones. Bang! One stone shattered glass, while the other struck the wooden frame. As the sounds resonated simultaneously, the hidden tendrils in the vicinity rushed toward the source of the noise, as if they had caught the scent of prey. Seizing the moment, Suke unleashed his strength, charging toward the direction with fewer vines. Whoosh! The swiftly drawn blade severed 4 or 5 tendrils, which flailed and writhed like the tentacles of an octopus. Suke had no time to admire the spectacle. After deftly evading one tendril, he swung his blade downward once more. In that fleeting moment of the strike, 3 tendrils lunging toward him were instantly severed. Break the door. Sliced the largest flower. Suke shouted to Zhang He as he brandished his blade. Zhang He immediately grasped the intent and delivered a powerful kick to the wooden pull door. With a resounding crash, the door burst open, revealing a flower the size of a basin. Startled by the noise, the demon vine quickly summoned its other tendrils to assault Zhang He, perceiving the greenhouse as its sanctuary. If breached by other entities, it would be akin to a bee losing its hive. As dozens of tendrils surged toward him, Zhang He hastily retreated from the greenhouse. Just as he exited, a smile crept onto Suke's lips. With a powerful push against the ground, he leaped onto the greenhouse roof. With a thunderous crack, the roof shattered as the demon vine's tendrils attacked Zhang He. In a flash, Suke unleashed a barrage of strikes with his blade, slicing through the air. However, as he prepared to turn and sever the massive flower, the spores within burst forth, showering pink pollen like rain, enveloping the entire greenhouse. Suke, quick to react, discarded his blade and dashed out of the greenhouse with lightning speed. Are you all right? Zhang He inquired anxiously as he observed Suke's hasty exit. I'm fine. Just narrowly avoided a mishap, Suke replied, a hint of relief in his voice. Zhang He, puzzled by the events within, was about to approach when Suke urgently grasped his arm. If you wish to perish, do not drag me down with you. It's filled with toxic spores. Upon hearing Suke's warning, Zhang He quickly turned to ask, is the plant dead? Not yet, but it soon will be. This is merely its last resort, Suke stated, pouring a bucket of clean water over himself. Though he was confident he had not been infected by the spores, he opted for caution and rinsed off. Better to be safe than sorry, Suke remarked. So when shall we enter? Zhang He shifted the topic. No rush, in about 2 hours. Those spores will naturally lose their potency, Suke replied, wringing out his drenched clothing. Zhang He nodded. refraining from further inquiries as he found a clean board to sit on while they awaited the time. Gradually, he grew accustomed to Su-Kei's enigmatic demeanor. He knew that whatever Su-Kei chose to share would be forthcoming. Zhang He was taken aback by Su-Kei's swift change of attire. In a mere 3 minutes from sitting on the board to turning his head, Su-Kei had donned a fresh outfit. Have you received training? Zhang He asked Su-Quebec. Something like that. Su-Kei nodded in response. Zhang He acknowledged this and turned his gaze back toward the greenhouse. Recognizing Zhang He's expression, Su-Kei discerned his thoughts. Yet some matters were better left unsaid. As time elapsed, the sky began to brighten. Stay here. If anything goes awry, return to the base immediately, Su-Kei instructed as he approached the greenhouse. Aren't we waiting a bit longer? Zhang He queried anxiously. No time to wait. Our window is limited, Su-Kei replied, entering the greenhouse without a backward glance. Observing Su-Kei's vanishing figure, Zhang He scratched his head, unsure of what Su-Kei meant by limited time. Upon entering the greenhouse, he was met with a carpet of gray dust, not mere dirt, but the life-draining pollen of the demon vine. Seeing the wilting flowers, a satisfied smile spread across Su-Kei's face. He did not retrieve the blade on the ground. Instead, he unsheathed a black blade anew. With a resounding thud, the blade sliced through the air, producing a dull thump as it severed the demon vine's trunk. Another heavy strike followed, and the floor splintered, revealing the enormous roots of the demon vine beneath. Upon seeing these colossal roots, Su-Kei felt a surge of excitement, for before him sprouted a small, green shoot. At last, you are mine. Chapter 27. The Corpse King Chow Yunhai in the truck. Zhang He drove while scrutinizing Su-Quebec ever since they exited the botanical garden. Su-Kei seemed transformed, exuding an inexplicable aura. Why are you sneaking glances at me? Su-Kei asked, focusing on the horde of corpses ahead. I am curious about what transpired in that greenhouse, Zhang He candidly inquired. I'll tell you when we return, but it seems we are facing a significant problem now, Su-Kei said, his gaze drawn to a nearby building. Upon hearing Su-Kei's words, Zhang He's expression grew somber. The streets were now teeming with zombies, and the road ahead was nearly blocked by the horde. Stop the truck, prepare for battle, Su-Kei commanded, leaping from the vehicle onto a container. Atop the container, more than 10 E-class zombies had already climbed aboard, including 2 nearly fully formed iron-boned zombies. Creaking, Zhang He halted the truck, flinging open the door to engage the zombies before him. Just then, a resounding roar echoed from the far end of the street. The Corpse King, Su-Kei exclaimed, decapitating an iron-boned zombie before turning toward the source of the sound. Zhang He was unaware of what a Corpse King entailed, but the resonance of the roar struck him with a jolt. In that moment of distraction, 2 zombies lunged at him. With a sickening thud, one zombie's claws raked across Zhang He's chest, while Su-Kei swiftly decapitated the other. Get in the truck, retreat to the botanical garden, Su-Kei urged, shoving Zhang He into the vehicle. What about you? Zhang He asked, opening the door. You leave, I'll handle this, Su-Kei shouted, wielding his blade with fierce determination. His expression was grave, for he was uncertain whether he could defeat the Corpse King. If he fled with Zhang He, their subsequent actions would be hindered, leaving him no choice but to confront the horde alone. Su-Kei swung his blade rapidly, clearing the zombies from the front of the truck before leaping back onto the container. As the truck slowly began to move, Su-Kei's strikes became increasingly swift. Wait for me in the greenhouse, Su-Kei shouted, leaping from the truck to confront an E-class zombie. Zhang He understood the implication as he drove the truck. He crashed through the horde, ensuring that any zombie obstructing their path met a grim fate. As the truck broke free from the throng, Su-Kei's demeanor grew calmer. Although he was aware of the impending challenge, his blade continued to slice through the air with precision. A cacophony of roars erupted as more zombies charged recklessly towards Su-Quebec. Realizing the zombies were now under the Corpse King's control, he recognized the futility of his efforts. Each strike was a step toward inevitable demise. As the relentless wave of zombies surged forth, Su-Kei's blade began to slow, exhaustion creeping in. Suddenly, as Su-Kei turned to strike, a gaunt claw tore through his shoulder. You seek death, Su-Kei seethed in fury, spinning his blade to sever the zombie's head. As the foul, black blood sprayed forth, the scales concealed beneath his clothing became visible to the horde. Instantly, the zombies halted their advance, retreating slowly to the sides. What manner of creature are you? A raspy voice emerged from one of the zombies, its gaze vacant and bewildered. Su-Kei squinted as he gazed at the talking zombie. And in an instant, he comprehended the situation. If you wish to know, Why not come forth and inquire personally? Suke teased, directing his gaze towards the undead creature. It seems you possess considerable knowledge. How about becoming my subordinate? The zombie, acting as a messenger, posed the question to Quebec, a newly awakened corpse king daring to command an evil deity as a subordinate. It appears you are either tired of living or simply wish for your existence to be cut short. Suke sheathed his blade, yet his eyes drifted towards the distant 5-story building. Huh, an evil deity? Your self-proclaimed title surpasses mine by far. Excellent. By slaying this pretender, I shall ascend to that lofty position. As the words of the zombie echoed, the surrounding undead surged towards Suke once more. Observing this, Suke propelled himself off the ground, leaping directly over the horde of zombies. The similarly connected corpse king was taken aback, intending to redirect the horde to attack Suke when he leapt again. Damn it, you lot, encircle him and ensure he perishes here. The white-clad corpse king bellowed, issuing commands to several nearby brainless zombies. These brainless minions, obedient to their king, emitted a cacophony of sound waves, and upon receiving the directive, the zombies seemed to have received a new brain, instantly turning to pounce upon Quebec. Sensing the impending danger, Suke swiftly evaded the mindless undead, relying on his combat instincts from a previous life. The 2 blades he wielded were thrown aside, and liberated from their weight, his speed increased significantly. Dodging successive attacks from the zombies, Suke found himself at the base of a supermarket. Just as he glanced up to meet the gaze of the corpse king on the rooftop, a name surfaced in his mind. Chow Yunhai. It was indeed this individual. It seemed the timeline had advanced considerably. Having realized this, Suke quickened his pace, charging into the supermarket. Upon witnessing Suke's entrance, the corpse king Chow Yunhai atop the building did not display any signs of panic. Rather, he wore a smirk of satisfaction. In Chow Yunhai's eyes, an unarmed Suke resembled a toothless tiger. No matter how audacious he appeared, he could not escape his cage. Inside the supermarket, the anticipated scene of a horde of zombies did not materialize. Instead, there were only a few scattered E-class zombies. Oddly enough, these E-class zombies did not impede Suke's progress. Rather, they parted to allow him passage, as if they were deliberately waiting for him. Suke paid little mind to this anomaly and made a beeline for the top floor. Bang! As Suke kicked open the rooftop fire door, he was startled by the presence of a group of D-class zombies. 1, 2, 3. His peripheral vision swept over the 20 D-class zombies. They roared at him, seemingly unwelcoming. What manner of being are you? Chow Yunhai, clad in a white leisure suit, inquired, fixing his gaze on Quebec. Hearing the voice of his master, Suke quickly focused on Chow Yunhai. The corpse king is addressing you. A tall, brainless zombie growled in irritation. Suke cast a glance at the familiar brainless creature, a slight smirk forming on his lips. At that moment, he finally understood why he had drawn the attention of the corpse king. It was the machinations of these two. Chapter 28. A Duel of Experts? On the rooftop of the supermarket, Suke stood before a horde of mid-tier zombies, his expression inscrutable. Yet a hint of excitement flickered in his eyes. Could this boy be paralyzed with fear? The shorter, brainless zombie gloated, its expression grotesque, as though it were ready to end Suke's life at any moment. Master, this boy seems rather peculiar. A bespectacled, brainless zombie approached Chow Yunhai. In truth, Chow Yunhai had sensed something was amiss long before. Logically, with so many D-class evolved zombies, Suke should have been gripped by terror. Yet, he remained unervingly calm. Suke shifted his gaze from the surrounding zombies back to the corpse king, realizing that Chow Yunhai was not as formidable as he had been in the previous life. He could even sense that his mental realm had not expanded significantly. Boy, how dare you call yourself an evil deity? To which species do you belong? Chow Yunhai asked, his imposing demeanor subdued. Why should I divulge that to you? Suke retorted, his words barely spoken when he surged forward, charging at the D-class iron-skinned zombie before him. The zombies were not surprised by Suke's attack. In fact, they felt a sense of pride, confident in their numerical superiority. Swish! As Suke approached the iron-skinned zombie, his twin black blades swiftly severed the creature's head. The moment the head was sent soaring, the other zombies realized something was amiss. Kill him! Chow Yunhai shouted in shock, his voice laced with fury. Though he did not know where Suke had conjured such weapons, the display instilled fear in him, even as a corpse king. He had never possessed such prowess. The offensive strength of the D-class zombies far surpassed that of the sea of corpses below. After enduring a barrage of attacks, Suke was forced to retreat. His clothing was in tatters, and the surface of his armor showed signs of wear. Damn it. I should have prioritized the Corpse King as my first target, Suke thought, though his actions remained unwavering. For these more than 10 D-class zombies were not to be trifled with. As the battle intensified, Suke's stamina began to wane significantly. Initially able to wield the black blades with one hand, he soon resorted to using both hands to maintain his grip. Roar! One agile D-class zombie leaped back and lunged at Suke's face. Thud! As black ichor splattered forth, the D-class agile zombie, lacking a head, had its claws slide down Suke's visage. Roar! Suke kicked the body of the agile zombie aside and roared at the zombies before him, startled by his ferocity. The horde of D-class zombies momentarily retreated. What are you afraid of? Kill him! Chow Yunhai bellowed in anger. He was not afraid of Suke. Instead, he was furious at his inept subordinates. Step aside, or you shall meet the same fate as them, Suke threatened, gesturing at the fallen zombies while glaring at the ones in front of him. The standoff suddenly froze. For these D-class zombies were not foolish and could discern strength from weakness. Swish! Just as the D-class zombies hesitated, Chow Yunhai swung a fire axe, cleaving an agile D-class zombie in two. Useless trash. Once I finish with him, I will deal with you all. Chow Yunhai glared at his incompetent subordinates, effortlessly lifting his axe, which was now drenched in thick blood. As Chow Yunhai stepped forward wielding the fire axe, Suke's expression turned grave. Given his current strength, he stood little chance against the Corpse King unless. Contemplating escape, Suke immediately dismissed the unreliable thought. After all, this was a Corpse King. If he fled now, rescuing any survivors in the future would be impossible, and his plans would need to be entirely restructured. An evil deity, you say? Today, your position shall be relinquished to me, Chow Yunhai declared, raising his axe and charging at Su Quebec. As the axe soared overhead, Suke instinctively pivoted, his dual blades slicing toward Chow Yunhai's chest. Bang! The powerful strike landed squarely on Chow Yunhai's chest, causing him to stagger back. The black blades could cut through iron like mud, and while they could easily breach the defenses of D-class iron-skinned zombies, their effectiveness against the Corpse King was considerably diminished. A rather impressive weapon. I quite like it, Chow Yunhai remarked, rubbing his chest while wearing a sinister grin. Seeing the white mark on Chow Yunhai's chest, Suke's gaze sharpened. He had not anticipated that this foe's defense would be as formidable as his own. You like it, do you? Then allow me to let you experience it further. Suke gripped the black battle blade tightly, charging forward with swift strides, aiming a heavy strike at Chow Yunhai's head. However, Chow Yunhai was no fool. With his right hand, he wielded a fire axe to parry the incoming blade, while his left hand swiftly reached for Suke's descending body. Crack! Bang! The axe head was abruptly shattered by immense force, and the black blade landed firmly on Chow Yunhai's head. The eerie sight startled the surrounding zombies, as Chow Yunhai's left hand had already grasped Suke's right arm. Haha, you can't escape now, Chow Yunhai cackled menacingly. I have no intention of fleeing. Suke relinquished his right hand, allowing Chow Yunhai's grip. Yet his left hand swung the battle blade forcefully backward. This won't harm me. Chow Yunhai seized Suke's right hand and yanked him closer. Just as Chow Yunhai was about to envelop Suke with both arms, Suke's left hand wielding the black blade simultaneously slashed toward Chow Yunhai's neck. Bam! The sharp blade struck Chow Yunhai's neck heavily, but he appeared utterly unfazed, tightening his grip and forcefully slamming Suke to the ground. Bam! Bound by overwhelming strength, Suke let go of the battle blade with his left hand and wrapped his arms around Chow Yunhai's legs, using the momentum of his fall to clamp his legs around Chow Yunhai's abdomen. A counterlock was swiftly executed. Bam! Chow Yunhai fell to the ground, yet his hands clung tightly to Suke's waist. Not bad. I didn't expect you to be capable of a fall, Chow Yunhai remarked with a playful glint in his eyes, as he forcefully twisted his legs, breaking free from Suke's grasp. In the next instant, his legs were clamped around Suke's neck. Suke, undeterred by the strangulation, began to lean back, then propelled himself upward, effectively mounting Chow Yunhai. Suke understood better than anyone that neither he nor the zombie king could kill the other. This struggle was merely a matter of pride. Observing the scuffle between the zombie king and the butcher, the other D-level zombies were bewildered. Was this truly high-level combat? It appeared more akin to a brawl among ruffians. What astonished them further was that Suke not only matched the zombie king in strength, but also displayed defenses that were equally formidable. Chapter 29. A temporary truce atop the shopping mall. Suke and the Zombie King's battle reached a stalemate. Each perceived that the other lacked the capability to deliver a fatal blow, with neither able to breach the other's defenses. What are you all waiting for? While I have this brat in my grip, hurry and kill him, roared the Zombie King, Chow Yunhai, in fury. Upon hearing Chow Yunhai's command, the D-level zombies quickly sprang into action. Two iron-boned zombies brandished their fire axes and charged towards Suke, raising their red blades high as they aimed for his head. Bam! At the moment the axe blades descended, Suke twisted his waist sharply, gripping the Zombie King's legs tightly to shield himself from the strike. Instead of cleaving Suke, the axe came crashing down heavily on Chow Yunhai's right leg. Ah, useless fools! The Zombie King seethed with rage. Releasing his hold on Suke's waist and pushing against the ground to reverse their positions. With his head down, Suke clamped his legs around the Zombie King's neck, instantly straightening his body, delivering a strike aimed at Chow Yunhai's head. Although this attack caused no real harm to Chow Yunhai, it was a profound humiliation. Chow Yunhai immediately attempted to wrap his arms around Suke's legs, but in that very moment, Suke sprang away like a rabbit, creating distance between them. Go on. Kill him. Chow Yunhai was thoroughly provoked by Su Quebec. He could not fathom how Suke possessed equal strength to his own. If you fear death, come at me. Suke retreated a step, swiftly brandishing the black battle blade. As the weapon reappeared, the D-level zombies hesitated, realizing that this weapon could indeed claim their lives. Roaring in fury, Chow Yunhai felt a deep sense of frustration. He was unwilling to concede to Su Quebec. You need not be angry. You cannot kill me. Nor can I kill you. Shall we not take a step back? Suke assumed a defensive stance. No way. Today, either you die or I do. Chow Yunhai did not trust a word of Suke's, despite having become the Zombie King. Who could say if Suke would not grow even stronger? If they retreated, it appeared he would gain an advantage, but if Suke returned more powerful, it would spell Chow Yunhai's doom. Thus, he could not allow Suke to leave unscathed. What a stubborn mule. You cannot overcome me. Suke feigned persuasion, though internally he felt a twinge of resistance, for all the zombies here were Chow Yunhai's subordinates. Humph. Stop trying to deceive me. This is my territory, and if it comes to a showdown, I will not believe you will escape unscathed. Chow Yunhai declared. Is that so? Just them? Suke scoffed at the surrounding D-level zombies. What if I summon those from below? Chow Yunhai retorted. Slowly advancing towards Su Quebec, Suke remained unfazed, producing a canister of fresh blood and drinking it with relish. The sight of Suke exhibiting such capability left Chow Yunhai and the D-level zombies momentarily stunned. Clang. As the empty canister fell to the ground, Suke let out a powerful roar, one that surpassed his previous outbursts, leaving Chow Yunhai in shock. Do you think I will tire? Suke regarded the approaching Chow Yunhai with disdain. Before Chow Yunhai could formulate a response, Suke continued. Consider this carefully. If I leave now, perhaps you may still retain your horde of zombies. Should you insist on detaining me, I will ensure that your legion is decimated. Upon hearing this, Chow Yunhai hesitated. He understood that the true strength of a zombie king lay not in himself, but in commanding a vast army of the undead. Should he lose that army, he would be rendered a mere figurehead. King, we cannot let him leave. If we do, it is akin to releasing a tiger back to the mountains. The diminutive brain zombie urged. Of course I understand that. Chow Yunhai snapped in anger. At that moment, he found himself uncertain whether Suke's words were truth or deception. If Suke fulfilled his threat, his grand ambitions would be dashed today. As Chow Yunhai pondered whether to take the gamble, Suke produced yet another canister of blood and drank deeply from it. We can both take a step back, but you must leave me something in return. Chow Yunhai's eyes lit up with realization. Humph, I know what you desire, but you lack the qualifications. Suke tossed aside the canister, rolling his neck with a playful expression directed at Chow Yunhai. Are you not planning to leave? Chow Yunhai's expression grew colder as he sensed Suke's erratic demeanor. He found the man's mind perplexing, initially suggesting a retreat, only to reverse course. Leave? I will. But you lack the standing to demand anything from me. Suke advanced slowly with his battle blade in hand. Realizing Suke's aura had grown murky once more, Chow Yunhai recognized the impending danger. The strength Suke had previously lost appeared to have returned. Very well, I asked for nothing. You may leave now. Chow Yunhai hastily stated. Suke paused, a mischievous expression forming on his face. Are you certain you do not wish to fight? Suke inquired. No fighting. Chow Yunhai suppressed his rage. All right then, when we meet again, I will spare your life, Suke declared, sheathing his blade as he headed toward the staircase. Watching Suke's departing figure, Chow Yunhai felt an unsettling sense of foreboding, yet he dared not take the risk. After all, this young man was the only one who could stand toe-to-toe with him. King, should we silence? Follow him. I must know where he hides. Chow Yunhai glared at the diminutive brain zombie. Yes, I will mobilize the horde to follow him immediately, the small brain zombie replied, bowing his head. As Suke strolled through the corridor, he discreetly exhaled a sigh of relief. In truth, he had merely feigned bravado. Had it come to a deadly confrontation, he would undoubtedly be the one at a disadvantage. After all, blood consumption was effective only against the undead, offering no restorative benefit to a demon like him. Gradually, Suke exited the mall, casting a backward glance and waving farewell to Chow Yunhai, who observed his composed demeanor with relief for having avoided a direct clash. At that moment, the horde of zombies on the street moved with an unsettling regularity. Suke's mind immediately began to devise a strategy, recognizing that the current size of the undead made breaching the base a formidable challenge. However, obstructing his movements was a far simpler task, as the sheer number of zombies was sufficient to blockade an entire city's entrances. What are our next steps, Zombie King? The tall, brainless figure queried. Watching Suke's departing silhouette, seek out survivors and bolster our ranks, Chow Yunhai replied, retracting his gaze and making his way towards the staircase. Observing Chow Yunhai leading the D-class zombies away, the shorter, brainless figure approached his taller counterpart. Are we considered slaves? He inquired. We were mistaken from the very beginning, the tall one retorted, hastening his pace to join the Zombie King's entourage. Chapter 30. The Battle of the Zombie Birds against the mutated rats at the entrance of the botanical garden. Scattered zombies roamed aimlessly, but none dared approach the delivery truck. Zhang He had not driven the truck into the garden. Instead, he parked it at the entrance, believing that if they were to flee, it should be along a clearly defined and open route. Venturing inside would likely result in being overwhelmed by a swarm of zombies and plants. Upon spotting Suke approaching alone from a distance, Zhang He immediately leaped from the vehicle to greet him. How are you? He inquired with concern. I'm fine. Merely feeling a bit fatigued, Suke replied, waving his hand dismissively as he dragged his weary body. Understanding his companion's state, Zhang He assisted Suke towards the truck. Did you manage to escape? He asked, skeptical of their chances against such a horde, especially with a zombie king at the helm. Do you think a deity could be defeated by a mere zombie king? Suke remarked with a proud grin, though to Zhang He, it appeared rather ghastly. You killed him? Zhang He asked, astonished. I lack the power to vanquish a zombie king at present, and his defenses are formidable, Suke explained, a hint of trepidation in his voice. Then why did he let us go? Zhang He pondered, sensing something amiss. We fought to a standstill, so we could only reach a temporary truce, Suke clarified. Hearing this, Zhang He regarded Suke with admiration, having witnessed countless hordes, even if he had not been present in that hellish scene. Shall we return to the base? Zhang He inquired, glancing around. No, let's circle through the city. I suspect we may have picked up a tail, Suke replied, not looking back, already anticipating Chow Yunhai's strategy, knowing his opponent would not easily relent. All right, let's head to the southern district. I also wish to check on Tiger Mountain, Zhang He said, helping Suke into the vehicle, fully aware of his friend's concerns regarding the looming dangers there. The truck rolled along at a leisurely pace, but Zhang He was astonished to notice the lack of zombies along their route, the street appearing unusually clean. Something feels off, Suke remarked, his expression grave as he surveyed the wandering zombies on the abandoned street. It is indeed peculiar. When we entered the city, the zombies were clustered together, but now they seem to have vanished, Zhang He noted. Accelerate, we need to get out of here. Suke suddenly realized something and urged Zhang He. Though perplexed, Zhang He didn't hesitate, pressing the accelerator and speeding out of Lingjiang Street. Just as they were about to clear the street, several black mutated creatures leapt from the adjacent buildings, their bodies a dark gray with tails extending nearly half a meter. Mutated rats. Suke's skin prickled at the sight. It was known that among mutated creatures, the rat hordes possessed the greatest destructive potential, not due to the strength of individual rats, but because they hunted in packs. Zhang He, too, spotted these enormous rats, even catching sight of a rat king larger than a dog. Initially, a few mutated rats charged toward the truck, but by the time it was about to escape the street, The horde had swelled to over 100. What do we do? Zhang He asked, his foot still firmly on the gas. Accelerate and escape. We cannot contend with them, Suke declared without hesitation, voicing the stark reality. Zhang He, shocked to hear Suke acknowledge something he couldn't defeat, remained focused on the road and turned on a Haiqing road without easing off the accelerator. The truck roared loudly, emitting white smoke that filled the air, creating an oddly surreal scene. The mutated rats were not particularly swift, and as they pursued the truck down Haiqing Road, they began to fall behind, realizing they could not match the truck's speed of 50 or 60 miles per hour. That was exhilarating. Zhang He exhaled in relief. Not yet, Suke cautioned, scanning their surroundings. Huh, Zhang He exclaimed, unsure of what Suke had detected, yet his foot remained firmly pressed on the gas. I meant there are still threats, not mutated beasts. You can ease off the throttle, Suke gestured. Oh, Zhang He replied, somewhat confused. But he complied and slightly lifted his foot from the pedal. As the truck entered Haiqing Road, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings. Not a single zombie could be seen. Just as they passed a cafe, a pile of bones made Zhang He tense. Don't be alarmed. This is the work of the mutated rats, Suke said, disregarding the grim scene outside the cafe, instead directing his gaze upward. Are you searching for survivors? Zhang He queried. No, even if there were survivors here, we wouldn't dare to rescue them, Suke replied, pointing at the corpse birds perched on the power lines. Wow, that's a massive mutated sparrow, Zhang He gasped, startled at the sight of a sparrow the size of a basketball. It is not a mutated bird, but rather a swarm of corpse birds. Suke corrected him. Birds that have turned into zombies? Zhang He was astonished, having assumed all animals would become mutated beasts, not realizing some could become zombie birds. Indeed, not only sparrows. All small bird species can transform into corpse birds. The most terrifying among them are the crows, Suke explained as he surveyed the area. What shall we do now? Should we return to the base? Zhang He asked. No, we must seize this opportunity. After all, these creatures are preoccupied with battling the mutated rats. Turn around, Suke commanded, producing a piece of bloody meat to hang on the side of the truck. Upon hearing Suke's words, Zhang He understood immediately, without needing further explanation. And without hesitation, he turned the truck around towards Lingjiang Road. Enticed by the blood and flesh, a swarm of corpse birds, previously lying in wait, surged towards the truck like a torrent. As the cacophony of flapping wings filled the air, Zhang He grew tense, realizing the truck was now swarming with these creatures. Don't worry, these creatures are not as destructive as zombies. Their only advantage is their sheer numbers. Suke reclined comfortably in his seat, occasionally tossing bits of food outside to lure the corpse birds. As the truck retraced its path along Lingjiang Road, the mutated rat horde re-emerged. The moment the rats drew near the truck, the corpse birds began to caw, as if anticipating a feast. Watching the vast swarm of corpse birds charge towards the mutated rats, both Zhang He and Suke wore expressions of savage delight. Turn around. Let's continue, Suke instructed, reclaiming his focus. Understood. Zhang He was in high spirits. Despite his uncertainty about which side would prevail, at least a significant threat had been mitigated. With the fierce battle erupting between the corpse birds and the mutated rat swarm, the truck had returned to Haiqing Road. Chapter 31. Rescue of the advance team. The sheer number of mutated rats was staggering. It seemed unlikely that the corpse birds could secure victory. Zhang He remarked through the rearview mirror. Is that so? I beg to differ, Suke replied nonchalantly. What do you mean? Zhang He inquired, curiosity piqued. It's not about quantity, it's about quality, Suke responded, snapping his fingers. Although the corpse birds are fewer in number, they include E-class corrupted birds. Whereas the mutated rats, apart from their king, are merely at the initial stages of mutation. Zhang He nodded thoughtfully at Suke's words. While he was unfamiliar with the criteria for ranking, he understood that a higher level equated to greater strength. The truck was not moving swiftly, hindered by parked vehicles and the sporadic appearance of various mutated beasts and zombies. Both Suke and Zhang He dismounted to slay the mutated creatures, while they would only engage the zombies when they became overwhelmingly numerous. As night fell, they finally arrived at the southern district. During their journey, they had rescued several survivors, among whom were 3 evolved humans. Gazing at the towering Tiger Mountain in the distance, an indescribable sorrow washed over Zhang He. Had he not transformed into a half-corpse monster, he might have returned to the survivor base. Should we go over and try? Suke suggested, looking at Zhang He. Forget it. I fear they would regard us as monsters. Zhang He replied with a bitter smile, understanding Su Kei's intent but recalling that it was not yet the right time. As Su Kei had said, rest assured, once we grow stronger, we shall resolve the troubles here, Su Kei assured, patting Zhang He on the shoulder. Zhang He remained silent, nodding helplessly before turning to board the truck. Just as Su Kei prepared to enter the vehicle and return to the Shishan base, a sudden blaze erupted from the rooftop in the distance. Boom! A tremendous explosion reverberated like thunder, instantly capturing their attention. Landmine. Zhang He reacted immediately, leaping from the vehicle to look towards the source of the explosion. Is it your former companions? Su Kei asked, observing the burning residential building. Perhaps. I wish to investigate. Zhang He requested. Let us go. Su Kei replied without hesitation, promptly getting back into the truck. Though Su Kei's tone lacked emotion, to Zhang He, it was like a refreshing rain, as he could not bear the thought of leaving his comrades behind. With the truck speeding forth, Su Kei and Zhang He quickly arrived at the burning community. Outside the community, countless zombies surged forth, resembling ferocious beasts that had caught sight of prey, racing toward a particular residential building. The gunfire mingled with the roars of the undead, and Su Kei swiftly pinpointed their target. Keep an eye on the vehicle. I'll go rescue the people, Su Kei declared, sprinting toward Building 8. Be careful. If you encounter anyone, just shout the code name Eagle Eye, Zhang He urged anxiously. Upon hearing Zhang He's warning, Su Kei signaled an OK and accelerated into the horde of zombies. In Building 8, on the 5th floor, Song Yu secured a steel cable and began signaling toward the opposite building. As her gestures materialized, 2 fully armed soldiers swiftly slid across the cable to the adjacent floor. Hurry, we can't hold this door much longer, Meng Fei shouted as he braced against the iron door. Chun Yun gritted her teeth, gripping the pulley tightly, and slid out with her eyes shut. For many in this team, it was their first experience using a pulley to traverse 2 towering buildings, and their proximity to death was unprecedented. As Chun Yun and the 2 physical education teachers made their crossing, only Meng Fei and 1 athlete remained on the rooftop. Captain, it's our turn, the athlete called, gripping the pulley tightly. I'll count to 3. You launch immediately, Meng Fei commanded, still holding the iron door. The athlete nodded, with no time to calm himself, as life and death hung in the balance. If he hesitated, he would become a zombie's meal. 1. Meng Fei shouted, pushing off the ground and charging toward the pulley. Just as Meng Fei took off, the iron door was suddenly breached by the horde, and several zombies, lacking resistance, became stepping stones for the others behind them. Despite the overwhelming surge, Meng Fei clung to the pulley, gliding toward the 5th floor. As he reached midway, he was stunned by the scene below. Someone was slaughtering zombies. As the pulley accelerated, Meng Fei only caught a glimpse, but he was certain someone was indeed fighting the undead. At the entrance of Building 8, Su Kei wielded his twin blades like a tempest, rendering any zombie that obstructed his path incapacitated. There's someone down there fighting zombies, Song Yu reported to Meng Fei. Yes, I see him too. We must find a way to support him, Meng Fei replied as he released the pulley. However, when they peered down, Su Kei's figure had vanished, leaving only a sea of fallen corpses and no other living souls. What should we do, Captain? Song Yu asked, clutching her weapon. Wang Yan, how many landmines do we have left? Meng Fei inquired urgently. 3. Wang Yan responded promptly. Forget it, if we cannot escape, we'll find a way to set them at the stairs, Meng Fei declared, striding toward the door. Hearing Meng Fei's words, Wang Yan clenched his fists, understanding the gravity of the situation. As Meng Fei listened to the incessant scratching at the door by the zombies, a sudden roar echoed through the corridor. With the sound of the zombie's growl, the few remaining zombies scratching at the door retreated in fear, as if under some unseen control. What is happening? Meng Fei was momentarily at a loss. He had intended to rush out, but after that sound, the zombies ceased their assault and began moving downstairs. Captain, what's wrong? Chinyan asked, concerned. Meng Fei did not respond. Instead, he focused intently on the activity outside the peephole. Just as he saw a figure slowly ascend the stairs, his pupils contracted sharply. Though he did not recognize Su Kei, he recognized those 2 large blades. Listen inside, code name Eagle Eye. Upon hearing the name Eagle Eye, Meng Fei and the others trembled, for that code belonged to but one individual. Who are you? Meng Fei called through the door. I am your rescuer. Follow me, Su Kei replied before turning to descend the stairs. Captain, could it be before Wang Yan could finish? Meng Fei made a silencing gesture. No, I trust Zhang He, just as I trust all of you, Meng Fei declared, opening the door without looking back. Though the corridor was dark, Meng Fei could still discern the difference between zombies and humans. He was convinced that the figure he had seen was undoubtedly human. After all, evolved zombies could not articulate so fluently. If Meng Fei had more knowledge about zombies, he might reconsider, for once they reached C-class, their manner of speech would resemble that of normal humans. Chapter 32, C-class Brain Zombie Ming Bo. In the corridor, Meng Fei and the others hurriedly followed Su Ke. And just as they were about to exit the building, the zombies outside charged toward the truck like wild beasts. Not good. Su Ke sensed the impending danger, gripping his twin blades and sprinting toward the vehicle. He could easily discern how these zombies had come to be, even sensing the presence of a brain zombie. Brother, do you need our assistance? Meng Fei quickly inquired. Stay hidden here. Don't come over and complicate matters. Su Ke replied brusquely. He did not intend to be cold-blooded. Meng Fei and his team would only hinder him and become prey for the zombies. Taken aback by Su Ke's words, Meng Fei was momentarily speechless, still processing the situation when Su Ke had already vanished from their sight. What is wrong with him? Doesn't he know how to be courteous? Chen Yun remarked with irritation. I find his words to be quite accurate. Song Yu gazed in the direction where Su Ke had vanished. Song Yu, are you perhaps enchanted? Chen Yun remarked with a hint of surprise, casting a teasing glance at Song Yu. Yin Yin, what time is it? How can you still be making such jokes? Hee. All right, I merely feel he is too cold-blooded. After all, we have endured trials of life and death together, yet he dares to say we are a burden. Chen Yun approached Song Yu, laughing. He speaks the truth. We may indeed be of little help. Look, Wang Yin, ever rational, pointed to the multitude of corpses lying outside. Upon hearing Wang Yan's words, everyone scrutinized the situation outside, and to their astonishment, they found at least 100 zombie bodies sprawled across the ground. Goodness, is he even human? In just a brief moment, he managed to slay over 100 zombies? Li Gui exclaimed in shock. Although the group was unaware of Su Ke's extraordinary strength, the sight of the fallen zombies instilled in them a singular thought. He is a formidable, evolved being. At the truck, Zhang He wielded a dagger with relentless ferocity, showing no mercy to any zombie daring to approach. However, despite his prowess, he sustained numerous wounds of varying severity. Fortunately, he was now an aberrant. Had he been a mere human evolved, he would likely be on the brink of death. With a swift thrust, a zombie was rendered motionless, but soon after, more than 10 zombies lunged at him. The horde surged like a swarm of ants, viciously tearing at Zhang He. Just as the mass of zombies overwhelmed him, 2 blades of light streaked in like meteors from behind the horde. Su Ke's black battle blade functioned as a reaper's scythe. Any zombie that came into contact with it met an inevitable demise. With Su Ke's rapid intervention, Zhang He was finally rescued. By this time, Zhang He's attire was tattered, and his body was drenched in dark blood, rendering him a grotesque figure. Are you all right? Su Ke inquired hastily. I'm fine. Zhang He managed a weak smile, but the next moment he collapsed. Damn it! Seeing Zhang He fall, Su Ke had no time to assist him, for the zombies were still numerous. When Su Ke had charged into the community, he had attempted to roar and drive the zombies back, but to his surprise, they had not retreated at all, as if they had not heard his command. C-class brain corpse? Su Ke's gaze swiftly scanned the distance, yet his blade continued its relentless assault. He found it rather peculiar, as in his previous life. C-class brain corpses did not appear until a month had passed. Yet, in less than half a month, 2 zombies exceeding C-class had already emerged. As Su Ke searched for the C-class brain corpse, a roar emanated from the rooftop of an apartment building. You dare to question my identity? Su Ke's lips curled into a cruel smile as he bellowed at the building. Hearing his roar, the brain corpse lurking in the shadows felt an ominous chill. Though unaware of the happenings of recent days, it had heard whispers of the dual-blade butcher's reputation. Little did it know that this individual had arrived in the southern district. The brain corpse let out a howl, commanding the horde to retreat. After all, if the slaughter continued, his forces would be utterly decimated. Do you think that simply withdrawing will resolve the situation? Su Ke roared. The zombies that had just begun to withdraw abruptly halted, as if they were all standing still in contemplation. The brain corpse, filled with rage, wished to question this butcher's intentions. Meanwhile, Meng Fei and his companions, concealed within the apartment building, were utterly dumbfounded. Although they had not witnessed Su Ke's commanding roar, The sight of the halted zombie horde left them astonished. What is wrong with them? Li Gui asked in confusion. I'm not entirely sure. It seems they are being controlled, Wang Yin pondered thoughtfully. Indeed, they are under control. We noticed this on our way back, Meng Fei explained, observing the unmoving zombies. Upon hearing Meng Fei's explanation, the others turned their attention to him, for they had not previously noticed this detail. When we were besieged by the zombies, I sensed something was amiss. Logically, these creatures should not attack in separate groups. Yet throughout our evasion, they not only coordinated diversions, but also executed probing attacks. Thus, I deduced that there must be an exceptionally intelligent entity among them. Meng Fei elaborated on the crisis they had faced. Captain, are you suggesting that these zombies have evolved intelligence? Wang Yin inquired. It is quite possible. After all, the first wave of evolved zombies exhibited some level of intelligence, so I surmise that there exist even stronger and more advanced zombies. Meng Fei nodded. Hearing Meng Fei's words, the group gasped in horror. If this continued, humanity would surely face annihilation. Just as they contemplated how to survive, an explosive battle erupted outside. Sukei's method of dealing with zombies was solely one of slaughter, a merciless carnage. The brain corpse, lurking in the opposite building, was seething with fury. Initially, it had intended to negotiate a deal with Sukei, but this individual was unyielding, insisting on drawing it out. As a brain corpse, it was acutely aware of danger. If it ventured out, it would undoubtedly be slain by this butcher. Hence, after commanding the horde to attack Sukei, it began to descend the stairs. Blocked by a throng of zombies, Sukei's thoughts were consumed solely by the act of killing, knowing that unless he vanquished these zombies, he would not locate the brain corpse. As heads flew from the bodies, Sukei's movements finally gained momentum. Just as he re-entered the community, the brain corpse emerged from the building. With a sinister grin, the brain corpse, despite not knowing Sukei's true identity, resolved to eliminate anyone who dared to disrupt its plans, particularly since its objective was the West Mountain prison. Had Sukei been able to see the visage of this brain corpse, he would have been astounded, for it was none other than his old acquaintance, Ming Bo. Chapter 33. The shock of Meng Fei and others, a roar erupted like distant thunder. After issuing a command, the transformed brain corpse, Ming Bo, turned and made his way toward the western gate of the community. He harbored a grudge, but more pressing matters awaited him. Once Ming Bo departed, the zombies were left without direction. Witnessing the horde of zombies floundering like headless flies, Sukei ceased any futile struggles. With a ferocious roar, within 3 minutes, the zombies had vanished from the community entrance. Observing the disbanded horde, Meng Fei and his companions hastened towards the truck. Although they had not clearly witnessed the fierce battle, their admiration for the valiant Sukei was genuine. This young man, you, just as Meng Fei approached Sukei, his words faltered. You are not human. Chen Yun exclaimed in shock. Staring at Quebec, Sukei glanced at Chen Yun before picking up Zhang He and heading toward the truck. Wait, who are you? How do you know the vulture? Song Yu voiced the question that lingered in her mind. This is your vulture, Sukei replied, cradling the unconscious Zhang He. At that moment, Zhang He was drenched in blood, his combat attire in tatters. Even if Meng Fei and the others did not recognize him, Sukei himself would have difficulty identifying Zhang He from a distance. As Meng Fei retrieved a tactical flashlight to illuminate Zhang He, Sukei's words startled him. He is no longer your comrade. Brace yourselves. What do you mean? Wang Yin and Li Gui were bewildered, but upon seeing Zhang He's pallor, they both cried out simultaneously, zombie. In an instant, Meng Fei and his companions drew their firearms, forgetting entirely who had just rescued them. Meng Fei aimed his gun at Sukei and questioned, how did he become a zombie? Was it your doing, you monster? Was it me? Sukei revealed a disdainful smile, and then inquired, without me, do you truly believe you could stand here, brandishing a gun at me? Then why did he become a zombie? Chen Yun retorted, gripping her handgun with an unyielding expression. Humph, his current state is a result of your actions. If you wish to know more, you can inquire once he regains consciousness, Sukei replied, no longer courteous, feeling that at times, excessive kindness only invites trouble. As he turned to leave, Meng Fei stepped forward and asked, what are you planning to do? To save lives. Sukei replied without looking back, having reached his limit with these individuals. If they continued to pose irrelevant questions, he would undoubtedly abandon his previous intentions. Just as Chun Yun prepared to approach, Song Yu swiftly pulled her back. Why are you stopping me? He is clearly not a good person, Chun Yun exclaimed. Enough. After all, He was the one who rescued us from the horde of zombies. Without him, we might not be alive today, Song Yu countered. The three men, Meng Fei and the others, remained silent, merely observing as Su Ke carried Zhang He into the cab of the truck. Su Ke sighed, shaking his head at the unconscious Zhang He, then retrieved a vial of specially concocted blood. I hope you can survive this ordeal, he murmured, pouring the blood into Zhang He's mouth. At this moment, Su Ke felt rather powerless. After all, he lacked the necessary means, and everything depended on Zhang He's will to survive. As Su Ke descended from the truck, Meng Fei hurried over. Little brother, we were reckless earlier, and I apologize, he said, bowing in contrition. Su Ke nodded, understanding Meng Fei's perspective. After all, it was impossible to remain composed when faced with such circumstances. May I ask what exactly transpired? Meng Fei inquired. I am not entirely sure myself. I just saved him. As for the rest, you may as well wait until he wakes up to ask him directly, Su Ke replied, proceeding to the container's entrance. He was genuinely concerned for the survivors here. The thought of them perishing from suffocation or starvation was something he could not bear. As Su Ke slowly opened the container, Song Yu approached out of curiosity. Though she was uncertain whether Su Ke could be classified as human, she sensed no malice from him and intended to inquire further. When she reached Su Ke's side, she was taken aback by the sight of the people inside the container. You may all step out for some fresh air, if anyone is hungry. Please inform me in advance, Su Ke addressed the survivors within. Hearing his words, a dozen individuals rushed forward, clamoring for food, as they were genuinely starving. Little brother, when will we arrive at that place you mentioned? A man in his 50s asked. Once we finish here, we shall set off. It will likely take at least 2 to 3 hours, Su Ke explained, producing several bags of bread from his pocket. Is it still that far? A balding middle-aged man exclaimed in shock. Su Ke offered no explanation. Had it not been for his promise to Zhang he probably would not have come at all. Did you save all these people? Song Yu inquired, moving closer to Su Quebec, ignoring her question. Su Ke reached out and conjured a cardboard box nearly half a meter in size, presenting it to Song Yu. Please help me distribute the food, he instructed. Stunned by Su Ke's seemingly magical display, Song Yu felt her entire worldview shatter, whether in this apocalypse or in the presence of Su Quebec. What are you standing there for? Help me with this, Su Ke urged with a more forceful tone. Oh, Song Yu snapped back to reality, quickly agreeing. At that moment, it was not just Song Yu who was bewildered. Even Meng Fei and the others were taken aback. They had expended considerable effort to rescue merely a handful of survivors, whereas the young man before them had not only rescued so many, but could also produce food seemingly at will. Brother, do you have any more food? Wang Yin quickly approached Su Ke with a hopeful inquiry. Su Ke assessed Wang Yin and found him to be a decent individual, casually producing a box of compressed biscuits. Combat rations? Wang Yin exclaimed, astonished by the box in his hands. Realizing what Wang Yin had said, Li Gui and Meng Fei quickly approached. Knowing they had only been given 2 pieces of such rations when they set out, and yet here was someone who could casually produce an entire box. It wasn't that the survivor base was stingy. Resources were simply extremely scarce, and receiving 2 pieces was already quite fortunate. Brother, come back to our base with us, Meng Fei suggested, holding up a piece of combat ration. Return with you? Are you jesting? Su Ke replied, his gaze icy as he regarded Meng Fei. Upon hearing Su Ke's response and recalling the current state of Zhang He, Meng Fei immediately grasped the situation. Fine, just eat, and then leave, Su Ke declared, striding towards Song Yu. He had long noticed the item she was carrying on her back. He simply had not found the time to ask for it. He knew that with that item, he could immediately ascertain the situation at the base, no matter where he went next. Chapter 34. Zhang He awakens. What do you intend to do? Song Yu asked, feeling increasingly tense as Su Ke fixated on the object behind her. Can it still be used? Su Ke inquired. It can, but the battery won't last much longer, Song Yu answered honestly. Hand it over. I will exchange it for 2 boxes of food, Su Ke proposed. No, that belongs to the camp. We cannot make such decisions, Meng Fei interjected hastily. Camp property? If I hadn't come to rescue you, do you believe you would still have the right to stand here and speak with me? Su Ke scoffed, moving beside Song Yu and effortlessly dislodging the backpack from her back. This is outright theft. Meng Fei and the others drew their firearms, pointing them at Su Quebec. For them, although the object had diminished in utility, it could still serve a purpose for at least another day. I suggest you put that down. In the face of absolute power, One must recognize their place, Suke warned, holding the communication device. Just as he prepared to place the item into the container, Qinyun's hand trembled suddenly. Bang! The unexpected sound of the gunshots startled the surrounding survivors, and in the next instant, all eyes were drawn to Suke. As the bullet struck him squarely. What do you mean by this? Suke turned to Meng Fei and the others. Meng Fei was also bewildered. He had only intended to intimidate Suke, not realizing Qinyun would actually pull the trigger. I'm so sorry. Did I hit you? Let me help you. Qinyun stammered, discarding her handgun and attempting to approach Suke, only to be halted by his hand. I am unharmed. If you damage this device, I assure you, you will regret it for the rest of your life, Suke declared, stepping directly into the container. Silence fell. Everyone was left in stunned disbelief. Logically, one would check for injuries after being shot, yet Suke appeared entirely unfazed. Was he not afraid of bullets? Wang Yin was the first to recover, rushing to the spot where Suke had just stood. As Wang Yin bent down to shine his flashlight on the ground, Suke emerged from the container. No need to search, it's right here. Suke extended his hand, tossing a flattened bullet to Wang Yin. In an instant, everyone present was dumbfounded. Completely unaware of how Suke had accomplished this feat, are you truly unhurt? Wang Yin asked, still in shock. Do I seem injured to you? Suke retorted, then made his way toward the cab. As Suke passed by Qinyun and the others, he whispered a few words before hopping into the driver's seat. Suke's words struck like a thunderclap, leaving Meng Fei and the others in utter shock. They had never imagined someone could become so formidable. Inside the cab, Zhang He lay unconscious, and beads of cold sweat continued to form on his forehead. Alas, it seems I must prepare for your final arrangements. Suke shook his head. Just as he contemplated ending Zhang He's life, Zhang He suddenly opened his eyes. Although it was night, to Suke, it felt no different from day. Zhang He's blood-red gaze fixed intently on Suke, akin to a predator stalking its prey. It was the first time since his rebirth that Suke felt such an unsettling scrutiny. As Suke prepared to reach out and snap Zhang He's neck, the latter's expression shifted abruptly. What happened to me? Zhang He asked, bewildered. Suke, equally perplexed, withdrew his hand hastily and replied, you nearly transformed into a complete zombie. Zhang He exclaimed in shock, quickly checking his body, and, upon finding no abnormalities, he felt relieved. Suke, however, found himself puzzled by Zhang He's condition. He had clearly shown signs of zombification moments ago, yet now he seemed entirely lucid. By the way, where are we? Zhang He regained his composure and inquired. We're still in the southern district. You were only unconscious for a little over half an hour, Suke answered, gesturing toward Meng Fei and the others outside. When Zhang He looked toward them, a complex expression crossed his face, as he felt uncertain about how to confront his former comrades. Go ahead, explain everything to them. Then leave them the communication code, Suke instructed, producing 2 boxes of individual rations and a box of canned goods. Thank you. Zhang He understood Suke's intentions and, without further ado, opened the car door, grabbing the 3 boxes and leaping out. The moment he jumped from the vehicle, Meng Fei and the others were taken aback, not expecting Zhang He to have awakened. Eagle, how are you? Meng Fei rushed forward with concern. With divine presence, I am certainly fine. Zhang He replied with a grim smile, though to Meng Fei and the others, this smile appeared eerily terrifying. These are from him for you, Zhang He remarked, quickly diverting the topic as he noticed the awkwardness on their faces. Upon seeing the 3 boxes of food, Wang Yin and Li Gui wasted no time in accepting them. Grinning foolishly, it was only then that Zhang He took a closer look at the team members and asked, what about the others? Hearing Zhang He's inquiry, Meng Fei and the others immediately lowered their heads. Zhang He quickly grasped the situation. Unexpectedly, out of more than 20 who had ventured out, only 5 remained. Did you return to the base? Zhang He asked. We had planned to return today, but we encountered a horde of zombies. Monkey and the others sacrificed themselves to cover our escape, Wang Yin explained through tears. If it weren't for my poor command, Monkey and the others would surely still be alive, Meng Fei choked out. Captain, this is not your fault. The situation was dire, and without your decisive actions, we would all have perished, Song Yu quickly reassured Meng Fei, believing he had acted correctly. Had he hesitated even a few seconds longer, they would have become food for the zombies. Listening to Meng Fei's account, Zhang He felt surprisingly indifferent, as if he had lost the capacity to feel pain. A cold sneer formed within him. Was this the cost of becoming a monster? By the way, how did you end up like this? Meng Fei asked, wiping his tears. Zhang He glanced at the truck's driver's cabin and recounted his experiences. As the others learned that Su Ke was the last deity of Blue Star, various expressions crossed their faces, not from disbelief, but from the sheer difficulty of comprehension. Although Su Ke was undeniably powerful, surpassing their understanding, they could not shake the feeling that this deity did not quite embody righteousness. They knew little of Su Ke's true nature, only gleaning fragments from Zhang He's words. Meng Fei refrained from making immediate judgments, deciding it best to return to the camp and report to superiors. By the way, this is the communication code we will use at our base. If any anomalies arise at the Tiger Camp, you must inform us immediately, Zhang He said. Pulling a crumpled piece of paper from his jacket pocket, Meng Fei nodded and accepted the paper, understanding Zhang He's intent. Chapter 35. Mingbo aligns with Chao Yunhai. The respite in the shadows did not last long, as Su Ke had many pressing matters to attend to. Once the survivors had settled down, he commanded Zhang He to return. As the survivors gradually re-entered the container, Zhang He approached Meng Fei and the others. Take care. Who knows when we will meet again, Zhang He said, handing over his military dog tag, a symbol of his identity. Upon seeing Zhang He's dog tag, Meng Fei immediately understood its significance. Although Zhang He appeared normal now, the future remained uncertain. Stay safe, Meng Fei extended his hand, shaking Zhang He's firmly before leading the remaining 4 toward Tiger Mountain. Watching the 5 disappear into the shadows, Zhang He felt no tears to shed. Now that they are gone, we should return to the base, Su Ke called from the passenger seat. Zhang He nodded, fully comprehending Su Ke's meaning and recognizing who his true kin was now. The journey from the southern district to the eastern district went smoothly. Although they could not entirely evade the approach of zombie hordes, to Su Ke and Zhang He, they were merely an easy harvest. Let's south check Huangni Street to see if the gas station is operational, Su Ke said, glancing at the navigation. This truck still has half a tank of gas. Shouldn't we head straight back? Zhang He asked, looking at the dashboard. It's already late at night. It would be more worthwhile to gather some resources, Su Ke explained. In truth, Su Ke was merely acting based on memories from his previous life, heading there to see if he could procure supplies, as fuel stations were scarce in the early apocalypse. Upon hearing Su Ke's rationale, Zhang He ceased his inquiries, redirected the vehicle, and drove toward Huangni Street. Spring City Yadua Liwan Hotel. This was a standard 5-star hotel, but it had now been overtaken by the zombie king, Chao Yunhai. What did you say? You lost him? Chao Yunhai seethed, grabbing the short zombie minion by the collar. My lord, please calm down. According to our intel, he seems to be headed toward the southern district. The taller zombie minion quickly interjected. For them, joining the zombie king's army was promising, but their previous freedom was now irrevocably lost. Useless. You're all just a bunch of brainless fools. Chao Yunhai flung the short minion to the ground, disdain etched on his face. Rest assured, my lord. We will surely find that boy, the short minion promised from the ground. Chao Yunhai paid no heed to the minion's assurances, instead turning his gaze to the taller one. How long until you can evolve to C-class? Returning to my lord. If we maintain the current meat consumption, it will likely take about 7 days, the tall minion replied. Head bowed. I'll provide you with 1 additional person each day. Just expedite your evolution, Chao Yunhai commanded from his elevated seat. Thank you, my lord. I promise to evolve to C-class within 3 days. The tall minion grinned wickedly, knowing that if he succeeded in evolving to C-class, he could double the number of zombies under his control. Chao Yunhai nodded in satisfaction and then looked at the other D-class zombies. In the coming days, ensure you bring back more humans. If anyone dares to hoard resources for themselves, I will make them regret becoming a zombie. Yes, the D-class zombies responded submissively. For them, their very lives were under the tyrannical grip of the zombie king. Any treasonous thoughts would lead only to death. Chao Yunhai disregarded the minions further, picking up 2 battle blades beside him, admiring them momentarily before shaking his head. Truth be told, while these weapons are impressive, they are ill-suited for me. These 2 blades were the very weapons Su Ke had discarded, long gone by the time he descended from the building. What a pity. They are not those 2 black sabers. Chao Yunhai sheathed his weapon and spoke with a hint of melancholy, just as he contemplated his next move. The distant cries of the zombie horde pierced the air. What is happening? He urgently inquired of a D-class agile zombie. My lord, a group of other zombies has arrived outside our territory, led by what appears to be a C-class brain zombie, the agile zombie replied. A sinister smile crept across Chow Yunhai's face at the prospect of a C-class brain zombie seeking allegiance. "Quickly, let him in," he exclaimed with delight. For Chow Yunhai, this was a momentous opportunity, yet for the tall brain zombie, it was a rather ominous turn of events, as he had just glimpsed the possibility of evolving to C-class. And now that hope seemed to wane, "What shall we do?" the short brain zombie asked, his gaze icy. The tall brain zombie did not respond, but pondered various thoughts. For he was far more astute than his shorter counterpart. As long as the zombie king did not retract his promise, a glimmer of hope remained. Even if the promise was withdrawn, he would devise a plan to eliminate the newly arrived brain zombie. Unbeknownst to Chow Yunhai, he was oblivious to the thoughts of his subordinates. Even if he were aware, he would not intervene, for survival of the fittest reigned supreme. Those who could assist him in ruling the city would be duly rewarded. As for rebellion, he harbored no concerns. For the zombie king's power far surpassed that of these ordinary evolved zombies. As the door to the presidential suite swung open, an aged brain zombie ambled in, none other than the escaped Ming Bo. "Greetings, my lord," Ming Bo rasped, bowing respectfully, though he had ascended to C-class. The innate oppression from the zombie king was palpable as he entered the hotel. "Ah, splendid. Indeed, a high-tier brain zombie," Chow Yunhai remarked, visibly pleased. "Thank you for your kind words, my lord. I have come to convey some news," Ming Bo stated, uncertain of Chow Yunhai's elation, yet intent on negotiating an alliance. With the prospect of joining this formidable army contingent upon circumstances, what Ming Bo did not realize was that from the moment he appeared, he was ensnared in the zombie king's grasp, as Chow Yunhai had already begun to emit a disruptive psychic wave. "Oh, what news do you bring?" Chow Yunhai inquired with curiosity, even as the psychic waves began to invade Ming Bo's mind. In the Shishan district, there exists a post-apocalyptic base established within a prison, created before the onset of the apocalypse. "I suspect the inhabitants there may have foreseen the coming calamity," Ming Bo reverently reported. Upon uttering these words, he sensed something amiss. He had intended to be circumspect, yet his true thoughts slipped out unwittingly. Chow Yunhai's eyes sparkled with interest upon hearing this information, as he was eager to gather intelligence on various human survivor enclaves. "Excellent. This information is exceedingly valuable," the zombie king declared, a satisfied glint flashing in his gaze as he rose and let out a roar. The moment his roar echoed, the zombies surrounding the hotel began to converge upon it. Chapter 36. The eerie community at the intersection of Huangni Street and Fusho Street stood a large gas station. Once Su Ke and Zhang He finished inspecting the machinery, joy illuminated their faces. "I never imagined these machines would still be operational," Zhang He remarked, brandishing a fuel nozzle. Su Ke nodded, his elation surpassing Zhang He's. For these resources were precisely what he sought. Although Su Ke had amassed a considerable stockpile of supplies before the apocalypse, who would ever disdain having more? "Fill up the truck and load the 2 large tankers," Su Ke commanded, tossing the tanker keys to Zhang He. "What? We need to take the tankers too?" Zhang He replied, apprehensively accepting the keys. He considered the risks. Not only were zombies abundant on the roads, but an attack on the tankers could spell disaster. "Do not forget, I am a deity," Su Ke declared, patting the tanker before it vanished in an instant. Its 30 cubic meter capacity, capable of holding 25 tons of fuel. Within 5 seconds, the 2 tankers reappeared before Zhang He, who, though aware of Su Ke's ability, was witnessing such a feat for the first time. "All right, you start fueling. I'll scout the area," Su Ke instructed before striding towards the nearest community. Unbeknownst to Zhang He, Su Ke was on the verge of a significant discovery, while his task remained to fill the truck and tankers with fuel. Half an hour later, Su Ke arrived at a nearby community. The area was teeming with zombies, their movements alarmingly systematic, as if meticulously orchestrated. With his weapon drawn, Su Ke darted through the horde, undeterred by the dismal surroundings. This adversity paled compared to the trials he had faced in his previous life. Upon reaching the edge of the zombie throng, his gaze was drawn to a solitary building, seemingly out of place. This old structure stood apart from the surrounding buildings, its perimeter adorned with red paint proclaiming demolish. "Kawewa Welfare Institute?" Su Ke read aloud from the sign affixed to the building. As the zombies continued their circular procession, he sheathed his weapon, grasped the wall with one hand, and leaped over it effortlessly. The wall was not particularly high, but effectively shielded the zombies, piquing Su Ke's curiosity. Once inside, he was taken aback by the sight before him. A group of individuals lay prostrate against the wall, wielding various weapons, while a corpse was bound above them. In that instant, Suke comprehended the reason behind the zombies' docility. His initial conjecture was correct. Not only was this phenomenon present here, but similar occurrences could be observed in other buildings. To ensure the zombies would march to their doom in an orderly fashion, substantial bait had to be employed. Initially, this approach was perilous, but as the bait was utilized over time, such systematic behavior gradually emerged. The individuals atop the wall remained oblivious to Suke's presence. First, due to the darkness, and second, because their attention was wholly absorbed by the zombies below. Suke, disinclined to inquire, stood at the base of the Welfare Institute and unleashed his mental perception. He surmised that anyone capable of devising such a scheme was certainly no saint, given that baiting involved human lives. As his mental perception unveiled the situation, he was taken aback to discover that the one orchestrating this was a sadistic middle-aged woman. Only 16 of them? After grasping the scene, Suke stealthily retreated to the high wall, executing a silent escape. He had no intention of rescuing these individuals. They had already formed a small, cohesive unit, and bringing them back to his base would undoubtedly lead to incessant troubles. Departing the solitary building, Suke approached several other residential towers. The deeper he ventured, the more frigid his expression became, not due to the abundance of zombies, but because the buildings were adorned with various corpses. Indeed, someone is controlling this place. Suke's eyes narrowed, and after fruitless searching for the ringleader, he abandoned the quest. Though he yearned to eliminate the mastermind behind this vile scheme, locating them proved exceedingly difficult, and their whereabouts remained unknown. Suke contemplated using a rescue ploy to draw them out, yet he realized that slaughtering them would render him no different from the zombies. Thus, he resolved to let these individuals fend for themselves. Unbeknownst to Suke, as he exited the community, someone within a residential tower was observing him through night vision binoculars. Strange, this person doesn't resemble a zombie, yet the zombies do not attack him. The man observed Suke, murmuring to himself, "What? Is there really such a person?" A middle-aged man, shocked, quickly rose to approach the window. By the time he picked up the binoculars to observe, Suke had already vanished from sight. "Someone just sneaked into our territory. At first, I thought he was one of Old Sun's men, but after watching for a while, I realized he was extraordinary. Not only does he show no fear of zombies, but the zombies seem to fear him," the young man explained while seated on the sofa. "What did you say? The zombies fear him? How is that possible? Unless he is not human." The middle-aged man lowered the binoculars, immediately voicing his speculation. The young man refrained from responding, now eager to uncover the identity of the man and why he was unafraid of zombies. After leaving the neighborhood, Suke, upon learning the situation, had no intention of visiting other areas, as the time to depart was drawing near. When he returned to the gas station, he had already filled 2 fuel tankers. There is still plenty of reserve fuel left. "Should we come back another day to fill up?" He inquired. "No, this is sufficient," Suke replied. Though he needed these resources, he was reluctant to exploit such an opportunity, as his current oil reserves had already exceeded expectations, with much to spare. As he watched the 2 tankers disappear from view, he grew curious and wanted to ask Suke how he managed it, but reconsidering Suke's character, he dismissed the thought. After all, the secrets of the divine were not for him to inquire. By the time the truck started again, it was already past 11 at night. He glanced at the clock and said, "Let us head back. It should take about 4 hours." "Yes. If nothing occurs on the road, that sounds about right." Suke nodded before continuing, "Let us take the outer route. It will minimize many troubles." "All right," he agreed, starting the truck and steering toward the overpass. Unbeknownst to them, not long after the 2 returned to the base, a massive horde of zombies was advancing toward Shishan. Chapter 37. The Zombie Horde. Tiger Mountain Base. Mingi Street in Spring City was the sole route to Shishan, and this road was already teeming with a vast army of zombies. 2 survivors hid in a hotel, watching the relentless tide of zombies, nearly losing their wits in fear. The densely packed zombies surged like an ocean, stretching as far as the eye could see. "What do these zombies want? Who knows? This damned apocalypse," they murmured. Little did they know, as they quietly discussed the direction of the horde, the brain zombies in the middle of the group had spotted them. 2 brain zombies exchanged glances and nodded. At the command of the brain zombies' roar, over 30 zombies instantly broke away from the horde, heading toward the hotel where the 2 survivors were hiding. The army of the undead did not falter at the loss of a few dozen. despite their vast numbers. They remained remarkably orderly. At this moment, Chow Yunhai led the D-class zombies, including Mingbo, at the rear of the procession. This army of over 10,000 zombies represented all of Chow Yunhai's assets. As he and Mingbo discussed their plans for capturing the Shishan prison, a D-class agile zombie leaped in from the right rear. The agile zombie made a clattering sound, and upon hearing the report, a look of delight spread across Chow Yunhai's face. "My lord, congratulations on locating another human sanctuary," Mingbo congratulated him. "Humph, just a small sanctuary. Once we take the Apocalypse base you mentioned, I shall make you the greatest minister of my empire." Chow Yunhai had visited the Tiger Mountain Sanctuary before. It was merely an underground air raid shelter, and he did not take it seriously. Hearing Chow Yunhai's words, Mingbo smiled awkwardly. He wished to break free from the zombie king, but felt bound by an inexplicable energy. Chow Yunhai was unaware of the thoughts of the brain zombies. Yet one thing was certain, they could not resist his power. As for rebellion? That was utterly impossible. With just a thought, those brain zombies would perish on the spot. Shishan base, when Suke and Zhang He returned, it was already past 4 in the morning. After arranging for the survivors to be taken care of by Xie Xinxin and Chen Chong, Suke returned with Zhang He to rest. He also grasped the general direction in which the Apocalypse base operated. Relying solely on himself was unrealistic. Hence he needed a substantial number of human evolvers. As Suke gnawed on raw beef, Xie Xinxin knocked and entered. "Master, here are the survivor profiles you requested. Although some were written haphazardly, there are still individuals we can utilize," she said, holding the documents. "I want to review the details. Have Chen Chong proceed according to the plan. And if there are any exceptional talents, remind him," Suke instructed without taking the documents. He held no hope for these individuals. It would be best if they could become evolvers. If not, they could at least assist with manageable tasks. "Oh, and among the survivors you rescued, 2 wish to see you. They claim to be involved in biology," Xie Xinxin added. Upon hearing this, Suke set down the raw beef and asked, "Did you not register their profiles?" "We just settled them in and haven't had the chance to register yet," Xie Xinxin replied honestly. "In the future, remember to register first, then arrange accommodations. If any rare talents are discovered, let them stay in your monitoring chamber," Suke said, wiping his hands. "Yes, master." "Will you go see them?" Xie Xinxin asked. "Let us meet tomorrow at noon. It's nearly dawn. Let them rest well," Suke remarked, glancing at the wall clock. "Understood. I will inform them right away," Xie Xinxin said before turning to leave. Suke had little interest in those engaged in biological research. After all, many so-called experts were deceitful. In his previous life, a biological expert betrayed humanity while studying alien insect swarms, even feeding many humans to the creature. Thus, Suke harbored a deep disdain for individuals of that ilk. However, he was quite fond of talents from certain fields. In his mind, he needed to secure 5 human talents, with the foremost being the engineering magnate Fan Yugong. Suke had known Fan Yugong in his previous life, but their opposing factions meant he could only learn about him through others. The second talent was the great inventor Lu Zixing, reputed to be a young bald man. Unfortunately, Suke had never encountered him. Next were the agricultural expert and Chai Qianlang from Kyoto. To sustain these humans, an agricultural expert was essential. As for Chai Qianlang, Suke had first-hand experience of his cunning plans, earning him the moniker of the modern poison strategist. The final talent left Suke pondering, as he genuinely found it difficult to manage. It wasn't that this individual was exceptionally powerful, but rather their viewpoints were fundamentally opposed to his. "Chai Qianlang, I hope you can bring that person over in this lifetime." Reflecting on the current locations of these individuals, Suke took out a notebook and drafted a plan, aiming to use this place as a base. This was merely an initial thought. If they could conquer Spring City, the defensive structures built would become impenetrable. Once Suke completed his plan, he fell into a deep slumber, for he was still not in a position to seize all of Spring City. At the Southern Tiger Mountain Survivor Base, Meng Fei and others had returned to the base early. After reporting the events of the past few days, they were finally able to rest. As for Suke and Zhang He, the group had reached an unspoken agreement. They would not mention these 2 non-humans. It is not that I do not wish to report, but rather that I feel that even if I were to raise the issue, these leaders would not believe me. Watching the retreating figures of Meng Fei and the others, a middle-aged man with a beer belly turned to the one in the lead and asked, "Old Chun, do you think we still have hope?" The middle-aged man, surnamed Chun, furrowed his brow, reaching for a cigarette only to discover that there were none in his pocket. "You can use mine," said the man in the plaid shirt sitting to his right, accepting the cigarette and lighting it. Chen took a deep drag and slowly exhaled the smoke. As the leader of this survivor base, he desperately wanted to survive, but given the current situation, hope seemed exceedingly dim. "How many days of food do we have left?" Chen inquired. "Not much. If the population increases any further, we probably won't last even half a month," the man with the beer belly reported. Hearing this, Chen took another deep puff of the cigarette, his eyes betraying a growing sense of despair. Chapter 38. The Tiger and Dragon Gang takes over the base at this moment. It was clear to everyone present that Old Chen was losing hope. They even contemplated organizing a team to scavenge for supplies, but unfortunately, these survivors were far too fearful to venture out. If they continued to waste away like this, they might not even need to worry about being overrun by zombies. A significant internal crisis would arise first. As the cigarette burned down to its last ash, Old Chen reluctantly looked at everyone. "Though Tiger Mountain is fraught with danger, at least there are no zombies. We could send some survivors to search for wild vegetables, or if that fails, perhaps some edible tree bark," Old Chen suggested. "What? You want them to go up the mountain? That's tantamount to sending them to their deaths." "I refuse," shouted the middle-aged man surnamed Zhang from the back. The others did not react as vehemently as Zhang. It wasn't that they were cold-hearted, but given the current food supply and population, Old Chen's strategy seemed to be the only viable option left. "Zhang, don't be so angry. This is a desperate measure. If you have a better idea, please share it." The middle-aged man with the beer belly tried to appease him. "Lu, you're an expert in water resources. Yet you have no idea how many of us are left. If we all perish, humanity will lose a great many. Let us not even speak of the larger picture. If that day truly comes, we might be humanity's last hope," Zhang retorted angrily. "What do you propose? Should we just sit here and starve? The South Ridge Military District is crawling with zombies. Even if we could return, do you think we could manage to bring back supplies?" Lu expressed his impatience, posing the most critical question. It was not that they were unaware of where the supplies were located, but rather that access was impossible. Even if they managed to get in, retrieving those items was fraught with peril, as their previous experiences had shown. "Enough. You all need to stop arguing. For now, let us heed Old Chen's advice. If these survivors are dissatisfied, let them venture out to find food themselves." The man in the plaid shirt stood up and stated, "Oldly, you really aren't afraid of the consequences. If these people cause a ruckus, how will we suppress them? Given our current manpower, maintaining stability is already quite a challenge," Zhang shot back. In truth, these individuals had considered numerous plans, yet none had proven successful. It was not due to poor leadership, but rather the overwhelming number of zombies outside. Just as the four were embroiled in their heated debate, the office door was forcefully swung open. Seeing 3 to 5 young individuals enter, Old Chen furrowed his brow and asked, "Who are you? And how did you get in here?" The leader, sporting red hair, flashed a sly smile and replied, "We are from the Tiger and Dragon Gang. The people outside have already been subdued by us. This place now belongs to us." Upon hearing this, Old Chen and the others felt an ominous shift in the air. Logically, the temporary guards should have fired their weapons at once, yet there was not a single gunshot to be heard. Unbeknownst to Old Chen and the others, these intruders had disguised themselves and each was armed, with more than a dozen handguns among them. The temporary guards had been disarmed in a single encounter, and several had been stabbed to death before they even grasped the situation. "What do you want? Do you know who we are?" Lu shouted in anger. Bang! The sound of a black handgun echoed sharply, and Lu, clutching his chest in shock, looked at the red-haired man before collapsing to the ground. As blood pooled around him, Lu slowly closed his eyes. "Lu!" The others gasped in disbelief. The middle-aged man surnamed Zhang rushed to support Lu, but despair washed over him as he realized Lu was already lifeless. "How dare you?" The middle-aged man surnamed Chen fumed. "How dare we? Huh? A bunch of fools." The red-haired man scoffed, shaking his hand dismissively as he turned to leave. Bang, bang, bang. A series of gunshots rang out, causing the survivors hiding in the bomb shelter to spring to their feet and peer outside. Meng Fei and his companions, who had just settled down, were startled by the sudden gunfire and hurried outside. Unaware that the base had already fallen into enemy hands, they assumed it was the work of zombies or mutated creatures. However, as soon as they emerged from the shelter, they found themselves surrounded by dozens of armed individuals. "Who are you?" Sonya squinted, her eyes filled with suspicion as she addressed the newcomers. "Oh, what a pretty girl. You look like a movie star, one of the thugs, brandishing a handgun, approached Song Yu slowly. What do you want? Li Gui stepped in front of Song Yu to shield her from the thug's advances. Humph, another brave fool. The thug sneered, aiming his gun at Li Gui. Bang! As the gun fired, a spray of blood erupted from Li Gui's forehead. Li Gui. Song Yu rushed to catch Li Gui's falling body, but upon closer inspection, she realized he was already dead. You beasts! Wang Yin shouted in fury, reaching for his own weapon to retaliate, but was met with the cold, hard barrels of several guns trained on him. Kid, looks like you're seeking death. One thug approached Wang Yin, gun in hand. Before Wang Yin could react, his own handgun was seized from him. Who are you? Don't you know this is the only survivor base? Meng Fei remained composed, refraining from any rash actions. Had he known what had befallen Old Chun and the others, he likely would have drawn his weapon immediately. We are the Tiger and Dragon Gang, and this base is now under our control. You are all our slaves. With those words from one of the thugs, the others erupted into boisterous laughter, reveling in their unexpected conquest of what had seemed a formidable base. It appeared the strategist's plan had indeed been astute. As Meng Fei recalled the gang, he realized that while Chun City harbored various factions, none had dared to show their faces. After all, the government's crackdown on crime was quite effective. Who would have thought such a force existed in this apocalypse? If Su Ke were present, he would undoubtedly remain unfazed, for he had heard of the Tiger and Dragon Gang, a group that had not survived beyond 6 months in his previous life. Ironically, it had been none other than the aberrant Zhang, he who had eradicated them. Little did Su Ke know that he had altered the course of events, inadvertently bringing calamity upon the sole survivor base. Just as Meng Fei was lost in thought about the gang, the red-haired thug stormed over with an air of authority. What are you doing? Weren't you supposed to maintain control? The red-haired thug questioned his underlings with irritation. Brother Pong, we have secured the area. These people came out upon hearing the gunfire. One of the thugs explained, fawning over him. The red-haired thug nodded, casting a glance at Meng Fei and Wang Yin before fixing his gaze on Song Yu, who sat on the ground cradling Li Gui. Oh, a beauty! The red-haired thug smirked with satisfaction. Chapter 39. Crisis. Although Hong Mao could only glimpse half of Song Yu's face, he was convinced that she was no less impressive than a military strategist. Haha, Peng Gu has a good eye. This woman is indeed beautiful, a young ruffian exclaimed eagerly. Yes, very well. Bring her in shortly, Hong Mao replied with a smug smile, then turned his gaze towards Meng Fei and his companion. Upon hearing Hong Mao's words, Meng Fei's expression grew cold. He regretted not drawing his weapon to eliminate these individuals at the first opportunity. Meanwhile, hidden within the confines of the shelter, Chen Yun was startled. Her immediate reaction was one of despair, but she soon recalled the secret communications left by the bald eagle before his departure. Observing the escalating situation outside, she quietly slipped away from the entrance of the shelter. Chen Yun had discussed the use of the radio with Song Yu. Although she did not possess Song Yu's brilliance, she was somewhat familiar with its operation. Rushing back to Meng Fei's lodging, she seized his jacket and began to rummage through its pockets. When she stumbled upon a crumpled note, tears welled in her eyes, for it represented their last hope. The communication room within the shelter served as Song Yu's temporary abode and was one of the few ventilated spaces. Chen Yun skillfully grasped the communicator beside her, but her heart sank upon discovering it lacked batteries. Oh, Song Yu, why did you hide the batteries? She lamented, desperately searching as tears streamed down her cheeks. In truth, it was not Song Yu who had hidden the batteries, but rather the result of each individual's habit of organizing their belongings. After futilely searching the area, Chen Yun's gaze landed on a blanket on the floor. With a swift motion, she lifted it, revealing 2 remaining batteries nestled in the lower left corner. She quickly inserted the batteries into the communicator, executing the task with such speed that even she found it hard to believe. The secret code was soon entered, and a series of beeping sounds filled her ears. As the beeping transitioned to a steady static, Chen Yun's face lit up with joy, confirming that the device was operational. Simultaneously, in Shishan's apocalyptic base, a sudden communication signal pierced the silence in Xie Xinshin's room. Having just returned to her quarters with the intention of strengthening her abilities, she froze upon hearing the sound. Unaware that it was a communicator, she recalled Su Ke's instructions to keep it safe for future use. Unexpectedly, within a day of receiving it, it had begun to emit noise. Opening the communicator's backpack, Xie Xinshin noticed 2 indicator lights flickering incessantly, and the sound seemed to emanate from the nearby headphones. Cautiously, she picked up the headphones to listen, but apart from the static, there were no other sounds. Could it be broken? She wondered, feeling disheartened. Just as she was about to set the headphones down, she accidentally pressed a button. On the other end, Chen-Yun, realizing the channel had connected, spoke through her tears. "This is the Tiger Mountain base. Bald Eagle, do you hear me?" Upon hearing a woman's voice through the headphones, Xie Xinxin quickly comprehended the situation. "Who is Bald Eagle? Is Tiger Mountain base the one in South District?" she asked, her questions leaving Chen-Yun momentarily taken aback. However, recovering quickly, Chen-Yun bypassed the inquiry, stating, "The communicator was taken from us. Inform Bald Eagle that the Tiger Mountain base is under attack by a group of bandits who have begun to kill." "Are you certain they are bandits and not zombies?" Xie Xinxin asked, bewildered, as she felt that in this apocalypse, zombies were far more prevalent than bandits. "Absolutely bandits, a gang of ruffians known as the Longhu Gang," Chen-Yun clarified urgently. "Then you all," before Xie Xinxin could finish her sentence, Chen-Yun interjected, "Sister, hurry and find the man with horns on his forehead. He will know everything." Realizing Chen-Yun was referring to her master, Suke, Xie Xinxin wasted no time and dashed toward him. Not long after lying down, Suke was awakened by a frantic knocking at his door. Although he was unsure of the situation, the urgency in the knocking was palpable. Upon opening the door, Xie Xinxin exclaimed, "Master, something terrible has happened. The machine you brought back is ringing. And there's a woman saying that a gang of bandits has taken over the Tiger Mountain base, a gang called Longhu Gang." Suke, who had still been groggy, was instantly alert. He sensed something was amiss. Without realizing that he had altered the course of events, he hadn't even connected the situation to Zhang He. "Let us go and find out exactly what is happening," he urged, striding out the door with Xie Xinxin closely following. When they arrived at Xie Xinxin's quarters, the communicator's light was still illuminated, indicating that the connection had not been severed. At that moment, Chen-Yun was nearing madness as the intruders had breached the shelter, and both Ming Fei and Wang Yin had been bound by the assailants. Although the shelter was dimly lit, some yellow emergency lights remained active. A ruffian shouted, "We are the Longhu Gang, and this base is now under our control. Those who wish to live should step forward and register immediately." The survivors, over 100 in number, were left in confusion, unsure of what was unfolding. Just as whispers filled the air, the sudden crack of gunfire jolted them back to reality. "You have 10 minutes. Now, come out and register," the ruffian yelled again. Meanwhile, Suke heard the gunfire and the ruffian's shouts. He picked up the headphones and calmly told the sobbing Chen-Yun, "You must hide. I will be there in an hour." The familiarity of Suke's voice stunned Chen-Yun. She never expected that he could truly rescue them. She recalled his earlier words, "I am a god. You cannot kill me, yet I am your last hope. If you wish to survive in this world, live cautiously, or I will make it so you cannot even become a zombie." On the other side, Suke set down the headphones, extracting a slender earbud from the communicator. "This switch will keep us connected. If anything happens over there, notify me immediately," Suke instructed, pointing to a small switch. "Understood, Master," Xie Xinxin nodded, comprehending his words. With her affirmation, Suke pressed forward, prioritizing the need to stay informed about the base's situation, leaving other matters to be addressed later. He swiftly exited Xie Xinxin's room, pushed through 2 iron doors, and knocked on Zhang He's door. The moment Zhang He heard the knocking, he shot awake. Upon opening the door and seeing Suke, he was about to inquire but was silenced by Suke's urgent words, "Get dressed. Your home is under attack." Although Suke's tone was calm, it struck Zhang He like a thunderbolt. While he had little attachment to the place, Meng Fei and the others were still there. Chapter 40. The zombie tide approaches as Suke and Zhang He exited the holding facility. Zhang He pivoted sharply, heading toward the garage. "Where are you going?" Suke inquired immediately. "To drive. Are we supposed to walk?" Zhang He replied, puzzled by Suke's intent. "Driving a truck would take at least 3 to 4 hours. By the time we arrive, how many survivors do you think will remain?" Suke explained. Before Zhang He could respond, Suke waved his right hand, and a modified SUV materialized before them. Zhang He was astonished at the sight of the reinforced A8. First, there was a heavily modified truck, and now a fully armored SUV. "Get in. We will retrace our steps," Suke beckoned, opening the passenger door. "All right," Zhang He replied, quickly taking the driver's seat. He increasingly admires Suke, not solely for his formidable strength, but rather for the extraordinary methods that have captivated him. Just as A8 was about to leave the prison, A surging tide of corpses appeared in the line of sight of Su Ke and Zhang He. What is happening? Zhang He inquired in shock. This is bad. It's a zombie horde. As Su Ke's words fell, 2 gatekeeper zombies lunged at A8 like frenzied beasts. You head to the Tiger Mountain base. If those people are seeking death, do not hold back. Eliminate them. Su Ke commanded, tossing a communication earpiece to Zhang He. I'll stay before Zhang He could finish. Su Ke interrupted. I'll handle matters here. You must leave at once. As Su Ke's words echoed, a black blade swiftly sliced through the air, decapitating the 2 gatekeeper E-level zombies. Zhang He nodded appreciatively. He understood Su Ke's intent and was grateful for his understanding. Without hesitation, he pressed the accelerator and sped away. Watching A8 hasten southward, Su Ke immediately returned to the prison, for he was about to confront the entire horde. Among the tide of corpses, Chow Yunhai surveyed the constructed apocalyptic base with satisfaction, never expecting such a stronghold existed in Spring City. As he contemplated transforming this site into a stronghold, a fully modified SUV came into view. It's him. Ming Bo revealed a sinister grin. Although he did not recognize the driver, he was familiar with the modified A8. Do you know him? Chow Yunhai asked. Of course, I would never forget him. Even if he turned to ash. Ming Bo responded disdainfully. As he pondered how to turn Su Ke into a puppet, the SUV swiftly veered southward onto the expressway. Is that brat trying to escape? Chow Yunhai remarked, gesturing lightly with his left hand. A brain zombie immediately understood and led a group of zombies toward the expressway. Chow Yunhai believed the young man was courting death. How dare he drive out at such a time, clearly underestimating him. Furthermore, he thought the expressway was now congested with vehicles, making escape impossible. What Chow Yunhai was unaware of was that Su Ke and his group had already cleared the vehicles from the expressway during their return to Shishan prison. Lord, may I handle that brat? Ming Bo respectfully inquired. Chow Yunhai did not grasp Ming Bo's intent, but nodded in agreement. Thank you, my lord. Ming Bo felt elated. After transforming into a zombie, his greatest hatred was reserved for none other than Su Ke. He believed that since Su Ke was aware of the apocalypse, he should have informed him earlier, instead of exploiting him for over 2 years. Su Ke, of course, was oblivious to Ming Bo's thoughts, yet when Ming Bo departed, Su Ke still provided him with considerable assistance, even ensuring he stockpiled additional food. In other words, without Su Ke's guidance, Ming Bo would not have evolved into a sea-level brain zombie. As the zombie tide approached the prison base, Su Ke gathered everyone. The prison faces its greatest crisis. Over 10,000 zombies are approaching. If you wish to avoid becoming prey, get on the walls and fend off these fiends. Upon hearing Su Ke's words, over 100 evolved individuals stared at him in shock, unable to believe their ears, or perhaps they simply lacked the skills for combat. Su Ke understood their thoughts, but realized this was not the time for contemplation, as he had not anticipated that the Zombie King would find this place. Chinchon. Divide these individuals into 8 groups. Weapons are in the warehouse. Choose whatever you like. Kill any zombies that cross the high-voltage electric fence. Yes. Chinchon stood tall and responded immediately. Fatty, take your people and follow me. Su Ke instructed Jiangsheng. Understood. Jiangsheng comprehended Su Ke's intent and led his 6 subordinates behind him. Just as Su Ke was ready to guide Jiangsheng to the control room, Xie Xinxin hurriedly asked, Master, what should I do? Join them in slaying zombies. Su Ke replied without turning, tossing a black steel knife as he proceeded toward the control room. Xie Xinxin paused for a few seconds, but quickly understood, picking up the black steel knife and following Chinchon and the others. What Xie Xinxin did not know was that Su Ke had prepared only 2 of these black steel knives. One had been given to Zhang He, and the last was bestowed upon her. Inside the control room, Su Ke handed the control diagram to Jiangsheng, explaining the function of each button, including the operation of the high-voltage electric fence. If a zombie breaches the prison, you need not worry about surviving, Su Ke warned. Brother God, you can rest assured. I will make them regret becoming zombies. Jiangsheng declared confidently. Su Ke did not correct Jiangsheng for calling him Brother God, as he knew names were merely titles. Exiting the control room, Su Ke glanced at the evolved individuals squatting against the wall. Although they were merely humans he intended to empower, they had unexpectedly become the defenders of this stronghold. Strength is indeed a matter of power. Su Ke clenched his teeth, quickening his pace toward the prison's high walls. Seeing Su Ke approach, Chinchon quickly asked, Su Xiao, with such high walls, those creatures can't climb up, right? You'll find out shortly, Suke replied, turning his gaze toward the distant horde. Qin Chong and the others were unaware that not only could these 8-meter-high walls be scaled, but even a 28-meter-tall building could be breached by those zombies. In a previous life, Suke had witnessed thousands of zombies stacking upon one another, climbing as if they were a swarm of ants. Simultaneously, Chow Yunhai's zombie horde finally reached within 100 meters of the prison. Observing the towering walls, Chow Yunhai felt a surge of pride, but his expression turned cold upon seeing the figures atop the walls. The individual was none other than Suke, with whom he had fought to a standstill. As the zombie tide drew closer, Ming Bo spotted Suke, astonished that the one driving away was not Suke, and he wondered about Suke's altered appearance. Suke locked eyes with Chow Yunhai and then shifted his focus to the other zombies. However, as he scanned the horde, his gaze lingered on Ming Bo. Though Ming Bo had transformed into a brain zombie, his features were still recognizable. Ming Bo? Suke exclaimed, finding it hard to believe. Logically, Ming Bo was bound to become a zombie, but the fact that he had evolved into a brain zombie, and a C-level 1 at that, was astounding. Young master, you are well? Ming Bo feigned respect. Hearing Ming Bo address him as young master, Chow Yunhai was taken aback, feeling as if his zombie king was lacking in intellect, completely unaware of the situation. Do you know him? Chow Yunhai inquired of Ming Bo. He is none other than the notorious prodigal son of Spring City, Suke. Ming Bo replied with a sinister expression, continuing. Yet who would have thought this prodigal son was not merely wasteful, but had crafted a stronghold to withstand the apocalypse? Upon hearing this, Chow Yunhai instantly understood. A year ago, he had read related reports and had ridiculed this prodigal son, never anticipating that he had long been preparing for the apocalypse. So you are Suke? The illustrious young Master Su. I noticed your uniqueness during our last encounter on the rooftop. It seems you were already aware that the apocalypse would descend. Chow Yunhai addressed Su Quebec. Suke remained unfazed by Chow Yunhai's words, while Ming Bo was left astonished, recalling the butcher he had encountered. Contemplating this, Ming Bo fixed his blood-red gaze on Su Quebec, noticing that Suke was unarmed. He felt uncertain, but what did Chow Yunhai mean by the rooftop encounter? Chow Yunhai, have you forgotten what you said yesterday afternoon? Upon hearing Suke's reminder, Chow Yunhai's menacing expression instantly turned blank. You cannot be a deity. Cease your pretentious mystique. Today, I have brought with me 20,000 zombies, and I refuse to believe you can exterminate them all. Chow Yunhai's fury was palpable, yet his tone betrayed a hint of insecurity. Suke ignored Chow Yunhai, instead directing his gaze toward Ming Bo, sensing something amiss. Ming Bo, last night in South District. That was you, wasn't it? Suke inquired. No, it was not me. You must have mistaken the person, Ming Bo quickly denied, understanding the implications of Suke's question. South District? You engaged in battle with this fellow yesterday as well? Chow Yunhai, not lacking in intelligence, immediately questioned Ming Bo. While Ming Bo could lie to Suke, he found himself unable to resist under the pressure of the zombie king. Yes, my lord. Upon realizing the anomaly, I came to seek your protection, Ming Bo replied respectfully. Upon hearing Ming Bo's response, flames ignited in Chow Yunhai's eyes. He sensed something was off and realized he had stumbled into a perilous trap. Look at this. A C-grade brain zombie, reduced to a mere dog, specifically a dog that betrays its master, Suke announced from atop the high wall. Though his expression was fierce, the playful undertone was irksome to Chow Yunhai. The fact that Chow Yunhai had ascended to the position of zombie king indicated he was no fool. He understood Suke's intentions, yet he regretted not investigating the situation thoroughly before coming here. You old relic, if you fail to seize this place today, I shall make you experience the torments of hell. Chow Yunhai gritted his teeth and declared. Ming Bo was taken aback. He knew he could not conquer the place alone, and he had allied with Chow Yunhai to take down the base. How had it suddenly become his own responsibility? TSK, 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 old dog. This is the fate of betraying your master, Suke remarked with amusement, all the while keeping a wary eye on Chow Yunhai. For he was the true threat. Ming Bo glared at Suke with a vengeful intensity, wishing he could eliminate him on the spot. What are you waiting for? Attack! Chow Yunhai bellowed. The tall brain zombie beside Chow Yunhai displayed a sinister grin, as he had not anticipated such a dramatic turn of events. Truly, fortune favored him. Ming Bo took a deep breath and unleashed a primal roar at Su Quebec. As Ming Bo's roar resounded, over 5,000 zombies launched their assault. Suke, observing the horde approaching, wore a dismissive smile. If it were 20,000 zombies attacking simultaneously, he would indeed face a challenge. However, 5,000 was hardly a concern. He estimated that the high-voltage electric fence would suffice to handle them. As the zombies began to pile up against the high wall, Suke shouted, "Prepare for battle, my comrades." In an instant, the human evolvers hiding beneath the wall emerged. Although their numbers were few, it startled both Chow Yun-hai and Ming Bo impossible. Chow Yun-hai exclaimed in astonishment. He had just sensed the surroundings and detected no living beings apart from Quebec. Unbeknownst to him, Suke had cleverly masked the presence of others by distributing his aura among them, ensuring that Chow Yun-hai could only sense him. As the zombies climbed toward the wall, a series of spikes shot out from small holes in the wall. These spikes were not metallic, but rather wooden spears designed to impede the zombies' ascent. Despite the spikes, the sheer number of zombies overwhelmed the barriers. As some were pierced and fell, others climbed over their fallen comrades. As dozens of zombies neared the top of the wall, Chow Yun-hai felt a surge of excitement. Thinking that if merely 5,000 zombies could conquer this place, his ambitions would be realized once more. At that moment, the zombies trembled violently, and the ones below followed suit, a burnt odor wafting through the air. The zombies grasping the electric fence ignited as if under the influence of a drug, their tattered clothing catching fire within seconds, reducing them to charred remains. High voltage. Chow Yun-hai gasped in disbelief. It was inconceivable. Although some areas still had power, high voltage should not be possible, as he had just emerged from there and had seen the damaged equipment days prior. He had not expected that this abandoned prison could generate high voltage. Chow Yun-hai was unaware of the extent of Suke's preparations. Even Ming Bo, who was involved, had no idea of the resources Suke had amassed, as some of them had been acquired covertly. Witnessing the zombies being incinerated, Ming Bo was left in shock. He only knew that Suke had set up a small nuclear power device, but how could it produce such a scene? As the scent of charred zombies intensified, Suke realized it was time to stop, for such resources were costly to expend. Chapter 42. The Retreat of the Zombie Tide. Each with their own agenda. Watching as hundreds of zombies were electrocuted, Ming Bo's eyes widened. Although this loss was negligible to him, failing to breach the wall would be a true embarrassment. After all, he commanded over 5,000 zombies, while the opposing force numbered merely 200. Just as Ming Bo was about to issue another charge command, Suke called out from the wall, "Old dog, you treacherous beast, you have truly outdone yourself in betrayal. But it matters not, for these zombies do not belong to you. Their deaths are inconsequential." "What do you mean, Suke?" Ming Bo erupted in anger, completely perplexed by Suke's intentions. "I merely wish to inform Chow Yun-hai that scum like you cannot be trusted. For you may bite the hand that feeds you one day," Suke replied nonchalantly. "Nonsense. They are my subordinates and have nothing to do with my lord," Ming Bo retorted furiously. Little did Ming Bo know that the moment he uttered those words, Suke's smile grew even more sinister. For Ming Bo had fallen into his trap. "Oh, so they are your subordinates. It seems you truly are an old dog," Suke remarked playfully, savoring his words. As Suke spoke, Ming Bo sensed danger, for there was something amiss in what Suke had just said. Chow Yun-hai cast a cold gaze at Ming Bo. While he was not afraid of a zombie rebellion, he knew that if another zombie king were to emerge in Spring City, the situation could spiral out of control. "Chow Yun-hai, do you truly believe you became a zombie king on your own merits? We both know that if another territory's zombie king were to confront you, do you think you could still control him?" Suke questioned. "Suda Shao, what do you mean?" Chow Yun-hai's eyes glinted coldly as he fixed his gaze on Quebec. Though he yearned to seize this prison base, given his current strength, it was utterly impossible unless he could control more brain zombies. Otherwise, he would be slowly drained of his forces by Quebec. "I mean no harm. I merely wish to convey that loyal dogs may be kept, but disloyal ones should be discarded. I believe that soon Spring City will see the emergence of many zombie kings, and when that time comes, do you think they will still follow you?" Suke stated indifferently. In truth, Suke spoke of reality, for soon there would be 2 more zombie kings in Spring City, albeit not as powerful as Chow Yun-hai. In his previous life, 4 zombie kings had emerged in Spring City, and while a spiritual zombie had not yet appeared, one would eventually enter. Under the formidable might of the spiritual zombie, Chow Yun-hai's 4 zombie kings were rendered helpless, subdued within a day. Though Suke's words lacked concrete evidence, their meaning was clear. However, Chow Yun-hai was no fool. He understood that while these brain zombies might be disobedient, he could not afford to underestimate them. Who knew when a true zombie king might emerge, sealing his fate? Seeing the hesitation in Chow Yunhai's eyes, Su Ke spoke again. I have cared for this old dog for 30 years. Before the apocalypse struck, I provided him with a substantial sum and ensured he stockpiled ample supplies. Without my assistance, could he have possibly become a C-grade brain corpse? Such treachery should be dealt with decisively. If I were in your position, I would eliminate him on the spot, never allowing him the chance to turn against me. Su Ke's words pierced like poisoned silver needles, leaving Ming Bo speechless. It dawned on Chow Yunhai that Ming Bo had mentioned yesterday, upon pledging allegiance to him, that without this old creature, he might never have considered the West Mountain prison base. Given your understanding of my capabilities, you would not dare to assault this place lightly. Surely, all of this is orchestrated by this old dog. Su Ke inquired, a hint of suspicion in his tone. Chow Yunhai did not respond to Su Ke's query. His mind consumed by a singular thought. Keeping Ming Bo would bolster his power, yet it posed a risk. To eliminate him would remove the threat, but would certainly diminish his strength. The horde of corpses did not relent. There remained over 4,000 zombies, though their numbers had dwindled. With each undead creature charred to ash, Su Ke's heart ached, for this weapon was meant to defend against extraterrestrial beings. Yet it was now employed against a horde of powerless zombies. Chow Yunhai, your army of the undead is diminishing. You must consider your next move. Su Ke feigned indifference. Cease the assault. Retreat to the city. Chow Yunhai bellowed. Yet, the advancing horde did not heed his command, as they were solely responsive to Ming Bo's directives. Enraged by their continued aggression, Chow Yunhai glared at Ming Bo, demanding, can't this old dog comprehend my orders? Ming Bo, filled with resentment, believed Su Ke had no backup plan. If he could deplete the power supply, the horde would breach the defenses. However, Chow Yunhai's compliance with Su Ke's command shattered his hopes. Seeing Ming Bo's inaction brought Su Ke immense joy. This was the very scenario he had anticipated. Though he felt a pang of regret for the wasted power, the prospect of neutralizing a threat filled him with elation. Old dog, you seek your own demise. Chow Yunhai roared in fury. Just as he contemplated using his will to obliterate Ming Bo, the latter issued a roar of retreat. In an instant, the horde, now fewer than 4,000, receded like a receding tide, granting a sigh of relief to the human evolutionaries on defense. Though they had not engaged directly with the zombies, pushing them back with wooden spears was no easy task. As the zombies retreated, Chow Yunhai addressed Su Ke atop the wall. Su, how about we collaborate? Collaborate? What kind of partnership do you propose? Su Ke asked, intrigued. Logically, one would expect Chow Yunhai to lead the horde away, not initiate a discussion of cooperation. I will guard the gate for you, and in exchange, you provide supplies, Chow Yunhai suggested. Su Ke erupted into a maniacal laugh, a sound that sent chills down the spine. Unfazed by Su Ke's reaction, Chow Yunhai was about to speak again when Su Ke's words cut through his thoughts. Chow Yunhai, it seems you have yet to awaken from your slumber. You want me to supply you with resources to nurture your zombies, only for you to turn on me when you grow strong? Are you foolish, or am I the fool here? Su Ke, do not think that hiding here will afford you peace. In half a month, I shall return with an even larger horde. Then we shall see how you defend this place. Chow Yunhai snarled, his expression twisted with rage. Half a month? I doubt you will live to see that day. Su Ke retorted dismissively. Su Ke could estimate Chow Yunhai's ascension to B-grade zombie king, yet he knew his own elevation to B-grade demon would not take long. As he had already brushed against that threshold, this sensation was familiar to him, for in his previous life, he had been a B-grade demon. Once he crossed into that realm, not even B-grade spirit corpses or A-grade human evolutionaries would stand a chance against him. Chow Yunhai glared at Su Ke, realizing the latter was not jesting. He ceased further dialogue and led the horde back to the city, urgency coursing through him to become a B-grade zombie king. Though the scarcity of blood food infuriated him. Chapter 43. Chun Yun's transformation. As the horde retreated, Chen Chong and the others erupted into cheers, for they had emerged victorious. Su Ke exhaled in relief. Although this was not a direct confrontation, it underscored a critical issue: the scarcity of human evolutionaries. If only they had a handful of professional evolutionaries, their efforts would not have been so exhausting. More importantly, once he reached B-grade, the number of human evolutionaries would become a pressing concern, for one cannot continuously exploit a single sheep without exhausting it. Chen Chong, let us have a feast tonight. Everyone deserves a hearty meal, Su Ke declared as he descended from the wall. Thank you, Su. Chen Chong and the others cheered once more. Though the prison base currently had sufficient food, their usual rations were merely adequate. This feast would be a delightful change, primarily consisting of meat. Regardless of whether they were zombies or humans, the allure of meat was irresistible, unless one were a natural vegetarian. Master, the horde has departed the surveillance range, Xie Xinshin reported. Jogging over. Good. Su Kei nodded, then inquired, any news from Zhanghe? None yet, but it seems many survivors from the Tiger Mountain base have perished, Xie Xinshin replied. Su Kei could only express sympathy for the plight of the Tiger Mountain base, as he was powerless to intervene amidst the chaos of the horde. Unbeknownst to Su Kei, while Xie Xinshin reported to him, Chen Yun was being dragged by two thugs to meet Hong Mao. Before the strikingly beautiful Chen Yun, whose looks rivaled any star, Hong Mao erupted in laughter, feeling as though fortune smiled upon him. Penggu, look at these two beauties. As one thug approached Hong Mao, rubbing his hands together, Hong Mao kicked him fiercely, exclaiming, what are you thinking? Do you think they are within your reach? There are plenty of women here. Choose a few to satisfy yourselves. Despite their initial reluctance, the group of thugs brightened at the prospect of any available entertainment. As the thugs surged toward the women, screams erupted from within the air raid shelter. Beasts! Song Yu cursed. Huh, beasts. Once you ascend, you'll be calling me Big Brother. Hong Mao chuckled with arrogance. Just as he leaned closer to Song Yu, another thug burst in. Penggu, the boss and the strategist will arrive shortly. What? Hong Mao froze, all wicked thoughts evaporating. If the strategist discovered their actions, none would escape unscathed, especially after Old Dai's death, which had left them haunted. Damn it, tell them to stop. Quickly account for supplies and numbers. Hong Mao shouted. Upon hearing his command, the armed thugs rushed toward their misguided comrades. With Hong Mao's orders given, the air raid shelter was filled only with the sound of women sobbing and thugs tallying supplies. How are you holding up? Song Yu inquired. Concern etched on her face as she looked at Chen Yun. I'm fine. Soon, they will meet their demise. Chen Yun hissed through clenched teeth. Song Yu shook her head in resignation. She had no idea what Chen Yun was relying on, but did not press for details, recognizing the futility of their situation. As the people in the air raid shelter were brought out, Meng Fei and the others witnessed the gruesome fate of Elder Chun and the others. These beasts. Wang Yan, now battered and bruised, seethed with rage. Meng Fei remained silent, feeling that all hope had vanished. Despair washed over him as he gazed skyward, believing he could protect this place, but now Meng Fei let out a desperate scream, tears streaming from his eyes. Shut your mouth, you bastard. Hong Mao kicked Meng Fei. As the kick landed, Meng Fei remained standing, yet the red-haired assailant was sent flying back by the recoil. To my astonishment, he was indeed an evolved being. The red-haired man's eyes widened in disbelief as he drew his gun, aiming it at Meng Fei. Ignoring the man's words, Meng Fei's gaze was filled with despair. This cursed apocalypse had stripped him of all hope. Hey, you're not afraid of death? Very well, I shall grant you that. The red-haired man, now furious, cocked his gun, targeting Meng Fei's head. Brother, I apologize. He is mentally unstable and has endured too much trauma. Chen Yun interjected immediately. Hearing her gentle explanation, the red-haired man turned smugly towards Chen Yun and demanded, give me a reason not to kill him. Although Chen Yun lacked combat prowess, she had learned much through her experiences in society, far more than Song Yu. Brother, don't you desire me? How about I offer my body in exchange? Chen Yun replied with a sweet smile. Witnessing her smile ignited a primal desire within the red-haired man. Had it not been for the impending arrival of their leader and strategist, he would have taken immediate action. All right, you have my word. Tonight, you shall call me Big Brother. The red-haired man grinned, lowering his weapon and allowing a bullet to fall harmlessly to the ground. Chen Yun sighed with relief at the sight of the bullet, hoping that the vulture and his companions would arrive soon. Chen Yun, you truly intend to? Before Song Yu could finish her sentence, Chen Yun shot her a disapproving look and retorted, those who recognize the situation are the wise. Can't you see that? Huh, what a wise little lady. From now on, you shall be one of my followers. The red-haired man laughed boisterously. Song Yu stared at Chen Yun in disbelief, feeling as though her longtime sister had suddenly declared her disdain for their friendship, revealing her true opportunistic nature. Seeing Song Yu's bewildered expression, Chen Yun wished to enlighten her. Simplicity can be virtuous, but excessive naivety can lead to demise. They would soon be rescued. It was better to comply with these brigands for the time being. Little lady, once our leader and strategist arrive, I shall introduce you to them. The red-haired man patted Chun Yun's back and proudly walked towards the mountain pass. Watching him depart, Chun Yun spat in disdain, resolving that once these men were dead, she would celebrate that evening and then sever the red-haired man's left hand to feed the zombies. Chun Yun's stark transformation left Song Yu in a state of confusion. She felt as though her perceptions had been utterly shattered. Silly girl, what are you staring at? Soon enough, it will all make sense. Shouldn't you check on Wang Yun's injuries? Chun Yun said, striding towards the despondent Meng Fei. Awakened from her stupor, Song Yu finally reacted. Though she was unaware of Chun Yun's true intentions, the earlier interaction had genuinely startled her. Wang Yun's injuries were merely superficial, aside from a swollen forehead. He was otherwise unharmed. However, Meng Fei's situation was far more precarious, as rescuing a man steeped in despair was akin to scaling a mountain. Chun Yun observed the guards on either side before whispering a few words into Meng Fei's ear, then proceeded towards the mountain pass, aware that she must play her part in this charade. Chapter 44. Zhou Tongquan and Lu Yutong initially. Chun Yun had merely intended to offer Meng Fei a few words of comfort, yet her words emerged as a glimmer of hope, akin to a lifeline for one drowning. In a daze, Meng Fei cast a glance at Chun Yun ahead of him. Indeed, in this apocalyptic world, if he did not strive for change, how could he ever hope for a better future? Perhaps death was merely another form of liberation, a warning for the living, given the state of affairs. Why cling to notions of right and wrong? To kill them would free them. Meng Fei's despondent gaze gradually cleared, though merely an E-level evolved being. He stood ahead of many ordinary individuals. Clenching his fists, his peripheral vision caught sight of several small-time thugs on either side. Unbeknownst to Chun Yun, her seemingly simple words held the power to alter Meng Fei's destiny. Had she foreseen the implications, she might have refrained from uttering them. Meanwhile, Zhang He, en route to the location, maintained a calm exterior while feeling immense trepidation. According to Su K's earlier words, he learned that Tiger Mountain had been overtaken by a band of thugs. Meng Fei, please remain safe. Our reconnaissance team consists of only us two. Although Zhang He's thoughts were influenced by aberrations, many details remained vivid in his memory. The A8 vehicle sped swiftly, colliding with several zombies wandering on the highway, causing them to disintegrate upon impact. At the entrance of Tiger Mountain, a small, fully armed team of a dozen emerged. Their various conventional firearms set them apart. Leading the group was a rugged man in his 30s, accompanied by a strikingly beautiful woman. Judging by their attire, one might assume the man was merely the woman's bodyguard. However, in the chaotic apocalypse, appearances could be deceiving. Zhou Tongquan glanced at the air raid shelter at the foot of the mountain, a vicious smile curling his lips. On the first day of the apocalypse, he had sought refuge there, believing that by occupying the area, he could live freely. Little did he know, the government had arrived. Outnumbered, he dared not confront them directly. But his audacity and cunning allowed him to glean information about the military district from their conversations. Zhou Tongquan was not one to accept fate passively. His ambitions were grand. After inciting a few discontented individuals to leave, they ventured into the zombie-infested military zone. Although many brothers had perished while stealing arms, they nonetheless acquired a substantial cache of firearms. Weapons were secured, but the lack of manpower posed a grave issue. To address this, Zhou Tongquan stationed men at the entrance of Tiger Mountain, allowing the elderly, women, and children to pass unharmed. After all, they were of no use to him, and it was better to let the government take on such burdens. Zhou Tongquan's strategy was straightforward. While avoiding government scrutiny, he could also foster goodwill, thereby lowering their guard. Through repeated screenings, he began to focus on the robust young men. Should they choose to follow him, he would provide them with certain advantages. If they refused, he would not resort to outright murder. Instead, he would confiscate their food and leave them half dead within the confines of the air raid shelter. Initially, the higher-ups in the shelter failed to discern Zhou Tongquan's intentions, believing it to be mere petty theft. After all, no one had been killed, merely beaten and then released. However, as time progressed, the higher-ups grew increasingly suspicious, noting that most who sought refuge were the frail and infirm, making it increasingly difficult to organize efforts for resource gathering. Fortunately, after a few days of monitoring the entrance, Zhou Tongquan vanished, alleviating the higher-ups' concerns. Little did they know, this was Zhou Tongquan's deliberate ploy to induce complacency, setting the stage for a decisive takeover of the air raid shelter. After leaving Tiger Mountain, Zhou Tongquan did not venture far, but instead scoured the vicinity of a former nightclub for supplies. Lu Yutong was a beauty he had rescued during his search. He had long desired her, and she understood whom to rely on in this apocalyptic world. Before the outbreak, she had been a well-known socialite, adept at rallying teams. Even more so than Zhou Tongquan. Their mutual ambitions aligned perfectly before the base atop the mountain could gain any significant structure. Lu Yutong devised a cunning plan to aid Zhou Tongquan. However, Lu Yutong maintains certain principles in her conduct. To effectively manage her team, she forbids the unruly from engaging in actions that violate these principles. Should she discover any transgressions, those responsible are promptly eliminated. This approach has allowed their group to grow increasingly formidable. Although they may seem like a disorganized rabble, the imposition of discipline has rendered their efforts significantly more fruitful. Today presents the optimal opportunity to seize the Tiger Mountain Refuge, as they have received word that the search and rescue squads have been largely decimated. The makeshift guards consist merely of untrained civilians, and subduing them would be a trivial task for these ruffians. Boss, strategist, Red Hair exclaimed joyfully. Well done. I shall treat you all to a celebration tonight. Zhou Tongquan replied, patting Red Hair on the shoulder with pride. Haha, it's all thanks to the strategist. If she hadn't anticipated the situation, we wouldn't have been able to take this place so easily, Red Hair flattered. Lu Yutong remained silent, casting a glance at Red Hair before shifting her gaze to Chunyun behind him. Upon noticing Lu Yutong's attention, Red Hair hastily added, strategist. We didn't force the woman from the mountain. She willingly came with me. Ignoring Red Hair's explanation, Lu Yutong approached Chunyun. Did you come willingly? She asked with an impassive expression. Yes, I want to follow him. Chunyun nodded, her demeanor revealing no signs of panic. Lu Yutong's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. But as clarity dawned, she immediately commanded, take her away and execute her. What? Everyone was taken aback, puzzled by Lu Yutong's intentions, especially since their code forbade harm to women and children. Chunyun, too, was bewildered, unsure why Lu Yutong sought her death. Strategist, what is the meaning of this? Red Hair asked, a hint of panic in his voice. What do you mean? You nearly led us to our demise. Lu Yutong retorted, her gaze sharp as she turned to Zhou Tongquan, continuing, in a chaotic world such as this, would a woman truly follow you wholeheartedly? She can see through your facade. If you wish to live, eliminate her. At this proclamation, Red Hair and the others were even more bewildered. After all, he was a squad leader. And what threat could a woman possibly pose? Chapter 45. The Messenger of God, Zhang He. Zhou Tongquan, too, found Lu Yutong's words perplexing. He believed that finding Red Hair a beautiful companion was a commendable act, given their camaraderie. Observing the confusion on everyone's faces, Lu Yutong approached Zhou Tongquan, seizing his handgun when he was distracted. Yutong, what are you doing? Zhou Tongquan asked nervously. The other ruffians were utterly confounded, unsure of how to react. Normally, a woman would fear us, yet she remains unnaturally calm. Do you not find this suspicious? Lu Yutong remarked as she disengaged the safety and chambered around. Yutong, when we first encountered you, we weren't afraid either. Zhou Tongquan attempted to reason. That is different. I was fighting for my life. She, however, has some form of backing, or perhaps she is plotting against us all. Lu Yutong's astuteness as a strategist was evident. Her analytical mind allowed her to deduce the situation swiftly. Chunyun was taken aback by Lu Yutong's insight. She indeed had support and was devising a plan to eliminate these ruffians. It was terrifying that this strategist could see through her intentions so easily. Little sister, why not refute me? Have I guessed correctly? Lu Yutong aimed the handgun at Chunyun's head, promising a swift end should she deny it. Humph. This strategist's sister is indeed formidable. My plan was seen through at a glance, Chunyun conceded, realizing that given the capabilities of her benefactor, these individuals were doomed. Thus, she sought to assert her influence to deter any threats against her. Upon hearing Chunyun's admission, Red Hair was initially shocked, as this was a woman who had joined him. Is your support truly capable of protecting you? Lu Yutong inquired, undeterred by Chunyun's composure. Having already surmised her backing. What support? I will eliminate you first. Zhou Tongquan, astonished by Chunyun's cunning, was unfazed. As Zhou Tongquan prepared to seize Lu Yutong's handgun, she deftly shifted it to her left hand. Yutong, what do you mean? Are you not here to kill her? Zhou Tongquan questioned, bewildered. Killing her would be simple, but do you understand the power behind her? Lu Yutong's words struck Zhou Tongquan like cold water. awakening him to the gravity of the situation. "What do you suggest we do?" he asked. "Since we have an answer, we shall await the arrival of her benefactor and then devise a strategy," Lu Yutong stated, retracting the bullet and handing the gun back to Zhou Tongquan. "This sister, they haven't harmed you, have they?" Lu Yutong asked Chen Yun with a smile, her transformation in demeanor impressing Chen Yun, who felt her own adaptability paled in comparison to this beautiful strategist. "No," Chen Yun replied nonchalantly, though her gaze shifted to Zhou Tongquan. She had only heard of him since arriving at the refuge, relieved she hadn't encountered him directly. "Sister, is your benefactor from the political or military realm?" Lu Yutong's seemingly casual inquiry held a deeper intent, probing the nature of Chen Yun's backing. "Neither. He is the one true god of basketball," Chen Yun replied, gazing up at the overcast sky, her words sounding almost facetious. "Haha, God. This girl must be out of her mind." Laughter erupted, as Zhou Tongquan and Red Hair found her ridiculous for claiming divinity. Lu Yutong did not join in the laughter. She recognized a genuine depth in Chen Yun's eyes, suggesting she had indeed encountered this god. "You have met him?" Lu Yutong inquired. "Yes, our search team returned safely thanks to his assistance," Chen Yun confessed candidly. Seeing Chen Yun's expression, Lu Yutong was internally astounded. If what Chen Yun said were true, the consequences for them could be dire. Immediately, she turned her gaze back to Red Hair and the others. At this moment, Lu Yutong had to make a choice. Siding with the wrong faction could lead to her demise. Red Hair, oblivious to the gravity of Lu Yutong's scrutiny, remained skeptical of any divine intervention. Just as they contemplated how to mock Chen Yun's claims, the sound of an engine echoed from afar. As they turned to look, a heavily modified A8 rolled into view. "Wow, is that an A8? Can it be modified like this?" Several ruffians were taken aback, captivated not by the driver, but by the armored A8 itself. Zhang He had initially intended to infiltrate and eliminate these ruffians, but, upon seeing so many armed men at the mountain pass, he realized his plan was unfeasible. "Well then, let us go for broke." Zhang He gritted his teeth as he gradually reduced his speed. Watching the modified A8 come to a halt nearby, Zhou Tongquan drew his handgun, chambering around with a subtle push. "Prepare to greet this god," he commanded, and with his words, a dozen ruffians raised their weapons, aiming at the A8. Observing Zhou Tongquan and the others, Lu Yutong glanced at Chen Yun, swiftly discerning the correct course of action from her expression. At that moment, Chen Yun remained unaware of who was in the A8, but knowing only one individual could afford such a modification, her demeanor became remarkably serene, even betraying a hint of a smile, unbeknownst to her. Zhang He slowly opened the car door and stepped out. The moment he reappeared, a flicker of surprise crossed Chen Yun's face, yet every nuance of her expression was keenly observed by Lu Yutong. Lu Yutong swiftly turned to look at Zhang He. Although she did not recognize him, her curiosity about his appearance was piqued. However, in the next instant, Lu Yutong's expression mirrored that of the others, as they were all taken aback by the driver. Indeed, this individual seemed more akin to a creature than a human. "A zombie," a young thug stammered, feeling as if his entire worldview had been shattered. The others were equally unsettled. The zombies they had encountered before either pursued them relentlessly or wandered aimlessly like soulless husks. Never had they seen one driving a car. With his right hand gripping a black blade, Zhang He tilted his neck before striding towards Zhou Tongquan. "He is coming," one of the young thugs exclaimed, his excitement evident as he inadvertently fidgeted, an action that shattered their already fragile perceptions. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, and a bullet whizzed through the air towards Zhang He. The projectile easily pierced his chest. Zhang He lowered his gaze, his left fingers probing the wound before he gently extracted a bullet that now rested in his palm. Unlike Su Ke, who possessed scaled defenses impervious to regular bullets, Zhang He was merely a D-class aberrant. Although he lacked Su Ke's extraordinary resilience, he remained unperturbed by this kind of ammunition. Chapter 46. The terrifying Zhang He. With a metallic clink, Zhang He casually dropped the bullet onto the ground, leaving everyone present, including Chen Yun, utterly stunned. An oppressive silence enveloped the scene, broken only by Zhang He's chilling words that sent shivers down their spines. "Bring out the one who led the killings." His voice, though not loud, carried an undeniable authority. Zombies can talk. Hong Mao and the others were thoroughly astounded. The absurdity of a driving zombie was already beyond belief, but to speak as if it were a normal human was utterly confounding, leaving them at a loss for what to do. "Damn it, I refuse to believe you're not afraid of bullets. Zhou Tongkuan roared in anger, aiming his weapon at Zhang He and pulling the trigger repeatedly. Bang, bang, bang. 7 shots rang out, each striking Zhang He, one even grazing his forehead. Smoke curled from the pistol, yet all stood in shock as the zombie calmly removed the bullets with his left hand. That hurts, you know? Zhang He directed his gaze at Zhou Tongkuan, exerting a slight force with his left hand to retrieve the bullet lodged in his forehead. Why are you all still standing there? Get moving. Before Zhou Tongkuan could finish his command, a swift figure appeared before him, and in an instant, a shadow swept across his neck. Blood sprayed forth as Zhou Tongkuan's eyes widened in disbelief. He recognized Zhang He, but could scarcely believe that this was the very being he faced. The fallen Zhou Tongkuan staggered back, blood seeping from his wounds, startling the surrounding thugs. Was that it? Did anyone catch that? Zhang He surveyed the young thugs, his words chillingly cold, as if he regarded them as mere refuse. Seeing the intimidation in their faces, Zhang He felt a sense of satisfaction, convinced that Su K's divine demeanor was indeed fearsome. Why are you here? Where is the deity? Chen Yun hurriedly approached, astonished at how formidable Zhang He had become, unafraid of bullets. He is facing a horde of corpses, so he sent me alone. What has transpired inside? Zhang He's casual inquiry startled the thugs. They had no idea this powerful being was not a god. Just how terrifying could the true deity be? Suddenly, a young thug, frightened, fumbled his gun, and the scent of urine wafted through the air. Ignoring the thugs, Zhang He turned his attention to Lu Yutong. Curious about her identity, Chen Lao and Zhang Lao were killed by these beasts, and Li Gui is also dead. Chen Yun's expression was grave, yet her words conveyed the entirety of the situation. Zhang He did not dwell on the deaths of these individuals. His only concern was for his sole comrade, Meng Fei. Where are Meng Fei and the others? Zhang He inquired. They are unharmed, merely being detained, Chen Yun responded. Zhang He nodded. Prepare them to leave with me. What about the other survivors? And what shall we do with these thugs? Chen Yun quickly asked. My vehicle cannot accommodate so many. I will return to collect them later. Zhang He clarified. Understanding Zhang He's intent, Chen Yun nodded, but Lu Yutong stood perplexed, entirely unaware of Zhang He's plans. Then, Zhang He's words made her anxious. I will not kill you. Your fates lie in the hands of the deity. If he chooses to spare you, you will be safe. If he decrees your demise, you best accept it. What do you mean? Can't we leave? Hong Mao immediately questioned. You may depart now, but before you go, you must take responsibility for your actions. Zhang He proclaimed, pointing his black blade at Hong Mao. In an instant, the atmosphere grew eerily quiet, as they all understood the terrifying nature of this undead brother. Rest assured, we will not flee. We will guard this place until your return. Lu Yutong stepped forward to assert. Hearing her, Zhang He regarded her closely and asked, Who are you? I am the strategist for this group. The one you killed was our leader. Lu Yutong indicated the bloody Zhou Tongkuan. At this moment, Zhang He felt a sense of relief at not being human. Otherwise, his astonishment would have been evident. He had not anticipated that this woman would be the strategist of such a group. Lu Yutong, unaware of Zhang He's thoughts, sensed that this man was anything but ordinary. By the logic of a typical person, one would expect some surprise or disbelief upon hearing her role as the strategist of this gang. Yet she gleaned nothing of value from Zhang He's stoic demeanor. Let us go. We must assess the situation, Zhang He declared, leading the way towards the air raid shelter. You all stay here. No one is to leave without my command. Lu Yutong instructed Hong Mao and the others. The young thugs were taken aback, sensing that Lu Yutong might be betraying them. Yet they could not fathom her intentions. At the entrance of the shelter, over a dozen young thugs stood armed outside, while inside were Meng Fei and the captive survivors. When Zhang He, accompanied by Lu Yutong and Chen Yun, arrived, the thugs felt a wave of confusion wash over them, as they noticed the absence of their leader. Greetings, strategist. Where is our leader? One young thug eagerly approached to inquire. He is dead. From now on, you are under my command. Lower your weapons and wait at the mountain pass, Lu Yutong ordered without a hint of warmth in her voice. Though her tone was soft, many thugs heard her clearly. How did the leader die? A thug asked, shocked. Before Lu Yutong could formulate a response, Zhang He interjected, I killed him. His cold words carried no emotion, striking the young thugs like ice in the depths of winter. At that moment, the thugs finally turned their attention to Zhang He, and upon seeing him, all were rendered speechless. Is this a human? He seems more like a zombie. If you wish to live, Go to the mountain pass and await my orders. This place is now under the sole jurisdiction of the divine envoy. Lu Yutong commanded the few thugs. The ruffians were oblivious to Lu Yutong's intentions to protect them. Although they failed to comprehend her actions, no conflict arose, for they would soon understand the situation upon reaching the mountain pass. Zhang He disregarded these miscreants and directly approached Meng Fei and the others. Seeing that they were unharmed, he felt a weight lift from his heart. Chapter 47. Meng Fei's decision upon Zhang He's arrival. Meng Fei displayed little surprise, having been informed by Chun Yun before her departure. However, he was taken aback by the small, fresh dent on Zhang He's forehead. "Thank you for coming to our rescue," Meng Fei said, rising to extend his hand for a fist bump. "After 5 years of camaraderie, only you and I remain. If you are in peril, I shall undoubtedly come." Though Zhang He's words were devoid of emotion, Meng Fei sensed his profound excitement. Such was the bond they shared. "I have heard about the situation. One cannot resurrect the deceased. Try to see it as a form of release. The living must confront this despairing world," Zhang He comforted. "Yes, I understand," Meng Fei nodded. In truth, he owed a debt of gratitude to Chun Yun. Had her words not awakened him, he would still be ensnared in anguish. Observing Meng Fei's current state, Zhang He felt gratified. Had he not become an aberration, he might not have matched even half of Meng Fei's resolve. "For emerging from such a mindset is no trivial feat. Come with me. I shall escort you back to the Shishan base," Zhang He proposed. Meng Fei was not surprised by this suggestion, as he had discerned Zhang He's intentions the moment he appeared. "You take them. I wish to traverse this apocalyptic world alone." "What?" Zhang He was taken aback, unable to grasp Meng Fei's reasoning, feeling that he was courting death. "I wish to grow stronger, to become like you," Meng Fei stated, fixing his gaze on Zhang He. Upon hearing this, Zhang He felt an inkling of understanding but dared not confirm it, for such sentiments rarely bode well. Noticing Zhang He's silence, Meng Fei continued, "Having endured so much, my perspective has shifted significantly. Should I perish out there one day, please help me fulfill that desire." "Do you know what you were saying?" Zhang He maintained a calm exterior, yet internally he felt a deep unease, for his presence here was entirely due to Meng Fei. "I understand your concern. For my own sake and for the oath we took, I believe this is the path I must choose. Therefore, I hope you will not hinder me, but rather support my decision." Meng Fei's resolve was unwavering. Each word echoed his determination. Even in the face of death in this desolate world, he would still make this choice, for it was the only way he could glimpse hope. Zhang He remained silent, aware of Meng Fei's conviction, recalling that he too had once shared a similar belief before his transformation. "I comprehend your stance, yet I advise you to return with me to the base. I believe it may prove beneficial to you," Zhang He suggested. "There's no need. I will pack lightly and depart shortly," Meng Fei replied. Their discourse unfolded publicly, not in hushed tones. Upon hearing Meng Fei's resolution, Song Yu and Chun Yun were taken aback, puzzled as to the reasons behind his decision. Zhang He nodded, refraining from obstructing Meng Fei. Just as he contemplated informing the other survivors, Meng Fei grasped Zhang He's shoulder. "I require 2 individuals. They must die?" Meng Fei asserted with unwavering resolve. "Who?" Zhang He inquired without turning around. "The ruffians who killed Li Gui, and that red-haired one." Zhang He did not respond, but turned his gaze towards Lu Yutong. "Understood," Lu Yutong replied. Though she was the strategist of the ruffian group, she had already deduced the necessity of eliminating the red-haired one and his followers, for their existence would hinder her control over the team. Seeing Lu Yutong's decisive agreement, Zhang He felt astonished yet concealed his surprise. As Lu Yutong turned to head towards the mountain pass, Meng Fei asked, "Who is that woman?" "The strategist of this ruffian group," Zhang He casually answered. Upon hearing that she was the strategist, Meng Fei clenched his fists and declared, "I must kill her too." "What are you planning?" Zhang He turned to look at Meng Fei, sensing a change in him. Ordinarily, the deaths of Lao Chun and the others should not concern them. And Zhang He had never been fond of the decisions made by Lao Zhang and his group, deeming them excessively indecisive. "For revenge against Li Gui and his gang," Meng Fei responded. "Li Gui is the work of the red-haired one, not her. Without her presence, do you think these ruffians would heed us?" Zhang He replied sternly. "Indeed, Captain, Yutong is quite capable," Chun Yun interjected hastily. Hearing their words, Meng Fei chose to remain silent, consumed by the desire to eliminate them all. Zhang He failed to perceive Meng Fei's turmoil, unaware of the inner conflict that was twisting him. Had he foreseen Meng Fei's transformation, he would undoubtedly have acted differently today. As Zhang He watched Meng Fei enter the air raid shelter, he stood before the group of survivors. Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for the fright. As you can see, I am now in command here. For your safety, I intend to relocate you to a more secure location. With Zhang He's words, several survivors rose. Brother, we aren't going anywhere. Just stay and protect us, one survivor implored. Upon hearing this, Zhang He revealed a menacing grin. He had anticipated such a dilemma prior to his arrival. Very well, since you choose to remain, stay here. However, I must make it clear that your lives and deaths are no longer my concern. Zhang He declared before turning and striding towards the mountain pass. Hey, don't go. What do you mean your concern? Aren't you someone from the government? You have the duty to protect us, and there are so many of us here. The survivor protested. Rushing after him, familiar with such shameless moral coercion, Zhang He had encountered many like Sue Quebec get lost. Before the man could approach within 2 meters, Zhang He pivoted and delivered a swift kick. A gust of wind swept past the survivor, causing him to lose control of his bladder. Witnessing Zhang He's formidable prowess, the survivors finally grasped why he was capable of subduing the ruffians. Just as Zhang He prepared to continue on his way, Lu Yutong arrived with the 3 ruffians in tow. Weren't there only 2? Zhang He asked curiously. These 2 are under the command of the red-haired one. Lu Yutong explained, her meaning abundantly clear. Zhang He nodded, silently admiring Lu Yutong's strategy. Please keep an eye on this place for now. I shall return in the afternoon to collect you, Zhang He instructed. Thank you for your efforts, Lu Yutong smiled, feeling quite clever for her astute judgment. Unaware of Lu Yutong's thoughts, Zhang He waved to Chun Yun and the others and proceeded towards the mountain pass. Chapter 48, The War God. Zhang He, where are we headed? Song Yu inquired of Chun Yun. To the goddess base. Chun Yun replied with a triumphant smile, quickening her pace to catch up. Upon hearing Chun Yun's words, Song Yu cast a glance back at the air raid shelter, helping Wang Yin to his feet before hastening after her. Eagle, are we not going to consider the captain? Chun Yun asked as she approached Zhang He. He has his own agenda. I cannot impede him, Zhang He clarified. Well, I hope he remains safe. Chun Yun sighed, gazing at the dim sky. The red-haired trio was perplexed. What are we supposed to do up here? Why has this god left? One of them asked Lu. Why did you bring us up here? The red-haired one inquired curiously. You will understand if you wait here. Lu Yutong smiled, not wishing to explain too much to the deceased. After all, it was a task she was more than willing to undertake without getting her hands dirty. The trio with red hair shrugged, displaying disdainful expressions. Their current thoughts revolved around how to seize control of this group, especially since their leader was dead. If this woman were to ride on top of them, it would be utterly humiliating. Unbeknownst to them, the woman before them was far more ruthless than they could imagine. As they gazed at the survivors, a sneer crept onto their faces. However, their expressions turned slightly unnatural when they saw Meng Fei emerge from the air raid shelter. For they had previously wronged him. The people are in your hands now, Lu Yutong said, extending a pistol towards him, unaware of the peril her actions entailed. Fortunately, at that moment, Meng Fei was not beyond redemption. After hesitating to accept the firearm, his gaze shifted towards the trio with red hair. Upon noticing the weapon in Meng Fei's hand, the red-haired group immediately grasped the situation. Brother, remain calm. Stay calm. One of them hastily gestured. Calm. Were you calm when you were killing? Did you consider the thoughts of those people? Meng Fei, securing the safety of the gun, aimed it at the trio and questioned. We were merely following orders. Yes, it was this woman's idea. She is the real culprit. The red-haired one quickly pointed at Lu Yutong. Upon hearing this, Lu Yutong displayed a look of disdain and asked directly, Did I instruct you to kill? Did I not say to secure the air raid shelter? Her words felt like daggers, pushing them into an abyss, rendering them speechless. Indeed, Lu Yutong had not explicitly instructed them to kill. Their intention was merely to intimidate the survivors. Meng Fei narrowed his eyes, torn between his desire to eliminate Lu Yutong and his promise to Zhang He. Without hesitation, he decisively pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. 6 shots rang out in rapid succession, leaving the other 2 lifeless in a pool of blood, while only the red-haired one clutched his chest, gazing at Meng Fei in despair. You will not die well. With those words, he collapsed heavily to the ground, never having imagined such a fate awaited him. Upon hearing the gunfire from the air raid shelter, the small gang rushed up, only to be stunned by the scene before them. They were bewildered as to why Meng Fei had killed the trio, even questioning whether the gun in his hand belonged to a strategist. This is none of your concern. Guard the mountain pass. Lu Yutong commanded her subordinates. Upon hearing their leader's words, the small gang exchanged glances but dared not inquire further, well aware of the woman's ruthlessness. Meng Fei did not turn to look at Lu Yutong. He tightened the straps of his backpack and headed toward the mountain pass. Lu Yutong offered no explanation for his departure. She had no desire to clarify anything, for their paths diverged. On the fast track, a heavily modified A8 sped along, leaving the three inside astonished, not due to the car's luxury, but because such modifications were perfectly suited for this post-apocalyptic world. There's food under the seats. Eat a bit first. When we return, I'll provide you with something delicious, Zhang He said while driving. Upon hearing Zhang He's words, the three were once again taken aback. Who would have anticipated such treatment in a world scarce of food resources? In truth, these provisions were intentionally left by Su Ke when he set out, aimed at disarming these human evolvers, for Su Ke's plans were rather ominous. At the Shishan prison base, when Zhang He returned with the trio, the lively atmosphere shattered the usual tranquility, leaving Zhang He in disbelief. The zombie tide has been repelled? He inquired of Su Quebec. Yes, it is unlikely they will return for quite some time, Su Ke responded, seated before the monitors with a plate of raw beef before him. Hearing Su Ke's reply, Zhang He felt an increasing admiration for him. After all, they were dealing with tens of thousands of zombies. Had he faced them, he would have been torn to shreds in less than 5 minutes. How about the situation at Tiger Mountain? Su Ke asked, biting into the bloody raw meat. It's been resolved, but Meng Fei refuses to return with us, Zhang He explained with a touch of melancholy. Seeing Zhang He's expression, Su Ke said nothing. In this chaotic world, everyone had their own choices. I dealt with the small gang. Apart from their leader whom I eliminated, I did not wipe them all out. I told them to await your judgment, Zhang He continued. Su Ke nodded, glancing at the bullet hole in Zhang He's forehead. In the future, it's best to avoid encounters with firearms. Until you reach B level, you are easily vulnerable. Understood, Zhang He replied affirmatively. In truth, only Su Ke and Zhang He understood his condition. Had it been a rifle, Zhang He would not have dared to act so recklessly. Fortunately, the adversaries had used handguns. Otherwise, victory would not have come so easily. By the way, what about the military base behind Tiger Mountain? Zhang He asked. I'll go investigate. If possible, I'd like to clear that area too. But I'm concerned about that large bird, Su Ke said, finishing the plate of blood. When I went over, I didn't notice that large bird. Did you miscalculate? Zhang He queried, puzzled. Logically, given the commotion he caused in the front mountain, the large bird should have appeared, yet there was no sign of it. Don't think that its absence means it's not there. If I'm correct, that creature is likely in the midst of evolution, Su Ke said, wiping the blood from his mouth with a napkin, revealing a sinister smile. In truth, Su Ke had indeed guessed correctly. Today marked the pivotal moment for that mutated bird to advance to B level. Upon hearing Su Ke's words, Zhang He felt uncertain. He was the type who believed only what he saw. If he had not witnessed it, he would not believe it. Prepare yourself. I will accompany you to the Tiger Mountain base shortly, Su Ke instructed. All right, I'll first arrange matters for the three, Zhang He replied. Su Ke nodded. Watching Zhang He's departing figure, his mind conjuring an image of a certain individual. The god of war is indeed extraordinary, Su Ke mused. His gaze filled with intrigue as he slowly made his way outside. Chapter 49. The mutated giant bird. In truth, when Su Ke evolved to sea level, fragments of his memories had begun to realign. He never expected Zhang He to be the god of war from the northwest in his previous life. No wonder his evolution differed from others. As for why Su Ke wanted Zhang He to handle the small gang himself, there were stories and fates intertwined in that decision. Half an hour later, Zhang He donned a brand new combat uniform. A sinister smile crept upon Su Ke's lips as he regarded this rising god of war. You drive? Su Ke tossed the keys of the truck to Zhang He. No problem, Zhang He replied casually, taking the keys and jumping into the driver's seat. The truck soon departed from the prison base, with Su Ke in the passenger seat, observing the desolate landscape outside. If you become powerful, what would you wish to accomplish? Su Ke inquired. Hearing Su Ke's question, Zhang He displayed little surprise. He believed that no matter how strong he became, he could not change this world. It was better to proceed step by step, understanding what had gone wrong. I haven't thought about it. I cannot respond to that question, Zhang He replied candidly. I am now at sea level. If one day you attain a level or greater strength, would you not desire your own territory? Su Ke prompted. Zhang He glanced at Suke, who was observing the outside, before responding, "If I had that power, I would definitely rely on your strength to restore order in this chaotic world. As for territory, with a divine being like you around, what need have I for it?" Upon hearing Zhang He's answer, Suke slightly shook his head. "If we are fortunate enough to deal with that enormous bird, I hope you can assemble a formidable team, for in my eyes, you are no ordinary servant of the divine." Suke's words left Zhang He somewhat bewildered. He was entirely unaware of Suke's intentions. But soon he began to grasp the situation. Meng Fei had ventured forth in search of hope. "So did you wish for me to do the same?" Zhang He inquired. "You are not like him. You have foreseen your future, destined to become a warrior of unparalleled might." Suke enticed him with his words. Suke believed that if Zhang He remained by his side, it would be a true waste of talent, as figures of legendary strength are typically those who forge their own paths. As long as Suke grew stronger and disseminated his beliefs among humanity, he would consider it a significant victory. Regarding the possibility of Zhang He and other powerful individuals rebelling, Suke harbored no such fears. After all, the ideologies he instilled were centered around him, and as long as he remained superior, the notion of betrayal would merely be a jest. "Am I truly as you say?" Zhang He questioned, doubting his current abilities, feeling inadequate against the horde of corpses, let alone the godlike corpse king lurking in the city. "I understand your concerns, rest assured. Until you become genuinely formidable, I shall always be here to assist you," Suke remarked, gazing at the flying corpse birds overhead. Upon hearing Suke's words, a warmth surged through Zhang He's icy heart. He was unsure of the reason, but the sensation was delightful. 3.5 hours later, the truck arrived at the entrance of Tiger Mountain. "What are you looking at?" Zhang He leaped from the vehicle and asked. Suke did not respond, his brow furrowed, an unsettling premonition lingering in his mind. After a moment, Suke instructed Zhang He, "We must proceed to the air raid shelter immediately." Zhang He dared not hesitate, having perceived something amiss in Suke's expression. As they reached the mountain pass, they spotted 2 armed thugs stationed there. "You two, return to the shelter at once." Zhang He shouted at the thugs, who were momentarily taken aback. However, before they could react, a figure swiftly approached them. Without uttering a word, the person seized them by the waist and sprinted towards the shelter. Zhang He was left astonished, for they were still over 20 meters away from the thugs. Yet Suke had covered that distance in an instant. At this moment, the entrance to the air raid shelter was occupied by 7 or 8 armed thugs engaged in jovial conversation, but the sight of a figure rushing towards them startled them. "Everyone inside," Suke shouted from 20 meters away. The thugs, frightened by his voice, reacted swiftly, fleeing into the shelter before Suke reached them. In an instant, the tension escalated to its peak. Just as Suke and Zhang He entered the air raid shelter, a massive shadow swept across the sky. Zhang He and the others did not see it, but Suke's spiritual perception had already detected the colossal being. "What happened?" Zhang He gasped, out of breath. "It has emerged." The simplicity of those 4 words sent chills down Zhang He's spine as he understood Suke's implication. While the thugs were still bewildered, a piercing screech reminiscent of an eagle echoed, and they beheld a gigantic shadow on the ground outside. The mutated giant bird loomed above the shelter, its shadow elongated by the sunlight. This, one of the thugs stuttered, pointing at the enormous shadow. He was certain it was his first encounter with such a colossal creature. Suke quickly covered the thug's mouth and shook his head, signaling him to remain silent. As Suke and the others huddled in the shelter, paralyzed by fear, the enormous shadow flapped its wings and soared into the distance. The sense of oppression was unlike anything Suke had previously experienced. Even during perilous battles with the Corpse King, he had never felt such an overwhelming force. As if resistance was futile. "How many alarms are there outside the shelter?" Suke urgently inquired of Zhang He. "There are only 3, 2 at the mountain pass and another in the rear mountain minefield," Zhang He promptly replied. He was more familiar with the situation than anyone else, having installed the devices alongside Meng Fei. "Dismantle the alarms. You and I will head to the rear mountain to set up these devices afterward," Suke instructed. "Understood." Zhang He immediately responded, aware of Suke's concerns and the gravity of their predicament. Just as Suke and Zhang He prepared to exit, a few individuals hurriedly emerged from the shelter, Lu Yutong and her subordinates. Upon seeing Suke for the first time, Lu Yutong was startled. But noticing Zhang He's respect for him clarified the situation. "Are you the deity?" Lu Yutong cautiously asked Su Quebec. Upon seeing Lu Yutong, Suke glanced at Zhang He. While others might not recognize her prowess, he was acutely aware of her abilities. In his previous life, Zhang He had attained such strength largely due to her assistance. To put it bluntly, she was akin to a female Zhuge Liang in the Apocalypse. Chapter 50. The Assault of the Mutated Giant Bird. Do you need something? Suke's expression remained neutral, betraying neither joy nor concern. Hearing Suke's words, Lu Yutong glanced at Zhang He, finding the deity rather ordinary. Feeling Zhang He was more reliable. However, in the next moment, Lu Yutong was swiftly confronted by her ignorance. With a simple motion of his right hand, two massive, obsidian battle blades appeared in Suke's grasp. Let us proceed to dismantle the alarms. Suke stepped forward, holding Lu Yutong in high regard but harboring no personal intentions. As he planned to unite Zhang He and Lu Yutong, eliminating any selfish thoughts. Though Lu Yutong was impressive, she paled in comparison to that modern poison master. What are you planning to do? Lu Yutong quickly grasped Zhang He's arm, inquiring. Allow them to explain. If you still do not comprehend, we shall discuss it upon my return. Zhang He shook off Lu Yutong's grip and followed closely behind Suquebec. At this moment, the mutated giant bird had flown far away, yet Suke remained on high alert, uncertain if it would return. Zhang He worked swiftly to dismantle the alarms. And within no time, he had removed 2 of the alarm devices. I'll handle the one in the minefield myself. After all, Meng Fei set those traps. And even he has forgotten their locations, Zhang He stated. No need, Suke replied, turning toward the rear mountain minefield. Zhang He was astonished and hurried to keep up with Suke, unaware that with Suke's spiritual perception activated, nothing could escape his notice. Upon reaching the minefield, Suke's chosen path left Zhang He in awe. You must find a way to disarm the mines. While they may not be tremendously destructive, they could certainly take half the life of that giant bird. Suke instructed, placing stones on either side of the mines. What if the mutated giant bird does not trigger them? Zhang He questioned. What if it steps on them? Suke turned, revealing a peculiar smile. It was an eerie expression. As Zhang He continued to disarm the mines, night fell. The stunning night sky filled Suke with a sense of nostalgia. As such beauty could only be witnessed in this bleak apocalypse. Countless stars sparkled like precious gems, and at the zenith of the sky, a faint cloud lingered. Suddenly, Suke's pupils dilated. It was not a cloud, but a colossal figure. Run! Suke exclaimed, grabbing Zhang He and sprinting toward the air raid shelter. As the colossal figure plummeted rapidly, Suke hurled the black battle blade gripped in his left hand. With a resounding crash, a sharp cry echoed, causing Suke to instinctively pull Zhang He into the thicket, not daring to glance back. The arrival of the apocalypse had transformed the vegetation into towering giants. Yet even this could not withstand the devastation wrought by the mutated avian beast. In the underbrush, Suke navigated swiftly with Zhang He. As long as they could evade the pursuit of the mutated bird in that critical moment, they would have successfully escaped. A sudden, ominous gust of wind swept through, snapping trees as thick as arms. Alarmed, Suke leapt into action, using a nearby tree to propel himself and Zhang He to the left. With a crack, 2 massive trees splintered in half, their enormous trunks crashing down precisely where they had just been. What now? Zhang He inquired urgently. Run, Suke exclaimed, seizing Zhang He and hurling a landmine strapped at his waist into the fray. Instead of the anticipated explosion, a greater peril loomed. The howling winds and the enormous shadow loomed eerily in the night. Had one not known this to be a mutated bird, they might have mistaken it for an otherworldly monster. The landmine is triggered. Simply throwing it won't detonate unless the mechanism is activated, Zhang He explained hastily. I know. I'm just taking a chance. Suke gritted his teeth and dashed forward. Though Zhang He was being carried along, the experience was anything but pleasant. Just as they neared the entrance of the air raid shelter, the colossal shadow abruptly obstructed their path. A piercing eagle's cry shattered the silence, waking the slumbering survivors within. Everyone lie down. No one is allowed to go out. Lu Yutong shouted fiercely. The survivors, acutely aware of her ruthless nature, were filled with dread at her command. Meanwhile, Suke and Zhang He, trapped outside, were taken aback. They had not anticipated that the mutated bird would possess such intelligence. Suke set Zhang He down, his steps retreating slowly. What should we do? Zhang He asked, watching Suke back away. I'll draw it away. You find a way to disguise these, Suke directed, pointing at the landmine strapped to Zhang He's waist. Before Zhang He could protest, The massive mutated bird soared into the air and charged towards them, skimming the ground. "Run!" Suke shouted, quickly tossing a fresh pig leg at the creature. The mutated bird, drawn by the scent of blood, opened its gaping maw and swallowed the offering whole. In the inky darkness, while the mutated bird could not see Suke and Zhang He, its olfactory senses were keenly attuned to the scent of prey. After devouring the pig leg, it immediately honed in on Suke as its next target. Suke, sensing the danger without needing to look back, quickened his pace and burst out of the mountain's mouth. As he sought refuge behind a truck, the mutated bird took to the skies, gliding down to crash into a shipping container. The impact was thunderous, causing even the heavily reinforced container to shake. Yet the mutated bird emerged unscathed, pivoting to peck at Suke with its sharp beak. At that moment, Suke found his legs unable to halt, narrowly dodging the bird's deadly strike with a swift slide to the right. Just as he prepared to flee again, a second attack from the mutated bird ensued. "Hey, foolish bird, look over here," Suke called out, diverting the creature's attention. As it lifted its head, several dark projectiles hurtled towards it. Realizing these lacked the scent of prey, the bird quickly returned its focus to Su Quebec. He felt a surge of gratitude that Zhang He had managed to attract the creature's attention at such a critical juncture. Had he not done so, Suke might not have made it to safety. Suke rolled forward, just as the bird's beak descended, successfully evading the strike by sheltering beneath the truck. The mutated bird screeched in frustration, relentlessly pecking beneath the vehicle in search of Su Quebec. Thankfully, the truck provided a barrier. Otherwise, he would have had nowhere to hide. Amidst the frantic evasion, Suke's peripheral vision caught sight of something beneath the mutated bird's talons. Chapter 51, The True Destroyer. A strange discovery. The shipping container rattled violently as Suke swiftly tossed a piece of raw pork. As it sailed far away, the mutated bird pivoted sharply to pursue the meat. Seizing the opportunity, Suke rolled on the ground, retrieved the connected landmine, and returned beneath the truck. This time, let us see if you survive. He produced another piece of raw meat, delicately tearing it to reveal a hidden mark. Just as Suke embedded a landmine within the meat, the mutated bird finished devouring the pork. The creature emitted a piercing screech upon discovering the absence of further food, its anger palpable as it charged towards the truck. The force of its collision startled Suke, as the truck, weighing over 20 tons, swayed under the impact. A testament to the sheer power of the mutated bird. "Hey beast, right here," Suke called, peeking from behind the truck's rear while waving the meat. The scent of blood was irresistible to these mutated creatures, akin to that of zombies. In an instant, as Suke set down the pork, the bird lunged forward, its enormous beak snapping up the flesh. With a tilt of its neck, the meat, now containing the landmine, was swallowed whole. As the mutated bird's gastrointestinal muscles contracted, the sensitive, triggering mechanism of the landmine was activated. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted, spewing forth an array of foul blood from the bird's beak and rear. To Suke's astonishment, despite the chaos, the creature did not succumb immediately. Watching the mutated bird thrash about helplessly, Suke drew his solitary black blade, inching closer. The mutated bird, noticing Suke's approach, emitted a cry akin to a warning. Observing the creature's instability, Suke poised his weapon, cautiously advancing. As he neared the beleaguered bird, a wave of dread washed over him, not from the ferocity of this mutated falcon, but from the unsettling realization that it was a male, unlike the female that had previously dominated this territory. Just as Suke sensed something amiss, a thunderous screech erupted from the mountainside. Reacting swiftly, Suke shouted, "Run!" Zhang He, equally quick to respond, felt the urgency as the menacing cry reverberated through the air. The next moment, Suke and Zhang He dashed into the air raid shelter as if fleeing from a predator. As they entered, a colossal silhouette, rivaling that of a truck, loomed against the night sky. The wind howled, stirring up dust from the ground, as the enormous figure gracefully descended beside the male mutated falcon. The piercing cry of the bird created sonic waves that rippled through the surroundings, disorienting the survivors hidden within the shelter. Although Suke suffered no physical harm, the mental strain was far more severe than that experienced by the others. This was a true B-class mutated beast. Initially, Suke had assumed the male falcon was a B-class creature, but facing the true B-class female falcon, he found himself bereft of the courage to resist. Although he was only one tier apart from the mutated giant bird outside, this difference was akin to that between heaven and earth. Suke, Suke. Zhang He repeatedly called out to Suke, but at that moment, he could hear nothing. The buzzing in his ears had overwhelmed him. Suke was oblivious to Zhang He's calls. His head throbbed painfully, and even the newly formed defenses in his mind were pierced by the sound waves. Seeing Suke clutching his head in agony, Zhang He disregarded everything else, rushed to Suke, and carried him towards the resting area. What is wrong with him? Lu Yutong asked with concern. Zhang He saw Lu Yutong's lips moving but heard no sound, realizing that everyone was likely in the same predicament. He pointed towards the air raid shelter and continued to carry Suke forward. At that moment, Suke had no idea how he was being carried away by Zhang He. When he opened his eyes again, it was already dawn the next day. He had no recollection of how he passed that night, but the scene before him upon waking was quite astonishing. You're finally awake. It's quite a relief, Zhang He said with a pale smile, his demeanor appearing quite dispirited. What happened? Suke immediately sat up and inquired. Don't you know? Zhang He replied, puzzled. He thought Suke should have known better. But in the next moment, Zhang He understood. Suke likely did something last night without even realizing it. What did I do? I just felt an excruciating headache. And then, suddenly, Suke seemed to grasp something. As he gently clenched his right hand, blue flames flickered into existence. How is this possible? Suke exclaimed, astonished, for these flames were the power of human evolvers. Zhang He was equally stunned by the blue flames in Suke's hand, but remained silent. As the events of the previous night left him even more shocked. Where are they? Suke asked, gripping his right hand tightly. They are all lying on the beds. They can't even stand up now, Zhang He explained, his head lowered. And you? Your power shouldn't have been absorbed by me. Suke gazed intently at Zhang He. It was clear that the powers of the aberrants could not assist him, yet Zhang He's current state indicated that his strength had been drained. When you absorbed the powers of those thugs last night, I felt something too. I intended to stop you, but in the next moment, my body uncontrollably released purple flames that visibly surged into the bodies of those thugs, resulting in my current state. Hearing Zhang He's reminiscent explanation, Suke was left dumbfounded. He never imagined that the battle god of his previous life was akin to a power bank. No wonder the elite team of the Northwest battle god was so formidable. It turned out Zhang He's ability was to share and bestow power. Suke remained silent, unable to conceal the excitement on his face, as a thought of a shortcut to strength crossed his mind. If his assumptions were correct, as long as he and Zhang He grew stronger, they would be invincible. He could absorb the powers of human evolvers, while Zhang He could impart strength to them. To augment Zhang He's power further, crystal nuclei and food were essential. Suke was not short of these resources. In fact, he had enough to sustain hundreds of thousands. Consume these and regain your strength. Seeing the items Suke conjured from thin air, Zhang He did not exhibit much surprise. But upon closer inspection of the meat, he seemed to grasp something. Chapter 52. Zhang He's Ascendancy. The mutated falcon the meat Suke produced was not the previously stored pork and beef, but rather the flesh of mutated beasts he had hunted at the zoo. It was known that this flesh offered no benefit to human evolvers, but for him and Zhang He, it was the best restorative at that moment. With a gulp, Zhang He swallowed, unable to resist the allure of the food. Before Suke could say anything, Zhang He seized a bloodied polar bear leg and began to devour it. Observing Zhang He's actions, Suke refrained from interrupting. For Zhang, he was currently his greatest ally. After more than 10 minutes, a thick, pale bone was tossed aside by Zhang He. Try to absorb as much as you can. If you feel your body swelling, then cease consumption of the crystal nuclei. Suke advised from the side. Zhang He nodded and grabbed a handful of zombie crystal nuclei, shoving them into his mouth. Suke was not in a hurry to inquire about Zhang He's encounter with the mutated falcon from the night before. Even if he did ask, it would be futile, as he was currently incapable of dealing with an B-class falcon, and it was wiser to remain cautious. As time passed, white smoke began to seep from Zhang He's nostrils and ears. C-class. Watching the fluctuations around Zhang He's body, Suke's expression grew uneasy. For Zhang He was evolving far too rapidly. Although Suke had the experience of his previous life, compared to these top-tier battle gods, his path of evolution was significantly slower. Without the supplies hoarded before the apocalypse, he might still be an E-class little demon wandering on the edge. Crack, crack. The sound of bones fracturing echoed from within Zhang He's body, and his expression began to contort. Is it regeneration of power? Just as Suke sensed Zhang He's ability rising. The bones within Zhang He's body were gradually enveloped in purple energy. Ah! A chilling scream erupted from Zhang He's mouth. Though the sound was not loud, it sent shivers down the spines of those in the air raid shelter. The unevolved, ordinary humans were startled by the sound, yet it seemed to awaken something within them, as if their genetic locks had been triggered. Witnessing Zhang He's power, Suke was not fearful. Rather, he felt a sense of glee. As Zhang He stabilized his abilities, he slowly opened his eyes. Have I evolved? Zhang He asked Suquebec. Yes, you have successfully entered the C-class sequence, but until you acquire a profession, your strength can only reach 55% of its potential. Upon hearing the term profession, Zhang He understood its significance. However, we haven't found a single monument yet. Could it be that those were destroyed by the zombies? That is not possible. Monuments are a special existence that even the mightiest beings cannot destroy. Suke reassured him with certainty. Zhang He pondered this, genuinely curious about what a monument looked like. By the way, what happened to that female mutated falcon from last night? Suke inquired, finally concerned about the giant bird's whereabouts. About half an hour after you fell unconscious, that creature flew off with its companion. However, I'm curious as to why it didn't directly attack us, Zhang He replied. Suke found this strange as well, logically speaking. The B-class falcon should have sought revenge for its companion, yet it departed, which seemed illogical. Is there something particularly enticing in the military base at the rear mountain? Suke wondered aloud. He felt that the military base must possess something that attracted the mutated falcon, otherwise, it wouldn't have abandoned so many prey. Zhang He seemed to contemplate this. There's nothing special there, just a bunch of soldiers turned into zombies, he explained, shaking his head. Although he had visited that base several times, he had not discovered anything remarkable. It was less mysterious than their stationed military camp. After shaking his head, Zhang He appeared to recall something but couldn't quite grasp it at the moment. Noticing the change in Zhang He's expression, Suke refrained from pressing further. Understanding that Zhang He's memory was not entirely clear, much like his own memory patterns. Let us go. We need to find a way to blend in, Suke said, patting Zhang He on the shoulder. Huh? Blend in? Zhang He was taken aback, not out of fear for his life, but rather due to the gigantic eagle perched ominously on the hillside. A careless mistake could lead to a fatal encounter. Fear not, Suke said, a confident smile gracing his lips. Though that creature possesses formidable strength, we have our own methods. Upon hearing Suke's plan, Zhang He was initially astonished, but soon nodded in understanding. Half an hour later, Suke emerged from the air raid shelter. The scene outside was chaotic, with the damaged fence lying in ruins. He quickly made his way towards the distance, picking up the black battle blade and sighing with a hint of trepidation as he approached the minefield on the hillside. When he arrived at the site of destruction from the previous night, a wave of dread washed over him. Within 3 minutes, he discovered the black battle blade beneath a tangle of broken branches. The devastation wrought by a pseudo-B-level creature was alarming. Had it been a true B-level eagle, it could have claimed lives yesterday. In truth, Suke and his companions could have chosen to flee, but he sensed that the situation was more complex. From an objective temporal standpoint, the eagle must have uncovered something unknown to him. It was worth noting that in his previous life, the eagle had obliterated the air raid shelter a month later, by which time the mutated bird had become exceedingly powerful. Suke cast a glance at the military base nestled against the mountains in the distance before turning to leave. Meanwhile, within the military base, a colossal eagle, over 20 meters in length, was feasting on its deceased companion. Below it, 3 adult-sized fledglings were voraciously pecking at the remains of the zombified humans. Contrary to fear, the fledglings were filled with excitement. To them, these prey were ideal for their developmental training. Once they had consumed their fill of the corpses, they flapped their wings vigorously and scampered westward. Upon reaching the fuel storage warehouse, the fledglings behaved as if they had entered their own backyard. 2 of them bent down to absorb the liquid on the ground, while the third sought out new canisters. Had Suke witnessed this scene, he would have been utterly astonished, for the fledglings were absorbing nitrogen-hydrogen solution. Following the apocalypse, this coolant had become a vital tonic for mutated beasts. Regardless of the attacks from zombies, as long as they ingested these substances before mutation, they could avoid transformation. Unfortunately, such elixirs were only beneficial to mutated creatures. Chapter 53. The survivor team. In the afternoon, exhausted survivors stood in the corridor of the air raid shelter. From their terrified expressions, Suke discerned their fear. His abilities inflicted only minimal psychological harm on ordinary individuals. As long as they ate well and rested, the effects could be entirely disregarded. However, the food shortage within the shelter, coupled with the appearance of the giant mutated bird last night, had left them unable to rest properly. Zhang He exchanged glances with Su Ke, who nodded to indicate that he could proceed. Lu Yutong and the others were unaware of Zhang He's intentions for their gathering, but they were soon shocked by his words. Dear survivors, we apologize for the events of last night. However, to compensate for your losses, the Divine intends to provide you with some food. The survivors, momentarily stunned, began to murmur among themselves, their hunger palpable. Yet they wondered, where was this food? Everyone, please remain silent. I will distribute each portion of food to you personally. Now, return to your temporary accommodations. Zhang He's voice, though not loud, resonated clearly among the 100 or so present. Lu Yutong watched as survivors gradually returned to their quarters. Just as she was about to lead her group back, Zhang He called out to her, Miss Lu, please bring your companions with me. Lu Yutong turned to look at Zhang He, nodding in silence as she followed him into the adjoining room. Upon Zhang He opening the door, all the young delinquents, including Lu Yutong herself, were taken aback by the sight of the food in the room. So much food. Before Lu Yutong could recover from her astonishment, Zhang He gently patted her shoulder and said, each of you will receive double portions, while the other survivors will receive one. I would appreciate it if you could assist. The group of young delinquents erupted in cheers upon hearing Zhang He's words, for they had fought tooth and nail for the mere hope of sustenance. Lu Yutong, however, was quick to react. Unlike the others, she did not join in the jubilation but instead cast a glance at Su Quebec. It was worth noting that neither Zhang He nor Su Ke had taken any food out the previous day, and the events they had endured suggested they had no time to transport provisions. Miss Lu, do not ponder too much. This food was procured by the Divine. Zhang He whispered in her ear. Was he truly divine? At that moment, Lu Yutong remained skeptical. She saw no divine majesty in Su Ke, who seemed no different from Zhang He. In response to her inquiry, Zhang He merely displayed a sinister smile and nodded. Feeling embarrassed by Zhang He's smile, Lu Yutong found herself perplexed, unable to comprehend the intentions of either Zhang He or Su Quebec. Let us expedite the distribution. After the food is allocated, I will need you to accompany us for a task, Su Ke stated from behind the group. What task? Lu Yutong immediately reacted, suspecting that there was no such thing as a free lunch, or that this divine being sought to employ them in exchange for the provisions. To the military base on the hillside, Su Ke's words, though calm, hit the group like a hammer to the chest. Is this a price on our lives? Lu Yutong questioned, gesturing toward the food in the room. Haha, do you think this is enough? Su Ke laughed, countering her question. Going there is tantamount to seeking death. Is it not? Lu Yutong struggled to understand, but felt compelled to clarify. Miss Lu, first allow your companions to distribute the food. We will convene shortly and explain our course of action, Zhang He interjected. Lu Yutong glanced at Zhang He and, truthfully, found him to be more reliable than Su Ke, the supposed divine being. However, given their current predicament, she had no better alternative but to comply with their directives. In the wake of last night's events, Lu Yutong had developed a psychological shadow. Had it not been for Zhang He imparting strength to them, she feared she would not see the dawn of another day. As she watched Lu Yutong and her crew transport the food away, Zhang He approached Su Quebec. Can we manage this? Zhang He inquired. We shall see. This is the only course of action available to us, Su Ke replied, his expression impassive. Zhang He nodded with resignation, while the risk lay with them. The young delinquent's actions were also crucial. Any misstep could lead to disaster for both him and Su Quebec. The survivors, upon witnessing the food, were initially astonished, followed by tears of gratitude. To them, this food was a heavenly delicacy. An hour passed, and the food had been distributed. Observing the young delinquents devouring the meat with fervor, Su Ke and Zhang He remained stoic, patiently awaiting the fall of night. When shall we act? Lu Yutong approached Zhang He, inquiring. Patience, we shall set out once darkness falls, Zhang He responded. And what is our plan? Lu Yutong pressed, concern etched on her face. You will be informed during our journey, Zhang He replied once more. Realizing she would receive no answers from Zhang He, Lu Yutong chose to abandon her quest for knowledge. As the sun dipped below the horizon, night swiftly enveloped the land. Su Ke glanced at the time, sensing it was time to act, when suddenly his mental probe seemed to detect something. As he extended his mental probing outward for over 50 meters, a group of furtive survivors appeared in his mind. 10 evolved individuals and 12 ordinary humans? Although Su-Ke spoke softly, Zhang He and the others understood him clearly. What do you mean by 10 evolved individuals? Lu Yutong inquired with curiosity. Go out and greet them. A new batch of survivors has arrived. Su-Ke replied with a sinister smile. Lu Yutong's expression turned peculiar at his words. Despite her lack of fondness for him, she chose to trust him for the moment. However, the instant she stepped out of the air raid shelter, reality struck her harshly. Though night had just fallen, she could vaguely discern human figures. Who are they? Lu Yutong cautiously asked, eyeing the figures ahead. While she recognized them as human, she feared they might be zombies. Upon hearing the woman's voice, the middle-aged man at the forefront, wielding a fire axe, promptly declared, "We come seeking refuge." Lu Yutong was taken aback. Rather than pondering how these people had arrived, she was more intrigued by how the entity within had known, and the shadows revealed precisely 22 individuals. When Lu Yutong led the 22 survivors before Su-Ke, they immediately raised their weapons, directing wary gazes at Su-Ke and Zhang He. The middle-aged man, leading the group, was particularly cautious of the surrounding ruffians, feeling as though they had stumbled into a den of wolves. There's no need for such hostility, isn't it exhausting? Su-Ke's words left the survivors astonished, as it was their first encounter with a creature that spoke human language. Rest assured, they are not monsters but the leaders here, Lu Yutong quickly clarified. How can that be? They are clearly monsters, a young man retorted, pointing at Su-Ke and Zhang He. Chapter 54. Journey to the military base. The atmosphere grew increasingly awkward, for none present were fools. They recognized Su-Ke and Zhang He's appearances. Where did you come from? Su-Ke paid no heed to their scrutinizing gazes. To him, their prejudice was merely a consequence of the current circumstances, and in due time, they would come to understand. We emerged from the happy home in South City. After enduring numerous hardships, we finally reached here. Upon hearing the radio broadcast, the middle-aged man replied, cigarette in mouth. Su-Ke was rather surprised by their arrival. After so many days, those with potential had already begun to stand out, while the less capable would rely on the strong. Yet, Su-Ke was curious about how these individuals had survived for so long, considering the evolved beings had already approached D-grade strength. Miss Lu, please make arrangements for them, and then stay behind to explain the crises here. Su-Ke instructed Lu Yutong. Are you leaving right now? Lu Yutong was unconcerned about the newcomers. Her sole interest lay in Su-Ke's intentions. Yes, the hour grows late. If all goes well, I shall return with them, Su-Ke confirmed with a nod. Where are you headed? The middle-aged man with the axe queried, though they were still unfamiliar with the situation. There is a giant mutated hawk residing in the mountains. Unless we devise a way to eliminate it, we may never leave this place, Zhang He explained. Are you referring to those two massive birds? The middle-aged man exclaimed, visibly excited, pressing for further details. Hearing that the man seemed to know something, Zhang He nodded. One has already been slain. Only one remains. Though Zhang He's words were simple, they struck the man like thunder. Take me with you. I want to kill that monster. The middle-aged man, filled with rage, no longer cared about Su-Ke and Zhang He's appearances. He was ready to risk everything to slay the creature. Zhang He glanced at Su-Ke, who nodded. Though he did not understand the source of the man's fury, he could infer its cause from the man's expression. Thank you. I will assist you. The middle-aged man said gratefully, nodding at Su-Quebec. There's no need. We are doing this for our own safety, Su-Ke replied before striding out of the air raid shelter. He did not wish to pry further into the man's motivations, for time was of the essence. Any delay could jeopardize their entire plan. As Su-Ke led the ruffians out of the air raid shelter, the middle-aged man approached the young man, offering a few words of caution before swiftly following Su-Ke and the others. Come, let me assign you some living quarters, Lu Yutong said to the young man. In the dark forest of the night, Su-Ke and his companions treaded lightly, fearful of making any noise that might alert the gigantic bird. Are we heading to its nest? The middle-aged man whispered to Zhang He. Shoo, from now on, no one is allowed to speak, Zhang He instructed immediately. Realizing his grave mistake, the middle-aged man promptly fell silent. Just as the group was about to exit the minefield, Su-Ke halted their advance, standing still and motionless. After waiting for approximately 30 seconds, he gestured for them to continue. Did you detect something? Zhang He inquired telepathically. Nothing of concern, Su-Ke replied. In truth, he had sensed some subtle signs moments ago, but after sweeping with his mental probe, he lowered his guard. The disturbance had been too faint and did not align with the behavior of the mutated hawk. Their pace was not rapid, yet they successfully traversed the winding path of the back mountain. Once they stood atop the mountain's path, the darkened military encampment below sent chills down the spines of the onlookers. Just as Suke intended to proceed, a piercing hawk cry erupted from the military base below, followed by a massive silhouette soaring into the sky. Upon sighting this enormous figure, Suke and his companions immediately crouched low, fearful of being discovered. Suke tapped Zhang He, signaling him to lead their group into the shadows. You. Zhang He cautiously approached the group of ruffians, selecting a few individuals before leading them swiftly into the dense underbrush below. Follow me, Suke whispered, quickening his pace towards the military base. The middle-aged man was perplexed. He was unsure of Suke and Zhang He's intentions, but when they reached the base's perimeter, he was taken aback by the sight before him. It was not the horror or bloodshed that stunned him, but rather the bloodstains smeared across the towering walls. As the group stood in stunned silence, Zhang He and his small team hurriedly approached. This is all we have. The other materials are too large, Zhang He explained quietly. Yes, this will suffice. Let us fashion them into a rope ladder to climb over, Suke replied, producing 2 long ropes with ease. The middle-aged man was astonished at Suke's seemingly magical ability to conjure such lengthy ropes. Both Suke and Zhang He were well acquainted with constructing rope ladders. Suke had learned from his past life experiences, while Zhang He, as a soldier, naturally possessed these skills. The two worked swiftly to assemble the ladder, and after ensuring everything was secure, Suke nodded at Zhang He. Suke positioned himself at the base of the wall, and with a burst of energy, Zhang He leapt, stepping onto Suke's hands, propelling himself over the 10-meter-high wall in one fluid motion. This spectacle left the ruffians, including the middle-aged man, utterly dumbfounded. They found these 2 individuals utterly fearsome, both in ability and appearance. Up, Suke quietly urged the ruffians. Observing the prepared rope ladder, one of the ruffians hesitated, not out of concern for its safety, but due to the trepidation of what lay beyond. It is well known that humanity's fear of the unknown is deeply ingrained. If you wish to avoid death, you may stay here, Suke said, addressing the hesitant ruffian directly. Before the group of ruffians could utter a word, Suke seized the rope ladder with his right hand, using a swift leap to ascend to the top of the wall. The middle-aged man cast a glance at the ruffians, and though he had just joined their ranks, the disdain and mockery on his face did not escape their notice. We cannot afford to lose face, one of the ruffians hissed, his voice low yet a means of rallying the others. As the middle-aged man quickly climbed the rope ladder, the ruffians hastily followed suit. Suke shook his head. Although he was tempted to laugh, he understood just how frightening his smile could be. Once they all scaled the wall, they finally beheld the outline of the military base. In the darkness, the sounds of zombies howling occasionally emanated from within the base, only to abruptly cease moments later. Just as Zhang He intended to lead the group around, Suke immediately halted him, startled by the unsettling visions swirling in his mind. Chapter 55. Survivors within the base. Zhang He was taken aback by Suke's sudden grasp, but upon seeing the astonishment in Suke's eyes, he understood something was amiss. What have you discovered? Zhang He pondered, uncertain whether Suke was genuinely divine or merely a charlatan. Yet, one thing was clear to him. The capabilities of this individual were beyond his comprehension. Unbeknownst to Zhang He, in 3 years' time, his perspective would shift, as he too would possess unique abilities, and his strength would be formidable. 3 mutated chick birds, Suke whispered, yet his words resonated clearly with everyone around. What shall we do? The middle-aged man asked, gripping an axe, his eyes reflecting a mix of reluctance and inquiry towards Suke, unsure of the man's agitation. Refrained from a direct response, for these 3 mutated chicks were indeed formidable adversaries, and he sensed something ominous about them. Take your group around to the back. If anything seems off, signal us immediately. I will devise a way to lure those 3 chicks out. Remember, if you lack the confidence to eliminate them in one strike, stay put. Suke instructed Zhang He and the others. All right, be cautious, Zhang He replied, leading a dozen individuals along the wall towards the rear of the military base. As he watched Zhang He and his group vanish into the night, Suke waved lightly before drawing closer to the cultivation building. Unbeknownst to him, as they approached the structure, a surveillance camera overhead pivoted slightly. In the depths of the base, within the monitoring room, a female soldier observed the screens with palpable excitement. Although she reeked of decay, it did not dampen her fervor, though she was unaware of how many living souls remained outside. It was clear that only she and the commander were left. "Commander, look!" she exclaimed, pointing at the computer screen. Just as her words fell, a series of knocks echoed from outside. The sounds of zombies growling and pounding caused the female soldier to quickly silence herself. Any noise could alert the undead soldiers lurking outside. Awakened by the commotion, the middle-aged man adjusted his military uniform. Though he appeared disheveled, the determination in his gaze revealed a deeper resolve. "What is it?" the unshaven commander whispered to the female soldier. Before she could respond, his attention was fixed on the screen, where he clearly saw several individuals preparing to enter the second base warehouse. "What do they intend to do?" the female soldier inquired, curiosity evident in her tone. "Quickly, find a way to stop them from entering. The monsters within are far beyond their capability," the commander commanded, disregarding her question entirely. To them, the mutated creatures were significantly more terrifying than the zombies. They had witnessed those monstrous birds devouring zombies whole. "Commander, we can only control the main entrance. The door system there is malfunctioning," the female soldier explained, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. Bang! The middle-aged commander, filled with frustration, slammed his fist on the table. The sound of his pounding echoed in the monitoring room, amplifying the noise of zombies striking the iron door outside. "Damn it! Find a way to notify them. They must not enter," he ordered, ignoring the chaos outside as he resolved to employ the most perilous measures. Upon hearing the commander's words, the female soldier turned to him in astonishment. She knew that this emergency signal could only be used once. Even during a zombie outbreak, they had refrained from utilizing it, preserving it for a last-ditch call for help. Yet, now, for the sake of a few lives, the commander was willing to expend this opportunity. "Hurry, we have no time. The apocalypse has raged long enough. If we cling to this glimmer of hope, we are truly lost," the commander insisted. At his words, the female soldier's eyes hardened with resolve. She wiped away a tear from the corner of her eye and pressed the emergency switch. As the switch was activated, the entire base blared a red alert. The previously silent warning lights began to spin rapidly, and the zombies wandering in the corners began to wail. Meanwhile, Suke and Zhang he stood bewildered, utterly perplexed by the unfolding events, when a hurried female voice crackled over the loudspeaker above. "Comrades, this is an emergency rescue signal. There are monsters within the second base. Evacuate immediately. If you manage to escape, please notify other military districts. Our hopes rest upon you." As the female soldier's voice faded, Zhang he immediately turned his gaze to the depths of the building behind him. Although he was not a frequent visitor to this place, he was aware of the monitoring room's location. "Roar!" Zhang he emitted a low growl, startling those around him, who turned to him in shock, for the sound resembled that of a zombie. Recognizing Zhang he's growl, Suke comprehended the situation. Although well-intentioned, they could not retreat. After all, one of his objectives was to eradicate these mutated hawks. "Roar!" Suke pondered for a moment before emitting a similar zombie roar. The few individuals following him were not as startled by Suke's undead growl, yet they were still taken aback, fearing that this divine figure might transform into a zombie. Upon hearing Suke's instructions, Zhang he wore a sinister smile. Before those behind him could recover from their astonishment, Zhang he's next command left them frozen in place. "Everyone, arm yourselves and follow me to slay the zombies," Zhang he declared, brandishing his black blade as he boldly advanced into the depths of the base. The middle-aged man exchanged glances with a few ruffians. Though they did not comprehend Zhang he's madness, they dared not remain behind, for who could predict what might transpire next? Inside the monitoring room, the female soldier was left in disbelief. She had clearly instructed them to flee. Yet those individuals were not only failing to escape, but were instead approaching their building. "Commander," she began, but the middle-aged commander interrupted her. "How many external devices can we connect?" "Only 2, and they are positioned in dead zones," the female soldier promptly replied. "Activate them. Find a way to delay some zombies," the commander ordered. The female soldier nodded, understanding the commander's intent, yet she knew that aiding these individuals would yield little effect, as the range of the 2 devices was limited. She opened the control box, and as the red button was pressed, the turrets on either side of the third base were activated. Rat-a-tat-tat. The turrets fired, illuminating the darkness, and though their fire could only sweep a corner, the noise attracted a considerable number of zombies. Chapter 56. The ultimate kill as the sounds of the machine gun turret echoed. Suke stood at the entrance of Base 2, somewhat astonished. Although he was unaware of the events transpiring within, he certainly did not wish for such a cacophony. To arise. Inside the building, the shrill sound of gunfire sent 3 mutated chicks into a frenzy. Sensing the imminent approach of the 3 mutated chicks, Suke made a gesture of prohibition and drew forth his battle blade. Though the gangsters were perplexed by Suke's intentions, they quickly grasped the situation the very next moment. As the 3 mutated chicks charged at high velocity, the gangsters hastily retreated. To them, the size of these chicks was daunting, larger even than young calves, far surpassing that of even a young calf. As the mutated chicks burst through the doorway, they spotted Suke and emitted a juvenile chirp before launching themselves at him. In response, Suke propelled himself forward, and his blades became a slender blur in the air. The sound of the wind howling accompanied his swift movement, and the 3 robust chicks were akin to arrows released from a bow. With a swift slash, a vivid arc of crimson followed as one chick's head soared into the air. Another diagonal strike cleaved through the neck of a second chick, severing its body in twain. The gangsters were left in stunned silence, taken aback by Suke's ferocity, having never witnessed such prowess. Just as the gangsters were momentarily dazed, they had never witnessed such ferocity. Just then, the sole surviving mutated chick circumvented Suke and charged towards the gangsters. "Get out of the way," Suke shouted sternly. But his speed was remarkable. In truth, he had pushed his body to its limits to execute that last strike. As facing 3 Class C mutated chicks simultaneously was no small feat, should he falter, it would be his life at stake. The gangsters, lacking Suke's reflexes, were ill-prepared for the onslaught. Before they could retreat from the chick's charge, one of the gangsters was bitten on the head. The mutated chick flung him aside. A sickening crunch echoed as the bones were shattered, and the gangster was silenced before he could utter a cry. In that very moment, as the chick consumed its prey, Suke dashed to its left. With a flash of his blade, the triumphant chick's head was severed from its body. Suke then swiftly slashed downwards. Suke then quickly sliced through its body, and as he pierced its abdomen, he noticed that the recently devoured gangster was already dead, his body partially digested by the chick's stomach acid. Sighing, Suke grasped the chick's carcass, and with a flick of his wrist, it vanished from sight. The gruesome sight of their fallen comrades stirred their stomachs into turmoil. "Stop dawdling. Gather any usable items from inside," Suke commanded urgently. "Are we moving them here?" Suke ordered decisively. "Do we bring it here?" one gangster asked, snapping back to reality. "Do you want to die?" "I have no intention of dying. Just move it to the corridor," Suke retorted, striding towards the corpses of the 2 mutated chicks. Hearing his command, the gangsters exchanged glances before hastily entering the building. Suke exhaled in relief and slumped beside the carcasses of the chicks. Were this scene to be witnessed by the gangsters, they would undoubtedly be struck with confusion. At that moment, Suke had exhausted all his potential. Initially, his plan was to flank the 3 mutated chicks alongside Zhang He. As the machine gun turret continued to draw the zombies, Zhang He successfully led his group into Base 3. "Stay close to me, and do not separate," Zhang He instructed the gangsters behind him. Even without such a warning, the gangsters would have followed, for the current situation was beyond their control. Beyond their capacity to handle. As Zhang He opened the first security gate, over 40 zombies surged forth, lunging at the gangsters behind him. "Roar!" Zhang He bellowed, unleashing his control over the horde. Though he lacked the expansive abilities of a brain zombie, controlling over 40 was still within his reach. Seeing the sudden halt of the zombie throng, the gangsters felt a wave of relief wash over them. Despite being informed of Zhang He's intentions, "Get moving," Zhang He barked at the stunned gangsters. Hearing his command, several gangsters hesitated, fear evident in their eyes. "I'll go." A middle-aged man stepped forward, wielding a fire axe as he charged at the immobilized zombies. With a swift strike, one zombie fell, prompting several other gangsters to follow suit, while the timid remained frozen. Zhang He glanced at the hesitant gangsters. Despite the change in plans, he had not sent them to their demise. "You lot, go search for supplies." Although the plan had shifted, he had no intention of sending them to their doom. "You lot, go search for supplies," he instructed them. With a flurry of strikes, the group swiftly eliminated the 40-plus zombies. "Brother, there are a total of 43 brain cores and 1 crystal nucleus," the middle-aged man reported, panting heavily. "Prepare yourselves. There are many more zombies beyond this gate. If you see any that are not under control, Shoot them immediately. At Zhang He's instruction, the bolder gangsters readied their firearms. Once all were prepared, Zhang He approached the gate button. With a click, the security shield shattered. Zhang He approached the gate control panel. With a crack, the security shield shattered, and the second gate began to open slowly. As the gate lifted to half its height, surged forth, startling everyone with their overwhelming presence. Open fire, Zhang He shouted, and the gangsters immediately squeezed the triggers. The sound of gunfire erupted as bullets rained down upon the advancing horde. Zhang He paid no heed to their accuracy, given the sheer numbers. Zhang He did not concern himself. Given the numbers, even a blind person firing randomly could take down a dozen zombies. Those that dodged the bullets and attempted to breach the gate were swiftly seized by his mental control. Chapter 57. Advisor Chun. Rows of zombies fell like wheat under the scythe, yet a few still managed to breach the perimeter. With swift precision, Zhang He struck down 2 more zombies. 3 minutes later, over 100 zombies lay defeated, and the gangsters collapsed onto the ground, exhausted. Having witnessed a life-and-death struggle that broadened their horizons. Brother, how did you manage that? The middle-aged man asked, wiping non-existent sweat from his brow. The middle-aged man inquired, wiping non-existent sweat from his brow. Zhang He turned to him, but did not explain. Instead, he addressed the gangsters, take a 2-minute break. There are still over 100 zombies behind the last security gate. Upon hearing of the remaining undead, the resting gangsters were left dumbfounded. You said there was no danger when we came, but now before the gangster could finish his sentence, another quickly kicked him to silence. Despite facing a multitude of zombies, we have not succumbed to death. In these dire times, is it still wise to cling to the hope of survival? Though the words of the ruffian may be coarse, they ring true. In this apocalyptic world, each day lived is a blessing. Fear not, Zhang He reassured, for the zombies are confined within the quarantine zone, with only a few stragglers wandering outside. Upon hearing the term quarantine zone, the ruffians were baffled. After all, this was a military base. Where could such a zone exist? Observing their confusion, Zhang He chose not to elaborate, knowing they would soon comprehend the situation. When the third safety gate swung open, a few zombies stumbled forth. Without Zhang He needing to issue a command, the ruffians raised their weapons and opened fire. As the zombies fell, the ruffians were taken aback by the scene within. The quarantine zone Zhang He referred to was merely a large iron fence that separated the storage area and inspection zone from the rest of the base. Anyone entering this area must relinquish their belongings, thus allowing passage to the upper levels. The imposing iron barrier fortuitously served to contain the zombies. A horde of zombies behind the fence roared in frustration, their futile attempts to claw through the barrier failing to reach the newly arrived ruffians. Oh, this is my first time engaging with zombies face to face, one ruffian boasted as he approached the fence, only to be startled by the furious growls of the undead. Huh, what a coward, another ruffian mocked. Enough chatter, prepare to engage, Zhang He commanded loudly. At his order, the ruffians immediately adopted serious expressions, aiming their guns at the throng of zombies. The sound of gunfire echoed as the zombies fell swiftly. Stay here and do not wander. I will personally deal with the zombies upstairs, Zhang He instructed before stepping through the iron fence. For the still functioning zombies, Zhang He dispatched them with a swift strike before proceeding to the upper levels. Are we just to wait here? One ruffian in a navy blue t-shirt queried his companion. Don't be reckless. This is a military base. If anything goes awry, you won't be able to handle the consequences, replied the ruffian known as Donkey, cleaning his pistol. Come on, don't you want to upgrade your weapon? The younger ruffian retorted. Donkey glanced around, knowing well that their current arms came from Zhou Tongquan. While it would be a lie to say he didn't wish for better weaponry, the environment was fraught with danger. What do you propose? Donkey whispered. Hey, when I infiltrated here with Zhou Tongquan, he mentioned there were certainly better weapons. Since we're already here, why not search for some? If we could get our hands on an RPG, do you think we'd still fear these zombies? The younger ruffian's words piqued Donkey's interest, though unbeknownst to them. This search would cost 2 lives. Meanwhile, Zhang He was eliminating the remaining zombies on the second floor, where they were significantly fewer than on the first. As he passed 2 zombies, his black blades swiftly severed their necks. In the monitoring room, a female soldier, having observed the scene, was taken aback. Though she had not seen Zhang He's face, she was captivated by his valor. That silhouette seems oddly familiar, murmured the middle-aged captain, stroking his unkempt beard. Captain, do you know him? The female soldier inquired eagerly. He seems familiar, and his combat skills are indicative of military training, the captain replied. Could he be from the base? The soldier's question momentarily stunned the captain. Though he could not be certain, the man's prowess spoke volumes. Once the zombies on the second floor were dealt with, Zhang He ascended to the third. The base was a 3-story structure, yet expansive in size. Hearing the growls of zombies, he swiftly located the monitoring room. Observing several zombies pounding against the iron door, he tightened his grip on the black blade and charged at them. A rhythmic knocking resonated, 3 distinct knocks. The captain and the female soldier exchanged glances. Although they had surveillance, the cameras on the 3rd floor had malfunctioned when the apocalypse struck. Captain, before the soldier could finish, the captain gestured for silence and approached the iron door. Just as he was about to press his ear against the door, Zhang He's voice rang out. It's safe now. You may come out. Though not melodious, his voice was like a refreshing rain after a drought to the captain. With a click, the lock turned, and as the captain opened the door to express his gratitude, he froze in place. Instinctively reaching for his pistol to aim at Zhang He. Unfazed by the disheveled soldier's actions, Zhang He scrutinized him carefully. Are you Advisor Chen? He inquired. Zhang He recognized the brigade's advisor. They had crossed paths during previous missions. Instead of answering, Chen posed a critical question. Are you human or zombie? A hybrid. Though I lean more towards humanity, Zhang He candidly responded, believing there was no need for concealment, as Su Ke had suggested they would traverse the world together, necessitating transparency with others. What do you consume? Chen pressed, his expression grave, his pistol's safety disengaged, ready to fire should Zhang He say the wrong thing. I consume beef and lamb, Zhang He replied nonchalantly. Are all those below like you? Chen questioned again. No, they are human. I alone have transformed into this state. Zhang He clarified. Upon hearing Zhang He's words, Chen hesitated, as he had not seen the group below and could not immediately trust him. Just then, anguished cries erupted from the 1st floor. This is bad. Zhang He disregarded Chen, pivoting to dash downstairs, for only humans could emit such sounds. Chen lacked Zhang He's perceptive hearing but caught a hint of the commotion. Xiao Zhao, maintain surveillance. If anything seems amiss, seal all gates. Chen instructed the female soldier in the monitoring room before racing after Zhang He. Although Chen did not recognize him, he felt an inexplicable familiarity and a need to uncover the truth. In the northwest corner of the base, the equipment warehouse was where weapons were developed. 10 minutes earlier, Donkey and the younger ruffian had arrived here, excited by the prospect of superior weaponry. However, as they opened the equipment storage, a horde of zombies in lab coats surged forth. Before they could react, the zombies overwhelmed them. Donkey's screams alerted the other ruffians, who, terrified, drew their weapons and aimed towards the northwest. Yet, the sight of the dozen or so lab coat-wearing zombies left them bewildered. Logically, there should have been no zombies here. What are you waiting for? Fire! One ruffian shouted, and with that, he pulled the trigger. The sound of gunfire erupted as the lab coat zombies were riddled with bullets. By the time Zhang He descended, the battle was already over. What happened? Wasn't I clear that you were to remain put? Zhang He questioned. I witnessed Brother Donkey and Flower Boy pass by, likely before the thug could finish his words. Zhang He, gripping his black blade, charged towards the northwest corner. Indifferent to the ordinary zombies, he sensed something unusual as he ascended the stairs. The bodies of Brother Donkey and the thug had long vanished, but the bloodstains on the ground indicated they had been dragged into the equipment room. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Zhang He tightened his grip on the black blade and cautiously approached the equipment room. Suddenly, the sound of flesh being torn echoed within. As Zhang He stepped into the equipment room, 2 distinct gazes locked onto one another. A D-class iron-bone zombie. A massive green-headed zombie stood there, its white lab coat reduced to tattered rags. Are we of the same kind? The iron-bone zombie questioned with a look of curiosity, though its gnawing on raw flesh did not cease. Zhang He, puzzled, had encountered iron-bone zombies before, but had never seen one with a green head. Rather than acting recklessly, he took a small step back and replied, yes. How about we share a feast? After all, we have 2 meals delivered right to our doorstep. The green-headed iron-bone zombie responded, have you been trapped here all this time? Ignoring the question, Zhang He posed a critical inquiry. According to Su Ke's reasoning, the presence of zombies here was inevitable, but the existence of a D-class iron-bone zombie was indeed perplexing, especially in a location devoid of food. Nodding, the green-headed iron-bone zombie remarked, this is a true delicacy, far superior to that rubbish. Upon hearing this, Zhang He noted the pile of bones behind the zombie. The pale, Gray bones were clearly those of other zombies. You have been consuming your own kind? Zhang He asked in confusion. What else could I eat? If it weren't for these two prey presenting themselves, I might never have understood the exquisite taste of such delicacies, the green-headed iron-boned zombie replied, tearing into an arm. Zhang He was taken aback. This was the first time he realized that zombies could consume their own kind. If Su Ke were present, he would surely dismiss it. For in the early days of the apocalypse, anything was possible. Survival was paramount to seeing hope. There seemed to be many delicacies outside. Did you bring them? The green-headed zombie said, ripping apart the thug's thigh. Zhang He was unsure why the green-headed zombie did not fear him. Logically, as a C-class, he should exert some form of dominance. Yet the feedback from his brainwaves indicated that this creature belonged to an immune type. Gripping his black blade tightly, Zhang He glanced at the gate, realizing that shutting it again was impossible. Die! He yelled as he charged forward, aiming the black blade at the zombie's neck. Although the green-headed zombie was taken aback, it possessed its own abilities to have mutated into its current form. As Zhang He swung the black blade, the zombie retaliated by hurling the nearby corpse at him. With a swift strike, the thug's body was cleaved in two, blood splattering everywhere. Wasting food is tantamount to seeking death. The green-headed zombie roared, its fists clenched as it swung at Zhang He. While astonished by the creature's speed, Zhang He remained vigilant, recognizing that any being capable of resisting his control must possess considerable strength. As the massive fist barreled toward him, Zhang He evaded to the left, leaping off the ground to grasp the zombie's fist, wrapping his legs around its body. With all his might, he ensnared the zombie's lower leg and swiftly aimed the black blade at its head. A crisp clang echoed as the blade met its target, infuriating the green-headed zombie, which struggled fiercely to break free. Surprised by the white mark on the zombie's head, Zhang He reflected on how his black blade had effortlessly dispatched other iron-boned zombies. Yet this one proved a challenge. As the green-headed zombie inched closer to breaking free, Zhang He quickly shifted his grip, executing a standard arm-locking maneuver to secure the creature's hips, followed by a firm grasp on a more advantageous point. Just as he secured the green-headed zombie, the panting Deputy Chen finally appeared at the equipment room entrance. Quick, have someone outside notify Su Ke. This creature is formidable, Zhang He shouted urgently. Deputy Chen, momentarily stunned, was unfamiliar with Su Ke and, noticing the damaged gate button, withdrew his gun and entered the room. Bang! The gunshot startled Deputy Chen, who stood frozen in place. In his understanding, while zombies were not easily dispatched with a single shot, they shouldn't be impervious to firearms. This is futile. We must retreat. Zhang He gritted his teeth and urged. As realization dawned on Deputy Chen, he understood Zhang He's intent, though his worldview was already shifting. Food, delicious food. The green-headed zombie roared in a frenzy, the scent of human flesh driving it wild with excitement. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as the zombie seized Zhang He's right arm. Hurry! Zhang He bellowed through the pain. At that moment, Deputy Chen was completely stunned, believing that the appearance of zombies had already shattered his perception. Yet witnessing this gruesome scene pushed him to the brink of madness. Zhang He's anguished scream snapped Deputy Chen back to reality, prompting him to retreat hastily, discarding his gun as he fled outside. At the first gate, a crowd had gathered, having heard the wails. Who called Su Ke? We need assistance. Deputy Chen shouted while running, forgetting a shoe he had lost in the chaos. Su Ke? The group of thugs was bewildered. None of them had called such a name. Suddenly, one thug recalled having heard it before. It's the god, the one who brought us here. Instantly, the thugs grasped the situation, and before Deputy Chen could relay more, two of them dashed outside, eager to find this deity, keen to prove themselves in the presence of the divine. Inside the equipment room, Zhang He fought desperately to restrain the green-headed iron-boned zombie, enduring its relentless blows while refusing to let go. Meanwhile, Su Ke surveyed the stacked military supplies before him, his heart brimming with joy, for these items were undeniably invaluable in the early days of the apocalypse. Something's wrong. A panicked thug burst into Base 2. Initially, they had entered as two, vying for glory before the god, but upon escaping, they realized the true danger lurking within. Had he not run fast enough, his fate would have mirrored that of his companion. Hearing the alarm, Su Ke felt a sinking sensation. What is happening? He inquired urgently. Something has happened to Boss Zhang. The thug stammered, unable to provide clarity. He simply relayed that Zhang He was in trouble. Upon hearing this, Su Ke quickly instructed the thugs still transporting supplies before rushing out of Base 2. Encountering zombies along the way was the least of his concerns. Furthermore, these creatures seemed to shy away from him, intimidated by the aura he exuded. The battle in the equipment room raged on, fueled by Zhang He's relentless grip on the green-headed iron-boned zombie, which seethed with rage. It had intended to invite him to partake in a feast. Yet this man sought its life. Traitor, you shall perish. The fury of the green-headed zombie transformed into formidable strength as it delivered a punch directly to Zhang He's chest. Were it a mere D-class iron-skinned zombie, Zhang He would have remained unperturbed. However, this creature was anything but ordinary, as its power had evidently transcended that of a C-class. With a resounding thud, two of Zhang He's ribs fractured, yet the assault did not cease there. The green-headed iron-skinned zombie, its expression twisted with malice, unleashed 2 or 3 more blows upon Zhang He's chest. The muffled sounds resonated against Zhang He's torso, visibly caving in a portion of his chest. Had Zhang He not been an aberrant, he would likely have succumbed to the brutal onslaught of the green-headed iron-skinned zombie. Only death awaits a traitor. I shall rend you limb from limb and ensure all zombies witness the fate of betrayers. The green-headed iron-skinned zombie sneered, exerting its strength to break free from Zhang He's grasp. In that moment, Zhang He found himself in a most desperate state, lifting his head slightly to gaze at the green-headed zombie before gradually closing his eyes. "Ha, have you surrendered? Excellent. I shall begin with your entrails and let you witness how I consume you." The green-headed iron-skinned zombie reveled in its triumph, raising its right hand, prepared to execute Zhang He. Yet, just as it was about to deliver the fatal blow, an overwhelming psychic force locked onto the scene. How is this possible? The green-headed iron-skinned zombie gasped, turning abruptly to glance toward the entrance of the equipment chamber. In the next moment, Suke, clad in a black and white casual outfit, strode in. Upon entering, Suke's attention was entirely focused on Zhang He, disregarding the green-headed iron-skinned zombie. "I have done my best," Zhang He weakly communicated through brainwaves. "I shut. Yes, I am aware. This creature is unlike the others. It is an anomaly among zombies," Suke stated candidly. He possessed a profound understanding of this green-headed zombie and was taken aback to discover it hiding here in its early stages. In his previous life, a dreadfully fearsome event transpired in Spring City. A zombie, unafraid of the rules, rampaged unchecked, inciting terror in both human survivors and the zombie horde alike. Had it not been for the emergence of spirit zombies, Spring City would have likely become this creature's slaughterhouse. One question lingered in Suke's mind. Why had no one detected this creature's presence earlier? If it had been discovered sooner, it would not have reached such a terrifying level of power. Unbeknownst to Suke, the green-headed zombie had appeared a year after the apocalypse began, when 2 human scavengers infiltrated the military base. Upon their arrival, they encountered only a gaunt, green-headed zombie, initially perceived as an ordinary zombie. However, the moment they approached, they became prey to the green-headed iron-skinned zombie. From that day forth, a terrifying presence loomed over Spring City, casting a shadow of dread. "You are not a zombie. What species are you?" The green-headed iron-skinned zombie inquired, its expression contorted with rage. "Submit or perish. The choice is yours." Suke chose not to respond to the green-headed iron-skinned zombie's taunt, instead contemplating the idea of subjugating it. Given the creature's unique growth, it could undoubtedly become an unstoppable beast. Submit? You are merely courting death." The green-headed iron-skinned zombie mocked, its grin a grotesque mask of menace. Suke, however, was not surprised by its retort. A beast that even spirit zombies could not tame could not be easily dealt with by mere words. "Your flesh is quite delectable, bearing a hint of foulness. Once I slay you, I shall preserve you as pickled delicacies." With that, the green-headed iron-skinned zombie began to approach Suke, its arm twisting ominously. Suke, wary of the creature's current strength, refrained from confronting it head-on, yet recognized its singular vulnerability, its psyche. "Mind burn," Suke called out, unleashing 2 violet beams from his eyes, striking the advancing green-headed iron-skinned zombie with a psychic attack. The creature, poised to unleash havoc, was suddenly halted, sensing an imminent threat, only to find itself collapsing to the ground. A pained howl erupted from the green-headed iron-skinned zombie as it writhed, its tiny brain core racked with torment from the powerful psychic flames. Chapter 60. The mutant bird returns to its nest, observing the kneeling, tormented green-headed iron-skinned zombie. Suke intensified the mind burn, fully aware of this creature's capacity for resistance. After all, in his previous life, a spirit zombie had nearly perished at its hands. I surrender. I am willing to submit to you. The green-headed iron-skinned zombie cried out amidst its agony. Ignoring the creature's pleas for mercy, Suke approached Zhang He, supporting him as he asked, "How are you holding up? Can you still move? For ribs are broken. My calf has been snapped, and I suspect internal bleeding." Zhang He replied weakly. Suke nodded, lifting Zhang He and making his way outside, intending to let the green-headed iron-skinned zombie suffer a bit longer before returning to deal with it. Upon reaching the quarantine zone, all the small-time thugs were left astonished. To any rational observer, Zhang He should have been beyond saving. However, they noted that apart from his faint breathing, he exhibited no further signs of life. "You four shortly. Carry him out on a stretcher," Suke instructed the four small-time thugs, then produced a colorful cloth hammock seemingly out of thin air. The sight of the vibrant hammock left the small-time thugs bewildered. "Weren't we supposed to have a stretcher? How did it turn into a hammock?" Suke, noticing their confusion, explained, "Just attach a few iron rods together, and it becomes a stretcher." With this clarification, the small-time thugs quickly comprehended, but before they could search for the iron rods, a piercing eagle's cry echoed in the night sky. "This is bad. That creature has returned." Chilin, the strategist, warned urgently. Everyone present recognized that sound. They had witnessed the ferocity of the mutant bird firsthand. "Stay here. I will go check it out," Suke declared, drawing his double-edged weapon and sprinting toward the base's exterior. Just as he burst out, Chun, barefoot, followed closely behind. "This place is perilous. Why are you following me? Get back inside," Suke exclaimed. "You cannot defeat it alone. I have a plan to eliminate it, but I need your assistance," Chun explained hurriedly. "What is your plan?" Suke's tone softened considerably, his demeanor shifting from skepticism to cautious interest, realizing that conventional firearms would be ineffective against the mutant bird. "Under base 1. There are missile silos. If we can connect the power supply, I believe that thing can be destroyed," Chen articulated. Upon hearing of such a formidable weapon, Suke's composure faltered. Acquiring an RPG was already an impressive feat, yet here was a soldier claiming there were missiles. "Where's the power supply?" "I will find a way to connect it," Suke insisted. "Simply having a power system won't suffice. The launch silo requires a secondary password. I only possess a primary one, so I need you to escort me to base 1. I am confident we can obtain the secondary password there," Chen clarified. "Ugh, how troublesome. Then you shall accompany me," Suke grumbled, and together they plunged into the throng of zombies. With a fierce roar, Suke commanded the horde, and in an instant, the approaching zombies scattered like rabbits before a tiger, clearing a path for the two. After more than 10 minutes, Suke and Chen finally arrived outside base 1. Gazing at the foreboding, pitch-black structure, Suke hoisted Chun and leaped, landing deftly atop the second-floor railing. Chun was astonished. It was his first time being lifted and jumped such a height. With a resounding crash, Suke smashed through the heavy iron fence, sending shards of glass flying in all directions. "Tell me where the power system is, and you quickly search for the password," Suke instructed. "The power system is located on the second underground level. You need to ascend the left staircase to the first floor, and once there, proceed to the central spiral staircase to reach the underground level. If fortune favors you, you will arrive at the second underground level without incident. If not, you must devise your own means." Hearing the advisor Chen's words, Suke felt a twitch in the corner of his eye. This was clearly a path without return. "Forget it. There's no way to attract that behemoth now. I'll trust you this time," Suke declared, kicking open the door and rushing out. The zombies in base 1 were scarce, devoid of the terrifying green-headed variety. After Suke cleared the remaining zombies, he finally reached the first floor. The array of steel machinery before him left him utterly astonished. If these machines could be operational, he believed that even the extraterrestrial creatures from the early apocalypse would be annihilated by these truths. "Damn it, I'll deal with you later." Suke cast a glance at the colossal steel beast at the back, quickening his pace towards the central spiral staircase. At that moment, Advisor Chen remained oblivious to Suke's thoughts. Had he known, a cold sweat would surely have broken out. Password, Advisor Chen muttered incessantly. Yet his pace was remarkably swift. By the time he had rummaged through one office, he dashed towards another. Just as he was perusing a classified document, the secondary alarm within the base suddenly blared. Not good. Advisor Chen dropped the document and hurried to the window. Although his vision was somewhat obscured, he could faintly discern a massive silhouette standing at the entrance of Base 3. The mutated giant bird emitted a piercing cry, relentlessly pecking at the approaching zombies, which stood no chance against it. As the mutated bird bobbed its head, the encircling zombies gradually thinned out. Even those surrounding the machine guns dwindled in number. Bang! A tremendous crash echoed as a massive breach appeared in the first gate. "What do we do? It's coming in," a nervous thug exclaimed. "Shut up. Now is not the time for fear. Listen to me. Everyone raise your weapons towards the gate," the middle-aged man commanded sternly. Upon hearing his authoritative shout, the thugs, lacking any better judgment, aimed their rifles at the first gate. Bang! As the violent impact resounded, their hearts raced. Boom! With the gate succumbing to the assault, the middle-aged man shouted, "Fire!" The bullets rained down like a torrential downpour, yet to everyone's astonishment, the giant bird did not charge directly inside. "Be careful," the middle-aged man warned. Although his caution was timely, it came too late. The sound of shattering glass followed by a heavy thud signaled the arrival of a colossal creature before them. Caw! The enormous cry of the eagle resonated within Base 3, followed by a gust of fierce wind. The thugs nearest to the mutated bird were swept away by the sheer force. The ground around the mutated bird descended into chaos. As the thugs, flailing in the air, screamed in panic, their rifles scattered everywhere. Some attempted to catch their companions, only to find themselves tumbling to the ground together. "I'll fight you. Return my wife and children." Though the middle-aged man was also pushed back by the wind, his reaction was the quickest. He picked up a fallen rifle and aimed at the mutated bird. As gunfire erupted, bullets stormed towards the mutated bird, yet none could pierce its feathers. In his frenzy, the middle-aged man shot relentlessly, his earlier words drowned out by the chaos of the scene. Observing the man advancing towards the bird, some of the more alert thugs hastily retrieved their weapons to join the fray, unaware that this very action would hasten their demise. The gunfire intensified, and some thugs wore expressions of triumph, only to regret it the next moment. Caw! An enraged screech came from the mutated bird, its mighty wings unfurling as it lunged forward, directly into the path of two thugs. In an instant, its beak opened wide, delivering a crushing peck to one of them. The piercing shriek drowned out the gunfire. The thug who had just been swallowed was left in shock, while another continued to shoot in disbelief. As the bird seemed impervious to bullets, "Run and hide." At that moment, a weak voice from Zhang He reached the thugs. However, as they prepared to scatter, the mutated bird once again spread its wings, creating a whirlwind as it lunged at them. The middle-aged man, taking cover behind an iron door, swiftly reloaded his rifle and shouted, "Get out of here. I'll hold them off." As his voice rang out, gunfire erupted once more. The horrific images of his loved one's demise pushed the middle-aged man to the brink of madness. Even if he could not kill the mutated bird, he was determined to inflict some damage. What he did not realize was that such ordinary firearms were utterly ineffective, unable to even penetrate the bird's feathers. The bird turned its gaze, wings flapping gently, and with a powerful thrust of its claws, it took to the skies. In the next instant, its target was the middle-aged man. Caw! The bird's cry accompanied its massive beak as it lunged at him. Seeing the monstrous beak approach, the middle-aged man tossed aside his rifle and rolled to evade the fatal strike. "Now!" shouted a thug who was assisting Zhang He in their escape. The middle-aged man did not look back, but he vaguely heard something fall nearby. Caw! The mutated bird let out an enraged cry, tilting its head to peck at the middle-aged man once more. As the beak came at him again, he gritted his teeth and executed a move he had never dared to attempt before. Although the backward roll allowed him to evade the lethal blow, the sound of bones cracking echoed in his ears. Enraged, the mutated bird flapped its wings violently, sending the man crashing against the wall behind him. Bang! The already injured middle-aged man lost consciousness from the brutal impact. "This is bad," Zhang He gasped, utterly shocked. He had never anticipated that the middle-aged man would faint at such a critical moment. The two thugs carrying him were oblivious, but they would soon learn the grim reality. The mutated bird, noticing its prey motionless, let out an eagle cry and leaped forward, preparing to seize the unconscious man. For such a target, the mutated bird found it immensely tempting to savor, though it lamented the size of its prey. Otherwise, it would have savored the flesh slowly. Just as the enormous bird prepared to grasp the middle-aged man, a furious roar erupted, followed by a swift figure darting out from the mechanical chamber. The green-headed iron-bone zombie, clutching its head, charged towards the mutated bird, driven to madness by the cacophony of the bird's cries. Initially, it had only succumbed to Su-Kei's mental fervor, but the incessant cawing of the bird had pushed it to the brink of insanity. Roar! The green-headed zombie let out a chilling cry, swiftly closing in beneath the mutated bird's claws. As the mutated giant bird raised its left claw to strike, the blue-headed iron-boned zombie evaded its attack and then clutched the bird's claw tightly. "Food, my delicacy," the blue-headed zombie exclaimed, sinking its teeth into the bird's leg. Despite the dense and thick feathers of the mutated bird, a few feathers were forcibly yanked out under the zombie's bite. This caused the giant bird pain. Letting out a shriek, and it abandoned its fainted prey to peck at the blue-headed zombie. As the giant bird leaned down to attack, the zombie slid down its body, grabbing a feather and swinging like a pendulum to avoid the beak's assault. Just as the blue-headed zombie intended to bite the bird's thigh again, the bird's beak struck with great force. This time, the blue-headed zombie was not so fortunate. The enormous beak seized one of its arms and yanked it upwards, sending the zombie flying. In mid-air, the blue-headed zombie felt its balance falter, followed by a sensation of darkness, and then the sound of bones snapping. The group of hidden miscreants was left dumbfounded, witnessing for the first time how the mutated bird consumed its prey. Yet, moments later, they sensed something was amiss. As the giant bird seemed to struggle, with a piercing cry, the bird flapped its wings vigorously, elongating its neck and head downwards. A gruesome mass of flesh was expelled from its beak. "Food! Food!" The blue-headed zombie writhed in agony, yet continued to gnaw on a large chunk of flesh. Enraged, the mutated giant bird's right claw descended violently upon the zombie. With a resounding crash, the blue-headed zombie was reduced to a puddle of flesh. The giant bird emitted a victorious cry, lowering its head to seize the remnants of the zombie's body and tearing it apart effortlessly. Witnessing the giant bird devouring the remains of the iron-boned zombie, Zhang He realized the impending danger. The next prey of this colossal bird would be them. Chapter 62. Su-Kei's choice. As the blue-headed zombie's body was consumed in pieces, the giant bird's gaze slowly turned towards the hidden miscreants. With a triumphant cry, the giant bird began to move to the left. "Wake up," Zhang He whispered to the middle-aged man he was dragging. "Forget him, we need to run deeper." One of the miscreants urged anxiously. "No, we cannot abandon him. If it weren't for him buying us time, many more would have died," Zhang He insisted, pressing on the man's acupoint with his injured hands. Unfortunately, his weakened state rendered him incapable of exerting any real strength. "You two lift him up. I can walk on my own," Zhang He said weakly. The two miscreants exchanged glances, gritted their teeth, and one hoisted Zhang He while the other carried the middle-aged man, retreating deeper into hiding. Meanwhile, at base 3, a dozen miscreants held their breath in fear, unaware of the true horror of the crisis they faced. Yet, they continued to place their faith in Su-Kei, as all their hopes rested on this formidable figure. Simultaneously, at base 1, Su-Kei reached the third underground level. After a meticulous inspection, he found the power port utterly damaged, and unless a backup port was located, nothing could be salvaged. "Damn it, without a backup port. These are just piles of scrap metal," Su-Kei cursed, regretting having agreed to come down. Just as he planned to return, a crackling sound of electricity emitted from the overhead speaker. The static buzz resembled a certain audio frequency, prompting Su-Kei to approach the speaker and dismantle the box on top. Upon removing several useless resistors, the speaker finally crackled to life. "This is the Pingqing Surveillance Outpost. Spring City Base 1, please respond." As the repetitive message echoed, Su-Kei internally scoffed, questioning the timing of their request for aid. Ignoring the call for help, he returned to the second level. Although he felt an urgent need to find the advisor Chun, he understood that to confront the giant bird, he would require the advisor's assistance. No, it can't be." Advisor Chen frantically searched for the password. He had been there before and was certain the secondary password was located within, yet it eluded him. As he rummaged through the last drawer, a rusty iron box in the dim corner caught his eye. He was certain he had never seen this item before. Just as Advisor Chun intended to examine the iron box, Su-Kei kicked the door open. "The power port below is damaged. Those machines cannot be activated," Su-Kei stated bluntly. "The port is removable. There are spare parts on the second level. Please help me open this iron box." Advisor Chen pointed towards the corner. "There's no time. The giant bird has already started killing," Su-Kei insisted, attempting to pull Advisor Chen away. Despite his indifference towards the fate of the miscreants, he knew Zhang He was still inside, Losing this warrior's support could jeopardize his entire plan. Trust me, the password is definitely in there, Advisor Chen pleaded, breaking free from Su-Kei's grasp. Seeing the desperation on Advisor Chen's face, Su-Kei gritted his teeth, and with a swift flick of his wrist, a black blade shot forth. With a resounding clang, the heavy, sharp blade sliced through the iron box, sending a flurry of papers swirling into the air. The password. Advisor Chen gasped in astonishment, never expecting all the passwords would be contained within this iron box. Unbeknownst to him, if not for the apocalypse, all these documents would have been submitted, as the base replaced its passwords annually. Now you go to the second underground level. As long as you connect to the power port, we can eliminate that monstrous bird, Advisor Chen urged, already moving toward the iron box. Watching Advisor Chen collect a pile of password documents, Su-Kei shook his head and swiftly exited Base 1. He could not afford to gamble. He would not sacrifice the future plan for a mere glimmer of hope, as these documents could not compare to Zhang He's individual prowess. Though advanced thermal weapons were formidable in the early apocalypse, they paled in comparison to a warrior capable of atomic destruction. At Base 3, the mutated giant birds searched for the hidden miscreants. Although they hid well, their scent was unmistakable to the bird, with the sound of anguished cries echoing. Those who remained undetected were paralyzed with fear, realizing that in this deadly game, being found meant only one fate awaited them. "It's over, we're all going to die here," muttered the miscreant carrying Zhang He, panic-stricken. Another miscreant, on the verge of collapse, regretted joining the expedition, feeling that the glory was unattainable and death was imminent. Just as despair threatened to overtake him, Zhang He shouted, "He's back." With those words, a shadow rushed into Base 3. Su-Kei, wielding the black blade, charged towards the mutated giant bird. Although he could not defeat the monstrous creature, rescuing Zhang He from its grasp would be a straightforward endeavor. The whistling blade soared from Su-Kei's hand, aimed directly at the giant bird still hunting for its prey. With a solid impact, the blade struck the giant bird, causing it to cry out in pain. "Hey beast, I'm right here," Su-Kei called out to the distant giant bird. The colossal bird emitted a piercing cry akin to that of an eagle, forcefully propelling itself forward with its powerful talons, charging directly at Su-Quebec. Although Base 3 was expansive, it still constrained the giant bird's agile flight. Just as the creature was about to strike Su-Kei, he executed a swift sliding maneuver. Narrowly evading its lethal claws, the bird landed, pivoted, and leapt once more towards Su-Quebec. Well aware of the bird's nimble assault tactics, he swiftly hurled his right-hand blade at the creature's body. With a resounding thud, the giant bird was knocked to the ground. Yet this minor injury did little to diminish its ferocity. Instead, it ignited its fierce fighting spirit. Ignoring the bird's intentions, Su-Kei quickly moved, retrieving the blade that had struck the giant bird, and sprinted deeper into the second floor. Upon witnessing its prey attempting to flee, the giant bird screeched, flapping its wings vigorously, and instantly took to the air. Su-Kei, having a profound understanding of such mutated creatures, awaited the bird's descent. As the giant bird swooped down, he pivoted and hurled his blade with force. The clash of claws against the blade echoed, and though he did not bring the bird down, he successfully interrupted its dive. Su-Kei dashed forward, grasped the nearby railing, and vaulted over it, landing on the second floor. "Come and catch me," Su-Kei taunted the mutated giant bird as he sprinted deeper into the second floor. The creature, perplexed by his provocation, was enraged by its prey's escape. A sharp cry rang out as the giant bird ascended the stairs, its large frame struggling to maneuver in the narrow corridor, yet it persistently sought its quarry. Just as Su-Kei approached the staircase leading to the third floor, Zhang He and a few others had taken refuge in a small corner. "Stay hidden. I'll lead it to the third floor," Su-Kei shouted back, then darted towards the stairs. Although he had no immediate plan to confront the beast, he knew that using the terrain to trap the giant bird would be relatively simple. As the creature rounded the corner of the corridor, Su-Kei's voice suddenly resonated, causing its fury to peak. With the mutated giant bird now on the third floor, Su-Kei stood at the monitoring room's entrance, loudly declaring, "Run, everyone. Evacuate Base 3 immediately." His voice resonated like a powerful loudspeaker, and those hiding on the first floor, along with Zhang He and his companions on the second, quickly comprehended the urgency. The giant bird screeched angrily, perceiving Su-Kei's shout as a challenge. Just then, Su-Kei kicked open the iron door of the monitoring room, startling the female soldier inside. "Get near the window," I'll help you jump down, he instructed without glancing back. Suddenly, a massive black and white blade materialized in his hands. This weapon was considerably larger than the two blades he had previously wielded, its sharpness surpassing both. The sight left the female soldier in shock. Although she had encountered the giant bird before, she had never seen such a weapon. Likewise, the mutated giant bird was taken aback by the formidable blade in Su-Kei's hands. Despite having been struck by a similar object earlier, this one was far more imposing. Su-Kei squinted, instantly recognizing the creature's apprehension. With another sharp cry, the giant bird charged. Die! Su-Kei shouted, mustering all his strength to slightly raise the enormous blade and launch it. The confined corridor restricted the bird's movements, but afforded the massive blade ample room to strike. The blade whistled through the air like a wheel, cleaving towards the mutated bird. With a heavy impact, the blade struck the bird's chest. While it did not slay the creature, it inflicted significant damage. As the blade flew forth, Su-Kei surged into the monitoring room, grasped the female soldier's arm, and leaped through the lone small window. The soldier, still in shock, could hardly comprehend how she had descended. After all, they had jumped from a height of over 20 meters and yet emerged unscathed. Quickly, Su-Kei's voice, though unassuming, roused the soldier from her daze. Oh, she exclaimed, hastily following Su-Kei's lead. Meanwhile, Zhang He and the others were already en route to Base 2, efficiently dispatching any zombies they encountered along the way. Upon reaching Base 2, the sound of machinery in motion resonated from outside. Su-Kei turned to see a massive contraption that startled him. Where's that creature? Asked Advisor Chun. Seated in the armored mech. I've trapped it inside Base 3, Su-Kei promptly replied. All right, leave the rest to me, Advisor Chun declared, maneuvering the mech towards Base 3. Though Su-Kei had seen this behemoth in the underground second level, he had never imagined it would truly be operational. As the mech departed, Su-Kei issued a brief command to the remaining personnel before rushing out. Eager to witness whether this mighty machine could indeed triumph over the mutated giant bird. At that moment, the creature found itself ensnared in the corridor. Unable to enter the monitoring room ahead, and with no space to turn around, it could only retreat step by step. The armored mech halted at the entrance of Base 3, where Su-Kei sat in the co-pilot's seat, examining the control panel with intrigue. For him, this was a novel experience, one he had never encountered even in his previous life. The red button on your left activates the machine gun. The joystick is on your right. The blue button above is for the rocket's fire control lock, and the adjacent red button is for firing. You have 3 rockets. Lock on before launching, Advisor Chen explained. Understood, Su-Kei nodded in acknowledgement. Despite being a novice with such machinery, the expert guidance allowed him to grasp the operation swiftly. A sharp eagle cry echoed from the second floor, followed by the sound of shattering glass, heightening the caution of both Advisor Chun and Su-Quebec. Just as Chun intended to instruct the mech to back up a few paces, a colossal shadow burst through the broken window. Open fire. At Chun's command, Su-Kei pressed the machine gun's firing button. The rapid-fire bullets erupted like a torrential storm. Su-Kei gripped the joystick, aiming at the mutated giant bird. The overwhelming barrage struck the creature, forcing it to stagger back. Yet, even under such ferocious fire, it failed to breach the giant bird's defenses. Su-Kei was astounded by its resilience. Although the machine gun was powerful, it was merely comparable to his black blade. An alarm sounded, signaling a fire control alert. Su-Kei pressed the red switch atop his head. In an instant, a rocket was launched. As he watched the projectile soar, Advisor Chen's face lit up with excitement. But the ensuing explosion left him utterly astounded. With a colossal blast, flames erupted skyward as the mutated giant bird spread its wings, emitting a sharp cry of fury. The creature was enraged, for the recent rocket had rendered its right wing incapacitated. How is this possible? Chen exclaimed in disbelief, unable to fathom the monster's formidable defenses. It's not impossible. After all, this creature is classified as a B-grade organism, Su-Kei asserted, just as another rocket took flight. While this missile might not claim the creature's life, Su-Kei had discerned a critical vulnerability. The explosion from the rocket propelled a mutated giant bird backwards, scorching its feathers and wings. Let us see how formidable you really are, Su-Kei sneered, a vicious grin spreading across his face as he decisively pressed the red button once more. Whoosh! With the launch of the final rocket, Su-Kei swiftly leaped out of the cockpit. Before Chun, the advisor, could articulate his thoughts, the deafening roar of the explosion silenced him. Wait for me, Su-Kei called back, racing towards the mutated giant bird. Chapter 64. The demise of the mutated giant bird at that moment. Though the mutated giant bird had not sustained any fatal injury, the myriad of small burns across its body inflicted considerable pain. Suke approached the downed creature, prepared to deliver the final blow, when a sharp screech pierced the air. The mutated giant bird lifted its head and lunged at Suke with ferocity. Reacting swiftly, Suke propelled himself backward, narrowly evading the lethal strike, as if he were an arrow released from its bow. Having missed its attack, the giant bird quickly regained its footing, intent on attacking Suke once more. Observing its remaining vigor, Suke refrained from engaging directly, as his feet touched the ground. He sprinted towards the armored mech. Just as the mutated giant bird was closing in on him, Shin activated the mech's arm and delivered a punch towards the creature. Bang! The mechanical arm struck, causing the giant bird to merely sway, before it retaliated against the mech. The impact of ordinary steel was ineffective against the mutated giant bird. It was far less fierce than the cannon fire. Shoot it! Suke shouted from beneath the mech. The main controls are unresponsive. Hurry and assist me. Shin replied anxiously. Frustrated yet lacking alternatives, Suke jumped into the co-pilot's seat, grasped the joystick, and began firing the cannon. With a relentless barrage, the cannon unleashed a flurry of rounds, forcing the mutated giant bird to retract its form. Lacking feathers for defense, it only had its skin to withstand the onslaught. The large caliber bullets rained down upon it, yet none penetrated the tough hide. You take over. I will breach its defenses, Suke urged, gripping Chun's shoulder. Then who will operate the mech? Chun inquired hastily. Suke swung open the hatch and replied, You focus on suppressing its fire. If we do not breach its defenses, this machine will be nothing more than scrap metal. While Chun understood the gravity of Suke's words, anxiety gripped him at the thought of failure. What if they had to retreat? Unbeknownst to Chun, retreat was not an option. Today, they were here to eliminate this formidable creature. The cannon's firepower was imposing, allowing Suke to draw closer to the giant bird once more. The creature, now aware of Suke's approach, hesitated to spread its wings and attack. As Suke closed in to within 10 meters, he finally comprehended why the giant bird was unafraid of rockets. Ah, I see. Our structures are quite similar. At that moment, he observed a dense layer of transparent scales enveloping the giant bird's wings. Most of the bullet's force was absorbed by these scales, and although some began to shed, it was only a minor fraction. If the current barrage continued, it was likely they would exhaust their ammunition without breaching its defenses. The mutated giant bird emitted a menacing cry, as if to warn Suke that it would devour him should he dare to approach. Humph, let me send you on your way. Suke scoffed, conjuring a massive blade that appeared in his hands. Chun, seated in the co-pilot's seat, was taken aback. Although he hadn't released the button, his expression was one of shock. Suke hefted the blade, executing a swift rotation before launching it at the mutated giant bird. Having experienced the might of the colossal blade before, the giant bird attempted to take flight to escape, but the barrage of bullets forced it back to the ground. Crash! The impact sent the giant bird sprawling, its left wing mangled, blood gushing forth. Don't stop. Keep firing. Suke commanded Chun, now comprehending the situation. Chun pressed the red button and maneuvered the joystick to aim at the giant bird. As the cannon fired a second volley, the mutated giant bird screeched in agony. Its right wing was reduced to a sieve, exposing its stark white bones in a gruesome display. With a chilling cry, the giant bird lunged towards Suke, intent on taking him down with it. Sensing the impending danger, Suke turned and fled. Had he not remained vigilant, he would have surely been dragged down by the beast. With the giant bird's defenses compromised, Shin's cannon fire became increasingly rhythmic. Every movement the creature made prompted him to accelerate his shooting, cornered and relying solely on its left wing for defense. Suke seized the opportunity to pick up the massive blade from the ground, just as he prepared to cleave through the creature's last line of defense. The mech's cannon fell silent. We're out of ammo, Shin called out, peering ahead. Suke's eyes widened in disbelief. He could scarcely imagine that their most critical moment would arrive without ammunition in the mech. The now unrestrained mutated giant bird screeched, charging at Suke, who, sensing the crisis, did not look back. Drawing upon years of experience from the apocalypse, he bent backward and swung the massive blade with force. Bang! The colossal blade struck the giant bird's talon, causing it to lose its balance. Seizing the moment, Suke lunged forward, grasping the blade once more and delivering another devastating blow. Chen had never witnessed such a bloody scene, yet he found himself smiling at Su Kei's relentless onslaught. "Let me take over," Chen exclaimed, leaping into the main cockpit to control the mechanical arm and wield Su Kei's massive blade. As the mechanical arm lifted the blade, Su Kei breathed a sigh of relief. The chilling metallic gleam reflected ominously in the blood moonlight. Thwack! The massive blade smashed down upon the bird's head, blood erupting from its beak. "Keep going," Su Kei shouted to Chen. Without hesitation, Chen gripped the joystick and sharply yanked it, raising the gigantic blade once again. Gazing at the wounded giant bird, Su Kei felt no mercy. For him, consuming this mutated creature would ensure his promotion to B rank. When that time came, not even a corpse king could withstand his might. Thwack! With another strike to the bird's head, the giant bird finally succumbed, its body slackening. Su Kei dashed to the fallen creature, pressing his hand against its form. With a gentle tug, the mutated giant bird vanished from the open ground. Though Chen could not comprehend Su Kei's methods, his respect for Su Kei had grown immensely. After Su Kei retracted the massive blade, Chen leaned forward and asked, "What now?" "You return to base 2. I need to retrieve the weapons we lost," Su Kei replied, striding toward base 3. Chapter 65. Deceiving the strategist for supplies. Half an hour later, Su Kei returned to base 2. The atmosphere was somber. This venture had indeed been a dance on the precipice of death. Observing the despondent expressions of the small-time thugs, Su Kei refrained from uttering any comforting words. Such was the nature of the apocalypse. Only through experience could they truly grow. What of the giant bird? The middle-aged man awoke, the first thought occupying his mind being the fate of the mutated bird. The creature's survival was of utmost concern to him. "I killed it," Su Kei stated nonchalantly. At this revelation, astonishment spread across the faces of those present. They questioned whether their ears had deceived them. Just as a young thug sought clarification, a mechanical roar echoed from outside base 2, followed by the emergence of a heavily armed mech before their eyes. The sight of the colossal steel machine left everyone in disbelief, as such a spectacle was only ever witnessed in science fiction films. And this was their first encounter with it in reality. "Goodness, may I see the corpse of that bird?" the middle-aged man inquired, tilting his head towards Su Quebec. Despite his shock at the mech's appearance, he was eager to confirm the earlier news. Su Kei glanced at the man, instantly comprehending his intentions. Without hesitation, he waved his right hand, and the corpse of the mutated bird materialized before them. Upon seeing the body of the monstrous avian, the middle-aged man furiously drew a dagger and began stabbing at it. Witnessing his outburst, several young thugs brandished their weapons, attempting to attack the bird's carcass as well. But their feeble efforts proved futile against its tough hide, forcing them to aim for exposed flesh. Su Kei shook his head, dismissing their frenzy, and instead walked outside. "One of the weapons below base 1 is inoperable. Apart from this mech, there is another that functions properly. I hope you can assist me in contacting my superiors," said Officer Chun as he dismounted the mech. Su Kei responded bluntly, "How many humans do you believe still exist? Your so-called superiors have transformed into monsters. If you wish to turn these items over, I won't stop you, but I must warn you, before you even leave Spring City, you will have become fodder for zombies." Before Officer Chun could continue, Su Kei interrupted, "That is merely the sentry repeating its broadcasts. If you doubt it, I can have Zhang He accompany you in 4 days." Hearing this, a flicker of hope vanished from Officer Chen's heart. He did not doubt Su Kei's words. After days of life-and-death crises, he was well aware of the world outside. "I will not meddle with what lies beneath base 1. When you have come to a decision, provide me with your answer, but I must take the supplies here," Su Kei declared. Officer Chen remained silent, casting a glance at the amassed military supplies. Su Kei understood the implications of Chun's tacit agreement, yet he chose not to elaborate, preferring to let the truth dawn upon him in due course. "Very well. Direct your anger towards the zombies," Su Kei said, turning to the middle-aged man and the others. As he spoke, he returned to the giant bird's corpse, placing his right hand upon it and giving a gentle tug, causing the body to vanish once more. In that instant, the middle-aged man fell to his knees. "Oh, Great One, I am willing to serve you. Please accept me." Witnessing the man's actions, several young thugs knelt as well, having been genuinely awed by Su Kei's power. "Rise. You have always belonged to me," Su Kei uttered coolly. The young thugs rejoiced at being acknowledged by their deity, but just as they intended to stand, the middle-aged man's next words left them stunned. "No, I wish to become like him. He pointed at the slumbering Zhang He. Suke regarded the man's pleading gaze, a sinister smile creeping onto his lips. As long as you continually strengthen yourself and pledge your allegiance to me, I shall grant you even greater power, Suke proclaimed. Thank you, great deity. I am prepared to do anything for you, the middle-aged man worshipped. Observing this, the nearby thugs quickly followed suit in their adulation. Although they could not comprehend the nature of the strength Suke spoke of, the prospect of gaining power was already a significant boon. Are you truly a deity? Officer Chen approached Suke with a question. How dare you question the divine? Such insolence is an affront to the gods, the middle-aged man retorted, rising to his feet. Just as he was about to say more, Suke raised a hand to interrupt. If I were not a deity, do you believe there would be any hope left in this world? Upon hearing this, Officer Chen fell silent, having previously doubted Suke's identity, but now recognizing the weight of his power. I will safeguard the weapons within Base 1 for you, whenever you require them. I shall return them, Suke assured him as he patted Chen's shoulder. Do you not wish to possess them? Chen inquired. You have witnessed the might of that giant bird. Do you think those weapons can vanquish the even more formidable monsters outside? Suke countered. Though Chen refrained from responding directly to Suke's persuasion, he sensed something was amiss. Observing Chen's silence, Suke felt a surge of elation. He had anticipated acquiring only a few ordinary arms, but had instead secured an entire cache of advanced weaponry. Come with me. Remaining here leads only to death, Suke stated, striding towards the armed mech. Just as Chen was about to refuse Suke's invitation, the enormous mech vanished before his eyes. The energy consumption of that machine will prevent your escape from this city. Follow me, and I shall provide you with the best assistance, Suke urged. Turning to face Chen. Witnessing his vehicle being confiscated, Chen forced a smile, gradually grasping the deity's intentions. Suke, noticing Chen's defeated expression, allowed a smile to surface on his lips. Despite his domineering nature, he was still reasonable, after all, as he intended to fulfill the role of a god aptly. Arriving at the stacked military supplies, Suke waved his hand, causing a layer of supplies to vanish in an instant, followed by subsequent layers disappearing before the astonished onlookers. Once Suke had secured all the materials into his spatial storage, dawn began to break. You will take turns resting and look after him, Suke instructed, gesturing towards the unconscious Zhang He, as he laid a bounty of food before them. I shall accompany Officer Chen to Base 1. Should any zombies wander in, eliminate them, Suke advised before departing with Chen towards the base's exit. The young thugs, fully aware that their survival thus far was due to this deity's protection, complied without question. Chapter 66. The Created Corpse Queen. Approximately an hour later, Suke emerged from Base 1, a smile adorning his lips, in stark contrast to the grim expression on Officer Chen's face. What a remarkable day, Suke internally rejoiced. Initially, upon entering the underground facility, he had not scrutinized the massive machines closely, but now, with the dangers resolved, he finally had the opportunity to appreciate the marvels that had previously eluded him. To his astonishment, what he discovered was nearly enough to make him lose his composure. Guided missiles, the Express, 27, and an array of other weaponry lay in that subterranean chamber, albeit all rendered inoperative. Had they been functional, Suke would have been the first to test their formidable capabilities. As for the systems, he had heard of them but lacked the knowledge to repair them. However, that was of little consequence, as long as the smaller missiles were operational. The base would possess the means to annihilate any approaching hordes. Upon returning to Base 2, Zhang He had regained consciousness, yet his injuries rendered him incapable of combat. He would require several days of rest to recuperate, and Suke was uncertain when he would fully recover. Given that the physiology of an aberrant being differed from that of humans and zombies alike. Before Zhang he could utter a word, Suke interrupted him with a dismissive wave, stating, "You need not concern yourself with anything else. Focus on your recovery. Once you are well, I shall assign you a formidable task." Uncertain of what this task might entail, Zhang He nodded and closed his eyes once more. "You four, carry him back to the air raid shelter," Suke commanded, gesturing towards a quartet of ruffians. Upon realizing it was a divine mandate, their faces brightened instantly, the prior panic and fear dissipating. After all, being favored by the divine signified their newfound significance before the deity. Suke, however, was indifferent to the ruffians' thoughts, for his singular focus lay on hastening their return to the Shishan base to augment their strength, before embarking on the mission to eliminate the Corpse King, Chow Yunhai. Meanwhile, in the Chongqing Bomao building, Chow Yunhai remained oblivious to the happenings at Tiger Mountain. He was presently indulging in his gruesome feast. Just as he began to feel satiated, two brainless zombies entered, carrying a bound girl who was struggling desperately. The sight of the terrified girl reignited hunger in Chow Yunhai's eyes and obliterated his previous fullness. "We found this one in the sewer of the power plant. We suspect there may be a human refuge nearby," one of the brainless zombies reported. "Oh, they have taken refuge in the sewers? It seems these rats are quite adept at hiding," Chow Yunhai remarked with a mocking expression, delicately stroking the quaking girl with his fingers. Before the zombie could finish its thought about sending out a search party, Chow Yunhai waved his hand to halt it, saying, "No rush. Let us first uncover the rats before the grand feast arrives at our doorstep." Fully aware of human behavior, Chow Yunhai had entrusted his zombies with the majority of edible resources. He believed that by allowing the rats to go hungry, they would inevitably present themselves. Indeed, Chow Yunhai's assessment was astute, for the humans in hiding had begun to experience desperation, with some locales already witnessing horrifying scenes. Unknown to Chow Yunhai, his calculated plans were soon to be thwarted by Su Quebec. With a sudden motion, Chow Yunhai's right hand sliced through the air, and a crimson stream burst forth. The girl, her mouth gagged, gazed in terror and agony at her own entrails, never imagining she would meet her end in such a manner. As Chow Yunhai licked the blood that splattered at the corners of his mouth, a bloodthirsty glint shone in his eyes as he sank his teeth into the girl's neck. The struggling girl gradually succumbed to unconsciousness, a tear stained with blood escaping her eye. Her death was merely the beginning. Half an hour later, Chow Yunhai released his bloody meal, gazing upon his creation with a twisted sense of satisfaction. A hoarse, guttural sound emerged from the girl's throat. Though her insides had been largely extracted, she survived in a different form. What exquisite artistry! "From this day forth, you shall be my queen," Chow Yunhai proclaimed with a grotesque grin, bursting into maniacal laughter. "The might of my king, and all shall bow before it," two brainless zombies dutifully remarked. "Go, bring her some food. I wish to hasten her return to consciousness," Chow Yunhai commanded. "Yes, my lord," they replied, bowing respectfully. Gently caressing the girl who had transformed into a zombie, Chow Yunhai inhaled the lingering scent of her essence. "I shall make you the wife of the world's first corpse king," he whispered into her ear. As dawn broke, when Su Ke and his companions returned to the air raid shelter at Tiger Mountain, they were taken aback by the sight of numerous zombie corpses scattered below. Upon inquiry, Su Ke learned that these zombies had not been slain by Lu Yutong and her group, but rather had fallen victim to some kind of animal attack. Contemplating the revelation, Su Ke made his way to the mountainess in trance, for he was wary. Mutated animals posed an even greater threat than zombies at this juncture. As he approached to inspect two of the zombie bodies, he noticed one of the zombies' fingers twitching slightly, followed by a rustling sound emanating from within its corpse. Su Ke furrowed his brow, for the sound was eerily familiar, yet he could not place it. Suddenly, a faint tearing noise erupted from the zombie's back, and a black, fanged insect began to emerge. Black gold ant. Su Ke's eyes widened in alarm, instinctively taking a step back. The emergence of this creature shattered his illusions, as its presence was far too premature. How can this be? These entities from beyond should not arrive for another 6 months. As the black gold ant turned its mandibles toward him, Su Ke crushed it beneath his foot. A sharp crack echoed, accompanied by a trickle of green liquid. This event immediately drew his thoughts back to the Shishan base. Although he was unaware of how these foreign creatures had infiltrated Blue Star ahead of schedule, he understood the necessity of fortifying defenses. The black gold ant's unexpected appearance served as a stark warning. All matters must be anticipated, including the growth of Zhang He and the others. Before Zhang He could voice his concerns, Su Ke interrupted, instructing Lu Yutong to gather everyone and prepare for immediate departure to the Shishan base. "Chun, take the remaining individuals and incinerate this place." "Why must we burn it?" Chun questioned, perplexed. "If there are any survivors, they could still find shelter here. If you wish to prevent further casualties, heed my words. Once we are on the vehicle, I shall reveal the truth," Su Ke replied, stepping out of the air raid shelter. Zhang He, understanding Su Ke's authority, raised no objections. "Shall we proceed?" Lu Yutong inquired of Zhang He. He simply nodded in confirmation. 30 minutes later, all survivors had boarded the cargo truck. As Su Ke gazed at the towering flames engulfing the air raid shelter, his brow furrowed, while uncertain of the righteousness of his decision. He recognized that it would serve as a cautionary tale for those who followed. The emergence of the black gold ant had irrevocably altered his expectations. As the truck began to roll away, Suke commenced his explanation regarding his decision and discoveries. When he spoke of the foreign entities, Chun and the others fell into stunned silence, the cramped cabin enveloped in an air of disbelief. Lu Yutong and her companions exchanged glances, uncertain of the veracity of Suke's claims yet reluctant to dismiss his words, knowing he had no reason to deceive them. If we burn the area, won't the black gold ants simply move elsewhere? Lu Yutong posed a pivotal question. By incinerating the vicinity, I will ensure that survivors recognize it as abandoned and fraught with peril. Only such a warning will deter them from seeking refuge there. Should anyone still be foolish enough to take shelter within, they will have no one to blame but themselves, Suke elucidated. Why not simply post a warning sign? Chunyin inquired. Suke shook his head, offering no reply. As Zhang He interjected, such a sign might deter children, but for adults, it holds no weight, much like hanging a beware of dog sign at the entrance of an orchard before the apocalypse. Upon hearing Zhang He's explanation, Chunyin finally comprehended the rationale. What are your next plans? Song Yu queried, concern etched on her face. Zhang He did not respond to Song, but cast a glance at Suke in the driver's seat. With that simple glance, everyone understood that the authority lay solely with Su Quebec. I wish for you to travel to Bin City and establish a large base for humanity. What are your thoughts? Suke abruptly inquired of Zhang He. Zhang He appeared bewildered, unsure of the implications behind Suke's words. Others were equally perplexed. Although they were unaware of Suke's reasoning for sending Zhang He to Bin City, the dangers outside loomed large, raising concerns about potential crises. In half a month, I aim to cultivate you to be rank. By then, you should be ready for your transition to a professional, Suke stated. What about Spring City? Zhang He inquired, confusion evident in his tone. I am here, you need not worry. Share your thoughts, Suke reassured him. Upon hearing that Suke sought his opinion, Zhang He paused, for he had not adequately contemplated such matters, especially considering his current abilities were bestowed by Su Quebec advisor Chun as a military man. If faced with a horde of undead without firearms, how would you respond? Suke shifted the conversation towards the undead threat, disregarding Zhang He for the moment. Build high walls, set traps, create mechanisms, flood, and ignite, advisor Chen proposed. Suke countered, what if these methods prove ineffective? What is your plan then? His inquiry was not a slight against advisor Chen's strategies. Rather, it underscored their futility against the undead, especially those commanded by advanced zombies and their leaders. Retreat, flee. There is no need for futile resistance, advisor Chen replied without hesitation. The group was taken aback by his answer. Wasn't military honor supposed to dictate otherwise? Excellent. With you here, I am confident that Zhang He will thrive in Bin City. Suke's declaration struck like a thunderbolt, clarifying his intent behind questioning advisor Chen. Am I to go to Bin City as well? Advisor Chen asked. Indeed, not only you but also Lu Yutong, Song Yu. And I will enlist a few others to assist Zhang He, Suke affirmed. The gravity of his words left Zhang He and the others with no doubt that Suke was serious. What will you do if a crisis befalls Spring City? Chen Yun asked with concern. Once I eliminate the undead king, what threats could possibly remain? Suke replied, confident that the primary danger to Spring City was the undead king, Chao Yunhai. Eliminating him would clear the city of its remaining undead, restoring it to a safe haven. As for Suke's worries about the undead breaching the city, he felt little concern unless multiple powerful undead factions advanced on Spring City. Sending Zhang He to Bin City was a strategic adjustment based on Suke's memories from his previous life. Although Zhang He had held power in Spring City then, expanding influence required transcending past limitations, especially with the timely warning from the black gold ant. Chenyin struggled to respond. Her anxiety stemming from the belief that unity was essential to weather the impending apocalypse. Unbeknownst to her, the man before her was reborn. Failing to adapt would equate to stagnation. The truck's speed was unremarkable, yet it seemed out of place on the expressway. Just as they approached a fork in the road, a sudden tremor erupted from an abandoned construction site to the northwest. Was that an earthquake? Lu Yutong exclaimed in panic. Suke remained silent, his attention drawn to the site, where a massive black steel began to rise from the ground. What is that? Advisor Chen asked in astonishment. A holy monument. Suke exclaimed, swiftly turning the steering wheel towards it. The mention of the holy monument left Advisor Chun and the others bewildered, unfamiliar with the concept. Zhang He's face lit up with joy. He had previously heard Su Ke speak of this artifact and was astonished to see it today. Your injuries have not fully healed. The professional trial poses great risk. You should wait until you recover, Su Ke advised. Will it not disappear? Zhang He questioned. It will not. Moreover, each city possesses one, Su Ke clarified. Confusion still clouded Advisor Chun and the others' understanding of Su Ke and Zhang He's conversation. Is the holy monument related to the professional trials you mentioned? Song Yu queried. Yes, this artifact is known as the holy monument and symbolizes humanity's hope for resurgence. Beyond that, I can only share so much, Zhang He explained, glancing at Su Quebec. During the process of leveling up, the assistance of professionals is essential. Once you transition to professionals, you will comprehend the full extent of the crises facing Blue Star, Su Ke elaborated. But you mentioned that transitioning to a professional requires passing trials. What if one fails and perishes within? Song Yu pressed. You need not worry. Only trials exceeding E rank permit entry into the holy monument. Though you are nearing E rank, you are not yet eligible to challenge it, Su Ke reassured. As the truck descended from the expressway, they soon arrived at the abandoned construction site. Chapter 68. Lu Yutong's choice upon the appearance of the towering black holy monument. The undead within a kilometer radius seemed to sense an impending threat, scattering in panic. The truck halted before a deserted gas station, merely a kilometer from the site. Why aren't we entering? Advisor Chen questioned. Su Ke did not respond. Instead, he closed his eyes, attuned to something beyond. Just then, a surge of energy from the will of Blue Star coursed through his mind, momentarily overwhelming him with pain, leaving him drenched in cold sweat. What is wrong? Chen Yun was the first to inquire, while the others cast concerned glances. It is excruciating. Blue Star is suffering immensely, Su Ke replied, accepting the handkerchief Chen Yun offered. You mean you can communicate with Blue Star? Song Yu asked, astonished and skeptical. Su Ke offered no explanation, merely casting a glance at Lu Yutong. You should enter. You are the only one eligible at this moment, Su Ke instructed. All right, Lu Yutong replied, though fear flickered in her eyes. As Lu Yutong stepped cautiously towards the holy monument, Song Yu, gritting her teeth, leaped from the vehicle. Where are you going? Chen Yun hurriedly asked. As Chen Yun prepared to follow suit, Su Ke grasped her arm, saying, let her go. She will realize the truth. Su Ke understood her intentions. If she chose to doubt him, she would need to confront the harsh realities herself. Will she be in danger? Chen Yun voiced her worries. Rest assured, she will not die, but some consequences are unavoidable, Su Ke explained, recalling the punishments he had endured regarding the holy monument in his previous life. In this life, however, he dared not approach it yet, having gleaned the earth's will during his earlier communion. Lu Yutong's pace was slow. When she turned to speak, she was taken aback. Before she could finish, Song Yu interrupted. I do not trust him. I want to grow stronger. At her words, Lu Yutong glanced back at the truck, shaking her head with a wry smile. Having spent the past 2 days together, she sometimes found Song Yu to be naive and pitiable. Although Lu Yutong's experiences were somewhat grimmer, she had survived and gained a measure of strength. In the distance, Su Ke sat in the vehicle, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he observed the expressions of Lu Yutong and Song Yu. While he did not wish for them to become close friends, he certainly hoped they would not become adversaries, as Zhang He would require both women's assistance. As Su Ke pondered how to navigate their relationship, Lu Yutong successfully reached the holy monument. The moment she gently touched its surface, a radiant blue barrier enveloped her, transporting her into another realm. Child, the moment you make a choice, it signifies that you live for hope. The blue planet is presently enduring an unprecedented crisis, and I wish for you to stand out among millions. Remember, do not place your trust in any foreign races, as the voice of the blue planets will gradually fade. Lu Yutong finally opened her eyes in the spatial realm. Lu Yutong was unaware of the true significance of those words. Yet the 8 distinct luminous gates before her left her utterly astonished. Are these professions recommended based on personal capabilities? Lu Yutong gazed at the prompt above the nearest gate, which boldly proclaimed the profession of assassin. Following that were Ranger, Mage, Soul Master, Holy Word Master, Beast Tamer, Curse Master, and Spirit Speaker. Can I discern which profession suits me best? Or rather, which profession could elevate my maximum potential? Lu Yutong inquired loudly into the void. After a prolonged silence, The lack of response from the space left her in a quandary, for she still did not know what profession she truly suited. Had I known, I should have consulted that deity, Lu Yutong murmured to herself. In the next moment, her gaze fixed upon the gate of the Soul Master, and she stepped forward. Unbeknownst to her, her choice mirrored that of her previous life, and this very profession would forge her future accomplishments. As Lu Yutong entered the luminous gate, the spatial scene began to whirl, and soon, the sacred tablet would present her with its trial. Outside the tablet, Songyu, witnessing Lu Yutong's disappearance, mimicked her actions and placed her hand upon the sacred tablet. Just as she eagerly awaited a miracle, a formidable current surged through the tablet and coursed into Songyu's body. The powerful jolt struck her, causing her to spurt a mouthful of blood and collapse to the ground in convulsions. At that moment, she felt a numbing sensation throughout her body, followed by a voice that only she could hear. The ability has failed to pass the trial. The sacred tablet administers punishment. Please strengthen yourself before returning for the vocational trial. As the voice faded from her mind, the pain induced by the electric shock began to manifest. Although this pain was not excruciating, it nonetheless left Songyu writhing on the ground. Meanwhile, Suke and the others remained oblivious to the separate fates of the two, as the area was vast and numerous abandoned buildings surrounded them. Thus, they simply waited patiently. Is Songyu going to be all right? Chinyan asked, a hint of concern lacing her words. She is in no mortal danger, merely enduring some physical torment, Suke replied nonchalantly. Although Suke had not experienced such a punishment in his previous life, he was well aware that many had suffered from that kind of agony. What intrigued Suke was the profession Lu Yutong would choose. While he recognized Zhang He and Lu Yutong as formidable, he was unaware of the professions they had selected in their past lives. As time passed, Zhang He and Chun the advisor succumbed to slumber. Just when Suke intended to let the survivors in the container stretch their legs, Qin Yun's voice suddenly rang out. Look, they are coming out, Qin Yun exclaimed, pointing into the distance. At that moment, Songyu appeared quite disheveled. Were it not for Lu Yutong supporting her, she might have remained sprawled on the ground for a while longer. Go help them, Suke shouted to Qin Yun. Upon hearing Suke's command and seeing Songyu being assisted, Qin Yun quickly grasped the situation. What happened? Zhang He and Chun the advisor inquired, startled from their sleep. It's nothing serious, merely a minor mishap. You may continue to rest, Suke replied as he started the truck. Compared to the slight injuries Songyu had sustained, Suke truly did not regard them as significant, yet his attention remained fixated on Songyu's condition. Her physique remains unchanged, her appearance untouched, and her gait is already steady. Suke quickly compared her to Lu Yutong prior to her entrance, for he was eager to discover what profession Lu Yutong had selected. Once the three women boarded the vehicle, Suke showed no inclination to inquire, as he anticipated someone else would do so. With a simple turn of direction, Suke pressed the accelerator, heading toward the western mountain base. Chapter 69, Settling in and the Cruelty of the Apocalypse. As the truck drew closer to the western mountain base, Qin Yun could no longer contain her curiosity. Sister Lu, what transpired after you entered? Although her question was somewhat presumptuous, it was one that many were eager to ask. Lu Yutong pondered for a moment before responding. Inside was a pitch-black space, and before me were 8 luminous gates representing various professions. After choosing a profession gate, I entered another space for vocational trials. Before Lu Yutong could finish her explanation, Qin Yun eagerly interjected, what profession did you choose? Was the trial dangerous? Lu Yutong refrained from answering Qin Yun's inquiries and instead glanced at Suke through the rearview mirror. Upon noticing her questioning gaze, Suke replied calmly, that is a personal matter. If you wish to fight alongside everyone, it is best to share, though you are not obliged to do so. Hearing Suke's words, Lu Yutong promptly made her choice. I chose the profession of Soul Master. As for whether the trial entailed life or death, I am uncertain, as my trial involved facing several cups of water. Cups of water? What could be done with cups? Qin Yun exclaimed in astonishment. Having previously heard Suke mention that trials typically involved life or death stakes, so Lu Yutong's trial seemed quite different. Do not interrupt her, let her continue, Qin the advisor interjected. Chastised by Qin the advisor, Qin Yun offered an embarrassed smile, acknowledging her error. Initially, I did not comprehend, but when a wisp of white mist appeared beside me, I understood the nature of the Soul Master profession, Lu Yutong explained, as a faint white mist suddenly materialized above her head. Although Suke was driving, he could sense that the white mist was drifting toward him and Zhang He. Soon, The decorative pendant in front of the driver's seat detached and slowly floated into Lu Yutong's hand. Wow, what a special ability. Chen Yun gasped. Is it an object manipulation technique? Chen the advisor inquired. No, it is a soul technique. Suke clarified. Yes, it is my soul, Lu Yutong added. Upon hearing Suke and Lu Yutong's exchange, Song Yu clenched her fists, feeling a surge of dissatisfaction, yet she was powerless to change her circumstances. Sister Lu, can your soul leave your body to retrieve anything? Does that not make you invincible? Chen Yun exclaimed. Not quite. This spell has certain limitations. If the distance is too great, it may not be achievable, and I cannot move objects beyond a certain weight, Lu Yutong explained. You are currently only at E rank. I look forward to your advancement to B rank, Suke remarked with a smile. At that moment, the group was unaware of how formidable Lu Yutong's abilities truly were. Yet Suke's expressed anticipation filled the others with envy. In truth, Suke had merely heard of Lu Yutong's strength, but had never witnessed the extent of her power. As for the battle god Zhang he had indeed seen her prowess firsthand, particularly when she shattered a fiery cauldron with a single punch. A sight he had observed from a distance. God, when do you plan to enhance our strength? Chen Yun inquired. Once we return, I will facilitate your improvement. However, prior to that, I must devise a way to control the sacred tablet within my territory, Suke stated. The others were taken aback by Suke's words, as they had no idea of his intentions. With the sacred tablet being so immense, how could it possibly be controlled? Suddenly, they all shared a realization. Suke intended to seize control of the entire Spring City. Given the multitude of zombies outside and the uncertainty of how many humans remained, how could we possibly govern the entirety of Spring City? Song Yu questioned. In matters of divinity, nothing is beyond the capabilities of the divine. As long as you heed my words, I shall ensure the zombies vanish. Though Suke's tone was calm, it planted a seed of hope within the hearts of the others. 3 hours later, the truck finally arrived at the Western Mountain prison base. Upon entering the prison base, the group was taken aback by the interior. Wow, if it weren't for the chaos of the outside world, I would hardly dare to believe the scene before me. Chen Yun exclaimed in astonishment. Yet, it was not only Chen Yun who was taken aback. The others were equally astonished by the facilities surrounding them. As they stood in shock, Chen Chong and a few others hurriedly emerged from within. Su Xiao, you have finally returned. I have missed you terribly these past few days, Chen Chong said, rushing forward with fervent enthusiasm. Enough flattery. Let us focus on settling the people first, Suke instructed, gesturing towards the containers. Upon hearing Suke's words, Chen Chong and the others dashed eagerly towards the containers. The moment all the survivors stepped out, tears welled up in their eyes, despite being in a prison. The environment was remarkably pleasant. Women and children, follow me. Men, go with them, Xie Xinxin directed the group. As the survivors were gradually arranged, the stout Jiang Sheng hurried to Suke's side and whispered a few words. Is she dead? Suke inquired. Not quite, but she is nearly gone. After we tormented her, she became somewhat disoriented, Jiang Sheng replied. If she is not dead, then continue, Suke retorted, turning to walk towards Chen Chong. At Suke's remark, Jiang Sheng's eyes twitched. He felt fortunate, having never offended this formidable figure. Su Xiao, shall I assign these ruffians to South too? Chen Chong asked. No, place them with you. While they haven T reached D level, they're close, Suke replied. Understanding Suke's implication, Chen Chong promptly divided the survivors into 2 groups. Jiang Sheng, why are you just standing there? Hurry and take them to the small confinement cell, Chen Chong called out to the dazed Jiang Sheng. Oh, right away. Jiang Sheng snapped back to reality and responded eagerly. Observing Jiang Sheng and Chen Chong leading the survivors away, Suke shook his head and beckoned to a few stationary thugs in the distance. Upon seeing Suke's gesture, the thugs hurried over. Help Zhang He down and take him to the basement entrance, Suke commanded. Understood, the thugs replied promptly. What shall we do now? Chen Yun asked. Rushing to Su Quebec. You women, go with her. She will arrange accommodations for you. Suke pointed towards Xie Xinxin, who was organizing the women and children. In the northern outskirts of Chuncheong, within an electronics factory warehouse, over 40 survivors were hiding. Among them, a girl was present, the same girl whom Suke and Zhang he had seen searching for food at the supermarket. At this moment, the girl appeared emaciated, her clothes reeking, and her disheveled appearance evoked deep sympathy. Hey, little girl, it's your turn to hand over the food today, a scruffy middle-aged man shouted at her from the corner. I don't have any, The girl sobbed, hugging her knees on the ground with hollow eyes. Damn it. You haven't delivered for 3 days. If you don't hand over food, get the hell out. The man bellowed, brandishing a fire axe. The girl remained unresponsive to his threats, staring blankly outside, where her missing companions lingered in her thoughts. Chapter 70. The star Heating. Seeing the girl motionless, the middle-aged man's anger flared. And just as he was about to approach her to teach her a lesson, a young man grabbed his arm. What are you doing, you little brat? The man shouted in fury. There are 2 pieces of bread here. Consider it her insurance, the young man said, seizing the crumpled bread from the young man. The middle-aged man replied, Tomorrow is the day you all must deliver. If not, you know the consequences. I'm well aware. No need for your concern. The young man retorted, sidestepping the middle-aged man to approach the girl. Humph, feeling generous now? You must be out of your mind. The middle-aged man muttered as he walked deeper into the warehouse. Life cannot be relived. You should strive to survive, the young man said, reaching the girl. Mind your own business. I don't need you pretending to be a good person, the girl replied, turning her head. If you agree. I assure you'll have plenty of food every day, the young man insisted. The girl ignored him, rising to head towards the door. It's dangerous outside. You'll be walking into death, the young man urged, gripping her arm. The girl struggled and snapped back fiercely. Even if I die, I won't give you the satisfaction. At her words, the young man's grip loosened, and he refrained from pursuing her further, instead casting a fierce glare as she walked away. If I can't have you, then you might as well perish, he muttered through clenched teeth, his voice low enough that the girl ahead still heard. Turning back, she raised her middle finger at him before continuing to leave. However, as she reached the entrance, 2 guards blocked her path. It's late. You can only go out in the morning, one guard stated. I haven't delivered food today. You've seen it. According to the rules, I should be thrown out, the girl replied. The guards exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Just as they prepared to open the door, the young man shouted, She's the famous star Heating, the nation's beloved daughter. Upon hearing the name Heating, the guards immediately halted, turning to scrutinize the disheveled girl. Zhangbo, what do you mean by this? Heating glared at the young man angrily. Humph. What do I mean? You should know very well, Zhangbo said with a dismissive posture. Although he didn't utter the cruel words directly, the implication was clear. Little girl, go wash your face so we can have a proper look at you, one guard said with a smug smile. Realizing this situation wouldn't be so simple, Heating understood that her disguise was meant to prevent recognition. Yet, it was futile. Someone had recognized her on the first day of hiding. And that person was none other than Zhangbo, the one who had pushed her into despair. 3 days prior, Heating and several survivors had ventured out in search of food. They found little, but a horde of zombies discovered them. Unbeknownst to Heating that the very person before her was the one who had lured the undead to their location. Zhangbo approached Heating, a sinister smile creeping across his face as he whispered, I trust you'll be grateful to me. His voice was low enough that the guards didn't catch it, but they could see from his expression that he was far from ordinary. I will kill you, Heating seethed, turning to snatch the fire axe from the guard's hands. Realizing the sudden turn of events, Zhangbo quickly retreated, narrowly avoiding her swing, and scrambled away from her reach. The guards, not to be trifled with, rushed towards Heating as well. Though slender, Heating had endured the tribulations of the apocalypse for days, with a swift motion. She swung the axe as she stumbled backward. Thud! The heavy axe struck one guard on the head, blood spraying forth. Don't come any closer, Heating shouted in panic, raising the axe defensively. The scene startled the survivors hidden within the warehouse, although they were unaware of the specifics. Witnessing a rebellion against the guards was unprecedented. The guard, taken aback by Heating's ferocity, stumbled back a few steps. Little sister, lower the axe. We can talk this through, he urged. Open the door, I want to leave, Heating commanded, pointing at the guard. The guard glanced at his fallen comrade, then peered into the depths of the warehouse. Seeing no one emerge, he gritted his teeth and pressed the switch. Just as Heating prepared to approach the door, the guard she had struck lunged at her, bloodied and frantic. Seeing his blood-stained face, fear gripped Heating, and instinctively, she swung the axe. As blood splattered, everyone was struck with shock by the scene before them. Zhangbo stood dumbfounded, and another guard was equally stunned, for the axe had firmly struck the opponent's head. Thud! Heating, in a state of panic, swallowed hard and immediately crawled out from beneath the ajar door. What are you dawdling for? Grab her, Zhangbo hurriedly reminded. At his prompt, the guard finally reacted, but the next moment, He froze in place. As the moment the door swung open, the sound of growling corpses outside echoed ominously. As the scent of blood wafted in, the zombies lurking nearby immediately rushed forward. Damn it! The guard cursed, hastily pressing the switch. Just as the door began to close, the sound of countless zombies battering against it erupted. What on earth is happening? A loud shout rang out from deep within the warehouse, followed by the middle-aged man emerging. At that moment, he was pulling up his trousers while cursing and inquiring about the commotion. Upon learning that it was instigated by the girl, he angrily spat a few curses and then turned his gaze towards Zhang Bo. No wonder you're trying to be a good guy. You should have reported this sooner. Since you've caused the death of one of my men, you'll need to provide 3 times the supplies tomorrow and also find me a clean water source. Zhang Bo was instantly taken aback by the man's words, but the current circumstances left no room for him to argue, as the man was notorious for his ruthlessness. You wretched woman, I swear I will make you pay if I find you, even if you become a zombie. Zhang Bo cursed inwardly. Meanwhile, having escaped, He Ting had run far before she was cornered by a horde of zombies in the factory workshop. Despite her panic, her escape plan was clear. She crawled along the workshop conveyor belt to a pipe and, utilizing her agile frame, leapt to the adjacent pipe. Roar! The zombies below emitted a frenzied growl, trampling over one another in their attempt to climb up, but He Ting was too nimble. Within minutes, she vanished from their sight. Chapter 71. The Deranged Su Shi. Professor Yin Badong at the Shishan prison base. Su Ke had settled Zhang He in the room across from his own. After ensuring Zhang He was prepared for the upcoming events, he ventured alone into the special small cell. Inside, a woman was wailing frantically, occasionally mumbling phrases like "I was wrong," and this individual was none other than Su Shi. Su Xiao, a small thug greeted with respect. You're no longer needed here. Step outside. Su Ke waved his hand dismissively. The thug immediately understood, closing the iron door behind him as he left. Su Ke, I know you. You are Su Ke. Su Shi, with her head tilted in a deranged manner, pointed at him. Enough of the pretense. Your subconscious reveals that you are not truly mad. Su Ke's cold words were devoid of any emotion, yet Su Shi maintained her facade of insanity. Although she didn't comprehend how Su Ke had deduced her act, she felt that continuing to feign madness would prevent others from seizing her. Poor woman, do you truly believe this will shield you from punishment? You underestimate me. Rest assured, even if you persist in your charade, you will not evade my judgment. Su Ke declared, turning to leave. Just as he turned to open the door, Su Shi suddenly knelt with a thud. Su Ke, I beg you spare me. I acknowledge my faults. The true culprit Zhao He is already dead. Just nod, and I will serve you like a beast. She pleaded, tears streaming down her face. Is this minor punishment too much for you to bear? Do you know how many unfortunate humans are out there? If I were to cast you out, I wager you wouldn't survive 5 seconds. Su Ke retorted mockingly. He felt he had been overly merciful. He should emulate Zhu Tianba from his past life, who hung traitors on the city walls as bait. Su Ke's words left Su Shi dazed, wishing only to survive. Su Ke, then grant me a swift end. She looked up at him. Wanting to die? Very well, there are 3 walls here. Just choose one to dash against, but I suspect you lack the courage. Su Ke's words pierced like thorns, instantly deflating any hope within her. For someone wishing for death, any means would suffice, but Su Shi was different. She feared death, her will to survive having been witnessed by Su Ke in their previous life. Bang! The iron door slammed shut as Su Ke strode out of the small cell. Tell Fatty and the others to continue their release. This woman is clearly not insane, he instructed the thug stationed outside. Yes, Su Xiao. We will ensure the task is completed, the thug replied, his eyes gleaming with a predatory glint. For Su Shi, this was merely the beginning of her punishment. After all, human practitioners needed ample outlets for their pent-up rage. At dawn, Chen Xiong led a group of survivors in cleaning the base. If not for the apocalypse, these individuals would never have gathered in such a place. However, in comparison to the outside world, this was a paradise, with plentiful food and designated individuals to help them enhance their skills. Oh, are you Professor Yin? Chen, the strategist, exclaimed in surprise upon spotting a middle-aged man. Hearing himself recognized, the man quickly turned his head. Chen Peng, is that you? He asked, visibly excited as he stepped out of the group, only to be interrupted by a thug's shout. Hey, what are you doing? Don't you know it's your turn soon? Apologies, brothers. This is an old acquaintance of mine. Please allow us some leeway. Chen smiled as he approached. recognizing the military man assigned to a high-status residence last night. The thug nodded amicably and returned to his post. Wonderful, I finally meet an old friend. Professor Yin wiped away his tears. Indeed. It's all thanks to this damn apocalypse, Chun consoled, patting Yan's shoulder. Wiping his tears, Professor Yin looked up to ask, what brings you here? Surely, before he could finish, Chen nodded helplessly in response. Only I and Li Ming remain in the base. If not for that divine figure, she and I might not have survived this long. Hearing this, Professor Yin appeared as though struck by frost, aging several years in an instant. What's wrong? Chen inquired with concern. Alas, it's over. Everything is lost. Yin lamented, glancing at Chun Peng before turning his gaze out the window, unaware of the professor's inner turmoil. Chen could see something was amiss from his expression. Though I don't know if humanity still holds hope. I can tell from that person's words that he seems to understand everything, he said, standing beside Professor Yin, hoping to instill some hope in the old professor. Humph. Even if that young man built this place, what will happen when a true crisis strikes? There was a zombie tide just a few days ago. Professor Yin shook his head with a bitter smile. A zombie tide? Has this place been targeted by the undead as well? Chen asked hastily. Yes, it occurred just a few days ago. Although we repelled the tide, it seems it will return in a few days, Professor Yin explained, his demeanor downtrodden. Rest assured, I have witnessed that man's prowess. Not only has he dealt with zombie tides, but he has also faced off against massive mutated birds, Chen reassured, patting Yan's back. You, my friend, seem to have been enchanted by something he said. To be so confident, Professor Yin remarked, shaking his head. Commander Chen was perplexed by Professor Yan's pessimism. Yet it did not deter his recommendation. In Chen's eyes, the esteemed professor was a formidable figure, a paragon in the realms of electrodynamics and technological invention. Professor Yin, I wish to recommend you to him. I am confident that your capabilities will immensely benefit this base, Commander Chen asserted. Enough of this, it is futile. The world outside is rife with zombies. Even if I possessed such abilities, they would be of no use. Professor Yin declined Qin Peng's goodwill. It was not a matter of unwillingness. Rather, the current circumstances rendered the pursuit of high-tech projects utterly impossible. I have attended your lectures, and you once stated that we must never abandon hope. With hope, all challenges can be surmounted. Have you forgotten your original aspirations? Commander Chen inquired. Alas, Xiaoping, this is a different era. Given the current state of affairs, how can you still expect me to engage in such endeavors? Even if I could, would you be able to procure what I need? Professor Yin gazed at Commander Chen, posing the question. Rest assured, Professor, if you are willing, I will certainly persuade that individual. Commander Chen confidently patted his chest, bowed to the old professor, and turned to exit. Chapter 72, The Unspoken Secret. Who are you? Observing Chen Peng's confident silhouette, Professor Yin shook his head in resignation, believing the task to be utterly unattainable. After all, even acquiring a powerful energy source was a luxury in these times. Unbeknownst to Professor Yin, what he yearned for indeed existed within the confines of this base. In the basement, Su Ke voraciously devoured the fresh flesh before him, the meat originating from a mutated giant bird. As he consumed a large chunk, the scales on his body darkened. Once he finished the entire bird leg, his muscles began to undergo transformation, ignoring the blood that covered him. Su Ke seized a basin of fresh blood and drank it down. As the blood of the mutated beast filled his belly, a terrifying roar erupted. Fortunately, the basement was soundproof. Had the humans above heard it, their imaginations would have run wild. Little did Su Ke know, his roar was overheard by Commander Chun, who cautiously approached the dim corridor leading to the innermost chamber. Inside, Su Ke writhed in agony, his entire body feeling as if it were ablaze. He had never considered whether he could withstand such energy. Now, it was too late. Having ingested the energy, he found himself unable to absorb it immediately, causing an overwhelming pressure within. His robust muscles appeared as if they might explode, and soon, blood began to seep from them, transforming his already bloodied form into a grotesque sight. Bang! Bang! Su Ke desperately pounded the ground, as if attempting to release the pent-up power within. Another furious roar erupted, and Su's body seemed to swell, undergoing a significant metamorphosis. His once short horns elongated dramatically, curving upward. Commander Chun, frozen in shock at the doorway, stood still like a wooden statue. No, I cannot succumb like this. I am a god. I will exact my revenge. I shall make those lofty beings from beyond know my fury and wrath. Suke's anguished howls only served to heighten Commander Chen's terror, leaving him to question whether his ears had deceived him. How can this be? Chen murmured to himself, just as he contemplated fleeing. He noticed someone standing at the door. Zhang He. You heard it all? Zhang He asked, his expression devoid of emotion, though he had once been Chen's superior. That was no longer the case. He now served only Su Quebec. It is not you. It must be him. What is he truly? Commander Chen sought clarification. The first person I encountered upon awakening was him. He led me out of the horde of zombies. Without him, I would not possess my current strength. Regardless of whether he is a benevolent or malevolent deity, I am willing to follow him. Zhang He's words were calm, but conveyed his unwavering loyalty. And what of the beings from beyond that he mentioned? Could it be that the calamity afflicting Blue Star is their doing? Commander Chen pressed. I do not know. He has not disclosed that information, Zhang He replied. Just as Commander Chen sought to further understand the situation, a roar from within the room interrupted his inquiries. I hope today's events remain buried within you. If others discover them, I assure you, your fate will be far worse than that of the zombies outside. You are a soldier. Commander Chen began to correct Zhang He, but he was cut off. Forgive me, I was once, but I am no longer, Zhang He stated coldly. Upon hearing this, Commander Chen realized the gravity of the situation. Zhang He could no longer be considered human. Let us go? I do not wish for you to know too much. Zhang He's icy gaze and indifferent tone left no room for argument. Commander Chen nodded in understanding and followed him out. Zhang He cast a glance back at Su Ke's chamber, wrestling with his own unspoken questions. In that moment, Su Ke remained oblivious to the fact that his words had been overheard by Zhang He and Commander Chen. He was consumed by the need to expel the energy surging within him. At the entrance of the basement, Zhang He produced a crumpled pack of cigarettes from his pocket and tossed it to Commander Chen. Weren't you the one who stopped smoking? Chen inquired, accepting the package. For him, Zhang He gestured toward the basement. Zhang He's intention behind the cigarettes was to remind himself of his humanity, not to succumb to the zombie within. Commander Chen lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply. If what he says is true, what are your plans? Zhang He looked skyward, responding softly. To assist him to the best of my ability, regardless of whether he is good or evil. Commander Chen turned to face Zhang He. Indeed, irrespective of the nature of his being, Zhang He affirmed resolutely. Then I shall accompany you to Bin's city, Commander Chen declared. Zhang He regarded him with a smile, though it carried an unsettling quality that made Commander Chen uneasy about his choice. Thank you, but what brings you here? Zhang He inquired. Zhang He did not perceive Commander Chen as someone who would pry into others' secrets. Rather, he understood his character well. I intended to recommend a remarkable individual, but I never anticipated encountering such events. Commander Chen chuckled wryly. Originally, he had no desire to get involved, as his sole aim was to contact his superiors and inform them of the current situation at the Tiger Mountain base. Yet, the apocalypse had persisted for so long that he had still been unable to establish communication. You mean to say you encountered an acquaintance at the base? Zhang He asked. Yes, and you are familiar with their name, Commander Chen replied, a proud smile gracing his face. The reputation of this individual was indeed renowned both domestically and internationally. Who is it? Zhang He pressed. Yen Batong, Professor Yen. Upon hearing the name, Zhang He was momentarily stunned, unable to fathom that the illustrious father of technology, Professor Yen, had been brought to their base and was even housed in the main prison. Quick, take me to him. He must not reside there. Zhang He exclaimed, rising in haste. Commander Chen, witnessing Zhang He's fervor, shook his head, about to voice a concern when Zhang He abruptly pulled him along. In that moment, Zhang He disregarded his physical state, believing that such an individual would undoubtedly assist Su Ke, for he was the father of technology. Meanwhile, in the basement, Su Ke succumbed to the overwhelming surge of energy, collapsing onto the ground. As he lost consciousness, his mind drifted into a serene realm. The space is extraordinarily peculiar, enveloped in a soft, golden hue. You have arrived. A serene voice suddenly resonated within this realm. Who are you? Su Ke asked, casting a vigilant glance around, only to be met with the disheartening realization that no figures were in sight. Since you have become the master of the hourglass, you should be aware of my existence. I am the one who granted you a new life. Upon hearing these words, Su Ke's consciousness began to tremble, for this was his greatest secret, and he was astonished that the voice knew it entirely. Chapter 73, Norsdom sealed in the sands of dilemma. Who are you? Su Ke questioned, his expression contorted with rage. I am you, and you are me. Impossible. Suke vehemently denied, refusing to believe the claim. Just as he pondered how to draw the entity out, a wave rippled through the space, and countless grains of golden sand materialized. Buzz! The golden sand suddenly revealed a grotesque visage, adorned with a pair of curved horns upon its forehead. Upon closer inspection, it was unmistakably Suke himself. I am you from an alternate timeline. Though I have grown formidable, I still met with failure, the sandy visage declared. Suke was taken aback by this revelation. Although he was unaware of the timeline referred to, the being's effortless manipulation of the surroundings indicated its extraordinary nature. You claim to be me from another timeline. May I inquire where exactly that is? Suke regained his composure and asked. The evil god Axel. At the mention of this name, Suke was engulfed in dread. He was no stranger to Axel's name. In fact, he was quite familiar with it, as this entity was one of the malevolent deities served by the mistress, Sharash. Noticing Suke's terror, the sandy visage spoke. Sharash is merely a puppet of the evil gods. When I defeated her, I discovered that this was merely a plot for the annihilation of a clan, all in the pursuit of this planet imbued with the will of the ancient gods. The will of the ancient gods? Are you implying that Blue Star has already birthed the will of the ancient gods? Suke inquired. Not birth, but rather, it has long possessed it. The sandy visage's proclamation left Suke astounded. He had glimpsed ancient murals of the gods in his past life within the ancestral land of the bronze dragons and had understood the nature of these divine beings, only to now learn that Blue Star had already been endowed with the will of the ancient gods. You cannot simply appear out of thin air. Tell me what it is you wish to convey. Suke maintained a calm demeanor, though turmoil raged within. A pact. I wish to forge a contract with you. The sandy visage stated. Impossible. You are not me. Who exactly are you? Suke promptly rejected the notion. He suspected that the sandy visage harbored ulterior motives. If it were indeed providing him with information, he might have believed it was another version of himself from an alternate timeline. However, the insistence on a contract was not in line with his character, suggesting that the entity had begun to infiltrate his consciousness. No, you cannot refuse me. In another timeline, I failed because I lacked a contract, which led to my demise. Silence. Who are you? Suke demanded angrily. I am you. I am you from another timeline. The sandy visage contorted its expression into a menacing grimace, yet it could not escape the sands before it. This unintentional gesture immediately alerted Suke to something amiss. Humph. Had you not mentioned the contract, perhaps I might have believed you. Hence you are not me from another timeline, Suke replied, taking a cautious step back. Although Suke could not ascertain whether this entity could indeed emerge, it seemed prudent to maintain some distance. Just then, a massive transparent barrier behind him filled him with astonishment, for he finally understood his location. No, you cannot refuse me. If you do not assist me, we shall both perish in that other timeline. I am the one who granted you life. I made you immensely powerful. Without me, enough. You need not deceive me. You are not me, and you do not know my secrets. Suke retorted with a cold laugh. At that moment, Suke comprehended the true meaning behind the entity's claim of giving him life. He had initially thought that this being had granted him rebirth, but it was clear that this entity only recognized him as the demon he had become, indicating that it was not the one who had revived him. I do not know how you learned of Axel's name, but let me tell you, your existence is a mistake, as your deceptions are truly feeble. Suke asserted with a smile that appeared rather sinister. Why? Where did I reveal myself? The sandy visage seemed to have found some solace in Suke's response. The contract. Suke replied coolly. A contract? How can that be? Every weak life yearns for the protection of the strong. Signing a contract only benefits them. The sandy visage countered. Is that so? Then how do you explain the divine sacrifices? Suke scoffed. Even deities require followers. If weak lives seek protection, they must pay a corresponding price. Is that not so? The sandy visage argued. Humph, a heap of nonsense. All of it is mere sophistry. I will deal with you eventually. Suke glared. Haha, deal with me? Then come forth now. I stand right before you. The sandy visage laughed uproariously, utterly unconvinced of Suke's ability to vanquish it. Suke disregarded the taunt and posed a crucial question. When did you awaken? Oh, it seems you have deduced something. The sandy visage replied, perplexed. Suke remained silent, leaning against the barrier in contemplation. It appears the seduction plan has failed. How about we collaborate? If you provide me with a servant of faith, I shall divulge the truth to you. The sandy visage continued. You, a mere parasite dwelling within the Eternal Hourglass. Dare propose collaboration? You overestimate your worth, Suke retorted. Suke, do not push your luck. Do not presume that just because you are the master of the hourglass, I cannot harm you. Once the sands of dilemma run dry, I will be able to end you, the sandy visage warned. Excellent. I look forward to your arrival, Norsdom. Suke's words struck like a sharp needle, causing the sandy visage to momentarily freeze, before it began to morph into the visage of a dragon, precisely that of Norsdom. How did you come to know? Norsdom inquired. Suke merely smiled at the question, for he had finally grasped the entirety of the situation. Suke, answer me. How did you become aware of my existence? Norsdom pressed again. Because I was the one who killed you. Suke's expression darkened, yet his disdainful words left Norsdom stunned. Impossible. No, that cannot be. No one can wield the sands of time. Norsdom's face twisted in rage, incredulous that anyone could command the power of the sands of time, including himself. Observing Norsdom's frantic state, Suke chose not to engage further, for he saw no need to explain himself. Scanning his surroundings, he resolved to seek an escape, for the world outside was the true reality. Just as he contemplated how to exit, his consciousness began to dissipate, filling him with elation, for he had finally discerned a means to escape the realm of dilemma. No, you cannot leave like this. Whatever you desire, I can reveal to you. Before Norsdom could finish, Suke's consciousness had vanished. Suke, return to me. Norsdom roared in madness. Yet his voice could only echo within this confined space. Chapter 74. The transformed Suke, elated. As Suke's consciousness returned and he awoke, it was already the following morning. Just as he instinctively attempted to rise, the excruciating pain coursing through his body made him gasp in shock. Suke glanced at his arm, and at that moment, the scales had vanished, replaced by intricate and enigmatic runes. What has happened? Where are my scales? Suke was taken aback and instinctively reached out to touch the runes. As his left hand made contact with the runes on his right arm, an instinctual defense mechanism sprang into action, causing his hand to be repelled. Is this an innate rune defense? At that moment, Suke was uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow, for in his previous life, he had never undergone such a transformation. Could this be the true direction of my body's evolution? Suke could not be certain, yet this change brought numerous inconveniences, as he had to readjust to his new physique, with even some ingrained habits proving to be quite bothersome. Opening his left hand, a sleek black long knife materialized within it. Clang! Just as the black knife was about to touch his right arm, a tremendous force instantly deflected it, and upon inspection, he noticed that the blade had already become serrated. This defense surpassed that of the black scales from his previous life. Suke exclaimed with delight. Although he was unsure of the extent to which his body had evolved, this formidable defense filled him with joy. Once Suke endured the pain and stood up, he felt as though the basement had become significantly lower. No, it's that I've grown taller. Instinctively, he glanced at his abdomen and legs. The scales on his abdomen and legs had also disappeared, replaced by peculiar runes winding around them. His muscular thighs were well defined, and his abdomen boasted a set of 8 prominent abs. Despite the persistent pain emanating from his body, he found it bearable. Approaching the mirror, Suke widened his eyes at his reflection. His dark skin was adorned with green runes, and his bulging muscles exuded a sense of power. More alarmingly, the horns on his forehead had elongated considerably. Even a hat could not conceal them. Suke slightly parted his lips, revealing 2 prominent fangs that seemed particularly conspicuous. Thankfully, as long as they do not grow any longer, it should be manageable. After inspecting his body, Suke, enduring the pain, slowly reclined back on the ground. It wasn't that he didn't wish to stand, but prolonged exertion would only exacerbate the tearing sensation in his muscles. It seems I have successfully evolved to Class B, though I remain uncertain about whether I can wield those abilities. Just as Suke prepared to close his eyes for a brief rest, a knock echoed at the door. Master, Zhang He and Officer Chen are looking for you. Xie Xinxin announced from the doorway. Tell them to wait a moment. I need to rest, Suke replied, lying on the ground. Zhang He and Officer Chen, standing behind Xie Xinxin, exchanged glances, and they immediately understood, given the terrifying roar from yesterday that had substantiated certain matters. As Xie Xinxin turned to offer an apologetic look to the 2 men, Zhang He and Officer Chen discreetly made their way towards the exit. An hour passed. Although the muscle-tearing pain persisted, it was significantly more manageable than before. Suke attempted to support himself with his hands, but a twinge of pain made him relent. It was not that he could not endure the pain, but rather he feared injuring his newly evolved body. Leaving any hidden injuries could become his fatal weakness. In the apocalyptic aftermath, Suke was acutely aware of the horrors of concealed injuries, knowing that some could never heal. So he had no choice but to remain flat on the ground. As time elapsed, the pain gradually subsided, and when his hands were finally capable of supporting his body, Suke slowly sat up. It seems my recovery speed has improved significantly. Suke gazed at his hands with satisfaction, then, with a gentle wave of his right hand, a flickering green flame materialized. Evil fire. With another wave of his right hand, the iron chair before him was instantly reduced to ashes. Indeed, this is the true power of a demon. A sinister smile crept across Suke's face as he unleashed his mental perception. A vast white mental barrier swiftly enveloped the entire room, extending outward. Converge. With a soft command, the white mental barrier stabilized immediately. Suke merely focused his thoughts on an object in the room, and it disintegrated into a pile of dust. I never expected my current strength to surpass that of my previous life. Suke chuckled at himself as the mental barrier vanished. Within half an hour, Suke experimented with various spells. Aside from those requiring specific conditions, he found that most theoretical spells could be freely utilized. Even some forbidden spells were within his grasp. Sharas, I hope you can provide me with ample entertainment. Otherwise, I shall not be satisfied. At that moment, Suke wore an exceptionally fierce expression, brimming with confidence in his abilities, or rather, this extraordinary evolution had finally enlightened him on certain matters. In the basement that afternoon, Zhang He and Officer Chun gazed at Suke in astonishment. Just a day apart, Suke had undergone a remarkable transformation. Do I have flowers on my face? Suke nonchalantly inquired of the two men. No, it's just that you. Before Officer Chun could finish his sentence, Suke interrupted. I may change even more in the future. You both need to adapt quickly. Upon hearing Suke's words, Zhang He and Officer Chun exchanged glances, instantly recalling Suke's previous roar. Speak. The two of you come over together. There must be something important, Suke stated. Well, indeed, there is something significant. We would like to jointly recommend a talent, Zhang He replied earnestly. Oh, I am quite curious. Do tell, Suke smiled. The father of technology, Professor Yin Batong. Upon hearing Zhang He utter the name, Suke felt a sudden jolt in his heart, doubting whether he had misheard. No, Zhang He, please repeat that. Who is the person? Suke asked seriously. The father of technology, the foremost figure in military industry, Professor Yin Batong from Chun-Ching University of Science and Technology. Zhang He articulated each word carefully. Where is he? Take me to him. Suke immediately rose, his expression reflecting his urgency. Observing Suke's fervent demeanor, Zhang He and Officer Chun exchanged knowing smiles, fully aware of why he was so agitated. What Zhang He and Officer Chun were contemplating remained unknown to Suke, nor did he wish to know, for he understood the profound contributions of this individual. Had Professor Yin Batong not perished in the early days of the apocalypse, Lu Zixing would never have become a great inventor. Suke was well acquainted with Lu Zixing. Each time Lu Zixing presented technological achievements, he would always mention Professor Yin Batong, referring to him as his mentor. It is worth noting that anyone whom Lu Zixing would call a mentor must be an extraordinary figure. Chapter 75. Planning for the future. As Suke and the two men arrived at the Grand Monitoring Warehouse, the survivors expressed their surprise, showering Suke and his companions with words of gratitude. They were not fools. They understood who had granted them their current way of life. Suke graciously accepted their expressions of gratitude, for he was now akin to a deity. When Suke and his companions approached Professor Yin, the latter was taken aback, never having anticipated that Chen Peng would actually bring Suke along. Hello, Suke smiled at Professor Yin, though his smile left Yin Batong feeling somewhat awkward, as it was rather terrifying. Ah, hello. Though slightly intimidated, Yin Batong extended his hand. Upon seeing the hand extended by Yin Batong, Suke hesitated for less than 2 seconds before reaching out his right hand in return. However, just as their hands were about to meet, Yin Batong suddenly withdrew his hand, not out of rudeness, but because the tattoos visible on Suke's arm instilled a deep fear within him. Professor Yin, what's wrong? Officer Chun inquired, puzzled by Yin Batong's reaction. Oh, it's nothing. I suppose I'm getting old and still fear certain things. Yin Batong quickly explained. Suke could easily discern that Yin Badong was startled by the runes on his arm. After all, these runes were formed in an exceedingly strange manner, with light coursing through them intermittently. Are you truly a deity? Yin Batong inquired, gazing at Su Quebec. Indeed. Suke affirmed with a nod. Can you lead us towards hope? Yin Batong continued his questioning. Certainly. Suke replied succinctly, leaving Yin Batong quite astonished. Initially, when Advisor Chun brought Zhang He, although he could sense Zhang He's formidable strength, he saw no glimmer of hope. However, standing before Suke, he found himself hesitant. As Suke exuded an air of mystery. What do you require of me? Yin Batong asked. Assist me, assist humanity. Suke responded, fixing his gaze on Yin Batong. Very well, I shall do my utmost, Yin Batong agreed, then added, there are numerous things I require, primarily a substantial power system, and additionally, I need certain materials and equipment from the laboratory. Advisor Chun and Zhang He had already conveyed these requests during their visit. No problem at all. In a moment, please accompany me. I wish to show you something that will elucidate everything. Suke smiled. Although Professor Yin was uncertain about what the deity intended to reveal, he nodded in agreement, for he had already committed to assisting. As Suke and his companions exited the large monitoring chamber, many survivors fell to their knees in worship, resembling brainwashed devotees. Observing their actions, Suke felt a subtle smile form. It seemed Chun Chang's indoctrination plan had proven remarkably effective. Upon Suke forcefully pushed open the door to the reactor warehouse, both Yin Badong and Advisor Chun were momentarily taken aback, struggling to believe that such a thing existed within this prison. This nuclear power was prepared by me before the apocalypse, intended to ensure humanity has sustenance, Suke began. But before he could finish, Yin Batong exclaimed with fervor, hope. Humanity's hope, artificially synthesized starch from carbon dioxide. Hearing Yin Badong's excited declaration, Advisor Chun and Zhang He exchanged puzzled glances, as they were unaware of how carbon dioxide could be transformed into starch, or even that it could be consumed. Witnessing Professor Yin's exhilaration, a smile crept across Suke's face, as he suddenly conceived several plans he had previously deemed unthinkable. At that moment, Yin Batong eagerly caressed the machinery before him, perceiving it as an invaluable treasure. Oh, Divine One, I apologize for my earlier short-sightedness, he said, bowing. Professor Yin, please refrain from such formalities. I understand your concerns, Suke quickly responded, stepping forward to assist him. No need to call me Professor Yin. Simply refer to me as Old Yin. Had you not brought me here, I would have truly believed humanity was devoid of hope. But seeing this, I realize my error and apologize for my narrow perspective. Yin Batong grasped Suke's right hand earnestly. The fear he had previously felt vanished, replaced by utmost respect. Observing Yin Batong's reaction, both Zhang He and Advisor Chen also smiled, as they understood how Suke had been misconstrued. Very well, henceforth, I shall call you Old Yin. Suke nodded, then produced an operations manual, handing it to Yin Batong. Initially taken aback by the item thrust into his hands, Yin Batong soon smiled. Although he had no immediate use for the manual, as it was a gift from a deity, he accepted it, recognizing it as a token of divine intent. As the four exited the reactor warehouse, Suke suddenly recalled something. Professor Yin, do you know Lu Zixing? Suke asked. Lu Zixing? Yin Batong paused, contemplating before asking. Are you referring to Lu Zixing from our industrial university? Indeed, Suke confirmed with a nod. I know him. He is one of my students, though I am uncertain of his current situation, Yin Batong replied, a hint of melancholy in his voice. Upon learning that Lu Zixing was a student of Professor Yin, Suke felt a surge of excitement, as this signified a significant step forward in his plans. Professor Yin, do you know where Lu Zixing resides? Suke inquired eagerly. His home is in Bin City, but I am not entirely sure of the exact location, Yin Batong said with a wry smile. Suke nodded, directing his gaze at Zhang He. Realizing Suke's intent, Zhang He understood immediately. Their next plan was to occupy Bin City. Shall we set off early? Zhang He asked. Not just yet. We will wait until the first batch of professionals has been promoted, then I will arrange for you, Suke replied. Zhang He nodded, comprehending Suke's meaning. Once the quartet returned to the small monitoring chamber, Suke offered a few instructions to Qin Chong before departing with Advisor Chen. At this moment, Chen Peng felt somewhat bewildered, unsure why Suke had summoned him alone. Advisor Chen, I hope you can accompany Zhang He to Bin City, Suke stated directly. Upon hearing this, Chun Prung instantly grasped Su Kei's intent and replied, I understand your meaning. I had already contemplated this before you emerged. Su Kei turned, regarding Chin Peng with a peculiar look, as he felt he might have acted unwisely. Very well, since you agree, please take these items with you as well. Su Kei said, pushing open the door to warehouse number 3. The instant warehouse number 3 opened, Advisor Chin immediately comprehended Su Kei's intentions. Inside were the items Su Kei had retrieved from the military base. While they lacked cutting-edge weaponry, these arms were sufficient to equip thousands of individuals to the teeth. What would you have me do? Advisor Chin inquired. Clear Bin City. Take control of it, Su Kei stated earnestly. Advisor Chin nodded. Though Su Kei's instruction was succinct, he instantly understood the implications of what was being asked. Chapter 76. A fortuitous encounter with He Ting. While Chun Peng could not speak for others, he could discern ambition in Su Kei's gaze. Although he did not fathom why a deity would harbor mortal aspirations, he readily acquiesced, recognizing that only Bin City posed a threat to Spring City. As long as they secured the vital routes from Bin City to Spring City, entry into Spring City would be nearly impossible unless one could fly or swim across the sea. After Su Kei provided Advisor Chun with an overview of the situation in Bin City, he handed over the key to the warehouse. In the afternoon, Su Kei convened a roundtable meeting with the temporary upper echelon, distributing the current tasks of the base before departing alone in a vehicle. Watching Su Kei leave solo, Zhang He stood atop the wall gazing skyward. Do you know what he is up to? Advisor Chen asked from below. Zhang He did not respond directly, merely nodded and continued to gaze at the sky, as if attempting to see through it. How is your recovery progressing? Advisor Chen inquired again. It's nearly complete. In 2 days, I should be able to accept the trial at the Sacred Steel, Zhang He replied, still fixated on the heavens. Are you pondering the extraterrestrial beings? Advisor Chen queried, looking up at the sky. Yes, I am eager to understand how they managed to enter Blue Star. Hearing Zhang He's response, Advisor Chen began to ponder the same question. Though they both understood the challenges that lay ahead, they yearned to know more, regrettably realizing that such inquiries could not be directed at Su Quebec. As Su Kei drove into the city, the streets were deserted except for a few wandering zombies. Upon hearing the engine roar, these aimless zombies sprinted toward him, yet when they were within 30 meters of the SUV, they abruptly halted, standing motionless. Gur. Su Kei let out a low growl, causing the zombies to turn their heads, seemingly searching for something, before collectively pointing in one direction. Upon learning the precise location of Chow Yunhai, a wicked grin spread across Su Kei's face as he drove toward the marketplace. As he drove onto Shiming Road, a slight figure suddenly dashed out from the left side of the road. With a screeching halt, the SUV came to an immediate stop, and fortunately, Su Kei reacted swiftly. Otherwise, he would have surely collided with the woman who had rushed out. Help me, the girl cried, lunging towards the SUV. Just as she climbed onto the roof of the vehicle, dozens of zombies surged forth from both sides of the road. Their grotesque visages suggested they had caught a whiff of a delicious meal, and they charged towards the SUV. Roar! Su Kei let out a furious shout. And in an instant, the oncoming zombies froze in their tracks, slowly crouching down. The girl, who had thought she saw a glimmer of hope, turned pale upon hearing the furious roar emanating from within the vehicle. As the door swung open, she snapped back from her stupor, supporting herself with her left hand on the car roof, and leaped down from the SUV. However, just as she was about to flee, a voice halted her in her tracks. Do you want me to save you, or will you choose to die on your own? Though Su Kei's voice was not loud, the girl heard him clearly. As she turned to inquire about Su Kei, she was taken aback by his appearance, leaving her momentarily speechless. I am not a monster. If you wish to live, then go, Su Kei declared before entering the vehicle. Momentarily hesitant, the girl bit her lip, wiped the grime from her face, and approached the SUV. Once she settled into the passenger seat, a faint smile appeared on Su Kei's face, although it sent shivers down the girl's spine. You need not fear, I am not a zombie, Su Kei reassured her before accelerating away. The crunching sound of zombies being crushed beneath the SUV heightened the girl's fear of Su Kei, making her feel as if she had narrowly escaped from a tiger's den only to fall into a wolf's lair. Where did you escape from? Su Kei inquired, seemingly unperturbed by the girl's expression of terror. What do you intend to do? She asked nervously. I am merely inquiring. Perhaps I may save them, Su Kei replied. Upon hearing Su Kei's intention to rescue others, the girl's fearful expression morphed into something strange, followed by a gurgling sound from her stomach. Su Kei glanced at her. noting that although she was disheveled, she undoubtedly possessed the charm of a beautiful girl. I have some food here. You should eat a bit. Once we return to the base, I will have someone arrange for you, Suke said, pulling out a sealed bag of beef jerky from his pocket. Upon seeing the jerky Suke offered, the girl swallowed hard before eagerly accepting it. Watching her devour the jerky ravenously, Suke felt a twitch in the corner of his eye, realizing that she was even more ferocious than he was. Is there more? She asked, tearing into the jerky. Yes, take your time. I have more, Suke nodded in response. Hearing that there was more jerky, the girl tore into it with even greater vigor, as if she hadn't eaten for days. Suke sighed, realizing his words were in vain. I advise you not to go there. Although many unfortunate souls remain, at least they can rely on their own strength to survive, the girl warned. Suke glanced at her, noticing a hint of resentment in her gaze, which provided him with some insight. Is there a manager there? He asked nonchalantly. Yes, and he is quite formidable, with over a dozen thugs under his command. The girl bit into the jerky firmly. Hearing her words, Suke revealed a disdainful smile, then casually produced a bottle of mineral water before her. Water, the girl exclaimed, astonished. In this apocalyptic world, while food was scarce, water was even rarer. Just days ago, 3 lives were lost over a single bottle of water, illustrating the brutal reality of this new world. I noticed your lips are cracked. Swallowing jerky must be quite the challenge, Suke remarked. Thank you, the girl said, her eyes glistening with gratitude. Wiping away the unshed tears, she accepted the water and drank deeply. In a normal society, her actions would have startled onlookers, for she was a renowned film star. Take it easy, there's more if you need, Suke said, producing 2 more bottles of clean mineral water. Thank you. My name is Ting, she said, looking at Suke with appreciation. Suke nodded before continuing to drive. What does that mean? Although you saved me, you should at least tell me your name, Ting asked, puzzled. Suke turned to her with a mischievous grin and replied nonchalantly, they all call me God. You may refer to me as such from now on. Seeing Suke's smile, Ting managed to force a sheepish grin, though she found it difficult to call him by that name. Suke paid no mind to her embarrassment. He had already answered her question, and he need not worry further, for once they returned to the base, she would undoubtedly believe he was a god. Chapter 77. The betrayer. The SUV did not travel at an excessive speed, but each passage through the horde of zombies filled Ting with trepidation. Where are we headed? She asked, a hint of worry in her voice. To slay the zombie king, Suke replied indifferently, causing Ting's eyes to widen in astonishment as she processed his words. Are you saying that all of this is the doing of that zombie king? She asked hastily. Suke glanced at the bewildered Ting and shook his head, saying, the zombie king is a powerful, evolved zombie. As for what you are referring to, it would be futile to explain, as your current abilities cannot grasp the truth. Rather than feeling angered by Suke's words, Ting began to analyze the situation calmly. Initially, she had believed someone had intentionally spread the zombie virus, but from Suke's words, it seemed this apocalypse had been premeditated and deliberately unleashed upon Blue Star. Since you claim to be a god, why were you unable to prevent this disaster? Ting inquired. A slumbering god. Sealed away. Do you truly believe he possesses the power to avert all of this? Suke countered. This statement rendered Ting momentarily speechless, for his words clarified everything. Are you truly a god? She asked, gazing at Suquebec. In due time, you shall know. Suke did not demonstrate his abilities directly. Instead, he instructed her to wait. Where are we headed? Have you been circling the city? Should we not find a place to ambush this zombie king you speak of? Ting bombarded him with questions. You do have a lot of inquiries. How am I to respond? Suke replied, looking ahead. Ting fell silent. Unsure of why she had so many questions, she hadn't exhibited this behavior when she was with her companions, but now, facing this so-called god, she found herself more talkative. Suke glanced at her before lightly waving his right hand in front of her. A surge of green energy instantly enveloping the dazed Ting. Just as she was about to ask what he intended to do, an overwhelming drowsiness swept over her mind. Hearing Ting snore, Suke's lips twitched, shaking his head with a wry smile. While he was unaware of the dangers she had faced, he could discern the exhaustion and fear in her snores. Ah, poor humans. This is merely the beginning of the apocalypse, Suke lamented. As the SUV continued to weave through the horde, Suke finally arrived at the marketplace. He gently rapped on the car door. We have arrived, wake up. As Suke's words echoed, Ting rubbed her eyes groggily, staring at him in disbelief. "What have you done to me?" she asked. "You had too many questions, so I let you sleep for a bit. Your snoring was quite amusing," Suke replied humorously. At that moment, He-Ting felt her cheeks flush, as she was unaware that she snored. Before He-Ting could finish her question, they were startled by the sight before them. Countless zombies poured out from the marketplace, charging towards them. "Get off the car and stand beside me," Suke commanded as he patted the vehicle. Before He-Ting could react, she found herself unceremoniously seated on the ground. Upon glancing around, she was astonished to discover that the SUV they had just occupied had vanished. Suke twisted his neck and stretched his limbs. With a flourish of his arms, two massive blades, a striking blend of black and white, materialized in his grasp. Observing the formidable weapons, He-Ting hurriedly rose to approach him. "Stay close," Suke instructed, stepping forward to deliver a powerful strike against the approaching horde of zombies. With a swift slash, the first wave of zombies was obliterated, their bodies reduced to a gruesome spectacle, bones shattered and scattered. Another swing created a gaping 5-meter-wide breach before him. As the number of zombies surged, Suke's strikes became increasingly rapid, each devastating blow leaving He-Ting in awe, while also capturing the attention of Chow Yun-hai upstairs. "How is this possible?" Chow Yun-hai exclaimed in disbelief. He could hardly fathom how, in just a few days, Suke had transformed into such a formidable force, far surpassing his previous strength. "Worry not, my lord. We possess over 100,000 zombies here. No matter his prowess, he cannot ascend to us," Mingbo respectfully assured, though he too was taken aback by Suke's audacity to confront them. The chaos outside the marketplace resembled a hellscape, as one man wielded a battle blade against countless zombies. Watching the relentless tide of the undead fall, a diminutive zombie upstairs revealed a sinister grin, sensing an opportunity. "What do you intend to do?" the taller zombie inquired. "Do you believe the treatment you've received these past few days is fair?" the shorter zombie retorted, a malevolent expression crossing his face. The taller zombie instantly understood his companion's intentions and, shaking his head, chose not to intervene, unwilling to be ensnared by such control. As the carnage intensified outside, Chow Yun-hai grew increasingly uneasy, for the zombies seemed unable to approach Suke, let alone reach the humans behind him. "We must leave. There are simply too many zombies here," He-Ting voiced her concern. "Humph, they are inconsequential before me. My target lies among those above," Suke declared, his blades slicing through the air with alacrity. With each fallen zombie, his bloodlust surged, fully awakened. Roaring, Suke raised his blades high, a resonant sound wave emanating from him, momentarily immobilizing the zombies in their tracks. A powerful bloodlust filled his eyes. With each downward stroke, more zombies collapsed. Witnessing this scene, Chow Yun-hai could no longer remain seated, for if Suke continued his massacre unchecked, these zombies would merely serve to sharpen his skills. "Quick, devise a way to eliminate him. I cannot allow him to confront me." Chow Yun-hai seethed in fury. The sheer rage of the zombie king sent shivers down Mingbo's spine, and he respectfully bowed his head as he departed. Meanwhile, the shorter zombie had reached the second floor. After issuing commands to his own horde, he charged through the west exit of the marketplace. When Mingbo arrived on the second floor, he was utterly stunned by the sight before him. Half of the zombies had inexplicably vanished. "Ah!" Mingbo cried out, hurrying towards the west window. As he glanced down, the truth dawned upon him. "Traitor, you must perish," he seethed, preparing to report this treachery when the taller zombie suddenly blocked his path. "Will you also betray the king?" Mingbo glared, filled with animosity. "I shall not betray the king, for I am aware of the fate that befalls traitors," the taller zombie replied. "Humph, do you expect me to believe that?" "I shall report the truth," Mingbo scoffed, sidestepping to ascend the stairs. However, just as he stepped onto the staircase, a dark claw pierced through his brain. With a resounding thud, Mingbo collapsed, his expression one of bitter defeat as a gleaming black crystal core was extracted from him. "Consume it, and you shall gain strength," the taller zombie instructed the nearby iron-skinned zombie. "What about him?" the iron-skinned zombie queried. "Leave him to accompany the zombie king," the taller zombie replied before making his way downstairs. The taller zombie chose not to take any of the wandering subordinates with him, understanding Chow Yun-hai's ruthless nature. To do so would invite the leader's wrath, resulting in dire consequences. Upon reaching the ground floor, he glanced at the chaos at the east entrance and then at the departing horde at the west. "Alas, one reaps what one sows," he mused. shaking his head as he departed through the south exit alongside 2 iron-skinned zombies. The taller zombie comprehended Suke's sudden appearance at the marketplace. He refused to become a pawn in the Zombie King's game or a casualty in this conflict. Although he had previously aligned with the Zombie King to confront Suke, the passage of days had illuminated his understanding. This was not a place to linger. As for his companions, he felt powerless to persuade them, for their thoughts had diverged since their transformation. Just as the taller zombie exited through the south door, a loud explosion erupted behind him as one of the iron-skinned zombies' heads burst apart. "What is happening?" the taller zombie queried, glancing back. "What is wrong with him?" another iron-skinned zombie asked, confused. "It's nothing. Let's move," the taller zombie replied, turning to continue on his way. For him, the experiments of recent days had all ended in failure. He had hoped that allowing powerful zombies to consume the brain crystal would enhance their abilities. Yet it had all come to naught. The iron-skinned zombies scratched their underdeveloped heads, pondering but ultimately unable to grasp the situation. They followed the taller zombie away from the scene. At the east entrance of the marketplace, the slaughter did not cease in the wake of Suke's ferocity. Instead, the horde of zombies continued to swell. "Stay close," Suke urged He-Ting, his form suddenly radiating a verdant glow. Within mere seconds, the blades in his hands became engulfed in flames, as though devoured by a potent energy. With a fierce shout, Suke unleashed his dual blades towards the advancing zombies, slicing through the ranks with precision. As the blades cleaved through one zombie, it erupted into a blaze of green flames. As the blades traveled, the initial zombie exploded, followed by the second, and then the third, as the powerful green fire consumed the undead. He-Ting stood in stunned silence, her amazement mirrored by Chow Yunhai upstairs, who was equally taken aback by Suke's magical prowess. "How can this be? How does he wield magic?" Chow Yunhai stammered in fear. Yet, no one could provide answers to his queries, and he begrudgingly surveyed the area, noting that aside from the 2 remaining brain zombies, Ming Bo and his subordinates had vanished without a trace. "Ah!" Chow Yunhai bellowed in rage, his mental wave exploding outward. The 2 brain zombies, previously observing the chaos, instantly withdrew their gazes, their expressions contorting into one of pure malice. Meanwhile, the shorter zombie, who had just exited the west door, froze in place, his face a mask of conflict, caught between malice and anguish. "You dare betray me?" A deep, thunderous voice reverberated within the shorter zombie's mind. "No, I did not. I only wished to." Before he could finish his defense, a potent spiritual pressure exclusive to the Zombie King detonated in his brain. With a sudden pop, the diminutive brain corpse's head exploded, its body collapsing slowly to the ground. "Return." Chow Yunhai's voice resonated within the minds of the leading zombies, who had no choice but to turn back towards the marketplace. Meanwhile, the towering brain corpse also felt the weight of Chow Yunhai's spiritual pressure. A sinister grin spread across its face as it forcefully clapped its right hand against its head, utilizing its mental defenses to shed the oppressive energy. "Traitor, you shall perish." Chow Yunhai's voice echoed within the giant brain corpse's mind. "Humph, rest assured, it is you who will die, not I." As the giant brain corpse spoke, a faint blue barrier suddenly emerged in its mind. Chow Yunhai, standing on the 3rd floor of the marketplace, widened his eyes in disbelief, gazing towards the south. How is this possible? A low-level brain corpse has actually manifested a domain. It was known that he, Chow Yunhai, was a corpse king who had possessed a domain since his evolution. Even when controlling these brain corpses and zombies, he had noticed that they lacked any domain protection. But what was the situation with that giant one? The giant brain corpse, now weakened and lying on the ground, stood up, revealing a savage smile. It had finally freed itself from the corpse king's control. "It seems this distance is just right." The giant brain corpse cast a furtive glance towards the marketplace. "What is the matter?" asked the ironbone zombie, tilting its head. "Nothing. We will return after you grow stronger," the giant brain corpse declared, then ambled towards the direction of Binshur. At the entrance of the marketplace, charred zombies lay scattered on the ground. Yet this did not deter the relentless tide of zombies from pouring forth. Kill. Although Suke appeared fierce, he was acutely aware that if he continued to expend energy at this rate, he would inevitably be overwhelmed by the horde. A ceaseless stream of zombies rushed towards Suke, perceiving him as the sole target, disregarding the humans behind him entirely. "My king, the Western zombie horde has returned. Shall we deploy them as well?" A brain corpse inquired respectfully. "Of course, Do we intend to leave them here to accompany us to our demise? Deploy them all. I refuse to believe that Brat can eliminate every last zombie. Chow Yunhai roared in fury. Hearing this, the brain corpse hurriedly connected with the returning horde from the south. Just as Chow Yunhai pondered how to swiftly eliminate Su Ke, another brain corpse approached rapidly, dragging the lifeless body of Ming Bo. My king, he is dead. The brain corpse reported reverently. Chow Yunhai clenched his fists and let out a low growl, seething with anger. Though one had been slain, another had still escaped. He glanced at Su Ke, who was still engaged in slaughter outside, and realized his own fate. Although he had many zombies at his disposal, given the opponent's capabilities, he could last at most another hour. What he did not know was that if he committed all his forces, the only one to escape would be Su Ke, who was already showing signs of exhaustion. Chapter 79. The frenzied Chow Yunhai. The carnage within the marketplace persisted. Despite Su Ke's formidable demeanor, he understood that without a swift resolution to Chow Yunhai, he would have to retreat temporarily. With a roar, Su Ke unleashed a wave of green flames that engulfed his entire being. At that moment, he resembled a demon emerging from the depths of hell. Any zombies that drew near would be ignited by the emerald flames. Stay close, I am charging in. Su Ke commanded He Ting behind him, stepping forward with the force of a rampaging bull into the marketplace. Damn it, why is he so strong? Chow Yunhai cursed begrudgingly, his gaze shifting to a luxury store. My king, he is about to breach our defenses, a brain corpse reported nervously. I am aware. Instruct the ironbone zombies on the second floor to intercept him, Chow Yunhai ordered before striding towards the luxury store. The two brain corpses exchanged puzzled glances. At such a critical moment, the corpse king chose not to direct the horde, but instead sought out his woman. Inside the luxury store, a dazed female zombie was sniffing around the various items. Dressed in a white wedding gown, these objects held no value for her and even repulsed her. The female zombie emitted a low, guttural sound before wandering to another area. As she approached a jewelry store, a chilling presence emerged behind her. The female zombie whirled around, her gaze locking with that of Chow Yunhai, who had just entered. My queen, today I had intended for you to be the center of attention among the dead, but that accursed individual interrupted our ceremony. Chow Yunhai spoke as he embraced the female zombie. The grotesque nature of Chow Yunhai sent shivers down the spine of the female zombie, who, despite her struggles, could not escape his grasp. My queen, you are truly beautiful. Your beauty compels me to remain by your side. Chow Yunhai licked the female zombie's cheek, his hand gripping her tightly. With a sudden snap, he bit off a chunk of her flesh. Ah, what a beautiful piece of art, now so tragically marred. Chow Yunhai expressed disappointment, his right hand tearing further. The female zombie cried out in pain as a large piece of flesh was ripped from her back. Though the taste revolted him, Chow Yunhai chewed on the zombie flesh and swallowed. Just as he intended to savor his grotesque masterpiece, a brain corpse rushed in. Get out! Chow Yunhai bellowed in anger. The brain corpse, faced with Chow Yunhai's ferocious expression, quickly swallowed its words, unwilling to face death again. After venting his rage, Chow Yunhai regained his composure. He glanced at the female zombie in his arms and then turned to the brain corpse. Is he coming? Upon hearing this, the brain corpse promptly replied, yes, he is now at the stairway to the second floor. Damn Su Ke, arriving at such a moment. Chow Yunhai flung the female zombie aside, adjusted his wrinkled suit, and strode outside. The brain corpse bowed respectfully, though its gaze lingered on the female zombie. At the stairway, Su Ke wielded his weapon like the scythe of death, ensuring that no zombies could survive when they approached him. You go first, Su Ke urged the terrified He Ting. Hearing his words, He Ting bit her lip. Though afraid, she had already followed him and had no other choice. As He Ting reached the third floor, four mutated ironbone zombies immediately locked onto her. Roar! The ironbone zombies did not charge, but instead stood their ground, emitting a fearsome roar. Another fine piece of art, Chow Yunhai observed from his seat on the sofa, gazing at He Ting with a twisted delight. He Ting felt a sense of unreality wash over her at the sudden remark, for it was her first time witnessing a zombie speak. Aren't you a zombie? How can you bang? Before she could finish her sentence, a heavy door slammed shut, and turning around, she saw Su Ke standing there, weapon in hand. Oh, isn't this the evil god? Why do you look so disheveled? Chow Yunhai mocked, his gaze fixated on Su Quebec. Is this not due to the zombies you summoned? Su Ke sheathed his weapon, revealing a sinister smile. What a pity, with so many zombies, you still couldn't kill me. Chow Yunhai remarked, lifting a glass of crimson liquid to his lips. It appears you are prepared. Why don't you tell me how you wish to depart from this world? Suke inquired with a playful tone. Before I die, can you tell me, what exactly are you? Chow Yunhai set down the glass. His voice calm as he directed the question at Su Quebec. Suke glanced at He Ting before responding nonchalantly, Demon God. Upon hearing this, Chow Yunhai maintained his composure. While He Ting stood in shock, questioning whether she had misheard. She had initially thought this man was indeed a god, only to discover he was a demon. Haha, splendid. I shall await you in the depths below, for my death is not in vain. Chow Yunhai laughed heartily. Is that so? You may find that you will not wait long, for I have no intention of venturing there. Suke replied, slowly advancing towards Chow Yunhai. Oh, I am most eager to witness just how formidable you have become. Upon finishing his words, Chow Yunhai raised his right hand, and the massive marble table was hurled towards Su Quebec. Do not move from this spot, Suke declared, as his battle blade materialized in his right hand, cutting horizontally at the marble table. Boom. The hefty table shattered into two pieces, and as it hit the ground, mutated iron bone zombies charged at Su Quebec. The iron bone zombies roared, but just as they were about to pounce on Suke, a surge of green flames enveloped his body. The blade, shrouded in flames, sliced through the four iron bone zombies as effortlessly as a hot knife through butter. Witnessing the downfall of his most prized subordinates, Chow Yunhai's sinister grin widened. Devoid of any fear, instead, he appeared exhilarated. Evil deity, let me be your stepping stone. I yearn to behold your defeat in hell. Chow Yunhai gazed maniacally at Su Quebec. Chow Yunhai's words left He Ting bewildered. She could not fathom the madness of this zombie. Very well, then await me in hell, Suke proclaimed, as his blade soared towards Chow Yunhai. Without a hint of evasion, Chow Yunhai faced the fiery blade. Just as the searing weapon was about to make contact, he forcefully clapped his hands together. Boom! A tremendous explosion occurred, engulfing the surroundings in flames as the green fire consumed everything in proximity. Haha, impressive. You truly are formidable. My death is not in vain. Chow Yunhai staggered to his feet, laughing maniacally at Su Quebec. At this moment, Chow Yunhai was in a pitiful state, his suit charred beyond recognition, rendering his previous appearance unrecognizable. Suke had not unleashed his full power. He was curious to gauge the extent of his evolved abilities. Chapter 80. The electronics factory warehouse. He Ting stood dumbfounded at the side, unable to comprehend the spectacle unfolding before her. Just yesterday, she had barely escaped from a horde of ordinary zombies, and today, she witnessed this grand battle. Her worldview shattered as Chow Yunhai fell. She felt as though everything was unreal, or perhaps entirely on a different plane. Chow Yunhai's lower half lay in countless shards, yet he did not perish. Instead, he glared at Suke with fury. Why? Why did you not end my life with a single strike? Chow Yunhai bellowed in rage. Death is simple, but you cannot die so easily, Suke replied, crouching before him. Ha, the evil deity is indeed a demon. Chow Yunhai laughed maniacally as he fixed his gaze on Su Quebec. Suke paid no heed to Chow Yunhai's deranged laughter. Instead, he enveloped his right hand in green flames and gently pressed it against Chow Yunhai's head. The excruciating pain of his soul twisted Chow Yunhai's expression into a grimace, transforming his mocking words into curses and invectives. He Ting, stunned and dazed, could not recall how she had been led away, her memories muddled, entirely oblivious to what she had heard. As the horde of corpses gradually retreated, He Ting inquired, Where are we headed? To your previous refuge, Suke replied, glancing at the silhouette of a zombie in a wedding dress in the distance. He Ting was perplexed. She was certain she had not disclosed the location of the refuge. As the car slowly started, He Ting asked, Do you know the location of the refuge? Yes, Suke nodded, producing 2 bags of bread and a bottle of mineral water. How did you know I was hungry? He Ting could scarcely believe the unfolding reality. She had said nothing, yet he seemed to know everything. What He Ting did not realize was that just 15 minutes prior, Suke had uncovered all her secrets. Initially, he had merely intended to erase her memory of their conversation, but unexpectedly, a slight exertion of magical power had compelled her to divulge everything. Though some revelations caused Suke discomfort, for this apocalyptic star, it was akin to a descent into purgatory. In truth, it was not only He Ting. Many others were enduring similar torments. I heard your stomach growling, Suke stated nonchalantly. At his words, He Ting buried her head lower. wishing she could dig a 3-bedroom apartment with her toes. As the car cruised onward, Heating noticed Suke's sharp features, finding him remarkably handsome. If only he lacked the horns upon his brow, he would be perfect. Aren't you hungry? Heating inquired. Not at all, Suke replied coolly. Heating murmured an acknowledgement, feeling inexplicably drawn to him, as if she were a young girl newly in love. Unbeknownst to Suke, he was unaware of the complications arising from his magical influence. His mind was preoccupied with plans for future power expansion, though Suke had already established a stable backing. The overwhelming presence of zombies and mutated beasts posed a significant threat. These individuals were clearly insufficient, and the task of thoroughly cleansing Spring City was daunting. It appeared that the plan for human professionals must be expedited, beginning with the prison base. While Suke pondered the progression of his plans, the vehicle finally arrived at the entrance of the electronics factory. Observing a horde of zombies charging towards them, Suke offered Heating a few instructions before disembarking. As he stepped out of the vehicle, the swarm of zombies halted as if they had seen a ghost, then began to retreat. At that moment, the energy radiating from Suke resembled that of a ferocious beast, and with the skull he held in hand, it instilled fear in the zombies. To my surprise, your skull proves quite effective, Suke remarked with a teasing expression as he strode into the factory. As Suke entered, Heating hastily followed in the vehicle. The electronics factory, once teeming with wandering zombies, fell silent upon Suke's entrance. Some newly intelligent zombies fled in terror, fearing discovery. Though initially startled by the scene, Heating remained remarkably composed compared to earlier chaos. Meanwhile, Suke remained oblivious to the burgeoning admiration Heating harbored for him. Inside the warehouse, 2 guards sensed something amiss. The usual cacophony of zombie wails was replaced by an eerie silence. Duanzi, what is going on? One guard inquired of his companion. How should I know? Perhaps the zombies have left? Duanzi replied. As the two speculated about the zombies outside, the heavy security door was suddenly pounded upon. The loud banging startled both men, but the next moment, they were filled with anger. Open the door, Suke shouted from outside. Damn it, who is it? Are you not afraid of death? Duanzi cursed angrily. Hearing the response from within, Suke gripped one side of the security door and pulled with all his might, instantly distorting the door. Upon hearing the creaking sound and seeing the door morph before them, the guards finally grasped the situation. Before they could react, with a resounding crash, the door was wrenched open. Through the glass door, the guards stood dumbfounded, for the figure before them was anything but human. Bang! Crash! The glass door shattered, and Suke strode confidently into the warehouse. As Suke entered, the remaining 30-odd survivors were filled with dread, for they knew that their time was up. Damn it! Is this guy even human? Duanzi asked in terror, glancing at his companion. But in the next moment, he realized something was amiss. His companion had already wet himself in fright. Bring forth your leader. Do you wish to perish? As Suke demanded the guards to summon the overseer, a middle-aged man emerged from a small room deep within the warehouse, cursing under his breath. Suke stood against the light, making it difficult for the middle-aged man to discern his presence at first. However, upon noticing that the warehouse door was ajar, his temper flared instantly. Are you both seeking death? It's just opened. As the man approached Suke, an unsettling feeling enveloped him, causing the hair on the back of his neck to bristle. Suke regarded the man with indifference before retracting his mental energy. You shall perish, Suke declared, fixing his gaze upon the middle-aged man. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the man immediately began to scan the surroundings for weapons. Finding none, he fled towards the room behind him. Suke paid no mind to the man's escape. For one destined to die, no amount of struggle could alter his fate. Where is Zhangbo? Suke called out, then turned his attention to the group of survivors. Upon hearing Zhangbo's name, one of the guards replied, Zhangbo is not here. He took his squad to gather supplies. Suke nodded at the guard and proceeded deeper into the warehouse. Just as Suke ventured further in, a car abruptly halted at the entrance, leaving the 2 guards utterly dumbfounded when they saw who exited. Chapter 81, Purge. The appearance of Heating left the guards astonished. They had assumed she would be torn to shreds by zombies after her escape, yet here she was. The moment Heating stepped into the warehouse, a gunshot shattered the silence. Suke stood still, observing the middle-aged man who had just emerged from a room. Did I miss? The man wondered aloud. But the next moment, he was struck with disbelief. Impossible. As he prepared to pull the trigger again, a figure darted towards him at blinding speed. Crack! Bang! The sound of bones snapping accompanied the deafening blast of the pistol, echoing throughout the warehouse. The man clutched his injured arm, writhing in agony on the ground, never having imagined that the creature before him possessed such formidable power. In the instant Suke approached, the man finally saw his true form. And the gunshot had resulted from his subconscious instinct to fire, yet the pistol had been bent by Suke's strength. Ignoring the man, Suke strode directly into the warehouse room. He had earlier spread his mental energy throughout the warehouse and was aware of the man's actions. But he had not anticipated such depravity. As Suke entered the room, the middle-aged man, despite his pain, scrambled to his feet, desperate to conceal his secrets. However, the moment he rose, his body froze, and his gaze turned vacant. "I will not judge you without reason. Confess your crimes, and then leave this place," Suke proclaimed. His back turned to the middle-aged man. This scene left the survivors in shock, as they had no understanding of the unfolding events. Yet in the next moment, the man's words left them astounded, for they could not fathom that he was not only ruthless but had committed such heinous acts. Suke opened an iron door leading to the basement. The instant the door swung open, the growls of two zombies erupted. They could have remained silent, but the immense pressure from Suke compelled them to roar. "Silence!" Suke commanded the two zombies, and they instantly stood still, like frightened chicks. Casting his gaze upon the skeletal remains scattered on the ground, Suke then turned to a wooden rack filled with various toys, and to his dismay, he spotted two drilling machines as well. This is truly perverse. Even zombies can play. After glancing at the two locked zombies, Suke disregarded the basement's contents and exited. Regarding the middle-aged man's grotesque behavior, Suke had only heard whispers before, but witnessing it firsthand today filled him with regret, for this man could hardly be called human. Upon returning to the warehouse, Suke glanced at the still rambling middle-aged man, snapped his fingers lightly, and a surge of green flame shot towards him. The survivors recoiled in terror, fearing they too would be engulfed by the flames. "Is what he said true?" He-Ting asked Suke, her expression pale. "Indeed." Suke nodded, revealing that the situation was even more grotesque than the man had described. "Is it inside?" He-Ting bit her lip, pressing for more information. "I advise against going there," Suke warned. Understanding his concern for her safety, He-Ting nodded and turned her gaze to the remaining survivors. "What will happen to them?" she inquired. "I will lead them away. Your companion has not returned. We must wait a while longer," Suke replied as he moved towards the entrance. Hearing his words, He-Ting felt a surge of gratitude. She never imagined that this remarkable being would go to such lengths for her. Exiting the warehouse, Suke approached the SUV, gently placing his left hand on the engine hood. In an instant, the modified SUV vanished before the two guards. The guards were left speechless, struggling to comprehend the surrealness of the moment. "What happened to the car?" He-Ting asked Suquebek. "I took it. I will switch to a larger one shortly," he explained. Accepting his response, He-Ting refrained from further questioning, recognizing that his secrets were vast, and even if she were to ask, he would likely remain tight-lipped. "What do you plan to do about the two zombies inside?" He-Ting inquired, glancing towards the depths of the room. "Leave them be. Once we've departed, this place will be reduced to ruins," Suke stated as he settled into a chair. He-Ting remained silent, obediently standing by Suke's side, her gaze fixed on the entrance. As time passed, the zombies outside the electronics factory returned within, yet none dared approach the warehouse. In the distance, 7 survivors crouched by the fence, observing the wandering zombies. Although they carried their backpacks, they proceeded with utmost caution. "Brother Zhang, it seems the number of zombies has diminished significantly," one survivor whispered. "That's a good thing. At least we won't fear being surrounded when we venture out next." Zhang Bo replied with a smile. Their haul for the day was quite promising, having found 2 barrels of mineral water and discovered a large storage facility. Though some of the food had expired, it was still edible. "Brother Zhang, I can't quite grasp why we need to return here with that storage facility available," a shorter member of the group questioned. "What do you understand? It's not so simple to fully occupy that place. We can't even begin to clear out the zombies inside, not to mention the hordes outside," Zhang Bo chastised. The shorter member seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation, but just as he was about to speak, Zhang Bo leaped off the fence. The 7-member team cautiously approached the warehouse, but when they were close, Zhang Bo froze in shock. "Why is the warehouse door open? Have the zombies breached it?" The bespectacled youth wondered aloud. "It shouldn't be. Look around. There are no zombies nearby," the shorter member pointed out. Zhang Bo noticed this too. Despite the oddity of the situation, he pressed forward. As they neared the warehouse, upon hearing whispers from within, they relaxed, having feared it was overrun by zombies. Yet, when Zhang Bo and the others reached the entrance, they were left dumbfounded. The marks on the warehouse door were clearly made by tremendous force. Brother Zhang, we. Before the bespectacled youth could finish his sentence, Su Kei's voice resonated from inside the warehouse. Since you have returned, come in. Just as Zhang Bo hesitated, 2 guards dashed out from the warehouse. At long last, you have returned, and we have awaited your arrival with great anticipation. A guard wielding a fire axe stood watch. Something felt amiss, Run, Zhang Bo shouted, turning on his heel. Yet, in an instant, he was taken aback, as he found himself pinned to the ground by his companions. Chapter 82. The future plan. What are you doing? Zhang Bo struggled against the weight of several comrades, only to be met with an even greater force pressing him down. At that moment, the others, including the bespectacled youth, appeared bewildered, utterly unaware of their own actions, as an insistent voice echoed in their minds. The 2 guards were equally perplexed, unable to comprehend the situation. Zhang Bo, who should have fled, was being subdued by his own allies. What have you done? He Ting inquired, observing Su Kei as he toyed with a flickering green flame in his hand. Let us proceed. I shall take care of this scoundrel, Su Kei replied, rising and moving towards the exit. Just as he stepped out of the warehouse, the green glimmer in the eyes of those holding Zhang Bo faded away. What has happened to us? The bespectacled youth gazed at his companions in confusion, before they could fully grasp the situation. Su Kei's voice resounded in their minds once more. Lift him up. In Su Kei's presence, their wills were rendered powerless to resist, and they roughly hoisted Zhang Bo to his feet before kneeling obediently on the ground, awaiting their fate. It is you. Who are you really? As Su Kei appeared, Zhang Bo sensed something was amiss, but before he could inquire further, a shadow behind Su Kei left him stunned. He Ting. Zhang Bo could hardly believe his eyes. He had thought this girl had become a mere meal for the undead. Yet, here she stood. Are you shocked? He Ting said, a hint of amusement in her gaze. She harbored a deep-seated hatred for Zhang Bo. Although he had not directly harmed her, his actions had nearly cast her into an abyss. No, He Ting, let me explain. I did it all for you. You must believe me. I would never. Enough. Your explanations are worthless. Do you think I do not know who you are? He Ting interrupted him sharply, her voice filled with disdain for the man kneeling before her. No, Ting Ting, it's not as you think. I was left with no choice. Zhang Bo pleaded desperately, but his words fell on deaf ears. The others were not naive. They were fully aware of what Zhang Bo had done to He Ting. What do you intend to do with him? He Ting asked Su Quebec. Can we keep him alive? After all, he still has some utility to me, Su Kei replied, regarding He Ting with a measured gaze. Upon hearing Su Kei's words, He Ting appeared perplexed. However, it was unrealistic to expect her to take a life herself. Observing the reluctant expression on her face, Su Kei smiled subtly, and a voice only she could hear echoed in her mind. Do not worry. I will merely prolong his existence. When the time is right, I will allow you to witness his gradual demise. He Ting nodded in understanding, though she remained uncertain of Su Kei's intentions. However, the prospect of watching this scoundrel perish brought her a semblance of satisfaction. Suddenly, just as Zhang Bo felt a flicker of hope that he might escape death, a sharp snap resonated in his ear, causing his gaze to turn vacant. You too. Bring him out. Su Kei commanded the guards behind him. Yes, we shall do so immediately. The guards, gripped by fear, dared not resist. They complied without question. Having witnessed the extraordinary events unfold, as the guards entered the warehouse to retrieve the survivors, Su Kei waved his left hand lightly, and an unmodified bus materialized before He Ting and the others. Though He Ting remained unfazed by the sudden appearance of the bus, having witnessed numerous displays of Su Kei's abilities, the others trembled with unease, convinced that such feats were beyond mere mortals. Su Kei shook his head at the unmodified bus. He had prepared numerous contingencies for this apocalypse. Yet time constraints had left him without a single modified vehicle. As the guards escorted the survivors from the warehouse, they were taken aback by the sight of the new bus. Arranged for them to board, Su Kei instructed the guards, understanding his command. The guards opened the bus doors and ushered the women inside. Once all the survivors were aboard, Su Kei pointed towards the bespectacled youth and issued a command that resonated in their minds. What do you plan to do with these people? He Ting inquired softly from the passenger seat. I require followers, as well as the strength of these individuals. After all, I am humanity's only hope, Suke replied. His gaze fixed ahead. He-Ting believed only half of what Suke said. It was not that she doubted him, but rather that she found him inscrutable. Logically, he had slain that pervert, yet he did not seem inclined to eliminate Zhang Bo and the others, which raised her suspicions. Unaware of her inner thoughts, Suke's only concern was the forthcoming cultivation plan, as he needed the power of human evolutionists. As the bus entered the city, numerous zombies crowded the streets. But upon sensing the energy emanating from within the vehicle, they fled in terror. As the sun set, the bus successfully arrived at the Shishan prison base. After instructing Chen Chong and the others, Suke departed with Zhang He and the welcoming party. Hey, what about me? He-Ting called after Suke's retreating figure. Hearing her voice, Suke glanced back at Xie Xin, who immediately understood and approached He-Ting. Is the zombie king dead? Zhang He queried with concern. Yes, I have vanquished it, Suke confirmed with a nod. Excellent. Now we can begin clearing out the other zombies. Zhang He declared triumphantly. That is true. But there are so many zombies. It will take a considerable amount of time to clean them out. Chun, the advisor, mused while stroking his chin. Indeed. Advisor Chen makes a valid point. That is why I wish to cultivate a batch of professionals as quickly as possible, Suke concurred. Are you planning to occupy the sacred monument area? Zhang He asked Quebec. Suke nodded, then shook his head, leaving Zhang He and Chen Peng perplexed. Uncertain of his meaning. Follow me, and you will understand, Suke said, leading them towards the basement. Upon entering the first room of the basement, Suke drew back a curtain, revealing a massive map of Fuxing province before Zhang He and Chen Peng. Zhang He remained silent, his confusion evident as he gazed at Suke, unsure of the purpose behind the display. Chen Peng, however, quickly identified something amiss. The oversized map bore numerous unfamiliar black lines. This is the map of our Fuxing province. The areas I have marked with black lines indicate where defensive walls need to be constructed, apart from one major thoroughfare in Spring City requiring a single wall. All other locations necessitate 3 or more defensive barriers, Suke explained, pointing to the black lines. Wait, I do not quite understand. To establish defensive walls, we will require a significant workforce, and given our current circumstances, we cannot construct such fortifications, Chen Peng interjected. It was not that he disagreed with Suke's plans, but rather that he believed such measures were impossible to implement. Chapter 83. A New Crisis. Suke nodded in acknowledgement, fully aware of Chen Peng's concerns. I understand your skepticism. Although it may seem implausible, I assure you that once you become professionals, these constructs may indeed materialize, Suke stated earnestly. Are you suggesting that as long as we become professionals, we can conjure such structures out of thin air? Chen Peng asked incredulously, staring at Quebec. That is one way to put it. However, the primary condition is to locate these specific individuals, Suke replied, producing 2 notes filled with names from beneath the map. Zhang He and Chen Peng took the note, and were immediately taken aback by the names and detailed addresses inscribed upon it. Fan Yugong, a civil engineer from Jue City in Fuxing province, sought refuge in shelter number 4 after the apocalypse erupted. Chu Jie, an architectural engineer from Fanjiang City in Lushing province, remained steadfast in his home for 6 months after the outbreak before finally hiding in the Fanjiang shelter. Yuan Hua, a construction foreman from Zhujiang City, was rescued post-outbreak and is currently residing in the Zhujiang South District Prison. Upon examining the detailed descriptions on the note, Zhang He and Chen Peng instantaneously grasped Suke's intentions. My injuries have nearly healed. I shall proceed to the sacred monument now, Zhang He declared as he set down the note. There is no rush. Let us wait a few days until the timing is ripe. I will have you take others along when the moment arrives, Suke replied with a smile. In truth, Suke yearned more than anyone to locate these individuals swiftly. However, the timing was not yet suitable. Setting aside the monumental significance of the sacred monument to humanity, many survivors still lurked in the shadows throughout Spring City, necessitating Suke's consolidation of these remaining survivors. What shall we do now? Chen Peng inquired directly of Suke, sensing that this was not merely a presentation of future plans, as such plans could shatter like fragile bubbles at the slightest deviation. Suke unfurled a map of Fuxing province, revealing the topographical layout before the 2 men. Spring City is our primary target. Although the zombie king has perished, numerous wandering zombies remain. Henceforth, your task will be to rescue survivors while I handle the zombie hordes. Suke indicated a marked area on the map. Are there people in these sectors? Zhang He questioned, scrutinizing the map. Approximately. I have only sketched a rough outline, Suke explained. In truth, he was uncertain where the most survivors might be, yet based on memories from his previous life and recent observations, he could only make such assumptions. As his mental perception could not envelop all of Spring City. Our base now houses 1,000 individuals. If we exceed that, we may face a food shortage, Chun, the strategist, remarked while stroking his stubble thoughtfully. You need not worry about that. As long as you can rescue them, I will ensure their sustenance, Suke assured Chun. He understood Chen's concerns. While the machine could sustain many, true survival hinged on plentiful unmutated crops. After the three strategized on how to rescue the remaining survivors, Zhang He and Chun Peng departed the basement. Watching their silhouettes fade, Suke gazed at the night sky adorned with a crimson moon. In the early morning at the prison base, Chen Chong led a group of newly evolved survivors out of the evolution chamber. Suke was somewhat taken aback by the mere 300 evolved individuals. It was not that the number was insufficient, but rather that at the current pace. He anticipated initiating his own evolution ceremony within half a month. Master, here is yesterday's list of evolved individuals. Based on the results from recent days, another batch of E-class evolved individuals should emerge the day after tomorrow, Xie Xinshin reported, holding the document. Excellent. Secure this batch of crystal cores and instruct Chen Shong and the others to expedite their efforts. Suke instructed, retrieving bags of evolution crystal cores from his spatial inventory. Xie Xinshin was astonished by the sheer quantity of crystal cores, though she was aware Suke had hunted the zombie king the previous day. She could hardly fathom the extent of his bounty. Unbeknownst to her, these crystal cores represented only a minuscule fraction of Suke's spoils, as he had slain tens of thousands of E-class zombies, resulting in an abundant harvest after the zombie king's demise. At this juncture, Suke no longer needed to collect the crystal cores from the zombies' brains. With merely a thought, the cores from the slain zombies would automatically transfer into his spatial realm. Just as Suke finished relaying tasks to Xie Xinshin, Zhang He burst in, breathless. This is bad. Something has happened. Suke, noticing Zhang He's anxious expression, quickly inquired. Is it a zombie horde? No, there are no zombies daring to approach. It's the radio. Zhang He replied urgently. Upon hearing this, Suke's demeanor shifted to one of gravity as he accompanied Zhang He towards the small monitoring room. What news have you received? Suke asked en route. Song, you just intercepted a distress signal from the civilian radio in Hua City. Although it is a civilian station, the content pertains to military matters, Zhang He reported. Suke halted abruptly, turning to Zhang He. Are you saying the Hua City military district has resorted to using civilian radio for assistance? Suke questioned, his expression darkening. Precisely, but the reasons remain unclear, Zhang He replied. At Zhang He's words, Suke's back tattoo flickered ominously. This news was hardly favorable. Quickly, notify all survivors to gather in the playground. Ensure not a single person is left behind. Suke commanded before sprinting towards the basement. Observing Suke's unprecedented urgency, Zhang He suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation. Upon entering the basement, Suke headed directly to the final evolution room he had used, which was significantly larger than the others. Damn it, how could this occur so soon? It was supposed to be 3 months before such an event transpired, Suke muttered, while hastily stowing away numerous burlap sacks into his spatial realm. In comparison to the zombies, Suke placed greater importance on the contents of the sacks, as these items could counter the initial wave of incursions from other realms, having taken him considerable time to procure. As for how Suke discerned the impending invasion, it was tied to the disappearance of military radio communications. In his previous life, the mysterious vanishing of Hua City's military radio had served as a crucial signal. Initially, human survivors dismissed it, assuming the personnel had turned into zombies. However, true terror only dawned upon humanity when they confronted the reality of the situation. This looming dread was embodied in the infamous brain-eating worms from beyond. Compared to the foreign entities, these worms were the very essence of nightmares. Once they invaded a brain, the individual would become a mere puppet of the otherworldly beings. The most notorious urban battle of the previous life was orchestrated by these brain-eating worms, manipulating humans into slaughtering one another, ultimately using the remaining survivors as their new hosts. Chapter 84. Prevention is better than cure in the prison base's playground. Suke was quite pleased with the formation of a 1,000-strong line of survivors. Although this number was still less than half of what it had been in his previous life, It was remarkable progress within just a month. Young master, everyone is assembled. Chen Chong reported respectfully. Very well. Distribute the items, one for each person. Once they have consumed them, let all the men remain. Su Ke instructed, producing the prepared pills. Observing the sacks filled with black pills, Jiang Shang's eyes twitched slightly, as the first impression of the pills was one of unsanitary conditions. What are these? Zhang He inquired, picking up a handful of pills. Roots of the demon vine, Su Ke replied. Upon hearing this, Zhang He ceased further inquiries, taking a pill and swallowing it without hesitation. Witnessing Zhang He consume the dark pill prompted Chen Chong to glance at Jiang Shang before decisively doing the same. As the pills were distributed, Su Ke nodded in satisfaction and proclaimed loudly, after consuming the pills, some individuals may experience discomfort. However, do not be alarmed. This pill may cause a fever for a day, but once 24 hours have passed, you will return to health. Leader, may I ask what the purpose of this pill is? A young man in the crowd raised his hand to inquire, echoing the curiosity of many others. These pills are designed to prevent certain species from invading your brains. If you wish to reside within my base, you must consume them, Su Ke responded emphatically. Hearing his words, some survivors promptly swallowed the pills, while others remained skeptical. Naturally, Su Ke observed the actions of these individuals closely. He waved his hand at Chen Chong and the others, signaling them to take action. Chen Chong immediately understood and led a group of ruffians towards those who hesitated. Some survivors, still bewildered by the situation, were dragged out of the line by two of the ruffians. However, there were those who were quick-witted, sensing danger. They swallowed the pills without hesitation. Master, there are a total of 28 people, reported Xie Xinxin. Su Ke nodded and slowly approached the 28 individuals who had not ingested the pills. You cannot do this. Although we were saved by you, we demand our human rights, shouted a middle-aged man with glasses. Human rights? Will that protect your life? Su Ke scrutinized him, questioning. But you cannot force us to consume this unknown substance, the middle-aged man argued. Su Ke remained silent, merely nodding in agreement before beckoning to the two ruffians. Seeing this, the ruffians grinned with satisfaction and eagerly approached the middle-aged man. Before he could react, one of the ruffians kicked him, leaving the others in the line stunned. I previously stated that if you wish to live in my base, you must consume it. These 28 may have some grievances against me. Thus this base does not welcome those who defy orders, Su Ke proclaimed loudly to the crowd. His booming voice startled the 1,000 survivors, who now understood that this was a place governed by his rules, and they were all saved by him. As the prison gates creaked open, the crowd watched as the 28 were dragged out, struggling. Su Ke was indifferent to the insults and mockery hurled at them. After all, these 28 had already secured their human rights. Why don't you tell them the truth? Zhang He whispered. The truth? Do you think they would believe it? Su Ke glanced at Zhang He. In that moment, Zhang He grasped the implication of Su Ke's words. Indeed, even in this apocalypse, how many would truly accept the truth? What I require is obedience, absolute obedience. Only then can I lead you towards the dawn, Su Ke addressed the crowd. Although he did not raise his voice, his words resonated with each survivor. Chun, the advisor, nodded and stepped forward. I am a soldier. Initially, I saw no hope, but since following the divine, I have glimpsed the hope of survival, and thus, I am willing to follow him. Upon hearing this, all the survivors turned their gazes towards Su Quebec. While some had witnessed his methods, they still did not fully understand him. However, Chen's words seemed to clarify some of their confusion. Su Ke was surprised that Chun's words proved more effective than his own, sensing the fervor in their hearts. Thank you, Su Ke said to Chun. It is what I ought to do. After all, everything I said is the truth, Chun Peng saluted. Su Ke nodded, turning to Chen Chong, and then signaling Xie Xinxin to lead the women away first. Xie Xinxin, having heard Su Ke's instructions to Chen Chong, organized the women back to the holding area, leaving only the male survivors in the playground. Have them bury these items near the walls. Once completed, you will personally inspect the site. If there are any oversights, you will continue to bury them with your men, Su Ke instructed, waving his left hand, causing piles of white sacks to appear in an instant. Su Xiao, what are these? Chen Chong asked, pinching his nose. For enhanced security measures. Remember to be thorough, otherwise, I will be the first to end your life, Su Ke said with a serious expression. Rest assured, I and the fatty will definitely conduct a thorough inspection, Chen Chong assured, thumping his chest. Su Ke nodded in satisfaction. Although he had prepared 2 contingency plans, his primary goal was to strike first. After all, mere defense would not suffice. That night, Suke sat in the basement, listening to Xie Xinxin's report. Also present were Zhang He and Chen Peng. As for Chen Chong and the fatty, they were not privy to these matters, so Suke did not invite them to the meeting. This is all for now. If all goes well, we should see another batch tomorrow, Xie Xinxin reported, holding a form. Suke nodded in satisfaction and turned his gaze to Zhang He. How is your recovery? I'm nearly back to normal. Aside from some lingering pain in my arm, I should be fine, Zhang He replied. Then we will delay for another day. I do not wish for any unforeseen incidents, and the survivors can benefit from an extra day of training, Suke stated. When shall we head to Bingshi? Chen Peng inquired. 3 days from now, Suke replied earnestly. In comparison to Bingshi, Suke valued the survivors' transformation more. After all, they were his true assets. To grow stronger in the next phase, he needed the strength of these evolved humans. Hearing the urgency in the timeline, Chen Peng immediately recalled Suke's intentions. Time passed swiftly, and soon 2 days had elapsed. On a clear morning, container trucks and buses appeared on the playground. Watching the evolved humans board the vehicles, Suke nodded at Zhang He. Chapter 85. The choice. The prison base's gates slowly opened, allowing the trucks and buses to embark on the main road to the Holy Monument. Suke had personally cleared this route the previous night, even moving abandoned vehicles that had once lined the sides of the road far away. Gazing upon the expansive road, Suke felt particularly elated. Once the vehicles reached the slope, the position of the Holy Monument would be clearly visible. Is this the Spring City after the apocalypse? Chen Chong mused from the bus, taking in the surrounding scenery. He had long held such fantasies, but witnessing the reality was far more profound than his imagination. Old Chun, we should feel fortunate. Without the divine's appearance, we likely would have become zombies ourselves, the fatty, Jiang Sheng, reassured him. Indeed, without his intervention, we might have truly become part of the undead. Chen Chong replied with a wry smile. Meanwhile, Professor Yen, seated in the front passenger seat, sketched the scene before him. Although he was a researcher of technology, he also indulged in painting various extraordinary phenomena during his leisure time. Despite the bus not moving quickly, the absence of obstacles allowed them to arrive at the Holy Monument ahead of schedule. Shall we enter first? Zhang He asked Suke as they disembarked. Yes. It is better to be early than late. I wish you all success, Suke nodded. Zhang He acknowledged this, understanding Suke's intent. He signaled to Chen Chong and the others and led a group of evolved individuals towards the Holy Monument. Watching the groups of evolved humans leave, Suke exhaled a sigh of relief. Although this initial group numbered only over 500, it marked a promising beginning. As the evolved humans entered the vicinity of the Holy Monument, a few oblivious zombies emerged from the distance. They dared not approach the monument, but lingered at the perimeter, waiting for prey to appear. Suke's gaze fell upon a D-class iron-bone zombie. Although it had only recently evolved, it was indeed the leader of this group of zombies. As the iron-bone zombie drew closer to the truck, a peculiar wave of energy suddenly penetrated its brain. With a pop, the back of the iron-bone zombie's head exploded, and the crystal core vanished into thin air. Sensing the energy from the crystal core in his hand, Suke shook his head in disappointment. Although this creature was a D-class iron-bone zombie, its core had not fully evolved to that level. Unaware of the truth, the dozen or so zombies approached their fallen leader. Upon seeing the deceased iron-bone zombie, they did not react with fear, but continued towards the bus. Interesting. It seems these creatures have more than one leader. Suke smirked, a sinister smile creeping across his face as he activated his senses, scanning the unseen surroundings. As he surveyed the ruins of a collapsed building, a hunched figure with an oversized head caught his attention. Intriguing. It appeared this creature was the strategist of the horde of zombies. Suke leapt down from the container, his sudden appearance startling the zombies, but in the next moment, the oppressive aura emanating from him left them momentarily frozen. The brain corpse, equally affected by this pressure, staggered back in terror before bolting in the direction from which it came. Do you think you can escape my dominion? Suke called out to the ruins. Upon hearing this, the frantic brain corpse halted, for it understood the fearsome nature of this monster and the capabilities it possessed. It seems you recognize me, Suke said, instantly appearing before the brain corpse, which intensified its fear. With a thud, the brain corpse knelt, burying its head in the ground, unable to meet Suke's gaze. Great One, I beg for your mercy. I merely sought food, it pleaded. Very well, tell me, why do you fear me? Suke inquired with a smile. I was once a subordinate of the Corpse King. After you entered the market, I fled alone, the Brain Corpse replied. Suke stroked his chin, recalling the fierce battle from that day. Despite the chaos, he had easily broken through the hoard, and now it made sense that many Brain Corpses had fled. How many in total escaped? Suke asked. Including me, 5 in total, the Brain Corpse answered without hesitation. Did you see a middle-aged Brain Corpse in a suit? Suke continued. The Brain Corpse pondered for a moment before cautiously replying. Are you referring to Ming Bo? Upon confirming that the creature recognized Ming Bo, Suke responded affirmatively. I know him, but he met an early demise, apparently at the hands of Gao Chuan, the Brain Corpse stated. Who is Gao Chuan? Why did he kill Ming Bo? Suke queried, perplexed by the revelation. Gao Chuan is the tallest among us Brain Corpses and was previously the strategist for the Corpse King, the Brain Corpse explained. He has a friend of similar stature. And they fled before you entered the market. Suke was not astonished by the escape of the tall and short Brain Corpses, having previously interacted with them. Enough. I shall spare you today, but should we meet again, I will extract your brain core, he declared, dismissing the Brain Corpse and advancing toward the truck. Suke paid little heed to the creature. After all, there would be no zombies in the future Spring City, and he would ensure the 2 secret realms were closely monitored. The Brain Corpse, having survived, understood the necessity of leaving quickly. It refrained from controlling the other zombies and vanished from Suke's perception in a flash. Meanwhile, within the sacred steel, as Zhang He and others entered, they too heard the steel's admonitions, yet none comprehended its true meaning. When you speak of alien races, do you refer to beings from other realms? Zhang He inquired into the dark void. After a prolonged silence, the lack of response left him bewildered. He was certain his answer was correct, as beings from other realms could indeed be considered alien races. Shen Peng, who had posed a similar question, even included zombies in his consideration, but was met with the same eerie silence from the void. Just as the group grappled with the meaning of the statement, various luminous portals appeared before them. Although each individual occupied a separate space, Suke had previously advised them to choose their professions according to their true selves. Strange, shouldn't there be 8 portals? Why do I only see 3? Zhang He pondered aloud. This scene was mirrored in other spaces, where some individuals faced a dozen portals. Chen Peng, eyeing the 2 portals before him, decisively entered the first, despite his desire for the second, as he sought to better align himself with the role of a commander. Chapter 86. The Outbreak of Brain Worms. Practitioners in Fu Province, Hua City, located merely 200 kilometers from Spring City. One must traverse through Bin City and Jua City. At this moment, Hua City resembled a Hell's Cape, besieged not only by zombie attacks, but also by human conflicts. Inside a guard post, a man in military attire anxiously sent out a distress signal, unaware that as he pressed the last button, a rope as thick as a thumb suddenly ensnared him. The man struggled desperately, but no matter how hard he fought, he could not evade death. Observing the lifeless soldier, another man in military garb uttered a chilling "Aji." As the words left his mouth, a long tentacle emerged from his own mouth, followed by a grotesque worm crawling forth. The bizarre creature emitted chirping sounds as it scuttled along the man's arm toward the recently deceased soldier. As the worm entered the mouth of the suspended soldier, his eyes abruptly opened, and he unnaturally broke free from the rope binding him. Kaji, the soldier uttered oddly, then twisted his stiff neck. Many others witnessed similar occurrences. As more humans emerged onto the streets, the famished zombies perceived them as a feast, lunging at a dazed human. Yet as they tore into flesh, their bodies began to rot, teeming with countless maggots crawling out. As the maggots fell to the ground, they sprouted long tentacles. Strangely, the bitten humans exhibited no fear. Instead, they bore rigid smiles, eagerly consuming the maggots they found on the ground. With a series of crunching sounds, more humans joined in the grotesque feast. What was happening to these individuals? They seemed to be consuming the flesh of zombies. A middle-aged man observing from a tall building was horrified, unable to believe his eyes, and quickly handed his binoculars to a soldier nearby. Upon receiving the binoculars, the soldier was equally startled, but the more he looked, the more he sensed something was amiss, as the humans' movements appeared notably slower than those of the zombies. "Sir, there's something wrong," the young soldier exclaimed as he passed the binoculars back, saying, "Look closely. These humans are not eating zombie flesh, but rather those strange worms." Hearing his subordinate's words, the middle-aged man adjusted the focus again, and upon seeing the dense mass of white worms, he nearly retched. What were these creatures? How had zombies become their breeding tools? The middle-aged man was aghast, feeling his understanding of reality shattered repeatedly. Just 3 days prior, they had encountered talking zombies, beings of formidable strength that nearly obliterated their entire force. Now, they witnessed humans using zombie bodies to incubate these bizarre worms. Just as the middle-aged man intended to lower the binoculars, a human body suddenly exploded, and a gray worm over 50 centimeters long crawled out from the corpse. Soon after, another human body burst open, revealing the same creature. What on earth was this monstrosity? The middle-aged man trembled, his hands shaking, his mouth quivering in disbelief at the strangeness of it all. The soldier in military attire failed to grasp what the commander was saying, seizing the binoculars himself, his body shaking as he beheld a creature even more terrifying than zombies. "Ah, help! Don't eat me!" Just then, a survivor burst through a window, sprinting toward a corner of the street. However, as this survivor dashed through the horde of zombies, an enormous gray worm lunged at him. Ah, the lamentations echoed like the death knell of a world in ruin. Just as the undead prepared to pounce upon the man, a bizarre cry abruptly shattered their nightmarish reverie. The blood-soaked man rose slowly, his gaze fierce as he confronted the zombies. Were it not for the pronounced bulge of his forehead, one might mistake him for a fearsome warrior. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed his fury upon the horde. The terrifying sound sent the zombies scattering like frightened chicks. The man extended his hands, surveying the scene, nodding in satisfaction before revealing an enigmatic smile. Gulping hard, the soldier struggled to swallow, vowing that he had just witnessed that man smile. The telescope clattered heavily to the ground as he stumbled back, collapsing onto the earth. This was the apocalypse, the true end of days. The middle-aged man remained silent, retrieving his telescope before descending the stairs. Though he had abandoned hope of reclaiming the city, he resolved that escaping from this place was still within his grasp. In the Spring City monolith, Suke gazed at the flickering monument, a knowing smile gracing his lips. He was aware that numerous individuals had successfully transitioned into new professions. As each human practitioner emerged from the monolith, joy illuminated their faces, for they could feel the power coursing through their veins. "Chanzi, what profession did you choose?" A young thug inquired proudly of his companion. "Warrior." "A powerful class centered on strength," Chanzi replied. "And you?" asked the thug with long hair on the far left. "Naturally, I chose the archer, for I excel at archery," the previously mentioned thug declared, raising his thumb in approval. As the group of young ruffians engaged in cheerful banter, the monolith quivered ominously, and soon dozens more emerged. Just as they felt themselves growing stronger, the monolith trembled once more, revealing a singular figure. When they turned to face the newcomer, they were left dumbfounded, for he appeared to be enveloped in a radiant aura, a mysterious force enveloping them as he approached. Chun Peng smiled at those around him, acutely aware of the enhancements each individual had gained. "Chun, good day," several young thugs saluted hastily. Chun Peng nodded in acknowledgement, remarking, "Warrior, archer, assassin, shield bearer, fire mage, excellent choices indeed." The young thugs stared in astonishment, bewildered by how Chun Peng had obtained such information about them. "Chun, what is your profession? How do you know ours?" The long-haired thug inquired eagerly. "Haha, I'm a legion commander." Chun Peng chuckled, patting the thug's shoulder before striding towards the truck. The peculiar title left the young thugs exchanging glances, having never encountered such a profession before. Just as they were engulfed in confusion, the monolith rippled again. Though less intensely than when Chun Peng had appeared, yet the disturbance was undeniably strange. Elder Yen, clad in a white lab coat, emerged with weary steps. Despite his apparent fatigue, a smile illuminated his face. "Good day, Elder Yen." Several young thugs approached him, offering their assistance. Yen Batong smiled and nodded. Though he could still move his weary limbs, he was undeniably fatigued, as his trials differed significantly from those of the others. "Elder Yen, what did you experience?" Chun Peng asked, stepping forward. Upon hearing Chun Peng's question, Yen Batong contemplated for a moment. "I did not encounter many profession gateways. Before me was merely the portal of a mechanical lord. Upon entering, I had to assemble various unfamiliar mechs within a set time, then eliminate 2 distinct waves of monsters." "What did those monsters look like?" Chun Peng inquired eagerly. While he had encountered many monsters, his role had been to command and coordinate rather than eliminate. The smaller ones were under a meter tall, resembling mythical goblins, while the larger ones towered over 3 meters, their bodies encrusted with hardened stone. Some bore a striking resemblance to humans, albeit far more robust, Yin Batong reminisced. This is peculiar. The monsters we each face rarely repeat. There must be many varieties of these extraterrestrial beings, Chen Peng murmured, shaking his head. What extraterrestrial beings? Are you suggesting these creatures will eventually appear on Blue Star? Yin Batong pressed, seizing upon the key point. His inquiry left the nearby young thugs momentarily speechless. It's hard to say. You might need to consult the deity on this matter, as he was the one who informed me and Zhang He, Chen Peng quickly clarified. He longed to share even more astonishing news with Yin Batong, but recalling his agreement with Zhang He, he refrained. Yin Batong nodded in understanding. Recognizing that Chen Peng was withholding certain information, and thus he chose not to press further, resolving to inquire of Su Ke later. As human practitioners continued to emerge from the monolith, the gathering place grew increasingly lively. Su Xiao? Several young thugs were the first to salute. Su Ke nodded. Then turned to Chen Peng, asking, have Zhang He and the others not yet emerged? Upon hearing Su Ke's question, Chen Peng instantly grasped the situation. We may be among the first to exit the monolith. Zhang He and the others likely still await their turn, Chen Peng explained. All right. You all board the vehicle and wait for 30 minutes, Su Ke instructed. Understanding Su Ke's intention, Chen Peng and the others were well aware of the implications. Moreover, Su Ke had briefed everyone on the challenge duration rules the previous night, though unforeseen circumstances could arise. Inside the monolith, Zhang He, drenched in blood and wielding a black longsword, glared defiantly at a massive beast not far away. Though labeled a monster, it resembled a tenfold enlarged orc. Roar! The beast bellowed, emitting waves of tangible sound that rushed toward Zhang He. Bone shield. Zhang He thrust his black long sword into the ground, and a white bone shield materialized before him. With a resounding crash, the sound waves collided with the bone shield, shattering it into fragments. As the shards rained down, Zhang He launched himself into the air like a cannonball, hurtling toward the colossal beast. Ice annihilation. Frost enveloped his black longsword, and a dense black mist enveloped Zhang He. As a massive black skull surged behind him, striking the beast with great force. The power of the ice-enhanced attack pierced the beast's chest, yet it appeared unharmed, turning to swing its massive club at Zhang He. Boom! The tremendous impact sent Zhang He flying across the battlefield. When he regained his footing, the beast loomed before him once more. Roar! With a deafening roar, the mighty club descended upon Zhang He. The ground cracked as if struck by artillery. Coughing up blood, Zhang He glared at the creature with a fierce determination. He could have bypassed this additional challenge, but in his desire to keep pace with Su Ke, he had chosen it, only to find it utterly merciless. Could you overcome it? Zhang He thought bitterly as he gazed at the beast. His mind filled with thoughts of Su Quebec. He refused to accept defeat so easily. He did not wish to be a burden to others or rely solely on Su Quebec. Zhang He released a furious roar, his crimson eyes ablaze like a predator. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of air bursting echoed as Zhang He's complexion turned pale, ice gradually enveloping his entire body. With a roar of the frigid wind, a colossal claw, shrouded in frost, emerged from the tempest, delivering a devastating blow to the beast. Boom! The ground erupted, and the monster dissipated into black mist. As the storm subsided, Zhang He, suspended in midair, fell to the ground in exhaustion. Thud! Did I win? The tranquil monument, akin to boiling water, rippled as a brilliant blue beam ascended skyward. Look, what is that? A newly transitioned survivor exclaimed, pointing at the sky. Just as the blue beam began to fade, a green beam emerged, not as potent, but significantly swifter. As the survivors pondered the celestial light, the monument's space gradually opened, revealing Zhang He and Xie Xinxin before the crowd. Quick, save him, it's that soldier, shouted a survivor. Upon hearing his words, the throng disregarded the beams and rushed towards Zhang He. Spotting the unconscious Zhang He, Xie Xinxin, despite her injuries, seized him and made for the exit. Supervisor, are you all right? A survivor inquired while supporting Zhang He. I'm fine. I can still. Xie Xinxin was about to reassure them when her vision blurred, and she collapsed. Hurry, help the supervisor out, the survivor urged. Half an hour later, after Su Ke examined the injuries of Zhang He and Xie Xinxin, he exchanged a reassuring glance with Chen Peng and the others. How many did not make it out? Su Ke asked Chen Chong. 43, including 2 patrollers, Chen Chong reported. His head bowed. Su Ke nodded, gave Chen Chong a pat on the shoulder, and then leaped into the vehicle. The two cars slowly set off, the occupants silent and somber. An hour prior, they had been laughing and conversing, and now, over 40 lives had vanished. Young Master Su, since you are a deity, you must understand what transpired? Elder Yin inquired, gazing at the apocalyptic scene. I do not know much, only that this calamity is directed at Blue Star. Suke replied as he drove. Professor Yin nodded, refraining from dwelling on that question, instead asking, how did the extraterrestrial beings enter Blue Star? Upon hearing the question, Suke glanced at the rearview mirror, noting the curiosity of the passengers, and a bitter smile crept across his lips. If you are unwilling to share, you need not. We simply wish to avoid an unclear demise, Professor Yin continued. There is nothing I cannot disclose. The extraterrestrial races can be categorized into a few types, distinguished by their differences. As Suke elucidated the extraterrestrial races and their peculiar varieties from his previous life, an unusual silence enveloped the cabin. Observing the expressions of those around him, Suke understood their thoughts. He too had felt similarly when encountering these races in his past life, and he had been less composed than they were now. You claim that the insectoid race was the first to invade Blue Star? Professor Yin asked. Yes. The insectoid legions are the most primitive yet the largest among the extraterrestrial forces. The pills I had you consume a few days ago were designed to combat brain-eating worms. Suke stated calmly. They specifically target brains. Xie Xinshin gasped, stifling her pain. Essentially, yes, but they also manipulate human thought. Those under their control move slowly, yet possess far greater strength than zombies. However, the evolved brain-eating worms differ. They do not directly consume the host's brain, but instead hide in the back of the host's head and spine, moving swiftly and even mimicking human behavior. As Suke spoke, Professor Yin quickly jotted notes while the others appeared stunned. Evolved brain-eating worms typically prefer to blend into crowds. Once the timing is right, they emit low-frequency signals to alert their companions. The most dangerous among them is the brain-eating worm queen, which uses female hosts to lay eggs. Hearing about the terrifying nature of these creatures, Xie Xinshin and Chun Yun shuddered involuntarily. Do not worry, the brain-eating worm queen usually does not appear unless attracted by something. Suke reassured them with a smile. What is the efficacy period of the pill you provided us? Chen Peng inquired. The pills made from the devil vine are effective for a year. Those made from the purple heart flower can last up to 10 years. Nodding at Suke's answer, Chen Peng then glanced at Zhang He. As the vehicles continued their journey, they soon arrived at the prison base. Upon returning, Suke instructed Chen Chong and the others before taking Xie Xinshin and Zhang He into the basement. Your injuries will require multiple meals for full recovery. Refrain from attempting to use magic in the coming days, Suke advised, placing fresh beef before Xie Xinshin. Thank you, Master, she said gratefully, looking at Su Quebec. There's no need for thanks. As your master, I expect you to understand that I do not wish for you to merely stand in the background. Suke replied with a smile. Although his smile might appear fearsome to Xie Xinshin, it was the kindest gesture. You shall remain here for the next few days. Chen Chong and the others know what to do. Once you recover, I shall teach you how to fight, Suke said as he hoisted Zhang He. Yes, master, Xie Xinshin replied, enduring her pain to stand. Suke nodded, recognizing her determination. She was no longer the naive girl she once was. Returning to the chamber he had prepared for Zhang He, Suke laid him on the bed and began to assess his condition. An eerie green flame gradually manifested above Zhang He, and as it coursed through his body, Suke furrowed his brow. Although he now understood Zhang He's injuries, he found himself in a dilemma. To save Zhang he would need to sacrifice a significant portion of his energy. Zhang He, remember, you owe me 2 lives, Suke declared, his runes shimmering rapidly. The originally light green runes transformed into a deep purple and then slowly shifted to white. Evil energy, Suke intoned, summoning a white flame to materialize in his hand. Initially fierce, the flame cooled after a few rotations, enveloping the surroundings in a layer of frost. Suke gently placed the icy flame on Zhang He's chest, and immediately, Zhang He's emaciated body responded. As the cold flame swirled, a layer of ice formed over Zhang He's frail arm and then his pallid face. Witnessing Zhang He's body eagerly absorb the energy, Suke felt a pang of regret. This was his energy after advancing, the first surge since his runes had emerged. If Chao Yunhai were still alive, Suke would only be able to match him in strength. As a substantial portion of his energy flowed into Zhang He, Suke's once bulging muscles began to shrink, becoming considerably dimmer. Now it's up to you. Suke sighed, just as dizziness overtook him, and he collapsed to the floor. Exhaustion washed over him, and he was unaware of how he fell asleep. In his dreams, he encountered his past and glimpsed his future. Just as he prepared to awaken, a golden mist enveloped him. You have grown weaker. The voice of Nozdormu echoed. Even if I have weakened, you cannot escape, can you? Suke retorted, gazing at the golden sand that encased him. Form a contract with me, and I can grant you supreme power. Then you can eliminate whomever you wish. Humph. A mere prisoner offering me power? Do you take me for a fool? Suke scoffed, casually tearing a gap in the golden sand. I am sealed. If you form a contract with me, I can wield the power of eternity, Nozdormu insisted. Hearing this, Suke suddenly had an epiphany. The power of eternity? I believe I possess that as well. Suke exclaimed, his runes glowing brightly, and a golden flame appeared in his hand. Sensing this surge of power, Nozdormu fell silent, realizing that Suke was already in possession of what he had assumed the latter did not know. In truth, Suke had not fully comprehended the nuances of his own ascension, but just moments ago, Nozdormu had enlightened him. Initially, Suke believed his lack of a pact was the reason for his predicament. Yet he now realized that it was all attributed to the enchanting powers of the Eternal Hourglass. Why so silent? Are you taken aback? Suke taunted the golden sand before him. Humph. Even if you have acquired a fragment of eternal power, you are still incapable of wielding it, Nozdormu remarked. As the golden grains gradually dissipated, observing the retreating sands, Suke furrowed his brow, acknowledging Nozdormu's truth. He truly did not know how to harness this newfound strength. When healing Zhang He, it was merely an instinctual sensation that he could save him. Zhang He, damn it, Suke abruptly snapped back to reality. Upon rising and seeing Zhang He's restored complexion, his anxious heart finally found solace. After assessing Zhang He's injuries, Suke exited the room. Upon returning to his own quarters, he immediately retrieved a basin of fresh beef. Seizing a bloodied piece of meat, he resolutely began to eat, recognizing that while these morsels provided only a minimal amount of energy, they would at least aid in his recovery. As for the 300 or so professionals, he had instructed Chen Chong to make selections, for not every individual's energy was compatible for him to absorb. Chapter 89. An inevitable decision time passed, and it was initially planned for Zhang He and Qin Peng to lead a group to Bin City on the third day of the profession transition. However, due to Zhang He's severe injuries and depletion of magic, their previously set plans had to be postponed. During these days, Suke remained industrious, aside from enhancing the professional's abilities. He also attempted to absorb the powers of several individuals. Although the energy gained was scant, it marked a commendable beginning. As Suke was arranging the energy transmission array, Chen Peng rushed into the fourth monitoring cell with an air of urgency. What has happened? Suke inquired without lifting his gaze. The civilian radio from Zhua City has transmitted a distress signal. The Lushan shelter has been breached by zombies, Chen Peng reported. Suke momentarily struggled to process the information, recalling that in his previous life, the calamity in Zhua City had occurred over a month later. Are you certain it's zombies? Suke scrutinized Chen Peng. The radio signal indicated zombies. Do you doubt its authenticity? Chen Peng questioned, puzzled. It's hard to say. Without witnessing the truth, I cannot jump to conclusions. In reality, Suke was not apprehensive about a zombie invasion. Rather, he feared the potential involvement of brain-eating parasites. After all, by his calculations, the military radio in Hua City had gone silent a week ago, and Zhua City was the closest to it. What shall we do next? Chen Peng asked. How is the clearing of surrounding zombies progressing? Suke queried. According to Qin Chang's report, aside from the normal transitions over the past 2 days, there were no zombies roaming from the western suburbs to the southern district, though a portion still lingered in the eastern and northern districts. Suke nodded, pleased with the progress made in exterminating zombies. Although 2 areas remained uncleared, they should be completed within a week according to the plan. Find a way to contact any radio station in Bin City to inquire about the current situation. If that fails, I intend for you to lead a team there. Suke declared. What about Zhang He? Chen Peng inquired, perplexed, as the initial plan had Zhang He leading the expedition into Bin City. His injuries have yet to heal. Once he can walk, I will send him over. However, until then, it is best to refrain from engaging in large-scale combat, Suke advised. Where should we prioritize our occupation? Chen Peng asked again. The Bujiang Dam. Securing that location should allow you to withstand the hordes of zombies. If all else fails, destroy it, Suke's words left Chun Peng astonished, as he had not anticipated Suke would suggest demolishing the dam. Sensing Chun Peng's shock, Suke added, "The Bojiang Dam connects to Liquidated in Jua City. If a massive zombie assault occurs, be prepared for such measures. This is the apocalypse, not a time of peace." Chun Peng nodded solemnly, understanding Suke's rationale, yet the thought of destroying the dam weighed heavily on him, knowing its significance in the future reconstruction of civilization. "All right. Gather the personnel quickly. Those who have transitioned in the past few days should remain, while the rest will be under your command." Suke approached Chun Peng, patting him on the shoulder before continuing to arrange the array. That night, Chen Chong returned to the prison base, his face beaming with joy. Although they had not dispatched a significant number of zombies, all those sent for the profession transition had returned unscathed. However, upon seeing the assembled troops on the playground, he was momentarily taken aback. "Soldiers, what is the meaning of this?" Chen Chong exclaimed, urgency in his voice. Hearing Chen Chong's exclamation, Chun Peng turned to him and replied, "I have been ordered to lead a team to Bin City to execute the divine expansion plan." At the mention of Suke's command, Chen Chong's brow twitched. But upon noticing the over 300 professionals, he could not help but glance towards the fourth monitoring cell. "Wait a moment, I'll go ask," Chen Chong said, unease evident as he sprinted towards the cell. Observing Chen Chong's hasty demeanor, Chun Peng had no time to wait, as he was merely adhering to the established protocol. "All present. Right turn, board the vehicles," Chun Peng commanded. As his orders were issued, the throng of over 300 professionals boarded the vehicles. Although they were not entering an armored truck, a container truck was similarly parked to the right. "Commander, where is Zhang He?" Lu Yutong inquired with concern. "His injuries have not fully healed. Once he recovers, he will join us," Chun Peng explained as he took his place in the driver's seat. "Let's go," Song Yu said, approaching Lu Yutong. Lu Yutong glanced at Song Yu before directing her gaze towards the basement. 3 minutes later, the truck slowly exited the prison base. Each individual felt a pang of reluctance to leave, yet for the sake of survival, they had no choice but to join the expedition team. Meanwhile, when Chen Chong dejectedly exited the fourth monitoring cell, he was left in a daze. "Hey, you didn't even give me the chance to say goodbye," he grumbled, sulking as he made his way to the main facility. Upon Chen Chong's return, Jiang Sheng, who had just settled the last of the personnel, sported a mischievous grin. "So, did you get scolded?" he teased. "Fatty, this is none of your business. Go do your job," Chen Chong replied, feeling dejected. "Haha, you won't turn back until you hit the wall, will you? I just missed my chance to send you off tonight," Jiang Sheng chuckled. "Who cares? I've had my fill. That girl is all yours now," Chen Chong retorted dismissively as he headed to his quarters. In the basement, within Zhang He's room, he inquired of Xie Xinxin, "Have they departed?" "Yes, they just set off, following the route. They should reach the Bojiang waters in Bin City in about 3.5 hours, Xie Xinxin replied. "I hope they have a smooth journey," Zhang He remarked, gazing at the bright lights with a sense of hope. "With Advisor Chen present, you can rest assured," Xie Xinxin said as she cleared the dining table in front of Zhang He. In fact, Zhang He had awakened 2 days prior. But due to the depletion of his magic, he was unable to move his legs, which is why Suke had reluctantly sent Chun Peng out alone. 4 hours later, the truck arrived at the Bojiang estuary in Bin City as scheduled. "Are we not going in directly?" Song Yu asked. "This is Bin City, not Spring City. The engine noise is too loud. Without Zhang He to lead, we can only infiltrate cautiously," Chun Peng explained before jumping out of the vehicle. He patted the container and stood at the Bojiang estuary, gazing into the distance. As human professionals disembarked, Chun Peng formulated the infiltration plan. "Lu Yutong, you will lead a team of 50 from the left side to infiltrate the dam. If you encounter zombies and cannot hold your ground, retreat immediately. Song Yu, you will command 50 to guard the left entrance and assist Lu Yutong." With Chun Peng issuing the assignments, the over 300-strong team was divided into 5 infiltration squads. Although the number of individuals is not evenly distributed, their combat capabilities are remarkably balanced. Each team has been assigned ranged firepower operators, even including Chun Peng. Chapter 90. The Battle of Bojiang Dam Boom. The tranquil night at the dam was suddenly disrupted by the sound of an explosion. "Fall back and request reinforcements," shouted a squad leader wielding a heavy sword. As his voice faded, countless zombies surged forward, warping the door at the right exit of the dam. Meanwhile, Lu Yutong's squad, entering from the left side of the dam, immediately rushed into the control room, engaging the oncoming zombies with relentless strikes. "Captain, shall we provide support?" inquired an archer from Song Yu's team. "No, without the chief of staff's orders, we can only hold our position here," replied Song Yu, gazing deeper into the dam. Boom! A massive fireball erupted, igniting several zombies in an instant. Yet, this did not deter the horde from charging towards the crowd. "Shield wall, charge," commanded the squad leader with the heavy sword. As soon as he spoke, 8 shield bearers lunged into the throng of corpses, despite the zombies clawing at their heavy shields. The 8 defenders steadfastly held the door. Mid-range magic, prepare. Fire. As a dozen fire mages unleashed their fireballs, the shield bearers swiftly opened a gap and retreated. Boom. As the fireballs detonated, the densely packed zombies were instantly engulfed in flames. Archers, fire. With rapid succession, the archers drew their magical bows, raining arrows upon the zombies within. At the other end, Lu Yutong and her team advanced to the right side of the docking area. With their flanking tactics, they swiftly eradicated the first layer of zombies. Just as Lu Yutong sent a team to inspect the control room, the battle outside commenced. Though the number of zombies outside was fewer, their dispersal across the expansive area allowed many to breach the defenses, consolidate the defensive line, and slowly fall back. Upon finishing her command, Song Yu swiftly shot a magical arrow from her hand. In the right defense zone, Chen Peng rapidly coordinated his teammates for the encirclement. Observing the dwindling number of incoming zombies, he quickly led 20 operators toward the left defense line. Just as they crossed through the dam control room, Lu Yutong emerged. "How is it inside?" Chen Peng immediately inquired. "All cleared. We have secured the dam's valves," Lu Yutong replied promptly. "Good. Send people to the right defense zone. I will assist in the left defense zone." Just as Chen Peng finished speaking, a roar from a high-level zombie erupted from the left defense area. Not good. Without further ado, Chen Peng led his team toward the left dam defense zone. Simultaneously, Song Yu was astonished to discover that this remote dam harbored such a multitude of zombies, including 2 D-class Ironbone zombies. The ferocious Ironbone zombies shattered the defensive barriers and charged towards the crowd. Concentrate fire. Understanding the formidable nature of D-class Ironbone zombies, Song Yu immediately commanded her team to focus their attacks. As arrows and spells were unleashed, the 2 D-class Ironbone zombies began to retreat. Just as Song Yu thought they could vanquish the 2 Ironbone zombies, 4 more D-class Ironbone zombies emerged from the distant thicket. Roar. The 4 Ironbone zombies unleashed a simultaneous roar, charging recklessly into the line of operators, undeterred by arrows and magical attacks, displaying a fierce disregard for their lives. "Fall back." Song Yu sensed the danger, but as she spoke, 1 D-class Ironbone zombie loomed before them. With a thunderous roar, it seized an operator and, with a brutal tug, tore the unfortunate individual apart before they could even scream. Almost immediately, another Ironbone zombie approached, its jaws wide open, biting off the head of another operator. Though these individuals were all advanced operators, their collapse occurred in an instant against such overwhelming strength. Just as they contemplated retreating, a small squad suddenly appeared behind them. This seemingly ordinary squad moved with extraordinary speed under certain conditions. Swordsmen and shield bearers, defend. Archers and mages, unleash full force. Chen Peng's voice resonated behind Song Yu. As his command echoed, 2 distinct auras enveloped his body. The previously faltering squad, infused with renewed energy, immediately launched a counterattack. On the hillside to the left of the dam, a tall man cloaked in a cape observed the battle below. Originally, he believed he had the upper hand over these human evolutionists, but it seemed there was a formidable presence within their ranks. The tall man lifted his cape and looked up at the blood moon. If Su Kai and Zhang He were present, they would be taken aback. For this individual was the towering brain zombie. "Withdraw. These human evolutionists are formidable," Gao Chuan remarked with a smirk. "Yes, my lord," a C-class Ironbone zombie replied respectfully. The fierce battle continued as dozens of zombies breached the defenses opened by the Ironbone zombies, finally confronting the human evolutionists. Just as they were about to pounce into the crowd, countless arrows suddenly shot forth from above the shields. "Mobile unit, prepare for fire coverage," Chen Peng commanded. Just as the soldier operators readied to shoot the encroaching zombies, an enraged roar echoed from a distant hill. Upon hearing this roar, everyone was stunned, for the strength of the opponent was discernible from the sound. "Quickly, go and deploy the fire control team. Prepare those weapons," Chen Peng shouted, seizing a dazed operator. Suddenly, A bizarre scene unfolded. The once frenzied horde of zombies gradually retreated from the defensive circle. Even the two dying D-class Ironbone zombies began to crawl backward. What is going on? A swordsman operator questioned in confusion. Silence enveloped the crowd, for none could comprehend the situation. It's the brain zombie. Chen Peng gazed toward the dark hill. Swish, swish. Two black polearms swiftly pierced through the crowd, striking the two crawling D-class Ironbone zombies. Roar. The Ironbone zombies howled in agony, but received no response from their companions. Bin City is not simple. Lu Yutong's voice rang out behind everyone. Originally intending to support the right defense zone, she found that by the time she arrived, everyone had begun clearing the zombie corpses. So she opted to assist in the left defense zone instead. Just as she was about to reach the area, a furious roar froze her in place. Indeed, it is no wonder the divine being is concerned about us. Even a mere dam is guarded by such zombies. It seems our plans must change, Chen Peng remarked, furrowing his brow. Yes, for now, let us hold this area until Zhang He arrives with weaponry, and then we shall formulate a new plan. After Lu Yutong spoke, she proceeded through the crowd toward the two D-class Ironbone zombies. With a flick of her psychic energy, the two black polearms swiftly shattered the skulls of the Ironbone zombies. Chapter 91. Senior Technician Chen Chong here, take this. Observing the crystal core floating before her, Song Yu stood in a daze, uncertain of Lu Yutong's intention. We are a team. As the ice archer, you require a substantial quantity of crystal cores, and this is also the will of the divine. Thank you. Song Yu replied gratefully as she accepted the crystal core. Chen Peng silently glanced at the two women. Initially, he had thought they were vying for his attention. But as time passed, it seemed their rivalry was not over him, but rather a natural animosity towards one another. What shall we do next? Lu Yutong asked Chen Peng. Chen Peng appeared momentarily stunned, awkwardly stroking his chin. We are still unaware of the specific situation in Bin City, but before we left, the divine instructed us to hold this position. If the zombies from Zhua City attack, we can open the floodgates. What about opening the floodgates early? Song Yu inquired. Although it is possible to drain the water in advance, the destructive effect is undoubtedly less than ideal compared to an attack by zombies. Especially considering that downstream of the Bojiang Dam lies Liquidated in Zhuang City. Upon hearing Chen Peng's words, everyone finally understood why the deities sought to occupy this location. Shall we send someone to scout Bin City? Lu Yutong inquired. Chen Peng nodded thoughtfully and replied, gathering intelligence is essential. However, for safety's sake, I propose the establishment of a specialized reconnaissance team. Lu Yutong and Song Yu exchanged puzzled glances before turning their attention back to Chen Peng. With a smile, Chen Peng revealed that this idea had occurred to him during their journey, especially since he currently had over 300 professionals at his disposal. Although the raid on the dam had resulted in injuries to a dozen individuals, he felt it prudent to form this reconnaissance team for future endeavors. We now have 354 members, including 48 thieves and assassins, 22 rangers, and 8 trackers. While their impact in large-scale battles may be minimal, they possess distinct advantages when deployed individually. Therefore, I intend to organize these professions into an exploration team. Lu Yutong nodded in agreement, trusting Chen Peng's expertise. Despite her lack of systematic research on the advantages of these professions, unbeknownst to Chen Peng at this moment, this initial reconnaissance team would later provide them with immense benefits, inspiring many factions to emulate their model. In the early morning at the prison base, Chen Chong was guiding individuals through their advancements, when a sudden, thunderous explosion from outside nearly startled him out of his wits. As he and his companions rushed to the playground, they were astounded by the sight of a massive machine. Su Kei gazed at the explosion site 10 kilometers away, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. With this formidable apparatus, he felt invulnerable to both zombie and early external biological incursions into Spring City. It still falls short, Professor Yin remarked, expressing dissatisfaction with his modified cannon. Su Kei's lips twitched at the professor's comment. In his view, this machine was more than sufficient to withstand an assault from tens of thousands of zombies. If more were produced, it could likely obliterate a horde of 1 million. Professor Yin, I believe this device is ready for deployment, Su Kei asserted. Yin Batong turned to Su Kei and replied, you may not understand the intricacies of these mechanisms. While the power and precision are commendable, the guidance and cooling times are lengthy. If you intend to transport it to the front lines, the zombies may breach our defenses before we can fire even twice. Suke quickly grasped the reality. However, he sought a defensive solution, and he knew that when humanoid external beings appeared, this cannon would be rendered ineffective. Professor Yen, you've misunderstood. I wish to transform this into a defensive weapon. Once the walls are constructed, I hope to have dozens of these, Suke explained earnestly. Are you planning to engage in trench warfare? Yen Batong inquired. You could say that. Suke nodded in affirmation. If you do not intend to field it on the front lines, then it should be manageable. However, you must procure more precious metals or devise a means to seize the steel mill in the northern district, Yen Batong advised. Rest assured, I will ensure resource mobilization shortly. Suke replied. Although their conversation was quiet, Chen Chong, who had rushed over, seemed to catch wind of an extraordinary opportunity. Su Xiao, may I join? Chen Chong eagerly raised his hand. You? How would you contribute? These are military-grade machines, Suke responded, puzzled. Su Xiao, while I lack the expertise to create these devices, I am proficient in refining various materials, and my specialty is as a senior technician, Chen Chong asserted, revealing his profession and enumerating his skills. Upon learning of Chen Chong's profession and skills, Suke was initially taken aback, but then felt a surge of excitement. Indeed, this is an excellent profession. And if we had more like him, we could establish a large-scale armaments factory, Professor Yin remarked with a smile. Suke, however, was more intrigued by the treasure that Chen Chong represented. The rarity of senior technicians was well known to him. In his previous life, two major fortresses nearly clashed over a single senior technician, drawn by their unique talents. You will no longer need to manage the survivors. Just follow Professor Yen. Suke decisively instructed Chen Chong. Chen Chong was momentarily bewildered, but soon grasped Suke's intent. Thank you, Su Xiao. I promise to demonstrate my value. Chen Chong pledged earnestly. Very well, do your best, Suke said before making his way to the information room. Inside the information room, Xie Xinxin was diligently inputting the latest information regarding the professionals, with a radio nearby to receive news from other cities and await updates from Qinpeng. Master, what brings you here? Xie Xinxin looked up at Su Quebec. Is there any word from Qinpeng? Suke inquired. For hours ago, they reached the Buizhong Dam. But there has been no further communication, Xie Xinxin responded. Suke nodded, then glanced at the information sheet Xie Xinxin was completing. Are you planning to review these professional profiles? She asked. Just as Suke was about to pick up the initial sheets, a transmission signal suddenly crackled from the radio. Xie Xinxin swiftly donned her headphones, and soon, Song Yu's voice resonated through the earpiece. Upon hearing that they had successfully captured the Buizhong Dam, smiles spread across Suke and Xie Xinxin's faces, but as difficulties were relayed, Suke fell into contemplation. Chapter 92, Gao Chuan's Plan. Have Qinpeng take the call. Suke instructed. Within 5 minutes, Qinpeng rushed into the dam's control room and promptly conveyed his proposed response to Suke, who readily endorsed his plan. While assassins are significantly more agile than thieves, for certain covert tasks, thieves are often more effective, Suke advised. You can rest assured. I have assigned the assassins to the information relay team, while the thieves and trackers will handle exploration, and the rangers will report and relay information, Qinpeng reported. Excellent. For the time being, you all should remain there. In 2 days, Zhang He will arrive with a contingent, Suke stated. Hearing that Zhang He would arrive in 2 days brought a rare smile to Qinpeng's face. 15 minutes later, Suke concluded the radio call and began to scrutinize the list in his hand. Upon examining the information on the list, Suke furrowed his brow and addressed Xie Xinxin. You've mixed up the combat and non-combat professions. Xie Xinxin looked confused, entirely unaware of Suke's meaning. Noticing her expression, Suke rubbed his temples and explained the categorization of professions to her. Once Xie Xinxin understood the distinctions, Suke flipped to the 3rd page of the list and was suddenly taken aback. At that moment, he felt as though fortune was smiling upon him. Senior technicians were already rare, and now he had discovered a herbalist as well. Please bring this individual to me and have Jiang Sheng assign him to the East 2nd Small Prison, placing him opposite Qin Chong, Suke instructed, pointing to a name on the list. Xiedong? Xie Xinxin read the name aloud. Suke remained silent, merely nodding, and resumed examining the other names on the list. Acknowledging Suke's nod, Xie Xinxin, though puzzled by her master's intentions, refrained from questioning further and exited the office. Half an hour later, Xiedong cautiously stood opposite Suke, feeling immensely honored at that moment. What was your profession before? Suke inquired with curiosity. I was a horticulturist. Xiedong promptly responded. Su Ke nodded, a sudden realization dawning upon him regarding the professions offered by the sacred steel. Until now, he had been puzzled by why the sacred steel presented different occupational choices to everyone, but after several inquiries, he seemed to grasp some vital information. I have some seeds here. Feel free to use the land behind the grand monitoring warehouse. It's all right if they don't germinate, Su Ke said, handing Xiedong the seeds he had purchased before the apocalypse. Hybrid rice? Xiedong looked at Su Ke with curiosity. You're familiar with these seeds? Su Ke was somewhat taken aback, as he assumed that rice seeds would appear quite similar and be indistinguishable. Yes, I studied the crops developed by Professor Yuan. This rice has a short growth cycle and will mature in about 90 days, Xiedong explained. Excellent. Our base is lacking talents like you. But I must emphasize the importance of safety while cultivating these plants. Should you notice anything suspicious, report it immediately. Do not take any chances, Su Ke said, patting Xiedong on the shoulder with an unusually serious expression. I will keep thorough records daily to ensure there are no mishaps, Xiedong assured. As he departed, Su Ke finished reviewing the remaining list. Although no extraordinary professions appeared, there were indeed many who could provide energy. Select the law system professionals tomorrow and have them move into warehouse number 4, Su Ke instructed Hiexian. Understood, Master, Hiexian quickly replied. At the Bujiang Dam. As the sun rose, a team of 5 emerged from the dam, each equipped with an emergency communicator. Watching the exploration team depart, Lu Yutong questioned, have you delineated their exploration areas? Yes, each team has its specific tasks. Before Zhang He arrives, I hope to gather all intelligence from Bin City, Qin Peng replied. Studying the map. Just as they were discussing how to establish defensive points, Song Yu suddenly shouted, Qin Hu's communicator is sounding an alarm, 10 kilometers southwest. What happened? Qin Peng and Lu Yutong were taken aback. Had the team encountered trouble so soon after deployment? Zombies. A large number of zombies are approaching, Song Yu reported urgently. Having put down her headset. Upon hearing zombies, Qin Peng suddenly recalled his unease from the previous day. Logically, since the zombies had dispersed the night before, they should have returned swiftly. However, after reporting to Su Ke yesterday, he had anticipated an invasion, only to realize that the zombies had been lurking on the periphery. Notify everyone to prepare for defense, Qin Peng commanded the guard at the entrance. Wait, something feels off, Lu Yutong interjected, rising to stop him and glancing at the communicator's radar. At that moment, the radar indicated that aside from Qin Hu's communicator, which remained stationary, all others were still moving toward their designated targets. How can this be? Qin Peng recognized the anomaly. What is wrong with you two? The zombies are about to arrive. Song Yu asked anxiously. Lu Yutong ignored her and countered. What was the last thing Qin Hu said? Huh. Song Yu was momentarily confused, but soon replied. It was about the zombies. Exactly. As long as it's not the zombies coming, Lu Yutong mused, stroking her chin in thought. This left Song Yu even more perplexed, unable to comprehend Lu Yutong's meaning. It seems Qin Hu will not be returning. Qin Peng observed the vanishing signal. However, this serves as a reminder that these zombies are hiding in the southwest direction, Lu Yutong concluded, turning her gaze toward the map on the table. Qin Peng took out a pen and circled the area on the map where Qin Hu had disappeared. The dam? Lu Yutong queried, puzzled. After marking the direction, Qin Peng also felt uncertain, but he was confident in his placement. 10 kilometers southwest, beneath the dam, countless zombies were feasting on Qin Hu's remains. While atop the dam, Gao Chuan held Qin Hu's severed head. As the blood flowed into Gao Chuan's mouth, he displayed an expression of indulgence. An evolved being? The taste is indeed different. Leader, shall we proceed to attack the dam? And sea-level brain zombie inquired. We have already exposed ourselves. There's no need to sacrifice so many minions, Gao Chuan said while savoring Qin Hu's head. Initially, he had planned a surprise attack on the Bujiang Dam that night. But now that their location was compromised, they could only wait for a better opportunity. Shall we withdraw to Nanyang District then? The sea-level brain zombie asked. No, now that we're out, let us eliminate Hu Jinlong, Gao Chuan replied with a cruel smile. Upon hearing the order to eliminate Hu Jinlong, the other D-level brain zombies and ironbone zombies revealed bloodthirsty grins. Chapter 93, B-level brain zombie. Zhang He sets off half a day later, the Bujiang Dam stood tranquil, without a shadow of a zombie in sight. Song Yu looked at Lu Yutong incredulously, having previously believed the zombies would attack, only to be harshly proven wrong. Where do you think these zombies might have gone? Shin Peng asked Lu Yutong, studying the map. I don't know. Lu Yutong shook her head and continued. I sense these zombies are not ordinary. They must be controlled by more powerful zombies. Therefore, I suspect once they expose their whereabouts, they will surely retreat. As for where they've gone, we'll have to wait for news from the exploration team. Shin Peng nodded in agreement. Initially, he had thought the zombies would assault this location, but after marking the specific positions of the zombies, he too noticed something amiss. Logically, if the zombies intended to launch a large-scale attack, they would not choose a dam, a location difficult to breach, unless they planned a nighttime ambush. Shall we dismantle the weapons we've set up? Song Yu asked, puzzled. No need. Since they're already installed, let us wait a bit longer. Moreover, Zhang He will arrive the day after tomorrow, Shin Peng replied, gazing at the map. In Bin City, high-tech zone, third shelter. Gao Chuan roared within the shelter camp, prompting over 10,000 zombies to simultaneously unleash their own roars. Dig in and fill your bellies. As his words fell, the multitude of zombies began to feast, creating a scene that was both gruesome and terrifying. Gao Chuan inhaled the enticing scent of blood, overwhelmed by the sheer magnificence of it all. With a swift motion, he bit into a dismembered body before voraciously devouring it like a whirlwind. After a while, Gao Chuan threw his head back and roared, exuding a terrifying aura. The surrounding brain zombies and iron-bone zombies trembled and knelt in fear. The overwhelming terror approached like a tangible force as Gao Chuan's head retracted, his skeletal structure seemingly shrinking. The once tall Gao Chuan appeared to have diminished by 2 to 3 centimeters, yet the back of his head had expanded significantly. His grotesque visage, coupled with sharp, jagged teeth, rendered him even more fearsome, emanating an astonishing presence. Ha! Gao Chuan let out an eerie laugh, the sound reminiscent of a voice punctured by a hole. Congratulations to the leader on successfully evolving, one brain zombie congratulated, prompting a chorus of varied sounds of congratulations from all the zombies. Satisfied, Gao Chuan nodded and turned to a kneeling iron-boned zombie beside him. With a mere thought, the massive form of the iron-boned zombie levitated into the air. Gao Chuan emitted a muffled sound, murmuring, is this the power of B-level? Truly extraordinary. As Gao Chuan's arms slowly lifted, the iron-boned zombie's body also began to rise. Then, with a powerful grip, Gao Chuan elicited a shriek from the iron-boned zombie. In that moment, Gao Chuan possessed the power to crush the iron-boned zombie instantly, ensuring that not a single drop of blood would splatter elsewhere. Gao Chuan waved his hand, sending the iron-boned zombie flying like refuse, crashing heavily against the wall. The brainless corpses surrounding this spectacle were filled with exhilaration, although they could not reach Gao Chuan's prowess. They firmly believed that by following him, they too could ascend to the status of B-class brainless corpses. The leader was magnificent. The leader was invincible. A chorus of zombies roared in unison, their voices echoing in a cacophony of fury. Gao Chuan, unfazed by their adulation, merely nodded, then directed his gaze towards the direction of the Bojiang water dam. Yin Chong, Feng Yu, the remaining living blood food is left to you. He commanded the 2 kneeling zombies beside him. Thank you, leader. The larger and smaller zombies expressed their gratitude immediately. Qinping, take 8 D-class iron-bone zombies to continue the pursuit of Hu Jinlong. His fate is in your hands. Gao Chuan ordered a C-class brainless corpse. Rest assured, leader. I shall return with Hu Jinlong's head, the stooped Qinping replied. Satisfied, Gao Chuan nodded and waved his hand, leading the horde away from the third shelter. At the Spring City West Mountain Prison Base, after Xie Xinxin settled the human practitioners into the designated cells as instructed by Su Ke, she proceeded to the basement. Master, I have allocated the areas for the humans as per your request, Xie Xinxin reported respectfully at the door. Excellent. From now on, provide these individuals with an additional 2 pieces of meat with each meal. If more practitioners arrive in the future, allocate a separate space for them, Su Ke stated, laying down a piece of bloodied beef. Yes, master, Xie Xinxin nodded in response. If there is nothing else, you may return to rest early. As for the matter of job transfers, leave that to Jiang Sheng, Su Ke advised. Understood. I shall take my leave, master, Xie Xinxin replied, walking towards the passage. Upon her departure, Zhang He emerged from his room, fully recovered and nearing B-class strength. God, may I leave early tonight with some people? Zhang He inquired at the doorway. You wish to set off ahead of schedule? Su Ke asked, looking at Zhang He. Yes, I have been feeling restless lately, sensing that something will transpire in Bin City. Zhang He confessed. In truth, he wanted to share the dreams he had been experiencing, but he refrained. Su Ke nodded and said, then visit Professor Yin. He has prepared some weaponry for you. Understood, Zhang He affirmed, turning towards the passage. Observing Zhang He's departing figure, Su Ke felt a twinge of confusion. Although he could not discern any issues with Zhang He, an inexplicable shadow seemed to loom over him. Never mind, if I choose to trust him, then he must bear the consequences, Su Ke decided, closing the door behind him. Upon exiting the basement, he found himself unexpectedly holding two peculiar items. In the small experimental lab, when Zhang He arrived at Professor Yan's location, the professor was busy modifying a missile. Are you planning to leave? Professor Yin asked without looking up. Yes, Zhang He nodded, then inquired. God asked me to come here for weapons. What are they? They are all on the table. The usage remains the same, but their power has significantly increased, Professor Yin replied, gesturing towards an operation table behind Zhang He. When Zhang He turned to examine the weapons laid out, he was momentarily stunned, his eyelids twitching involuntarily. Are you intending to initiate a major conflict? Zhang He asked, betraying his unease. The adversaries are zombies. Firearms alone will not suffice. Moreover, according to the information from Chinpeng, the zombie presence in Bin City rivals that of Spring City. These weapons may prove insufficient, Professor Yin remarked, retrieving two formidable weapons from his spatial inventory. At that moment, Zhang He suddenly comprehended Su Ke's intentions.